The Perfect Supreme Chapter 785 to Chapter 860. Dominating everything inside his body, his powerful physical strength and sword intent fused together. In addition, the killing intent hidden in his body quietly condensed, causing Lin Ling's sword to be different from before. At the same time, Bai Yunzhan's terrifying fist arrived, but Lin Ling heavily slashed out. Heavy kill. It was a collision of strength between an early King Spirit Realm cultivator and a peak King Spirit Realm cultivator. Of course, there was also the sword intent. Boom, an explosion sounded. Under countless shocked gazes, Bai Yunzhan's body flew backwards, blood spurting out from his arm. His arm had been cut off. Although Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, Lin Ling's demon ox body fortification technique had been trained to the peak. Moreover, Lin Ling had used sword intent, which was different from before. It contained the killing intent hidden in Lin Ling's body. This sword was Lin Ling's new sword, and it was incomparably terrifying. It had reached 70% sword intent. How could Bai Yunzhan block it? Ah! In the distance, Bai Yunzhan let out a painful howl, holding his arm and rolling on the ground. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Was this fake? A dignified genius, an expert they had to forever look up to, actually had his arm cut off in one move. That sword was terrifying. You say I don't understand geniuses? But you're so weak, are you worthy of being called a genius? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he looked indifferently at the distant Bai Yunzhan. Many people even forgot to breathe. A genius who couldn't block a single sword. Was this really a genius? And Lin Ling, a disciple of the Azure Cloud School, had killed Bai Yunfei, an elder of the Azure Cloud School, and cut off Bai Yunzhan's arm in one move. In front of Lin Ling, Bai Yunzhan was a proud genius. This was laughable. He wasn't worthy at all, the crowd thought in shock. A genius who had been waiting for half a day had become a stray dog. This was very disappointing. Could it be that all of this was like Lin Ling said, your strength isn't a true genius? In the silent square, everyone looked at the youth as if he was the one in charge of everything. Lost, they've all lost. Kai Xianling laughed. She did not know why she was laughing either. She just felt that all the people she relied on had been destroyed by Lin Ling, Bai Yunfei, her father, and even the Heavens Chosen. She did not expect that there was an existence even more terrifying than the Heavens Chosen by her side. The funny thing was that she had always thought that Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing. Even though Lin Ling had reminded her many times, she had always thought that Lin Ling was too weak. Therefore, she had never taken him seriously. And now, was Lin Ling still weak? That was a powerful strength that she had to look up to and even worship. The people of the Qingyun sect, including the sect leader, were all shocked as they looked at the frivolous and unruly figure. That figure overlapped with the Lin Ling in their memories, making them feel as if they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Was that the youth who was accidentally saved by the Qingyun sect? And that was the most inconspicuous existence in the Blue Cloud sect? Was that the young man who lived in seclusion and was treated as a servant by the Qingyun sect? All of this was, in fact, like a dream. My arm. At this moment, on the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face was incomparably ferocious. He had already cultivated his body's cells to the level of 100,000, but how could he not block that sword? In the past, he had tried before. With a punch, his opponent's sword would break and he would die. But now, he had failed. What was so special about that youth's sword? I don't understand the prodigy you're talking about. Prodigies represent geniuses with a firm martial heart. They represent geniuses with outstanding talent. They are the children of the heavens. But true prodigies don't bully the weak and flaunt their strength. You think you're strong, and you treat others like ants. Is this your martial heart? Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. You. On the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face became even more ferocious. Your so-called Heavens Chosen is just arrogance in front of the weak. In front of a true Heavens Chosen, you're nothing. If you're not convinced, you can say it. How many Heavens Chosen have you defeated who are stronger than you? Lin Ling said again. These words made Bai Yunzhan's face even more unsightly. He was a prodigy, but now he was being humiliated in front of everyone. After all, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the King Spirit Realm, while he was at the peak of the King Spirit Realm. But he had lost. Did he have the right to be proud? Moreover, true prodigies challenged those above their level and faced difficulties head-on. They were not like Bai Yunjian, who only showed off his superiority in front of weaker cultivators. You dare talk about me? I'll kill you. Bai Yunjian roared in anger. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In the Water Moon Holy Land, he didn't dare to be arrogant because his talent was powerful, but other people's talent was more powerful than his. Therefore, he didn't dare to challenge the geniuses who were stronger than him. He only dared to enjoy the feeling of superiority over the weak. Kill me? Don't think that just because you come from a powerful martial arts hall that I don't dare to touch you. I've killed many people like you who have extraordinary backgrounds but are arrogant. However, Bai Yunjian's threat caused Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. Lin Ling wanted to kill Bai Yunjian. The crowd's hearts trembled. Bai Yunjian came from the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts hall. His background was terrifying, but Lin Ling still dared to kill him. In reality, they didn't know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had killed even the most powerful prodigies. So, how could he not dare? As long as Bai Yunjian dared to reveal killing intent, Lin Ling would not show mercy. You want to kill me? Bai Yunjian glared at Lin Ling. However, from Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a trace of fearlessness and determination. It was as if Lin Ling's killing intent was not an act. He had indeed killed many prodigies in the past. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Who was this youth? Bai Yunjian's heart violently pounded. For the first time, he felt fear. For the first time, he felt that the youth in front of him was a true prodigy. Wait, I was wrong. Please be merciful. Bai Yunjian shouted anxiously. He had no choice but to shout. Although his pride was violated and he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he was also a human being. He also cherished his own life. This was human nature. Bai Yunjian begging for mercy? The crowd was even more shocked. A prodigy was begging for mercy. However, Lin Ling's sword was still raised. He was unprecedentedly determined. He had decided to attack. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of Bai Yunjian's words. Moreover, he did not trust Bai Yunjian. Of course, the reason why he revealed killing intent was because of the enormous killing intent in his body. That killing intent was left in him by the ancient flame devil. Swoosh. The sword light was like water. It was so bright, like the moon flying across the sky. However, it was also majestic and invincible. No. Bai Yunjian roared. He finally understood why the sword was so terrifying. Not only did it have an enormous physical strength, it also had an ethereal sword intent. It was said that in another holy land, martial arts intent was cultivated there. This ethereal power had always been disdained by the prodigies of the Water Moon Holy Land. They thought that it was a deliberately mystifying power of martial arts. Even Bai Yunjian did not put it in their eyes. However, he now knew that there were 3,000 different kinds of martial arts. Martial arts intent borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was not weaker than the physical strength of the Water Moon Holy Land. This Lin Ling was not a prodigy of the Water Moon Holy Land. Translator, Transin editor, Transin seeing an old friend swish, a sword light flashed, and a sword mark appeared on Bai Yunjian's head. He pointed at Lin Ling, unable to say a word. Finally, he fell to the ground. Today was supposed to be the day of his glorious return. He wanted to let his younger brother see his pride and let his younger brother enjoy his glory. However, he encountered an ordinary-looking young man who killed him with 2 slashes. His pride didn't even have the chance to bloom. All of this was very sad. Just like the first words he said when he found out that Lin Ling had killed his brother, "You are very ignorant. Idiot." And these words were actually directed at him. Dead. Idiot. Looking at the fallen Bai Yunjian, the people in the square felt as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Especially the people from the Reliance sect. They thought that the genius who dared to kill Bai Yunjian's brother was dead for sure. However, the result was that Bai Yunjian was also dead. Lin Ling dominated everything. Now, who still wants me to be the scapegoat and bear the wrath of the genius? Idiot. Ignoring the dead Bai Yunjian, Lin Ling turned to look at the crowd and said indifferently. Silence. The crowd was silent. Strength represented everything. Right and wrong were determined by strength. At this moment, who dared to speak? Countless eyes looked at the tall and straight figure, and there was only shock in their hearts. Bai Yunjian is dead. You dared to kill a disciple of the Tai martial school. You have guts. Idiot. At this moment, a faintly discernible voice floated above the square. The voice was not loud, but it clearly fell into everyone's ears. Many people's hearts trembled. A thought arose in their minds. The experts of the Water Moon Holy Lands Martial School had arrived. In front of them, clouds rolled. Two figures stepped forward, as if they were immortals. One of them was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He wore a loose robe. His body was incomparably sturdy. Next to him was a young girl wearing a purple dress. She had a beauty that could topple countries and cities. She carried a jade zither on her back. She was like a fairy from the 9 heavens. So beautiful. Idiot. Many people looked at the purple-cloaked girl and could not help but say this in their hearts. Not only was she beautiful, she even had a kind of innate noble temperament that was above everyone's heads. That kind of temperament was not faked, but truly possessed. With dazzling talent, a beauty that could captivate even birds and beasts, and a temperament that was as noble as a princess, this kind of girl undoubtedly made the hearts of many youths in the square jump. There were even some youths who fell in love at first sight. Some of them were so shy that they didn't dare to look at the purple-cloaked girl in the eye. Many girls from other sects felt a sense of inferiority. What a beautiful sister. Even Wanner's heart skipped a beat. She thought she was one of the top beauties in the Qingyun sect, but compared to the purple-cloaked girl, she was like a firefly. Two figures slowly floated down, causing the crowd to react. Lin Ling was in trouble. Lin Ling's expression remained calm. In the previous battle, he had only used 50% of his strength. Therefore, he wanted to see how strong a true heaven's favorite was. Lin Ling. However, when everyone thought that a great battle was about to begin, a pleasantly surprised voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. The one who spoke was the noble princess in the purple-cloaked girl. She seemed to know Lin Ling. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the purple-cloaked girl quickly ran towards Lin Ling. She happily stood in front of Lin Ling, as if they were lovers. Meeting. That's right, it was a lovers' meeting. Many people present were aware of this, especially some youths. Their hearts immediately filled with envy. That purple-cloaked girl was a heaven's favorite, and was even more noble like a princess. They could only look at her from afar and could not profane her. But now, that noble princess was acting like a little girl in front of Lin Ling. How could they not be envious? Then, under their shocked gazes, the purple-cloaked girl held Lin Ling's hand. Moreover, she took the initiative to hold his hand. All of this meant that the purple-cloaked girl might like Lin Ling, and it was not Lin Ling who was chasing after the heaven's favorite. Lin Ling, do you know her? Yes. Wanner's heart was complicated, but she also felt that the young man and the girl in the square were a perfect match. They were a match made in heaven. The two of them walked together in an incomparably natural manner. One was a heaven's favorite, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, and the other was a hidden genius. They were very compatible. Is he the trash I thought he was? Yes. Kai Xianling muttered to herself. Today, Lin Ling gave her a great shock. Not only was he frivolous and arrogant, but he even made the most beautiful fairy in the world personally hold his hand. Compared to that fairy, she, Kai Xianling, was like a toad. The most ridiculous thing was that this toad actually laughed at Lin Ling, laughed at the true heaven's favorite. Yu Yun, why are you here? Yes. Lin Ling had no idea what the people in the square were thinking. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. What surprised him was that the purple-clothed girl was actually the little princess of the Cloud Sea Empire, Yu Yun. Sister Yuer and I went out to gain experience and accidentally came here. Yes. The purple-clothed girl was Yu Yun. At this moment, she was incomparably excited. She didn't expect to see him here, and during this year, she had missed him incomparably. Senior sister in Yuer is also here. Yes. Lin Ling was even more delighted. He already knew that Yuer and Yu Yun went out to gain experience, but he didn't expect that the two women's place of experience was actually the Watermoon's sacred land. Mingyun, he is. Yes. In the distance, the indifferent old man said with some surprise. My friend Lin Ling. Yes. Yu Manyan hurriedly introduced him, causing the old man's eyes to flicker. Although Yu Manyan said that he was a friend, he felt that it wasn't that simple. Elder, that was the matter before. Yu Manyan said again, causing the old man to smile and nod. Since he is your friend, then let's forget about it. Forget it. If Lin Ling was a person with no background, then based on the fact that Lin Ling dared to attack a disciple of the Tai martial sect, he would definitely not let Lin Ling go. After all, the Tai martial sect also had its own dignity. How could they allow others to casually kill their disciples? However, since Yu Manyan spoke, it was different. Firstly, Yu Manyan's reputation in the Tai martial sect was not small. She was a proud daughter of heaven. Daoist Channy of the martial palace wouldn't make Yu Manyan unhappy because of Bai Yunzhan. Secondly, Bai Yunzhan was just an ordinary disciple of the Tai martial sect. He couldn't be compared to Yu Manyan. Let it go just like that? Hearing the old man's words, many people's eyes flickered. Bai Yunzhan's death was very tragic. Today, we are under the order of the martial palace to have an exchange with your 3 major sections. Sect masters of each sect, come out. The old man obviously wouldn't care about the thoughts of the weak. Soon after, he said as a matter of routine. This was also a kind of rule. Every year, the martial palace of the Watermoon Holy Land would send experts to the small sects to give them pointers on martial arts. And this exchange was undoubtedly the most sensational thing for each sect. Of course, there were some exceptions this year. Many people's thoughts were still on Lin Ling. They were still thinking about the scene where the young man dominated the square not long ago. Lin Ling, come with me to the Tai martial sect later. Sister Yu will be very happy to know that you are here. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey good. Lin Ling nodded heavily. He also wanted to see Yu. Moreover, he didn't know if he could get a more powerful physical body cultivation method in the Tai martial sect. If he succeeded, he could recover his strength crazily. The exchange between the various sects ended not long after. Lin Ling walked out slowly. Countless people looked at him with a solemn expression. Senior Lin Ling, we have neglected you before. Please don't take it to heart. Previously, our Sunset sect was just a bystander. We had nothing to do with Sir Lin Ling. The leaders and elders of the various sects cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little startled. He then shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, in this world, strength represented everything. At first, these leaders and elders were high and mighty. However, after knowing that he had the strength to dominate everything, they were all respectful like dogs. Get lost. Lin Ling said coldly. Although he didn't take it to heart, he didn't have a good impression of these people. So arrogant. The disciples of the various sects were shocked. However, they didn't dare to have any objections. They even felt that Lin Ling was qualified to ask their leaders and elders to get lost. Okay. We will get lost. The leaders and elders of the various sects naturally didn't dare to have any objections. They retreated one after another. Lin Ling wasn't a calculated person. Therefore, when he walked towards the Azure Cloud sect, he first looked at Kai Xianling. The latter's eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't help but take a step back. Now, she didn't have any right to be arrogant in front of Lin Ling. Don't kill me. Subsequently, Kai Xianling knelt down with a plop. Many people in the Azure Cloud sect laughed at her. Lin Ling shook his head. He could easily kill her, but he didn't want to do so now. I won't kill you. I just want you to know that some things aren't as simple as they seem. Boom, Kai Xianling's mind was buzzing. Lin Ling had said this to her before, and it was very accurate. The bandit incident, the Bai Yunfei incident, and now Lin Ling. Yes, some things were not as simple as they seemed. The world she saw might not be real. I didn't kill you because your end might be even worse. You betrayed Wan betrayed your best friend. You can only watch as she becomes stronger and more arrogant than you. Your death is all in Wan's hands. Lin Ling said again, looking at Wan. Wan had saved his life in the past, so today, he would return the favor to Wan and let Wan decide everything. Wan, I have to go. I'll leave these things to you. At least you won't be weaker than Bai Yun, and it won't take too long. Lin Ling gave a talisman bag to Wanner. Inside it were heavenly treasures, all kinds of pills, and martial arts manuals. It was enough for Wanner to soar into the heavens. Stronger than Bai Yun Zhan. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Among them, the headmaster of the Reliance School showed a greedy look. Bai Yun Zhan was stronger than their headmaster. If he could get that talisman bag, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. When Lin Ling leaves, we must get that talisman bag. The headmaster said to the elder in a low voice. Whoosh, a flame shot out. It was gorgeous and colorful. It fell on the elder, who was about to nod his head, and burned him to ashes in an instant. The eyes of the headmaster of the Reliance School narrowed. Lin Ling's insight was terrifying. He could hear him whispering. He didn't know that Lin Ling's soul power covered the entire square. No whisper could escape his senses. I dared to give the talisman bag to Wanner in front of so many people. Of course, I have nothing to fear. Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Many elders' hearts trembled. Lin Ling was terrifying. He seemed to know everything. Pudong, the headmaster of the Reliance School, anxiously knelt down. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I was just possessed. Please spare my life. Sorry, it's too late. Lin Ling coldly shook his head. His killing intent was obvious. Boom, a terrifying flame attacked. The headmaster of the Reliance School let out a terrified cry. He was burned by the flame. He was unwilling and regretful. He shouldn't have had any ideas about Wanner. If he could go back in time, he wouldn't have said those words. However, there was no such thing as going back in time. The headmaster is also dead. The crowd was even more frightened. Lin Ling once again dominated everything. He killed whoever he wanted. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Everything was for the sake of Wanner's future. At the very least, this merciless killing would make the greedy people not dare to have any ideas about Wanner. However, the effect was very good. Right now, no one dared to touch Wanner. Everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. Your every move is under my control. Don't think that just because I'm gone, you can do whatever you want. Of course, if you don't believe me, go ahead and try. If you make a mistake, there's no medicine for regret. Lin Ling said again. Everyone nodded. Lin Ling, don't worry. The Qinyan sect swears that before Wanner fully matures, if anyone dares to have any ideas about her, the entire sect will be mobilized. Even if the opponent is the heavens, we will fight. The headmaster of the Qinyan sect walked out. He was filled with regret. Before, Lin Ling had told him that Lin Ling would shoulder everything. At that time, he felt that he had missed out on something. Now, he knew what he had missed out on. You are currently at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but your foundation and talent are not very good. I have a heaven and earth fortune pill here. It can at least improve your king physique. As long as you cultivate diligently, it is not impossible for you to break through to the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling threw a pill to the headmaster of the Qinyan sect. Although he was at the early stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, it was not difficult for him to guide the headmaster of the Qinyan sect. Thank you. The headmaster of the Qinyan sect trembled with incomparable excitement. I'm so envious. The people of the other sects licked their lips, incomparably jealous. The Qinyan sect had only helped Lin Ling once, but Lin Ling had greatly increased the headmaster's strength. He had even helped the Qinyan sect cultivate a genius that was not weak. How could they not be envious? Why didn't such a good thing fall on their heads? The disciples of the Qinyan sect were also incomparably envious, but their faces were gloomy. Thinking back, they were sitting on a mountain of gold, but they had missed the opportunity. After all, Lin Ling had cultivated in the Qinyan sect for a few months. If they had gone to find Lin Ling, they would have definitely obtained the opportunity and fortune today. However, they had missed it. They had thought that Lin Ling was trash, causing them to miss the opportunity to become stronger. They were incomparably regretful. In the entire Qinyan sect, only Wanner was lucky. Lin Ling, I was wrong, can you? Seeing that Wanner had obtained a precious opportunity, Kai Xuanling's heart was filled with jealousy. She could not help but say this. What do you think? Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling indifferently. Kai Xuanling's last hope was snuffed out, and Lin Ling even smiled disdainfully. This woman was really thick-skinned. The fact that he didn't kill her was already the greatest reward he could give her. Yet, she still wanted another opportunity? Your fate is to watch Wan continuously surpass you, and in the end, you will die in Wan hands. After Lin Ling smiled, his eyes turned cold. Now, scram. Tai martial sect Lin Ling, I know who is good to me and who is bad to me. I won't let you down. Although Wan was kind, she wasn't stupid. She knew that Lin Ling had left Kai Xianling to her. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before she surpassed Kai Xianling. She wanted Kai Xianling dead to take revenge for what happened today. Are you leaving? Wano looked at Lin Ling and asked. Her beautiful eyes were filled with reluctance. Lin Ling smiled faintly and said, Yes, I still have things to do in my hometown. Therefore, I have to go back. When you are strong enough, you can come and find me. That place is called the Sacred Land of the Rainforest. Okay. Wano nodded heavily. The flames of war burned in her heart. She wanted to become stronger. She wanted to find Lin Ling. Then, when she saw Lin Ling waving his hand and leaving, tears flowed out of her eyes. She knelt down and said, Master. Lin Ling had taught her martial arts and given her a large amount of elixirs. Therefore, in her heart, Lin Ling was her master. Lin Ling's body trembled and he stopped. He turned around and revealed a brilliant smile. Although he was called master, his innocent smile gave others the feeling that Lin Ling was the boy next door. Of course, this was just an illusion. Everyone still remembered the radiance of the young man, Master. Lin Ling's heart was filled with complicated thoughts. Was this the first disciple of his life? White clouds drifted leisurely. Several figures flew into the distance. Gradually, a huge continent appeared in the sky. That continent was shining with golden light, as if it was the heavens and the earth. Around that floating continent, auspicious beasts would fly from time to time. Moreover, there were martial artists entering and leaving like stars in the sky. What an ethereal place. Lin Ling was surprised. He could feel the rolling spiritual energy rushing towards him. He didn't know what the sacred land relied on to produce spiritual energy. The sacred land of the rainforest was the source of spiritual energy. Therefore, the Water Moon sacred land naturally had its own mysterious place. The Water Moon Holy Land has several martial arts halls. I am in the Extreme Martial School. Yu Manyan kept explaining at the side. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally look at Lin Ling, and her heart was pounding. The young man had gradually transformed. He had more steadiness and sharpness, and less childishness. It was obvious that the young man had been fighting non-stop for the past year. However, the current young man was more attractive to her. She still remembered that day in Ocean of Cloud City when the young man had rescued her from the abyss and tried to snatch her hand in marriage before a few tens of thousands of experts. That day was the happiest day of her life. Dream Clouds, your strength has risen so quickly. Lin Ling looked at Yu Manyan. The latter had also reached the Emperor's spirit realm, and there was a mysterious aura being emitted from her. Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Manyan. Hee hee. Yu Manyan smiled proudly. There was a voice in her heart that she hadn't spoken out loud. I've become strong because I hope that I'll be able to protect you one day. The old man's gaze flickered incessantly as he watched Yu Manyan hold Lin Ling's hand. He was even more certain that Yu Manyan liked that young man. This was very surprising. After all, there were many geniuses in the Extreme Martial School who pursued Yu Manyan. However, all of them were rejected by Yu Manyan. So, Lin Ling was truly enviable. However, from another perspective, when Yu Manyan was weak, Lin Ling would have definitely been of enormous help to her. Of course, Lin Ling's strength wasn't weak as well. He'd investigated a little. And even though Lin Ling was at the heavenly spirit realm, his strength didn't seem to be so. The three of them soon arrived at the Extreme Martial School. Afterwards, they learned that an Yuer had gone out adventuring. This caused Lin Ling to feel a burst of regret. He had no choice but to find an even more powerful mortal body cultivation method. The Extreme Martial School wasn't any smaller than the 7 Profound Martial House. It was just that Lin Ling didn't have the time to visit them one by one. Instead, he followed Yu Manyan to see her master. Yu Manyan knew Lin Ling's goal, so she wanted to help Lin Ling obtain a powerful mortal body cultivation method. The cultivation of the mortal body was broad and profound. Lin Ling had used the demon ox body strengthening formula to lay down a solid foundation. But after this, not all mortal body cultivation methods would be suitable for him. The two of them walked along the square. Yu Manyan continued to hold Lin Ling's hand. This caused many of the extreme martial school's geniuses to narrow their eyes. Their proud son of heaven actually had a master. If they didn't fear Yu Manyan's status, they would have already taught that young man a lesson. After all, that young man's cultivation was only at the king spirit realm. Lin Ling was naturally aware of those angry gazes. However, his expression was calm and fearless. Yu Manyan was his, how could he not even dare to hold her hand? He, Lin Ling, was never afraid of others being jealous of his people. Moreover, although Lin Ling seemed to be at the early king spirit realm, the truth was that he could make a breakthrough at any time. It was just that he wanted to strengthen his mortal body. Lin Ling strode forward, his aura grand and imposing, causing Yu Manyan's heart to violently beat. Lin Ling was still holding her hand. This meant that the two of them had a relationship. Moreover, he didn't fear the jealousy of any other proud son of heaven. This kind of strength was something that Yu Manyan liked very much. After all, this was a feeling of being protected. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the residence of Yu Manyan's master. It was on a mountain peak, and there were also a large number of proud sons of heaven cultivating there. The mountain peak was called Tianyi Peak. Mengyun, this is. An old woman walked out of the gorgeous palace and looked at Yu Manyan in surprise. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter the Tai martial sect as they pleased. However, Yu Manyan had special privileges because the old woman doted on Yu Manyan. However, Yu Manyan rarely brought others into the Tai martial sect. This was the first time. Master, his name is Lin Ling. Yu Manyan immediately jogged over and wrapped her arms around the old woman's arm. She looked like a granddaughter acting coquettishly with her grandmother. Lin Ling secretly nodded. He could tell that the old woman doted on Yu Manyan very much. Then, through Yu Manyan's introduction, he learned that the old woman was called Perfected Tianyi. What? He wants to learn the physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect? Perfected Tianyi frowned. This is against the rules. Master. Yu Manyan immediately acted coquettishly. This made Lin Ling speechless. This was the first time he saw Yu Manyan acting coquettishly. However, he was touched. Yu Manyan was working hard for him. Sigh, you little girl. I am really afraid of you. Alright, it's not impossible. However, if you want to obtain the cultivation method, you have to go through the dragon drum bamboo forest. Perfected Tianyi said lightly. In fact, disciples who were not from the Tai martial sect could not obtain the cultivation method of the martial arts hall. Moreover, it was difficult for the disciples of the Tai martial sect to obtain it. However, Yu Manyan was his favorite disciple, so he made an exception. Master, those who are not from the Holy Spirit realm are not allowed to enter the dragon drum bamboo forest. Aren't you rejecting me? Yu Manyan seemed to know how terrifying that forbidden area was. Dragon drum bamboo forest. Many geniuses at the side narrowed their eyes. They also knew about that terrifying place. It was said that the dragon drum bamboo forest was the place where the elders of the Tai martial sect died. Therefore, many of the cultivation methods that the experts were proud of when they were alive were hidden there. However, it was very difficult to enter that place. Even Holy Spirit realm experts could die if they entered. If Perfected Tianyi allowed Lin Ling to enter, it would be equivalent to letting Lin Ling die inside. After all, Lin Ling's strength was only at the heavenly spirit realm. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Stupid girl, you have someone in your heart and completely forgot about your master. There are many paths in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. It's not like this is the most difficult path for him to take. Immortal Tianyi scolded with a smile. He was a little jealous. This Lin Ling looked ordinary, but she didn't know how he got her disciple's heart. She was envious. I knew that master is the best. Yu Manyan suddenly laughed. Immortal Tianyi then looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently, I made an exception today because of my disciple. After all, if I let you get the cultivation technique casually, the Tai martial sect will have objections. So, do you dare to go to the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? Junior has nothing to fear. Lin Ling said indifferently. Immortal Tianyi's eyes lit up. For the first time, he had a good impression of Lin Ling. This young man had a firm martial heart. Good. There are many cultivation techniques in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. What kind of cultivation technique you can get will depend on your luck. Immortal Tianyi said again. His attitude was not as cold as before. The surrounding geniuses were incomparably envious. However, most of them wanted to embarrass Lin Ling in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yuman Yun was very important to Immortal Tianyi. Therefore, when he brought Lin Ling over, they didn't dare to object. However, it didn't mean that they were willing. Among them, there were a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. They were even more disdainful of Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Then, he followed Immortal Tianyi. Yuman Yun also apologized to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. I can only help you to this point. After all, you're not a disciple of the Tai martial house. She lowered her head and said with an incomparably guilty look. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile helplessly. He also saw that Yuman Yun was already doing her best. If it was someone else, they wouldn't have any chance. Meng Yun, thank you. Lin Ling said with a sincere smile. Yuman Yun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she became excited. She seemed to have finally helped Lin Ling once. Junior sister Meng Yun is smiling. The surrounding crowd's pupils constricted. That young man's words had actually gotten Yuman Yun's devastatingly beautiful smile. Moreover, Yuman Yun seemed to be worried about whether or not she could help Lin Ling. This really made people jealous. Master promises you that he will let you go through the simplest Longu Bamboo Forest. There won't be any danger there. Yuman Yun said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and thanked Yuman Yun again for her help. The three of them walked side by side and soon arrived at Tai Martial House's Longu Bamboo Forest. An elder with long eyebrows was guarding there. When he saw them arrive, he said indifferently, Do you want to enter the bamboo forest? Daoist Tianyi nodded and explained his intention. The elder frowned and looked at Lin Ling. This young man wasn't a member of Tai Martial House. According to the rules, he wouldn't allow him to enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. However, he found that this young man's cultivation wasn't strong, so he didn't care. There are 72 paths in the Longu Bamboo Forest. You are taking the simplest path. Of course, this so-called simple path means that there is no danger to your life. However, if you fail, you will still be injured. Moreover, if you are seriously injured, you will be eliminated from the Longu Bamboo Forest. Have you thought about it? The elder with long eyebrows said indifferently. Thank you, elder. Junior is ready. Lin Ling bowed slightly. The elder with long eyebrows' eyes flashed. This young man knew etiquette. This made him have a good impression of Lin Ling. He reminded, You can take pills inside and there is no time limit. If you are injured, you can heal your injuries first before proceeding. Lin Ling nodded gratefully. At the same time, rumbling sounds could be heard. The ancient rock wall in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a small path. An ancient aura filled the air as if this path led to ancient times. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. What a mysterious aura. Is it an ancient martial artist from the Water Moon Holy Land? Lin Ling, do your best. Yuman Yun waved her small fist at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled indifferently and stepped into the small path. At this moment, a large number of Heaven's Prides had already gathered behind them. They had come because of the fame. After all, a young man who wasn't a member of Tai Martial House was able to enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. It would be strange if they weren't curious. That guy's luck is pretty good. He is able to get junior sister Meng Yun to help him. He really makes others envious. I have seen him before. He is very weak. If he enters the Longu Bamboo Forest, he will at most be a joke. Even Saint Spirit Realm experts will be injured if they enter the Longu Bamboo Forest. Many Heaven's Prides were discussing spiritedly. They didn't think that Lin Ling would succeed. Yu Munyun was also extremely worried. However, Daoist Tiany's voice came from the side, the Longu bamboo forest doesn't depend on one's cultivation realm. After all, no matter how strong a heaven's prides are, they can't be stronger than their predecessors. Therefore, it depends on one's luck, comprehension ability, and talent. Lin Ling is taking the simplest path. Even if he fails, his life won't be in danger. Girl, you don't have to worry about him. Yes, master. Yu Munyun smiled. However, it was extremely forced. She was still worried about Lin Ling. The winding path was ancient and quiet. There was a thick layer of dust on the ground. It seemed that no one had walked on this path for many years. The Longu bamboo forest is the place where the Tai martial house's predecessors left behind the essence of martial arts. Yu Munyun fought for this opportunity for me. I definitely can't let her down. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady. His blue and white robe fluttered as he walked. His handsome face kept looking forward. Gradually, a fork in the road appeared in front of him. At the same time, a large amount of starlight condensed and formed a mysterious picture in front of the fork. The celestial dipper mind training technique mediates the creation, reverses yin and yang, moves the stars, and reverses the sky and the sun. At one of the forks, an ancient martial artist appeared. He displayed a powerful body training technique that could swallow the sun and the moon, and move the stars. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The Water Moon Holy Land was indeed the best place to train one's body. The ancient martial artists here had trained their bodies to the point of perfection. They could crack the ground with their feet and break the sky with their fists. The 8-9 Mysteries technique is the same age as heaven and earth. It doesn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and isn't bound by the 5 elements. It condenses the body into one. At another fork, an ancient martial artist appeared. He condensed his body into a golden stone that was indestructible. However, in the process of cultivation, he had to go through 5 tribulations: water tribulations, wind tribulations, earth tribulations, fire tribulations, and thunder tribulations. It was extremely difficult. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a very powerful technique. Unfortunately, he didn't have the confidence to cultivate it successfully. The blood god body training technique, rebirth from a drop of blood and eternal life. The Dijiang ancient sorcery technique, the divine technique of the ancient sorcerer clan. It cultivates the body like a demon and has 3 heads and 6 arms. It has infinite strength and is immortal. Lin Ling's eyes kept flashing. They were all ancient and powerful techniques. This also meant that he could choose any technique he wanted. However, it didn't mean that he could cultivate it successfully. It was just opening a door. And the end of that path would definitely be the ancient martial artists who cultivated these techniques in the past. The Tai true body, the innate body of one Qi. It achieves the innate body and is not afraid of the 5 elements. It can enter a furnace without melting. It is rumored that it can achieve the chaotic body. Lin Ling's expression changed. His gaze fell on the path and he made up his mind. This was it, the Tai true body. At present, Lin Ling's innate king body was the 8th grade vermilion bird's flame. However, his body was very ordinary. It was only the demon ox body strengthening technique. However, if he could cultivate the innate body, his foundation would be even more solid, the Tai true body, the innate body of one Qi, the chaotic body. Extreme true fire tempering Lin Ling took a deep breath and walked towards the path. As he stepped in, the illusion at the intersection disappeared and a huge stone bamboo appeared in front of him. At first glance, the stone bamboo looked like an ordinary bamboo, but it was much larger and had a different color. However, Lin Ling could feel that the bamboo seemed to have a soul. Drum, he saw that on top of the bamboo, a mysterious drum was hanging there. The drum was embroidered with the mark of a true dragon. Thinking about it, this was the origin of the dragon drum bamboo forest's name. However, if Lin Ling wanted to move forward, he would have to go around the stone bamboo. After Lin Ling stepped in, the stone bamboo emitted a mysterious light, blocking Lin Ling's advance. It looks like there's a test. Lin Ling nodded secretly. In this world, there was no such thing as a free lunch. If he wanted to obtain a powerful body transformation cultivation method, he had to go through a test. dominating the world. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling slashed out with the large sword in his hand. This slash contained the full strength of the demon ox body strengthening technique, reaching 1,000,000 pounds. Rumble, the slash of the sword on the dragon drum was deafening. Lin Ling was confident that with the power of this slash, even a small mountain would be split in two. Dong, however, the drum on the stone bamboo swayed and emitted a dull sound. A force stronger than Lin Ling's was reflected back. It was also a pure strength attack. Pooh, the attack was very fast, like a bolt of lightning, landing on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was pushed back, and when he hit the wall, a large amount of rocks fell down. How is this possible? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. It was only a drum, but it blocked his attack and even reflected an even greater force. Vermilion bird flame. Lin Ling swallowed the pill. Then, flames gathered in his left hand and he slapped out heavily. Scorching flames appeared, illuminating the surroundings with a dazzling light. Dong. However, when the flames collided with the dragon drum, they were once again rebounded. The flames shot straight towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the flames had clearly changed. They were no longer the flames of the vermilion bird. This caused Lin Ling's expression to change. He anxiously slapped out the vermilion bird's flames again. This time, he extinguished the attacking flames. This path is indeed not easy to tread. Physical strength and spiritual energy will all rebound, and the greater the strength, the greater the rebound. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. It was no wonder that even Holy Spirit realm experts didn't dare to leave this place. It was because the greater the force, the greater the backlash. Furthermore, this path was not life-threatening. If one took any other path, the rebound force could even obliterate the cultivator who entered. If I don't break the drum, I'm afraid I won't be able to advance any further. However, the drum is difficult to break. Lin Ling continued to ponder. He believed that the reason why the extreme martial sect left the dragon drum bamboo forest behind was not because they wanted to keep people away. Otherwise, why would they leave this bamboo forest behind? If he wanted to go deeper, he would have to unravel some secrets. That's right, if the pure strength attack failed, then what about the martial intent? Lin Ling stood up, and his eyes flickered. The martial intent was not a pure spiritual energy attack. It was an indescribable realm. That drum was left behind by the Water Moon Holy Land's cultivators. He wondered if it could rebound the martial intent. Thinking of this, Lin Ling tightened his grip on the sword in his hand and heavily slashed out once again. Xiao, the sword light flashed. There was no spiritual energy attack, it was pure sword intent. What was different from before was that the sword intent was formed by the fusion of spiritual energy. However, this time, Lin Ling did not combine any spiritual energy. Of course, it was very difficult to achieve this. If Lin Ling did not comprehend the will control like silk in the old tomb, he would not have been able to achieve this. Dong, finally, the loud and clear sound of the drum resounded. On top of the stone bamboo, cracks appeared on the dragon drum. Soon after, the entire stone bamboo cracked and turned into dust. Success! Lin Ling was overjoyed as he strode forward. Rumble, the stone wall in front of him turned red. From time to time, flames would spurt out. These flames were very mysterious and were even more terrifying than Lin Ling's vermilion bird's flames. Draco True Fire, a thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. When he was at the fork in the road, he had seen that the Xianxia body was related to the Draco True Fire. If he wanted to start cultivating, he would have to go through the tempering of the Draco True Fire. The Draco True Fire was said to be the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills. It was a flame that did not exist in the mortal world. Of course, this was only a rumor. Whether it was true or not, Lin Ling did not know. However, he was sure that the flame was even more terrifying than his vermilion bird's flames. How could a human withstand the flame used by the ancient gods to refine pills? I've already come this far. How can I give up halfway? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with determination as he took a step forward. Boom, rolling flames spewed out, burning Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body was in intense pain as if he was about to melt. That feeling was as if he was a pill being refined. Turn chi into chaos, guard the mind outside, gather the spirit inside the pill, open the body to 1,000 spiritual chi particles. At this moment, an ancient voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. It was like sweet dew after a long drought. Lin Ling's body trembled. Was this a cultivation method? At this moment, Lin Ling hurriedly followed the instructions of the cultivation method and circulated it. After all, if he did not circulate it, he might be burned to death. Pa pa pa. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling's body emitted the sound of frying beans. He had previously gone through the 8 gates and the body tempering process. Therefore, what he was refining now was his cells. He wanted every cell to be active and filled with spiritual chi. According to legend, the human body was the most mysterious. The path of martial arts was actually to continuously excavate the mysteries of the human body. The human body had a large number of cells. Each cell was like a world. Just like what Buddha said, a world in a flower, a bodhi in a leaf, refining the cells was equivalent to opening a new world. When every cell was cultivated to the limit, it meant that the body's strength would be even greater. Pa pa pa. Under the burning of the Tai True fire, more than half of the impurities in Lin Ling's body were expelled. A fishy liquid flowed out from the surface of his body. However, it was quickly incinerated. A new world of cells awakened and were then refined, causing them to be even more condensed. After an unknown period of time, the flames gradually disappeared. Lin Ling sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and an ancient aura spread out from his pupils. His skin was even cleaner, like a newborn baby. A huge force gushed out from Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Subsequently, Lin Ling swallowed a pill to increase his realm. After all, his body had been greatly refined. It was like gold being burned by fire. The impurities were expelled and it was even more condensed. 2 million pounds and 1,000 small worlds have been opened in my body. After a long time, Lin Ling stood up, full of energy. 1,000 small worlds had been opened. This meant that Lin Ling had activated 1,000 cells in his body. All of them were cultivating and devouring spiritual chi. Let's move forward again. Lin Ling was full of confidence. Dragon drum stone bamboos appeared in front of him again. This time, there were 2 dragon drum stone bamboos. True intent of the sword and true intent of fire. Just like before, he did not use any spiritual chi. Instead, he used the true intent of martial arts. Dong dong, the 2 dragon drums exploded again and the stone bamboos collapsed. Lin Ling moved forward again. In the small path, even more terrifying flames appeared. This time, it was not the rock walls that spewed out flames, but flames under his feet. Controlling killing intent pain, even though Lin Ling's body had been tempered, he still felt incomparable pain. However, Lin Ling endured it. If it was someone else, they might not be able to reach this point. First, very few people could break the dragon drumstone bamboos. Second, very few people could succeed in tempering with the Tai True fire. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's solid foundation and the fact that he was a fire-type martial artist, he might have been burned to ashes in the first tempering. Therefore, Lin Ling's choice of tempering with the Tai True fire was very suitable for him. Time quietly passed again. Lin Ling continued to temper himself and was reborn. He opened 2,000 small worlds in his body, 3,000 small worlds, 4,000 small worlds, 5,000 small worlds. It was incomparably terrifying. It was not until Lin Ling opened his 9,000 small worlds and allowed his 9,000 cells to undergo tempering that Lin Ling finally regained his former cultivation. He opened 1 orifice and opened 100 orifices, making him feel as if he had awakened something. After 9,000 small worlds, he achieved the innate body, which allowed Lin Ling's body to have 10 million points of strength. What kind of concept was this? This meant that with just the strength of his body, he was invincible in the same realm. Of course, this was not an exaggeration. After all, the Water Moon Holy Land was good at physical strength and could sweep away all heroes. Lin Ling had only learned the strength they were good at. The following path was even more terrifying. A total of 9 dragon drumstone bamboos appeared, arranged in a 9 palace array. An ancient and majestic aura filled the air. Lin Ling felt as if he was facing 9 ancient martial artists at the same time. In addition, behind the 9 dragon drumstone bamboos, there was a nearly 5-meter tall stone bell sitting on the ground. Its aura was like that of an ancient emperor. How terrifying. These dragon drums must be broken at the same time. Otherwise, it will never succeed. And to break them at the same time, Lin Ling's face was solemn. He took a step forward and attacked. Dong. Dong, dong. All the attacks landed on the dragon drum. However, the dragon drum let out a dull sound and was not broken one by one. It was too difficult. Lin Ling could break one dragon drum, but 9 at the same time, in addition to the ancient bell. This was beyond difficult. Moreover, with the appearance of the 9 dragon drums, Lin Ling might not be able to succeed even if he reached the Holy Spirit realm, not to mention that he had already recovered his former cultivation. After all, the greater the power, the greater the backlash. Dong dong dong, Lin Ling attacked continuously, but he failed every time. Even Little Flame woke up and helped Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling took it as if he was cultivating martial arts here. He displayed all the martial arts he had learned in the past, tirelessly and unceasingly, causing the dragon drums around him to constantly emit sounds, forming a beautiful and shocking drum melody. However, the drum still did not break. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had sustained some injuries from the constant rebounding attacks. However, his eyes were burning with passion as he fought more and more valiantly. Perhaps other people would have already given up when faced with such a predicament, but Lin Ling didn't. The word give up had never existed in his dictionary. Little Flame. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. The ape and the man fought side by side. Dong dong dong, the sound of the drums continued. Sword energy and flames bloomed in the air. However, they still failed. In fact, when Lin Ling had entered here, the long-browed old man guarding the dragon drum bamboo forest knew that it was impossible for Lin Ling to succeed, so he didn't mind letting Lin Ling enter. Otherwise, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the extreme martial sect. Lin Ling wouldn't have the qualifications to enter. 80% true meaning of fire. Bang, Lin Ling's body surged with flames. In the past, after he had reached the 8th grade king body, he hadn't been able to comprehend fire. But now, through the constant beating of the drums, he was more familiar with the true meaning of fire. 70% true meaning of sword. Lin Ling's true meaning of sword had been half a step into 70%. But after his mortal body had improved, his true meaning of sword had reached 70%. After all, the power of the mortal body could greatly enhance the power of the sword. 70% and 80% were both extremely terrifying existences in the 7 profound martial house. Killing intent. After attacking for a long time, Lin Ling finally stopped. He stood tall like a pine tree, and the killing intent hidden in his body billowed out. This was what the ancient flame demon had left him. During this time of training at the Blue Cloud sect, Lin Ling's mind was as tranquil as still water, and his heart had reached a new level of sublimation. Therefore, his killing intent had been firmly suppressed. But now, he felt that if he wanted to break the drums, he would have to borrow the power of killing intent. Killing was also a type of strength, and it was even an incomparably terrifying strength. It was just that if an ordinary person borrowed killing intent, it would be easy to set themselves on fire. Only those that truly controlled killing intent could freely use killing intent. The ancient flame demon's mortal body is in a deep slumber. If I rashly use killing intent, I don't know if it will wake it up. But the ancient flame demon's soul is in a self-sealing state. Without the help of the soul, I cannot control the mortal body. But now, Meng Yun has given me a rare chance. How can I waste it? Lin Ling's clothes fluttered in the wind, and an aura that made one's soul tremble began to fill the air. Even Little Flame's pupils shrank. At this moment, he discovered that Lin Ling was extremely terrifying. It was as if he had no soul, and only had killing intent. This was the kind of killing intent that could kill all under the heavens. This was a true killing intent. GG, Little Flame anxiously cried out. Little Flame, I'm fine. At this moment, Lin Ling, whose face was covered by his long hair, softly said. This caused Little Flame's heart to relax. Lin Ling was still awake, but he didn't know why, but that killing intent made him very worried, and also made him feel a sense of dread. Sword Elder is right. In a martial artist's life, there are too many things that they revere. But the more they revere, the more they have to face them. Otherwise, what is the point of talking about martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. He seemed to be shrouded in killing intent, but his heart was incomparably calm. Martial artists, if they wanted to fight, they had to fight crazily. They had to be free and unrestrained, and they had to face difficulties head-on. The more terrifying something was, the more they had to face it. Killing intent, use it on the sword. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the intent control ability appeared. He gently controlled the killing intent and quietly poured it into the tyrannical song sword. This was the first time he controlled killing intent, and it was also the true intent of killing. Weng weng weng. The tyrannical song sword started to vibrate, as if a terrifying demon had been sealed. Woo woo, an invisible wind spread out from Lin Ling's body. Killing intent bloomed, and the entire space became extremely oppressive. If someone were here, they would definitely have a fantasy where blood soared into the sky and corpses littered the ground, forming a sea of bones and blood. The sea was turbulent, and a massive blood-red sword slowly floated out from the sea. Lin Ling had poured his killing intent into the tyrannical song sword. Only by doing so could he begin to control killing intent. This sword, desolate killing intent. A name rose up in Lin Ling's heart. This was also the first time he had comprehended his own true intent of the sword, and it was no longer the sword moves of the tyrannical sword manual. Weng weng weng. The sword in Lin Ling's hand jumped even more violently. On the blade of the sword, a large number of ghosts appeared. These ghosts were all people that had died at Lin Ling's hands in the past. They seemed to be sealed within the sword, but they wanted to rush out of the tyrannical song sword and devour Lin Ling alive. However, Lin Ling was like their master, firmly suppressing them. Most of them were from the 18 King Saint clan bloodlines, but since Lin Ling could kill them, he could naturally control them as well. Desolate killing intent. When the killing intent reached a crazy critical point, a sharp sword light slashed out, like the scythe of a death god. This was the fusion of the true intent of the sword and the true intent of killing. It had reached half a step into the 90% sword intent, and was only a step away from the peak of the true intent of the sword. A feeling of invincibility and annihilation rose up in Lin Ling's heart. It was very familiar. A bell that hadn't rung in 200 years, an incomparably terrifying sword slash swept through everything before it. It didn't contain any spiritual energy, only the true intent of the sword and the merciless true intent of killing. At this moment, the 9 drums let out a pleasant drum melody. At the same time, the 9 drums cracked, and the last ancient bell began to sway. The sound of the bell reverberated. Nonsense. How can someone who isn't from the extreme martial sect enter the dragon drum bamboo forest? This is simply an insult to us. At this moment, more and more people gathered outside. There were elders, masters, and even geniuses. When they found out that Lin Ling had entered the dragon drum bamboo forest, all of them were dissatisfied. They were disciples of the extreme martial sect, but none of them had entered the dragon drum bamboo forest. Lin Ling was just an outsider. How strong is this kid? A mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius asked. I heard that he isn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Someone replied disdainfully. How shameful. More geniuses frowned and said. It was indeed shameful. Not only was the other party not a disciple of the extreme martial sect, he was as weak as an ant. How dare he enter the forbidden area? Entering a place that they didn't dare to enter, how could they not feel embarrassed? It's junior sister Meng Yun who brought him here, and Daoist Channy agreed. Many people shook their heads helplessly. Although they were dissatisfied, Daoist Channy wasn't someone they could offend. Therefore, they could only be secretly angry. Junior sister Meng Yun, is Lin Ling here? Ring. Right at this moment, a voice that was clear and melodious like a bell resounded from the dragon drum bamboo forest. A young woman in a white dress walked over quickly and appeared by Yu Mingyun's side. After this woman arrived, the surroundings became deathly silent. They gazed at this fairy-like woman in a white dress, and their eyes were filled with deep longing. Another proud daughter of the heavens, and Yu, who was as famous as Yu Mingyun. Yu Mingyun was noble and pure in the hearts of the geniuses, and her beauty was breathtaking. As for Yu, she was an outstanding beauty and as pure as a snow lotus. She was like an otherworldly fairy. Both of them were the most beautiful disciples of the extreme martial sect, and there were even many geniuses from other martial palaces who were pursuing them. Yeah, he entered the dragon drum bamboo forest. Yu Mingyun looked at Yu and said with a smile. And Yuer, on the other hand, was somewhat excited. A year? I haven't seen that guy for a whole year. Why did he come to the Watermoon Holy Land? The two of them stood side by side like the most beautiful scenery in the extremely martial sect, causing many geniuses to be secretly moved. If they could have such a beauty in their life, even if it was just one, then their life would not have been in vain. Junior sister Mengyun, junior sister Yuer, is that person your friend? At this moment, several figures appeared behind the two girls and looked at them with a smile. These people were not old, about 20 years old. However, they had an extraordinary temperament and their breathing was long. It was obvious that they had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak. They were also the top heaven's prides in the extremely martial school. They were ranked around 100 and were looked up to by countless geniuses. Senior brother Chu, that is indeed our friend. Yu Munyan looked at a young man in brown clothes and said. Chu Xingchen was the leader of these people. His strength had reached the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He was an existence that couldn't be underestimated in the extremely martial school. He was also Daoist Tianyi's disciple and Yu Munyan's senior brother. Chu Xingchen was amiable and approachable. He was the object of adoration of countless young girls. When he heard what Yu Munyan said, he smiled and said, your friend should be quite young. He is really powerful. Even I don't dare to enter the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind him were somewhat dissatisfied. One of them said, on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it is, the more you have to surpass it. This is good, but in fact, you have to look at yourself clearly. As far as I know, the youth who entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest did not have the cultivation of the Emperor Spirit Realm. With such strength, it is very difficult to succeed. Yes. Yes, no one has succeeded in entering the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest for 200 years. Junior sister Mengyun, your friend is a little arrogant. Another person added. Yu Munyan and An Yuer frowned. They didn't know what to say for a moment. No one had succeeded in 200 years. It was no wonder that others doubted Lin Ling Hehe. If Nangongsher didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that it has been 200 years since the bell rang. 200 years ago, only one of us succeeded in entering the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. Yes. Daoist Tianyi, who had been silent all this time, smiled faintly as if he was reminded of the past. The crowd's heart trembled. Could it be that in Daoist Tianyi's era, the ancient bell rang in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest? It had been a long time. It was indeed nostalgic. Don't worry. Even if that Lin Ling fails, he won't die. Moreover, I guess that he will come out soon. Daoist Tianyi shook his head and said after chuckling. She hadn't heard the bell ring for 200 years. Perhaps she wouldn't have the chance to hear it again in her life. However, the bell ring was as loud as the sound of heaven. It was the most pleasant bell ring in the world. Even now, she still missed it. Dong, however, at this moment, an earth-shaking bell rang in the ancient sacred ground. It soared into the sky and shocked the surroundings. The bell of the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest rang. According to legend, when the 9 drums were broken, the bell would ring. This meant that someone had broken the 9 drums and rung the bell. Buzz, the sound echoed in their ears like the sound of heaven. It shocked the entire Tai martial sect. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. It was a very pleasant bell ring. Could it be the bell that hadn't rung for 200 years? Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The bell ring even spread to the Tai martial sect, shocking countless people in the vast Watermoon Holy Land. The bell that hadn't rung for 200 years had given birth to a powerful genius in the Tai martial sect. Within the Watermoon Holy Land's various martial arts halls, numerous ancient powerhouses were looking towards the direction of the extremely martial sect. Their brows were tightly knitted together. After 200 years, they had finally heard the sound of the extremely martial sect's bell. This meant that someone had obtained the cultivation method of the extremely martial sect's ancestors. In the various martial arts halls of the Watermoon Holy Land, they all had their own places of inheritance. Their predecessors had left behind a large number of cultivation methods, just like the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. However, although the cultivation methods were left behind, no one had succeeded in learning them. Now, a disciple of the Tai martial sect had succeeded. However, who was that disciple? However, at this moment, the ancient experts of the Tai martial sect were also wondering who it was. Rumble, at this time, the dragon drum bamboo forest erupted with flames that soared into the sky. A huge cauldron appeared in midair. The flames burned the cauldron, and the cauldron swayed gently, as if it was refining a terrifying heaven's chosen. Using the divine pill fire to refine a human into a pill, if it succeeded, this person would definitely possess a terrifying physical talent. Tai True Fire. All the experts from the extreme martial sect narrowed their eyes. They were all too familiar with that flame. It was the flame controlled by the 12th sect master of the extreme martial sect. That sect master was also the great Emperor Tai, whose name had once shaken the Water-Moon Holy Land. Great Emperor Tai was an ancient expert. Although he couldn't withstand the erosion of time and died, his past glory was still known by everyone. With the powerful fire attribute talent of the king body and the innate body, he formed the most terrifying flaming body. His fists were like meteors, and he was also known as the Fire Fist. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Breakthrough Realm Rumble. In the sky, the cauldron suddenly exploded, and 10,000 flames gushed out. A dazzling figure floated in the air like a resplendent star. That person stood there quietly, and a wisp of ancient aura pervaded the air. It was as if he was the sky just by standing there. Innate body. It was said that the innate body could communicate with the heavens and earth, allowing one to master any martial arts. One could even enter the resonance of the heavens and earth at any time. This was the foundation of the legendary chaotic body. Innate body. That kid succeeded. How is this possible? Impossible. Daoist Tianyi stared in the direction of the dragon drum bamboo forest. She was shocked. She had never thought that the youth would succeed. She was even prepared to welcome the youth's failure, but now, the bell's reverberation told her that it was not a dream. Impossible. Impossible. Daoist Tianyi kept shaking her head. In fact, she did not underestimate Lin Ling. After all, if he could become Yu Manyan's friend, his strength should be pretty good. However, the dragon drum bamboo forest was not a place where one could succeed just by being a genius. Otherwise, countless geniuses in the Tai martial sect would have obtained the cultivation techniques of their predecessors. In order to succeed, only geniuses with perfect innate talent, king body, physical body, martial arts foundation, soul power, and combat experience were qualified. 200 years ago, there was one such person in the Tai martial sect. That person was now the sect master of the Tai martial sect. As for Lin Ling, his strength was not even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he reach the standard left behind by Emperor Tai? It seemed impossible. In fact, she did not know that Lin Ling was just recultivating. It did not mean that Lin Ling was an ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm genius. So, why was it impossible? Silence. In the entire Tai martial sect, only the sound of Daoist Tianyi shaking her head could be heard. Those geniuses who were previously dissatisfied all narrowed their eyes and were speechless. A moment ago, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of Yu Manyan to enter the dragon drum bamboo forest. But in the end, he would be humiliated. But now, Lin Ling had sounded the bell and shocked all the geniuses. None of them had succeeded, but an outsider had. This was also a silent slap to their faces, and the applause was loud and clear. The entire Water-Moon Holy Land was silent, and under the sky, the dazzling light gradually dimmed. A figure gently floated back to the dragon drum bamboo forest, then quietly stood on the ground. Innate constitution. Lin Ling's pupils constantly flashed. He could feel a terrifying strength hidden within his body. It was a strength of 10 million. He had a feeling that in a situation where he didn't use any spiritual energy, he could split apart mountains and seas with a single punch. Moreover, his defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and the 10,000 small worlds within his body had been completely opened. In addition, he noticed that the surrounding spirit chi was continuously flowing into his body, as if his spirit chi would never dry up. This meant that he didn't need to rely on medicinal pills to easily recover his spirit chi. This was the advantage of the Xianxia constitution. It was as if countless windows had been opened, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at any time. Furthermore, Lin Ling now had a new technique in his mind. It was called the Tai Chi art, and it was a cultivation technique for his fleshly body. Most frightening of all was that this cultivation technique had fused with his vermilion bird flame. This meant that the combination of his fleshly body and monarch body would be even more terrifying. After all, the Tai Wen Qi art was originally a fire-type technique from the ancient Great Emperor Tai. I broke through. Lin Ling was delighted. The vermilion bird Dao platform had appeared in his dantian, and it was twice as large as before. It was incomparably condensed, mid-emperor spirit realm. Although it seemed like he had advanced by a stage, Lin Ling could sense that his cultivation base had increased by more than 3 times. His fleshly body was strong, and with a strength of 10 million, he could easily defeat any mid-emperor spirit realm cultivator. After all, he had a Xianxia constitution. If he added in his cultivation of the Tao of the sword and the true meaning of fire, he was confident that he could easily defeat a late emperor spirit realm cultivator. In fact, he could even fight a peak emperor spirit realm cultivator. After all, his monarch body, fleshly body, martial arts foundation, and soul power had all reached the pinnacle. So, after recultivating, my foundation is even more solid. Lin Ling felt like throwing his head back and roaring. He was much, much stronger than before. "Oh whoa," Little Flame's voice came from the side, causing Lin Ling to look over. He realized that Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-furred ape, and the fiery red fur that reached the ground was even more dazzling. The ferocious beast's aura had also become even more powerful. Clearly, Little Flame had also benefited from the tempering of the Tai primordial fire. Earlier, Lin Ling had used his most powerful sword move to date, the Desolate Slaughter, which was half a step into 90% mastery of sword true will. It had destroyed the 9 dragon drums, and caused the ancient bells to toll. Afterward, Tai True Flame appeared, filling the area with a cauldron, which began to temper Lin Ling's body until it reached the pre-heaven level. That was the basic requirement for cultivating the Tai single energy art. "Haha, Little Flame, your strength has also increased." Lin Ling smiled happily. He jumped up and landed on Little Flame's shoulder. Little Flame threw his head back and roared, causing the earth to tremble. Then, he took a step forward and slowly walked back the way he came. At this moment, the outside world was still silent. Everyone was still doubting that Lin Ling had rung the bell. Bang! 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 At this moment, the earth shook. From the cliff of the Dragon Drum bamboo forest, a huge figure slowly appeared, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Its entire body was covered in red fur, but its head was a huge white ape. This huge ape was 5 meters tall, and its thick and large arms were just like pillars, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Such a demonic beast was too frightening. However, when everyone looked at the giant ape's shoulder, their pupils constricted. There stood a young man in a blue and white robe. He had a big sword on his back, and his face was handsome and cold. Together with the terrifying giant ape, it gave people the feeling that a great emperor had arrived. "You succeeded?" Just as he walked out of the cliff, a surprised voice rang out. It was the long-browed elder who guarded the Dragon Drum bamboo forest. "Thank you, elder. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "Yes." Lin Ling bowed slightly to the elder. This elder was very powerful, and was at the Saint Spirit stage. However, looking at the elder now, Lin Ling suddenly felt that the elder was not unreachable. It was as if he had the confidence to fight him at full strength. After reaching the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit stage, Lin Ling's various domains had all improved. When others broke through, their strength would increase by 1-fold. However, Lin Ling's foundation was solid and he had many domains. Therefore, his strength did not increase by 1-fold. "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." "Yes." The long-browed elder's pupils constricted. He did not know what to say for a moment. Previously, the long-browed elder had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter because he thought that Lin Ling would fail. Therefore, he did not think that it was a big deal. However, who knew that this young man would succeed? It was all like a dream. However, when he sensed carefully, the long-browed elder found that the young man was hiding a mysterious aura. He did not dare to underestimate him. This was very frightening. A dignified elder actually did not dare to underestimate a junior who was not even 20 years old. "Lin Ling, you're out." "Yes." "You're too weak." "Senior sister, you're back." Lin Ling looked at Anuera and said. After a year, his senior sister's temperament had become even more attractive. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. That kind of indifference, that kind of otherworldly feeling, everything was incomparably natural. Yes. And Yue also looked at Lin Ling, her heart incomparably excited. After a year, Lin Ling had grown up. Now, he had the spirit of a man. Her heart couldn't help but jump as she looked at him quietly. The three of them looked at each other, as if they had endless things to say to each other. The crowd in the distance frowned. Previously, when Lin Ling came out, the visual was too shocking. But now that they thought about it, Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect. What qualifications did he have to make them feel surprised? Although he sounded the bell, who knows what tricks he did midway. Some of the geniuses said unwillingly. Yes, he must have encountered some good luck. Look, his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Shame, he's not a disciple of the Tai martial sect who sounded the bell to intimidate the Water Moon Holy Land, but we geniuses have to admire him. What do you think we are? Many of the geniuses coldly discussed. Although Lin Ling had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they were all geniuses who had always fought above their level. Therefore, they didn't put Lin Ling in their eyes. Moreover, Lin Ling had obviously broken through in a hurry, so his foundation was definitely not solid. After all, before Lin Ling entered the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest, he wasn't even at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Junior sister Mingyun, aren't you going to introduce your friend? A soft voice rang out, causing the crowd's eyes to narrow. The person who spoke was Nangongshi. This person was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, one of the top geniuses of the Tai martial sect. He also had an illustrious reputation in the Water Moon Holy Land. He was also Daoist Tianyi's disciple. Being able to become Daoist Tianyi's disciple showed how powerful he was. Now that he spoke, he definitely wasn't willing to lose face as a genius of the Tai martial sect, so he wanted to regain some dignity. Then, everyone looked towards Yu Mingyun's side. However, the three of them were still talking and had completely ignored Nangongshi. Eh? Nangongshi's eyes were cold. In the past, he had a good relationship with Yu Mingyun. Although he didn't succeed in pursuing the two girls, at least, he wouldn't be ignored. Your name is Lin Ling, right? Nangongshi roared again. This time, his voice was very loud, like a lion's roar. What's up? The voice was very loud, like thunder, and it blasted towards Lin Ling, causing him to frown. Previously, he hadn't seen Yue and the others for a long time, so they had a lot to talk about. Naturally, he didn't notice the others shouting at him. Moreover, they didn't know each other, so Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to them. But now, they seemed to be shouting at him rudely. Senior brother Nangong, what are you doing? Yu Mingyun said unhappily. They heard Nangongshi's words, but they couldn't be bothered. They cherished the opportunity to talk to Lin Ling. It's nothing. I just want to spar with the person who obtained the legacy of the Tai martial emperor. Nangongshi didn't find any excuses and directly stated his purpose. There was no need for excuses. After all, many people were looking at him, hoping that he could fight for the glory of the Tai martial sect. You're messing around. Lin Ling is the same age as us. You're in your 20s, and you're our senior. Aren't you embarrassed to spar with Lin Ling? And Yue immediately shouted, making it difficult for Nangongshi to speak. Lin Ling was the same age as Yue, and he was their junior. If he rashly went to spar, it would make him lose face. Junior sister Yue, it's just a normal spar. We won't hurt your friend. At this time, Chu Xingchen, who had been smiling, said. He was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and was everyone's senior. He was stronger, so his words had more weight. After saying that, he looked at Spiritual Master Tianyi. Spiritual Master Tianyi had been silent. In fact, she was still surprised by the miracle Lin Ling had created. But soon, she also looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, what do you think? She also knew that Lin Ling wasn't a disciple of the Tai martial sect, but he had done what countless geniuses couldn't. How could those geniuses be convinced? I don't care. But who's my opponent? Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Today's harvest was all thanks to this senior, so he was grateful to Spiritual Master Tianyi. Your opponent is naturally me. Nan Gongshi found it funny. Lin Ling didn't see him? Was he faking it? You're too weak. Lin Ling looked at Nan Gongshi indifferently and said softly. Eh? Nan Gongshi was stunned. Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and so was he. However, he was a genius who could challenge those above his level. He didn't know how many geniuses he had defeated in the Tai martial sect, but Lin Ling said he was too weak. Haha. The crowd also laughed, as if mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Lin Ling thought that he had reached the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he was arrogant. He didn't know how strong the geniuses of the Tai martial sect were. You seem to have tempered an innate body, but my innate king body isn't weak either. My physical body has reached 4 million gene. With the combination of my innate king body and physical body, my strength is incomparably strong. You say I'm too weak? Nan Gongshi said again, causing spiritual master Channy to shake her head. In fact, she also thought that Lin Ling was a little arrogant. After all, not long ago, Lin Ling wasn't even at the Emperor Spirit Realm. Now that he had luckily obtained the legacy of Emperor Tai, it didn't mean that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If you had to give an example, it would be like you had a peerless sword that could kill all enemies. However, when you first obtained the sword, you might not be the strongest. Lin Ling, then let's spar. Spiritual Master Channy knew that many geniuses were looking forward to it, so he smiled. Alright, I'll try not to hurt him. Lin Ling could only nod. He had to give face to Spiritual Master Channy. Haha. More people laughed. Lin Ling wanted to hurt Nan Gongshi? What kind of joke was this? Nan Gongshi also shook his head helplessly. He had seen arrogant middle-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators before, but this was the first time he had seen someone as arrogant as Lin Ling. He said to Yu Manyun, junior sister, I'll try not to hurt him. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and an extremely terrifying aura erupted. His innate king body was displayed. It was actually a 7th-grade innate king body. An ancient crane appeared behind him, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. 100 profound splitting crane. Profound crane shattering the void. Nan Gongshi shouted in a low voice. He slapped out his palm, which seemed to pass through the void and instantly appeared in front of Lin Ling. That palm combined with his powerful physical body formed a terrifying 8 million gene of strength. This strength was comparable to the true martial intent. This also meant that although the Water Moon Holy Ground didn't have the true martial intent, the strength of their physical body was not weaker than the former. Lin Ling, be careful. And Yuer and Yu Manyun said at the same time. They were disciples of the Extreme martial sect, so they naturally knew of Nan Gongshi's strength. But they hadn't seen Lin Ling for a year, so they didn't know just how strong Lin Ling was. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was known as a monstrous genius in the 7 profound martial house. Sword slashing 9 peaks bang, palm met palm, and a dull sound rang out. The terrifying power caused the air to explode, creating a void. An invisible gust of wind blew in all directions with the two of them as the center. Everyone widened their eyes, wanting to see the result. However, the result before their eyes was that Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree. He gently extended his left hand and easily blocked Nan Gongshi's palm. Lin Ling's handsome face revealed a smile. Senior apprentice brother, this move is over. You've lost. What? At this moment, Nan Gongshi's heart was trembling. He knew just how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was as steady as a mountain, as immovable as a king. He had a strength of 8 million, but Lin Ling had still easily blocked it. This meant that Lin Ling's strength had reached 10 million, bang bang bang. At this moment, a massive force came from his palm. This was pure physical strength, and Nan Gongshi felt as if he had been struck by a massive mountain range. Puff, Nan Gongshi spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a kite and crashed to the ground, his face full of fear. He was a peak middle royal spirit realm genius, but he had still been defeated despite taking the initiative to attack. Senior apprentice brother Nangong lost? The crowd was shocked. Some people even discovered that Lin Ling hadn't moved at all. What a terrifying innate body. Sage Channy was also shocked. He had wanted to see just how fierce the innate body was, but now he knew that it was invincible in the middle royal spirit realm. Fierce. Lin Ling, congratulations. You've defeated Nangongshi and become the #1 Middle Royal Spirit Realm disciple of the extreme martial sect. Sage Tianyi praised. This caused many proud children of heaven to be incomparably jealous. #1, this was a very rare title, however, Lin Ling only smiled, not caring at all. #1, he was already #1 in the 7 profound martial house, and at that time he was only at the early Royal Spirit Realm. He was invincible in the Middle Royal Spirit Realm. Honorable Master, how about I also compare notes with Lin Ling? At this moment, Chu Xingchen walked out with a smile and bowed to Lin Ling. This salute made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. This person didn't put on airs and was easy to get along with. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, how was it? Chu Xingchen said again. Good. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The other party gave him a good impression, so he would not refuse the battle. After all, refusing the battle would be pretentious, and it would also be insulting the other party. Haha, straightforward. As expected of junior sister Mingyun's friend. I like you more and more now. Chu Xingchen laughed loudly, then his expression became serious. The Water Moon list, you probably don't know about it, it's a list of heaven's chosen. I'm currently ranked 99, so you should be careful. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He guessed that the Water Moon ranking was something similar to the Prodigy ranking. The 99th place was a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Prodigy. Senior martial brother, I will do my best. Lin Ling slowly pulled out the sword in his hand, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. Lin Ling knows how to use a sword. Chu Xingchen showed interest, but he didn't underestimate Lin Ling. Powerful thunder appeared on the surface of his body, crackling continuously. I have the universal thunder body, and my body has reached 10 million pounds. I will use my full strength later. Junior martial brother Lin Ling, if you can't resist, just shout, an honorable master will save you. Lin Ling nodded. His opponent's king body was unfathomable. It seemed to be of the 7th grade, but it also seemed to be of the 8th grade. It seemed that the Water Moon Holy Land was also full of geniuses. Lin Ling, don't worry. With me here, you won't be hurt. Spiritual Master Tianyi smiled and nodded. Lin Ling was the disciple of his good disciple, so he definitely wouldn't let anything happen to him. As Mingyun's senior martial brother, I can be considered your elder brother, so I'll let you make the first move. After releasing his aura, Chu Xingchen's face became indifferent. Although he looked approachable, he was actually a martial arts fanatic. Once he made a move, he would use his full strength. He wouldn't hold back just because Lin Ling's realm was lower than his. Then junior martial brother will embarrass himself. The other party was very polite, so Lin Ling also returned the courtesy. The sword in his hand became cold and even began to tremble. What is that? Many people's eyes widened. Lin Ling's sword seemed to have become very heavy. With 10 million pounds of strength transmitted into the sword, how could the sword not be terrifying? Even Chu Xingchen's eyes flickered. The innate body was indeed powerful. However, it wasn't over yet. A terrifying aura filled the air. It was a murderous aura. Vengeful spirits began to appear on the sword. The murderous aura overflowed, as if it wanted to kill everything. It was as if the sword came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. So cold. The crowd trembled, and many people even stepped back. Lin Ling didn't make a move, but once he did, they were all afraid. True meaning of sword, true meaning of killing. Spiritual Master Tianyi's eyes narrowed. Even she felt the terrifying murderous aura. What shocked her was that this young man actually controlled the murderous aura. Half-step 90% sword intent, what a sharp genius. At the same time, a shocked voice came from the sky. It seemed that someone was also watching the battle from the sky. The murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone was shocked. Not only did the momentum explode, but it also affected the martial arts heart of countless people. Everyone looked at the young man holding the sword diagonally, with a blue and white robe fluttering in the wind. There was only awe in their eyes, as if they were looking at the old great Emperor Tai. Senior martial brother, I'm making a move. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He didn't underestimate Chu Xingchen, so he made a move with all his strength. Of course, when a swordsman made a move, he always used all his strength and never held back. The sword was like a meteor in the night sky, passing through the void. Wait, I admit defeat. At this moment, a frightened voice came. It was Chu Xingchen. He had been paying attention to Lin Ling's sword. At first, he was surprised, then shocked, and finally, fear. This was because that sword was a sword of killing. If he couldn't block it, he would die. Lin Ling would not hold back, and most importantly, he felt that he couldn't block it. Half-step 90% sword intent was very terrifying. However, even if he admitted defeat, it was already too late. Once the murderous aura came out, it would slaughter the world. How could it be held back? No, I'm calling you big brother. I admit defeat. Meng Yun, quickly stop your friend. Chu Xingchen and Lin Ling looked at each other and realized that it was an ancient desolate beast roaring at the sky, as if it wanted to devour the world. This made him even more afraid. Admit defeat? The crowd forgot how to breathe. What did they just hear? Their 99th ranked elite on the Water Moon list actually admitted defeat and was even begging for mercy. This was like a dream. One had to know that not long ago, Chu Xingchen had said to Lin Ling that he would use all his strength. If he couldn't block it, just shout and perfected Tianyi would save him. But now, the one shouting was senior martial brother Chu Xingchen. This was also very ironic. Phew, the sword came out, the murderous aura. Not good. A palm quickly slapped out, causing winds and clouds to surge, as if the heavens were collapsing. Following that, after the sword came out, he slapped the sword from the side, changing the direction of the sword's slash. Swish, in the distance, Tai Peak was cut in half. And it wasn't just one peak, but 9 peaks. Rumble, a deafening sound was heard, causing countless elites to swallow their saliva with great difficulty. 9 peaks were cut in half. What a sharp sword. If it landed on them, how could they block it? Probing swish, on the side of Chu Xingchen's face, a strand of hair had been cut off, making his face incomparably pale. He had almost been split in two. Now that he thought about it, he even trembled a little. Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, had made him, who was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, afraid. If Immortal Tianyi hadn't intervened, he would have died. This sword strike is quite decisive. Sigh. Immortal Tianyi sucked in a breath of cold air. She was the one who had intervened. If she hadn't, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She had tried to slap the sword from the side, but the murderous aura had still wrapped around her hand. The entire field was silent. Countless people were looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling quietly put away his sword. That terrifying murderous aura had disappeared like a tide, but it still made the hearts of the crowd beat violently, as if they had seen an ancient god of death. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself after that sword strike. Sigh. Lin Ling took a deep breath, then returned to his normal state and said apologetically. He had preliminary control over the murderous aura, but he hadn't completely controlled it. Therefore, when his sword struck, his murderous aura was incomparably fierce. It's okay, we know. Chu Xingchen also said that you should use your full strength. When a cultivator uses his full strength, it's naturally difficult to stop. Immortal Tianyi didn't care. He was still shocked by Lin Ling's sword. This young man had so many trump cards. Junior martial brother, I almost died in the Yellow Springs. Sigh. Chu Xingchen woke up from his trembling and couldn't help but say bitterly. He looked at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with incomparable fear. He didn't dare to face that sword again, especially when he thought of his previous challenge. He felt even more sullen. Was he asking for his own humiliation? Senior brother, I'm sorry. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't know what to say, so he could only smile apologetically again. Strong physical body, half-step 90% sword intent, king body talent, how about that? Take my palm. Sigh. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. An earth-shattering giant palm fell from the sky, and without warning, it slapped towards Lin Ling. Looking at its appearance, it was even surging murderous intent. Not good. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent was too fast, so it was already too late for him to execute desolation again. But fortunately, the powerful trump card he possessed was not the true intent of sword. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. A vermilion bird quickly materialized in his left palm. Lin Ling looked up at the giant palm in the sky and slammed it down. This vermilion bird flame was incomparably terrifying. It contained 80% of the true meaning of fire, and it also contained the might of the Xiantian body. It caused the 10,000 small worlds in Lin Ling's body to awaken at the same time, causing a terrifying spiritual energy to erupt, rumble. When the two palms collided, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Many geniuses were so shocked that they fell to the ground and sat down. They looked at the sky in horror, but when they saw the figure clearly, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. So it was him. No wonder he had such terrifying strength, but very quickly, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually blocked that person's palm. This was even more terrifying. Your innate king body is also very terrifying. How about your soul power? Tai light shuttle. The voice came out from the sky again. Countless shuttles like half-moons shot towards Lin Ling. They were filled with killing intent, and they were invisible and colorless. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts, but they didn't know where the attack came from. Senior brother, no. Immortal Tianyi shouted anxiously. The opponent wanted to kill Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, how could he block the opponent's soul power attack? After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, no matter how strong his innate king body was, or even how strong his martial arts foundation was, how could he block a soul power attack? Boundless demon eye. At this critical moment, Lin Ling's face was extremely solemn. The opponent was filled with killing intent. Although he couldn't see clearly who it was, he knew that the opponent's strength was incomparably terrifying. So, he didn't have time to hide his trump card, rumble. A terrifying soul power bloomed, and a pair of huge eyes appeared behind Lin Ling. They were like the eyes of a demon god, like the eyes of a celestial emperor looking at all living beings. Plop, many geniuses present looked at the pair of eyes and fell to the ground. Some even trembled. What kind of eyes were those? They actually made people's hearts tremble. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul power was also so terrifying, the half-moon shuttles in the sky froze, and many of them even shattered. At the same time, two invisible knives shot out. Nirvana, killing everything. It was the Nirvana knife. Cha. Cha, cha. More half-moon shuttles shattered like glass, and the Nirvana knife was invincible, shooting into the sky. Haha, amazing. No wonder you can ring the bell. You are the first person in 200 years who can do so. In the sky, a loud laugh came out. A huge half-moon shuttles appeared and cut one of the Nirvana knives like a sickle. The other Nirvana knife quickly cut a strand of his beard while he was laughing excitedly. Finally, it was also cut into pieces by the half-moon shuttles. At the same time, an old man with white hair and a youthful face strode down from the sky. This old man looked thin and old, but his body hid an incomparably terrifying physical strength. That powerful aura made everyone tremble, and they all knelt down. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone knelt down, except for Lin Ling, who was still standing, coldly looking at the old man. That old man wanted to kill him before? Haha, little brat, don't stare at me like that. I just wanted to test you before. I also saw how strong your physical strength is in your battle with Nangongshi. I also saw how strong your martial foundation is in your battle with Chu Xingchen. As for your king body, your palm was very terrifying. What surprised me is that your soul power is also very condensed. The old man laughed excitedly, making Lin Ling frown. He didn't understand what the old man meant. After all, the old man wanted to kill him just a moment ago. Because you were the first to ring the bell after me. I've been waiting for this for 200 years. So I tested you, and then I found that you were worthy of ringing the bell. In the future, you will not be any weaker than me. The old man looked at Lin Ling proudly. His loose robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked indescribably handsome. The sect master is praising Lin Ling. Everyone's heart fiercely trembled. Lin Ling's future would not be weaker than the sect master? This meant that Lin Ling would be the strongest existence in Tai martial sect in the future. What a terrifying potential. No wonder the sect master wanted to test Lin Ling before. Are you willing to be my disciple? The old man laughed again. He looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of love and admiration. That's right, he was testing him before. After all, he was the first one to ring the bell in 200 years, and only he knew the conditions to ring the bell in the Dragon Drum Bamboo Forest. However, Lin Ling had appeared and strangely created a miracle. so he was very curious. After testing him, he found that this young man who was not even 19 years old was the same as him. He was a perfect monstrous genius, he even felt that Yi Shiwen had surpassed him. After all, he couldn't see through Yi Shiwen's eyes. Moreover, Yi Shiwen was able to freeze all of his soul power attacks. Worship you as my master? Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. I've rested for the past 2 days. Today, I'm going to battle again. Ha ha ha, I've rested for 2 days. Translator, trans and editor, trans and rejection, are you still angry at me for attacking you? Hee hee, this old man was a bit rash before, but that was also because this old man's heart was moved by this old man's love for talent. That was why this old man tested you. Moreover, you only used your full strength in a life and death situation. This kind of test is the most realistic. If you are still angry, this old man will apologize to you. Yes. After the old man finished speaking, he bowed respectfully. Patriarch, apologize? Yes. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes. A top expert of the Water Moon Holy Land was apologizing to a junior? The patriarch valued Lin Ling too much. Moreover, you also cut off a strand of my favorite beard, so you also took your revenge. Yes. The old man said helplessly. This kid wasn't a soft persimmon, he was very stubborn. Even if he wasn't as strong as the old man, he would still bite back. However, because of this, the old man liked this kid even more. This kid had a rare sharpness in him. Lin Ling opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. It turned out that the previous killing intent was to make him use his full strength. Everything was just a test. Senior, I am very grateful that you think highly of me, but I already have a master. In the end, Lin Ling raised his head. His eyes were incomparably clear. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had actually rejected the patriarch. One had to know that the patriarch had never accepted a disciple in all these years and had never taken the initiative to recruit one. He had never even apologized to a junior because of his mistakes. All of this showed that the patriarch, an ancient expert, liked Lin Ling very much. However, Lin Ling had rejected him. The old man's expression changed drastically. Obviously, he hadn't thought that Lin Ling would reject him. He looked at Lin Ling's eyes and found that this young man's eyes were very clear. He wasn't joking, he seemed to have his own persistence. My master is already dead. He didn't even teach me martial arts, but he passed down his inheritance to me. Therefore, I have to shoulder his inheritance and responsibility. Lin Ling said indifferently. Only Lin Ling's voice could be heard in the entire square, causing the hearts of the crowd to surge. Lin Ling was so resolute. The other party had never taught him martial arts, but he had also shouldered the responsibility of the other party. Lin Ling smiled gently. He had 2 masters in this life. One was Huoleitang of the Gu Yan sect, but in reality, Huoleitang had always regarded Lin Ling as the young lord, so he could not be considered a master. His real master was Di Wuji. Now that he had received Di Wuji's inheritance, how could he casually acknowledge someone else as his master, a teacher for a day, a father for life? This was Lin Ling's principle. I can see that you are a person who values relationships and promises. What responsibility do you intend to take on from him? The old man's expression softened. He didn't know why, but he liked this young man even more. This young man didn't give up on his dead master just because he wanted to become stronger. This was something that the old man admired very much. It had to be known that in the world of martial arts, the strong were revered. In order to become stronger, there were many martial artists who would abandon everything. They would even abandon their family, friendship, love, betrayal, and so forth. I come from the Rainforest Holy Land, the 7 profound martial house. My responsibility and belief is to challenge the martial house master and have my master's glorious banner be planted on the ancient tree of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling enunciated each word clearly. His eyes were filled with determination. His clean face made countless people widen their eyes. What a distant goal. Challenging the martial house master was the same as challenging a powerhouse like the Extreme Martial Sect master. To many proud sons of heaven, this was like a dream. Sometimes they didn't even dare to think about it. However, not only did Lin Ling dare to think about it, he even dared to say it. Many people felt that if this blue and white robed youth said it, he would absolutely do it. This was a martial artist of my generation. Simple and direct, free and unrestrained. Heroic spirit. The old man shouted, his heart filled with admiration. This was the junior that he valued. If he wanted to fight, he would fight the strongest, the martial house master. This young man had a pure and innocent heart. He was fearless, and his heart of martial arts was incomparably firm. What a pity, you are already a disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House's current martial house master, Tian Lin, I know him. He has missed a good seedling. After the old man shouted, he regretted that he hadn't met Lin Ling earlier, and had instead been recruited by the 7 Profound Martial House. What was most distressing was that the 7 Profound Martial House had recruited such a perfect monstrous talent, but they didn't seem to focus on training him. Tian Lin, you bastard! The old man couldn't help but roar. Many people's jaws dropped. Because their sect master had missed a good seedling, he couldn't help but curse the 7 Profound Martial House's martial house master, Lin Ling. Was he really worthy of being valued so highly? In fact, they didn't know that in terms of strength, Lin Ling wasn't the strongest among all the proud sons of heaven present. But in terms of potential, he surpassed all the proud sons of heaven. There were many different criteria for a proud son of heaven. Talent King's Body, Martial Arts Foundation, Mortal Body Foundation, Battle Awareness, Soul Force, and so on. Many of these geniuses had their own powerful domains, Talent King's Body, and Mortal Body Foundation. But none of them were as comprehensive as Lin Ling. This was the reason why the extreme martial sect master, Taoist Master Xuani, valued Lin Ling so highly. No matter. Although you cannot become my disciple, you should respect your elders. You can treat me as your martial uncle or something like that. Taoist Master Xuani unwillingly roared, and then laughed. Many people's eyes widened. The sect master didn't seem to want to miss out on Lin Ling. Lin Ling forced a smile, but his heart was filled with deep gratitude. He nodded, good, then this junior will call you martial uncle. Haha. Taoist Master Xuani laughed heartily, as if he was very excited. Only an expert at his level knew what a perfect monstrous genius would bring in the future. It would definitely shake the various sacred lands, so he was very pleased to hear him call him martial uncle. However, if you want to challenge the Manor Lord, don't tell me it's not a small matter. The various sacred lands have deep foundations. Take your rainforest sacred land for example. Other than the 7 great martial arts halls, there are also the 4 great desolate races, as well as the most mysterious Holy King. Experts like the Holy King are existences that surpass us. Although you can't come into contact with experts of that level, at least you have a blueprint in your heart. Taoist Master Xuani said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The sacred lands were indeed not as simple as they seemed. A blueprint appeared in his heart. The strongest in the sacred lands was the Holy King, followed by the 4 great desolate races, the 7 great martial arts halls, and then the 5 great ancient nations. The 7 great martial arts halls were ranked according to strength. Elites, top elites, elders, scholars, elder Shen, and finally, the Manor Lord. This meant that Lin Ling still had a long way to go before he could challenge the Manor Lord. The first step was to become a top elite and then challenge the elders. Is the Water Moon Sacred Land the same? Lin Ling asked curiously. Taoist Master Xuani nodded. Of course. However, the Water Moon Sacred Land is ruled by the Water Moon Emperor. Lin Ling was shocked. He asked again, are there other worlds other than the sacred lands? Taoist Master Xuani looked into the distance. Yes, very far away. I've only heard of it, but I've never gone out. I only know that it's the world of ancient warriors outside. Some ancient warriors are so powerful that they're as old as the world. The mysterious expert in the old tomb might be an expert outside the sacred lands. There's also the ancient flame devil. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He didn't think too much about it. For now, he should focus on the rainforest sacred land. Alright, everyone, disperse. Taoist Master Xuani smiled and waved his hand. The crowd dispersed one after another, but they were still shocked. Departure in the extreme martial sect. Because of Yu Manyun and Lin Ming, Lin Ling did not encounter many difficulties. Moreover, because of the dragon drum bamboo forest, he had become the most dazzling existence in the extreme martial sect. If it weren't for Lin Ling's conviction that he could not let go, he might have stayed in the extreme martial sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, this was impossible. In the rainforest Holy Land, there were his loved ones, his goals, and his great enmity that he had to repay with blood. So no matter what, he had to return. Over the past few days, perfected Xuani had been looking for Lin Ling frequently. At the same time, he would give Lin Ling pointers on martial arts. Lin Ling had benefited greatly from this and felt grateful. Compared to the 7 profound martial house's martial house master, Sage Xuani was much better. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also asked about spirit herbs that could restore soul force. After all, Sage Xuani was the senior with the strongest soul force that he had ever seen. He should have some knowledge. As for Zhenren Xuani, he also mentioned a few heavenly treasures which Lin Ling memorized. He wanted to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. At the very least, after awakening, he would no longer be afraid of the ancient flame devil's body. He would also have a powerful life-saving trump card. Afterwards, Lin Ling also asked about the way to leave. From there, he learned that going from the Water Moon Holy Land to the Rainforest Holy Land was very difficult. However, Sage Xuani had a way to open the void and reach the Rainforest Holy Land's 100 territories. And regarding this, Sage Xuani personally promised to help Lin Ling open the void. Lin Ling was even more grateful. He knew that this was not simple, so he would remember this kindness. In the room, there was a giant wooden barrel. Within the barrel, emerald green liquid exuded a rich medicinal smell. Lin Ling sat there cross-legged, greedily absorbing the medicinal efficacy of the barrel. His upper body was like a carved gem, emitting a faint light. His strong muscles were not large, but rather streamlined, like a leopard full of strength. Gently letting out a breath, Lin Ling brushed aside his wet hair, revealing his handsome face. Then, he faintly smiled. At present, he had tempered 10,000 small worlds within his body, and his physical strength had reached 10 million genes. He had also begun to cultivate the Extreme Unity 1 Qi art. This cultivation method was not difficult, but it consumed a lot of resources. It required a massive amount of life essence to temper it. And the rare herbs in the barrel was life essence that allowed Lin Ling's body to stabilize. Lin Ling, are you done? At this moment, the door was pushed open and Yu Mingyun walked in with the clothes in her hands. At the same time, Lin Ling stood up from the wooden tub with a swoosh. His fair skin, coupled with his streamlined figure, made Yu Mingyun feel as if she had been struck by lightning. A faint blush crept up her pretty face. Ah! Yu Mingyun cried out in surprise. Junior sister Mingyun, what's wrong? And Yuer hurriedly walked in from outside. Then, she saw the scene in the room. Her face instantly turned red, and even her heart was beating fast. They actually saw Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling had obviously not finished bathing, but he did not tell them. Lin Ling, you. And Yuer Yun said shyly. Haha. Haha. Lin Ling could not help but laugh. Seeing the two girls' shy faces, he suddenly felt a sense of ridicule. He moved his feet and appeared in front of the two girls. He opened his arms and hugged each of them. Then, he ran towards the huge wooden barrel. With Lin Ling's current physical strength, carrying the two girls was like carrying two little lambs. Plop, the three of them fell into the wooden barrel. The water wet Yu Manyun and Yun Mingyun's clothes. Their exquisite bodies were faintly discernible. Especially their plump breasts and slender legs. Lin Ling's breathing became rapid. Yu Manyun and Yun Mingyun obviously did not expect Lin Ling to do this. They were instantly stunned in the wooden barrel. When they saw Lin Ling's malicious gaze, they were even more shy. They wanted to leave quickly, but for some reason, their footsteps became weak. They suddenly had a feeling in their hearts that they did not want to leave the wooden barrel. Instead, they were looking forward to something happening. You two are so beautiful. Lin Ling said softly. Yu Manyun was as noble as a princess, elegant and refined. And Yuer was as elegant as a fairy, as otherworldly as a lotus. Lin Ling had known them for a long time. It would be a lie if he said that he had no feelings for them. This place is not very good. Yu Munyan lowered her head and said, like a shy little rabbit. She did not object to Lin Ling. As for Anuer, her face was a little indifferent. But in fact, she was nervous and indifferent. She also vaguely knew what Lin Ling was going to do, but the expectation in her heart was even stronger. However, when Lin Ling quietly approached the two women, a voice suddenly sounded outside the house, Mingyun, the essence of the liquid must be changed. After a long time, the medicinal effect will be gone. It was the voice of Immortal Tianyi. At the same time, the footsteps of Immortal Tianyi were also heard. But she seemed to have heard the breathing in the house. She stopped and turned to leave. Senior Tianyi, even if you leave now, it's too late. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. The two women in the wooden barrel had already regained their calmness. They jumped out of the wooden barrel with red faces like elegant fairies. In the end, Lin Ling did not take advantage of them. You put on your own clothes. Annoying, you only know how to bully us. Yu Munyan curled her lips and said. She held Anuer's little hand and left the house. Lin Ling sighed. For the first time, he hated Immortal Tianyi very much. It was really not the right time to interrupt. After a long time, Lin Ling put on his clothes and walked slowly outside the house. The sun was shining there. Under the maple tree, Yu Munyan was playing the guzheng quietly, and Anuer's white clothes were fluttering like a butterfly. This scene was very beautiful. Lin Ling did not interrupt the two of them. Instead, he sat down by the maple tree, used his hands as a pillow, and looked at the bright sun in the sky. This feeling was very relaxing and familiar. In the past, in Cloudsea City, he also sat down by the maple tree while listening to Yu Munyan's song. Gradually, Lin Ling closed his eyes and fell asleep quietly. The two women looked at the quiet young man, and a smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. They also sat down by the maple tree and leaned against the young man. This quiet moment was very rare, so they also cherished it very much. Moreover, they knew that tomorrow, he would leave here and return to the battlefield. When we are stronger, we will look for you. Anuer said softly. When Lin Ling was asleep, her small mouth lightly touched Lin Ling's right cheek, and Yu Munyan kissed his left cheek. At this moment, outside the courtyard, Xianxia and several geniuses were passing by. After seeing the quiet scene in the small courtyard, they were a little shocked. What a beautiful scene, the girl was like a poem, and the boy was like a sword. I really envy that guy. My junior sister is the top beauty of the Watermoon Holy Land. It's fine if he gets one, but since he got both, damn Lin Ling. Xianxia muttered unwillingly and left with his junior brother. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Currently, Lin Ling was their sect master's favorite. The quiet time passed quietly. The next day, Yu Munyan and Anuer helped Lin Ling put on his clothes. Then, as if they were watching their husband go to war, they sent Lin Ling step by step out of the Taiyi martial sect. Today, Lin Ling was leaving. Translator, Transin editor, Transin return I'm leaving. Lin Ling finally waved his hand and left with perfected Xuani. I will become stronger. Yu Munyan nodded and didn't say anything else. Perhaps vows were not as good as words. She was even more determined to become stronger. She wanted to use her powerful king-type body to control all the demonic beasts in the world. This was the king-type body that Lin Ling's 7 transformation awakening elixir allowed her to awaken. Her music could control thousands of demonic beasts. Of course, this was only the initial stage. I will also become stronger. Anuer clenched her fists tightly. Lin Ling had only told them about the rainforest sacred ground, but she knew that it wasn't that simple. Lin Ling didn't want them to worry, so he used his firm body to block everything. Yuer, sometimes separation is also the motivation to become stronger. Your soul force is very special. You are the only successor of the extreme realm. Perfected Tianyi comforted her. Both of his disciples were blessed by the heavens and had terrifying talents. Yes. Anuer nodded heavily and became even colder. In her mind, a golden lightning roared. If it appeared in the outside world, it could instantly kill martial artists of the same level. She also had a powerful soul force, but it was different from Lin Ling's. At this moment, the ancient lake of the Watermoon's sacred ground was a mysterious place. No one knew where the lake water came from. Every night, there would be a large area of water rushing into the sky, as if the bottom of the lake was connected to the vast ocean. This place leads to the vicinity of the Rain Sea. I will use my powerful force to open the void. It will only last for one breath. Lin Ling, you have to seize the opportunity. Perfected Xuani stopped by the lake and looked at Lin Ling with reluctance in his eyes. Martial uncle, I will be back. Lin Ling was grateful and nodded heavily. Perfected Xuani smiled with relief. He believed in Lin Ling. After all, this brat was loyal. Once he called him martial uncle, he would be martial uncle for life. I will let you see the strength of my physical body, the divine transformation body of an ancient god. Rumble, the lake water erupted, and an ancient aura erupted from the mountain range, causing the earth to tremble. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the thin and old Taoist Xuani was growing rapidly. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was like an ancient god that had descended to the mortal world. His skin turned into a bronze color and shone brightly under the sunlight, looking majestic. At that moment, perfected Tai looked even younger. He was only in his 40s and his body was 2 meters tall. Lin Ling, look carefully. This is the combination of the king physique and the physical body. The golden fist blasted forward like a storm, causing the air to riot. The fast speed of the fist caused Lin Ling's pupils to constrict. This was probably reaching 1,000,000 punches in a single breath. Crack, the void shattered like glass, and a dark, bottomless void appeared. Go, have a safe journey. A low and hoarse voice floated out of perfected Xuani's mouth. Thank you, martial uncle. Lin Ling took a step forward, shot into the void, and finally disappeared. Whoosh, the river roared and flowed east. This was the Goose Feather River. It was said that even goose feathers would settle when they fell into the river, and this river led to the Rain Sea. Whoosh, at that moment, the wind howled, and the void seemed to be forcefully torn apart by someone. A slender figure slowly walked out of the void. He looked into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. He was Lin Ling. I'm back. The familiar smell and wind made Lin Ling close his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the past, he was besieged by the Fighting Evil faction, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and the Justice Duan family. Today, he had returned. It was time to pay with blood. He would take revenge for Old Master Qin. With that in mind, Lin Ling strode forward. This was the 100 territories, and there was still some distance before he reached the rainforest sacred land. Sea Devil Town was a small town with the Goose Feather River behind it. Although it wasn't famous, it was bustling with noise and excitement. Moreover, there were many experts here. The reason was that there was a powerful faction hidden here. Today is Old Master Hai's birthday. Look, even the experts from the rainforest sacred land came to congratulate him. Moreover, the genius from the Hai family, Hai Tiancan, has also returned. Old Master Hai's face is really big. If it wasn't for the large number of experts from the Hai family that died 3 months ago, including the Old Master, the Hai family's power would be even more terrifying. At this moment, in the Sea Devil Town's only restaurant, the Sea Gazing Restaurant, people were whispering and talking about the Hai family's Old Master's birthday. This Hai family is just a small family. How could they attract so many experts? Someone curiously asked. Someone beside him quickly pulled him and whispered, "Are you crazy? How dare you talk about the Hai family? The Hai family is the Fighting Evil faction hidden in the 100 territories." The person who spoke before trembled. The Fighting Evil faction, the Spectre clan, how could he not be afraid? And in the Hai family, the words Fighting Evil faction were taboo. The Hai family would never openly admit that they were part of the Fighting Evil faction. Even if many people knew, they still wouldn't allow others to say it. Those who violated this rule would be killed. The Hai family was like the Spectre clan. They always liked to hide in the dark. They could only let others call them the Hai family. However, as long as they didn't talk about the Fighting Evil faction, then it would be fine. 3 months ago, the Hai family sent out all their experts. In the end, they all died. That Lin Ling is really scary. Yeah, I heard that not only the Hai family, but even the people from the 2 ancient kingdoms all died. Countless people were buried with them before Lin Ling died. This Lin Ling is really hard to deal with. Many people chatted again. 3 months ago, the battle by the rainy seaside shocked the 100 territories. In that battle, the two ancient kingdoms and the fighting evil faction were completely annihilated. And the great Qin dynasty's Qin clan leader and Lin Ling just died. The price to pay for killing the two of them was very high. If you don't know, then don't say anything. They weren't completely annihilated. There are still 2 people alive. At this moment, a cold voice came from the restaurant. Everyone looked over and saw that at the corner of the table, 3 middle-aged men wearing embroidered clothes were drinking indifferently. Only 2 people are alive, but this also proves how scary Lin Ling is. After all, I heard that many Holy Spirit Realm experts died. Now that the High family's vitality is greatly damaged, there are no more Holy Spirit Realm experts left. A cultivator said unwillingly. The other party was questioning him. The people drinking stopped and looked indifferently at that cultivator. Their eyes were cold, causing that cultivator's body to tremble. He somewhat wanted to take back his words. However, he was also considered a famous cultivator in the 100 territories. With so many people watching, if he took back his words, what face would he have left? Immortal Iron Leg, a famous expert in the 100 territories. However, in Sea Devil Town, everything is said by us. Therefore, you only have one chance. If you miss it, then it will be too late to regret it. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferently at that cultivator. He seemed to know the other party's background, but he still forced that cultivator to change his words. You won't even give? That cultivator's face turned ugly. The other party was humiliating him. Moreover, the other party was very domineering. He seemed to be from the High family. The High family was the fighting evil faction. Cultivator's expressions changed when they talked about it. He didn't think that he would actually meet someone from the High family in this restaurant. You won't even give. Within 3 breaths, you must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you can't leave Sea Devil Town. That middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said indifferently. His words carried a strong sense of authority. Thank you Xianxia, account number 885, Star's Secret Room, Real Excellence, Heartless Heartbreaks Tip. The fighting evil faction the High family is really arrogant. They don't fear the immortal Iron Leg at all. Wow, the immortal Iron Leg was very strong. He was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer and was very famous in the 100 territories. However, the fighting evil faction didn't fear him at all. Time's up. Go. Xiao, the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes disappeared from his original spot like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was in front of the immortal metal leg. His ghost claw was filled with murderous intent as it reached out. It was a terrifying claw, like the claw of the underworld. I was wrong. I'll repeat myself. Go. The immortal Iron Leg's eyes narrowed. He knew how strong his opponent was. His opponent's speed was too fast. He was even faster than his Iron Leg. It seemed like his keen body wasn't weak at all. Kneel down and speak. Go. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes stopped his killing intent and started humiliating the immortal Iron Leg. The immortal Iron Leg's face turned ugly. He wanted to kneel down, but as soon as he moved his knees, a hand patted his back. You don't need to kneel. Go. Eh? Go. The crowd in the restaurant was astonished. Someone had saved the immortal Iron Leg and said he didn't need to kneel in front of the High family. That was a provocation to the fighting evil faction. Everyone looked at the person who had stopped the immortal Iron Leg. He was wearing a large cloak and had a huge sword on his back. His aura was also extraordinary. Your Excellency, do you want to die? Go. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes looked indifferent. The Fair family had always kept a low profile in Demon Sea Town. That was why he hadn't immediately killed the immortal Iron Leg. Instead, he had humiliated him. But now, someone was provoking the fighting evil faction. Could it be that everyone thought the fighting evil faction was dead? I do want to die. So what? Go. However, the cloaked man's voice became even colder. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. That guy was crazy. Wasn't he afraid of getting killed? you have to kneel down. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrible. You know that if you offend the high family, even if you run to the end of the world, it'll be useless. You can't escape from death, said the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. He was threatening the immortal Iron Leg. The cloaked man had told the immortal Iron Leg not to kneel down, but he wanted to see if the immortal Iron Leg would kneel down or not. Although the fighting evil faction was low-key, they still had their own pride. If you kneel, you'll still die. If you don't kneel, you won't die, the cloaked man said indifferently. The crowd was astonished. This matter was caused by the immortal Iron Leg. He believed that Lin Ling was no small matter. 3 months ago, all the major powers were annihilated by him. However, the Fair family believed that Lin Ling was only SOSO. In the end, he still died. This caused the immortal Iron Leg to be at the peak of the storm. If he didn't kneel, then the Fair family would want to kill him. If he kneeled, then he would be greatly humiliated. Moreover, the cloaked man who supported him would also lose face. Kneel. As long as you kneel, I will spare your life and even kill the cloaked man behind you. If you don't kneel, die, the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes said in an incomparably dignified manner. It was as if he was the ruler of everything. He knew that the immortal Iron Leg would understand how terrifying the Fair family was. If you kneel, you will still die. If you don't kneel, you can live. The cloaked man was still as cold as before. He didn't fear the Fair family in the slightest. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, causing the undying Iron Leg's eyes to flicker. This matter was caused by him, so if he wanted to end it, only he could do it. There were only two choices. If he kneeled, then the Fair family might let him go. However, this would offend the cloaked man. After all, the cloaked man had helped him before, and even offended the Fair family for his sake. If he didn't kneel, he would offend the Fair family, and offend the fighting evil faction. Plop, without any hesitation, the undying Iron Leg knelt down. I take back what I said before. Lin Ling deserved to die. He is a piece of trash. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally chose the Fair family. Haha. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed proudly as if he had won a great battle. However, the cloaked man remained silent. The crowd looked at the silent cloaked man. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the cloaked man. The cloaked man had helped the undying Iron Leg to regain his dignity, but he had also offended the Fair family. However, the undying Iron Leg didn't stand firm. Because of the cloaked man's help. In the end, the undying Iron Leg knelt. If he knelt, the Fair family might not make things difficult for him. However, the Fair family might make things difficult for the cloaked man. They might even kill the cloaked man. You made the wrong choice. After a moment of silence, the cloaked man said softly. I didn't make a mistake. In this world, the strong are respected. He is stronger than you, so he has the ability to dominate everything. You have helped me to regain my dignity. I thank you very much. However, in this world, one's life is more important. This is also the reason why I, the undying Iron Leg, can live until now. The undying Iron Leg said indifferently. Since he had already offended the cloaked man, he might as well not give him any more face. Aren't you afraid of offending me and letting me kill you? The cloaked man said softly. Hee hee, you don't have the strength to do so. The undying Iron Leg said in disdain. This caused the crowd's heart to tremble. This undying Iron Leg was a fence-sitter. He had offended the Fair family, and the cloaked man had stepped forward to help him. However, the undying Iron Leg used the cloaked man as an excuse to divert the Fair family's anger to the cloaked man. Haha, satisfying. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes laughed. He looked at the cloaked man indifferently and said, how pitiful. In order to help this trash, you overestimated yourself. In the end, this trash abandoned you, and you offended our Fair family. Today, you will die in Sea Devil Town. As soon as these words were spoken, many people felt that the cloaked man was very pitiful. He had attracted a fatal disaster for no reason. I'm sorry. I didn't offend the Fair family because I helped him. It's the Fair family. I must make them suffer. However, as soon as the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes finished speaking, the cloaked man said indifferently. What? The crowd gasped. That cloaked man seemed to have come here specifically for the Fair family. Was he crazy? Plunge people into misery and suffering? The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes narrowed his eyes. The cloaked man was very bold. Did he think that the Fair family was an ant? You won't have the chance. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes coldly shouted. His body turned into a cold black fog. In that terrifying fog, a cold ghost claw grabbed the cloaked man's neck. Ghost God Force. The crowd's eyes narrowed. The Fighting Evil clan was indeed the most bizarre clan. The cloaked man was in trouble, gotcha. However, the ghost claw had already grabbed the cloaked man's neck. However, the cloaked man's neck seemed to be as hard as metal. It wasn't damaged at all. What? Many people widened their eyes. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes was a cultivator of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. He also had the strength of the ghost claw. Even a cultivator of the Emperor Spirit Layer wouldn't dare take it head-on. However, the cloaked man didn't even try to block it. That was too terrifying. The Fighting Evil clan will always be a despicable clan, said the cloaked man coldly. The middle-aged man in embroidered clothes' expression changed drastically. The cloaked man was at the same cultivation level as him, but he was twice as strong as him. Retreat! Shouted the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. Such a strong cultivator could only be killed by the Fighting Evil clan. However, could he retreat just because he wanted to? Translator, trans and editor, trans in the High family's patriarch's birthday celebration. Boom, the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes exploded like a firecracker. His flesh didn't explode piece by piece, but turned into dust. It was a terrifying power. It was as if a huge chariot had hit the middle-aged man. Many people's jaws dropped. You're courting death. On the other side, the three people from the High family were stunned, then they shouted angrily, someone dared to kill people from the High family in the Demon Sea town. This was a provocation to the Fighting Evil faction, Xiao. At that moment, a figure quickly crossed the ground. The figure stepped on the ground and the whole restaurant shook. Then, a fist was thrown out. Bang, bang. Bang, the three people from the Fighting Evil faction exploded and turned into dust. It was as if these people had never appeared in this world. It was so strange that people forgot to breathe. 4 died. Old Master Xiao, your revenge has just begun. At the same time, a calm voice came out of the restaurant, making everyone's heart tremble. In one move, they were all killed, and it wasn't a powerful martial skill, it was just a fist. How much power was hidden in that fist? Under countless gazes, the cloaked man slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face. However, his face was incomparably cold. What was surprising was that such a strong person was actually so young. Your choice is all dead. A cold voice came out of the young man's mouth, making the immortal Iron Leg, who was still kneeling on the ground, tremble. He had chosen the High family because he thought that if he didn't kneel, the High family would kill him and the cloaked man. Therefore, he knelt and even thought that he had made the right choice. However, the result was that several people from the High family had died, and the person he relied on had turned into dust. He seemed to have made the wrong choice. You're so strong. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have knelt. The immortal Iron Leg's heart was beating violently. He quickly stood up and smiled with gratitude. But you've already knelt. Humph. However, the young man said coldly. With the Fighting Evil faction here, I had to kneel. But now that I'm dead, I don't need to kneel. Immortal Iron Leg laughed. Then he saw that the young man's face was still as cold as ever, and a thought flashed through his mind, this young man wanted to kill him. Sure enough, the young man very quickly said coldly, although I came here for the Fair family, by coming forward to support you, I also shouldered the Fair family's obliteration. However, you betrayed me at the most crucial moment, do you think I will let you off? The crowd nodded in agreement with the young man. That young man had helped Immortal Iron Leg, so Immortal Iron Leg should have fought side by side with the young man, sharing weal and woe together. However, Immortal Iron Leg had surrendered and knelt down, allowing the young man to bear the Fair family's anger alone. Only after the young man had killed several Fair family members did Immortal Iron Leg smile and stand together with the young man again. How thick-skinned, his temperament was also very ugly. Wait a minute. Actually, the matter was originally a small matter. It was brought about by Lin Ling. We don't have much enmity between us. Sensing the young man's killing intent, Immortal Iron Leg became somewhat anxious. That young man's strength was very strong, and he was incomparably fearful. I came forward to support you because you said a word of justice. However, after that, because you wanted to save your life, you said that Lin Ling deserved to die. This caused my view of you to change again. That young man walked over step by step, making Immortal Iron Leg even more flustered. He kept waving his hand and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have faced the Fair family together with you. That's not the reason. The young man took a step forward, and his seemingly ordinary fist once again blasted out. The reason is, I am the Lin Ling that you said deserved to die. What? Immortal Iron Leg's eyes widened. This young man was Lin Ling? He actually said in front of Lin Ling that Lin Ling deserved to die. At this moment, his heart was as shocked as thunder. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Boom, the ferocious fist attacked, turning Immortal Iron Leg into dust, forever disappearing under heaven and earth. Another punch to kill. The hearts of the people in the restaurant trembled fiercely. What a terrifying strength. Then, they watched as the young man put on his cloak and disappeared from the restaurant. After the young man left, a series of horrified voices came out. He said before that he was Lin Ling? Didn't Lin Ling die? How is this possible? Many people felt that it was very unreal. 3 months ago, Lin Ling died under the siege of various major forces. This point was already recognized by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But now, Lin Ling appeared in the seclusion of the fighting evil faction. This is fake. Moreover, why did he appear here? Could it be that he came for revenge? The guesses in their hearts made the crowd suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling had risen from the ashes. Although the incident in the restaurant was sensational, it was the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, so the news was not spread out in time. At this moment, the lively Sea Devil town was already surging with people. As the #1 family in Sea Devil town, guests came like clouds. The warriors of Sea Devil town, regardless of whether they were willing or not, had to send birthday gifts. Although many people were unwilling and even wanted to rebel against the Fair family, the Fair family had already been recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. They were one of the major forces of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. 3 months ago, the experts of the fighting evil faction went out together to kill Lin Ling. In the end, they were completely annihilated. Many people thought that the Fair family was going to decline, but the recruitment of the Heavenly Dragon Empire had undoubtedly prevented the Fair family from declining. In fact, the Fair family was even more glorious than before. After all, with the support of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Fair family might give up hiding in the dark and tell the world that they were the mysterious fighting evil faction. At this moment, the vast Fair family did not have the gloomy aura of the past. A large number of people walked through the door and congratulated them. In the crowd, Lin Ling was wearing a large cloak. He also followed the crowd in. He looked around. It seemed that the fighting evil faction had joined hands with the 2 ancient countries to kill him. The fighting evil faction had also benefited from being recruited by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This was equivalent to stepping on him to gain benefits. The fighting evil faction must be destroyed today. Previously, when he broke through the void from the Goose Feather River, he wanted to find the fighting evil faction for revenge. However, he did not expect that the heavens would help him this time, allowing him to find the fighting evil faction so quickly. For this birthday celebration, Lin Ling also brought a large number of birthday gifts. He wanted to let the fighting evil faction enjoy their last days in this world. Today, the revenge of Old Man Xiao will be paid back with interest. The Duan family of justice has arrived. They send 1,000-years-old spirit jade. The Heavenly Dragon Empire has arrived. They send a 10,000-years-old spirit mushroom. The Upper 3 Regions ice field has arrived. The vast Fair family, the major forces of the 100 regions sent people to deliver birthday gifts. Many people were secretly shocked. Out of the 5 ancient countries, 2 of them actually came. The Fair family's face was really big. Distorting right and wrong. However, 3 months ago, a large number of experts from the fighting evil faction had died and the Fair family's opportunity had come, in that battle, because they had killed Lin Ling. The Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family had recruited the fighting evil faction. This made the patriarch of the Heavenly Dragon Empire believe that the fighting evil faction had the backing of a huge force. It was time for the fighting evil faction to surface from the shadows and let the cultivators of the 100 territories know of their strength. Although Lin Ling had died, he had helped the Fair family. Hehe, isn't this Xianxia? Amazing, you've reached the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm at such a young age. In the future, the glory of the fighting evil faction will be on your shoulders. At this moment, in the square, many people were talking to a young man from the Fair family. The young man stood up proudly and calmly toasted everyone. This young man could be considered as a handsome young man. He had the demeanor of a general at such a young age. Moreover, he was the Heaven's pride of the Holding Heaven mansion. Currently, he was ranked 150 on the Heaven's Pride ranking. He was the most dazzling existence of the Fair family, Hai Tian Ken. Of course, the most dazzling members of the fighting evil faction were the Yin-Yang double demons. Unfortunately, they had been killed in the pursuit of Lin Ling. Otherwise, it would not be Hai Tian Ken's turn to shine. Thank you seniors for your kindness. Hai Tian Ken smiled and bowed. He calmly sat down, but his eyes were constantly looking at a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes. That middle-aged man's strength was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he was the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was one of the 5 great ancient empires. If he could gain the attention of an ancient empire, his future would be even more prosperous. Therefore, it was rare for him to meet the envoy today. Naturally, he would think of a way to prove himself. Today is the birthday of the new patriarch of the Fair family, Hai Jushi. I represent the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At this moment, the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire stood up and looked at the crowd indifferently. The entire square instantly became silent. Everyone was looking at the envoy in awe. The Hai clan has contributed greatly in suppressing the bandits. In the battle at the Yuhai, we mobilized 150 of our most powerful cultivators, including the previous clan leader, in order to eliminate Lin Ling and Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire. These two have committed all sorts of evil deeds, slaughtering the innocent in the 100 territories. Hence, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan clan and the fighting evil sect joined forces to fight against Qin Shao and his 1,500 cultivators. Although the battle was difficult, for the sake of the world's peace, our 3 great powers did not fear death. In the end, we perished together with Qin Shao and Lin Ling. In this battle, only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan clan returned alive. What a pity! The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire shouted loudly, causing the crowd's eyes to flicker. Some of them had heard that the 3 great powers joined forces to fight against Lin Ling and his 2 companions. There were not 1,500 cultivators, but according to the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the number of cultivators seemed to have increased. Although many people were sacrificed, we still won in the end. Here, we must thank the martyrs of the Fair family. For the sake of the world, they sacrificed a lot. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire looked at the patriarch of the Fair family, Hai Jushi, with admiration, then clapped his hands. Clap clap clap, there was also a large amount of applause in the surroundings. The patriarch of the Fair family stood up and faced the applause indifferently. But in the hearts of the crowd, such hypocrisy, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to restore the honor they had lost in that battle, had actually slandered Lin Ling and his companions as having more than 1,000 powerhouses. But the truth was that the other side only had 3 people. Perhaps if they had said enough about Lin Ling and his companions, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not have lost so much face. Moreover, Lin Ling was not some devil, he was only a disciple of the 7 profound martial house. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, in order to justify their actions, had really used any excuse they could think of. Of course, many people knew this, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. They could only follow the crowd and applaud in admiration. The Heavenly Dragon Empire is a disgrace. The Justice Duan family is a hypocrite. The fighting evil faction is even more despicable. The 3 great powers joined forces to wipe out the 3 of them, and in the end, they were completely annihilated. This is a war that everyone knows, but in your mouth, you have twisted right and wrong, and turned it into a war of pride. However, in the midst of the endless applause, a disdainful laugh suddenly sounded out, causing everyone to stop clapping, their hearts fiercely trembling. Today, powerhouses were as common as clouds, and it was also the birthday of the fighting evil faction's patriarch. There was actually someone who dared to say such words. Was he looking to die? Who is it? A martial artist from the Fair family angrily shouted. His eyes coldly swept over the square. Do you dare to say that you don't dare to stand up? Are you deliberately trying to slander our Fair family? Haha. At this moment, a hearty laugh sounded out. From the crowd, a man wearing a large cloak walked out. He held a jug of wine in his hand, laughing as he walked. There was an indescribable sense of heroism in him. If I dare to say it, then I naturally dare to come out. How could I be as shameful as your Fair family? After the loud laugh, a free and unrestrained voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. This person was crazy. Did he want to arouse the anger of the crowd? Sir, you must be drunk. The Fair family patriarch, Xianxia, coldly said. As he finished speaking, he quietly winked at a person beside him. Today, all the martial artists under the heavens were present. Even if he wanted to kill this cloaked man, he couldn't do it by force. He had to show the benevolence and righteousness of his master. The person beside him nodded and slowly walked towards the cloaked man. Sir, you must have drunk too much, that's why you said the wrong thing. He seemed to want to support the cloaked man, but there was a dark light hidden in his palm. If one looked carefully, it was actually a ghost demon. Obviously, he wanted to quietly put the ghost into the cloaked man's body when he was supporting the cloaked man so that the cloaked man would die quietly. However, just as his hand fell on the cloaked man's body, a flame blossomed. It was as if what he touched was not the cloaked man, but a flame. Dirty hand, get lost. A cold voice floated out from the cloaked man's mouth. The person who tried to sneak attack the cloaked man let out a painful scream. His hand was burning, and the flame was also burning his body. At the same time, the crowd also saw that the person's hand was letting out a sharp cry, as if a ghost was being burned to death. What a terrifying sneak attack. Many people were aware of the intention of the fighting evil faction. Their hearts fiercely trembled. The Fair family was so sinister, the cloaked man didn't even look at the Fair family cultivator who was being burned by the flame. Instead, he looked at the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and said, You dare to proudly announce your achievements in front of everyone, but you don't allow anyone to disagree? According to what you said, the Heavenly Dragon Empire can proudly say that you are the number one of the 5 great ancient empires. If anyone disagrees, kill them. These words made the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's face extremely ugly. The cloaked man was obviously here to humiliate the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. Good courage. The crowd looked at the cloaked man and secretly admired him. At this moment, only the cloaked man dared to stand up and speak. My Fair family has always respected people. You say that we distort right and wrong, that's just your words. Translator, trans and editor, trans in the return of vengeance, who do you think you are? However, after Xianxia walked out, the cloaked man said indifferently. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He had tried to talk nicely to make the cloaked man suffer. Who would have thought that the cloaked man would be so domineering? He had directly said, Who do you think you are? Your Excellency, you have a high social status, of course I can't compare to you. I'm just an ordinary young genius from the sky-bearing government. Said Xianxia indifferently. It seemed like he was lowering his status by praising the cloaked man, but in fact, he was praising himself. After all, everyone knew that he was one of the top 150 young geniuses of the sky-bearing government. You're right, you're just a piece of trash compared to me. However, Xianxia's modest words made the cloaked man look at him with disdain. How arrogant, Xianxia is a late emperor spirit cultivator, but he's being called a piece of trash. The crowd gasped. The cloaked man was going to shock the entire Sea Devil town. You. Xianxia was staring at the cloaked man. He had wanted to do a perfect job and win the favor of the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, the cloaked man didn't act according to common sense. he had called him a piece of trash. Hai Tianquan couldn't stay calm anymore. We can't talk properly, you're distorting the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless. Taking a step forward, Hai Tianquan pounced toward the cloaked man. A large number of afterimages appeared behind him, and countless beautiful female ghosts appeared. Maybe you have some misunderstandings about the Hai family, but don't worry, the Hai family isn't a tyrannical family. We just want you to sit down and talk, we won't hurt you," said Hai Tianquan in a gentle and refined manner. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire nodded. Hai Tianquan was a talented young man, he was good at martial arts, he wasn't reckless. "You want to talk? I don't have time to talk to a piece of trash, I'll give you 10 slaps," said the cloaked man in a low voice. The crowd was astonished, the cloaked man was as arrogant as before. At the same time, Hai Tianquan's palm reached out. Spiritual energy surged as if it was tearing through space. His king physique was related to Yin spirits, and it even had a beauty to it. It was hard for people to guard against it, so he knew that the cloaked man would not be able to block it. However, as he got closer and closer to the cloaked man, Hai Tianquan noticed that the cloaked man's icy cold eyes were staring fixedly at him from beneath the brim of his hat, and a wisp of extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from him. Bang bang bang, the beautiful female ghosts behind Hai Tianquan let out ear-piercing screams before they turned into white bones. It was as if they had met their nemesis, his Chinese lady spirits had used their soul power to attack, but little did he know that the cloaked man's soul power was even more terrifying, and his killing intent was even more terrifying. Whoosh, the cloaked man was still standing there quietly. With a slap of his hand, a tyrannical power erupted and easily slapped Hai Tianquan's arm away. Then, he grabbed with one hand and slapped with the other hand, "Pa pa pa," his voice was crisp and clear, shocking everyone present. A prodigy ranked 150th on the prodigy roll of 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 the prodi. Is the fair family a bunch of trash? Amidst the applause, a tyrannical voice floated out from the cloaked man's body. All the martial artists of the fair family began to tremble. This mysterious man was humiliating them, and he was humiliating them in front of everyone. Most importantly, the target of his humiliation was the most outstanding genius of the fair family. The crowd was also shocked. A moment ago, they had wanted to see the strength of the genius Hai Tianquan, but in the next moment, he was like a stray dog being grabbed by the cloaked man's hand. This was all too surreal. "I'll kill you." Hai Tianquan angrily roared as his neck was tightly grasped. He had wanted to prove his strength, but before he could do so, he had been treated like trash by this cloaked man. How could he raise his head in the fighting evil faction in the future? "Kill me." The cloaked man's hand stopped slapping. He lowered his head and coldly stared at Hai Tianquan. The murderous intent in his eyes caused Hai Tianquan's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, that was the true eye of a killing god. Suddenly, Hai Tianquan regretted his previous words, that was because the cloaked man could easily suppress him. His strength was definitely above his, and those cold eyes didn't seem like he would show mercy just because he was a member of the fighting evil faction. The most important thing was that he gradually saw the cloaked man's appearance. It was him. "You can die now." A firm voice resounded. The cloaked man's right hand formed a fist and punched towards Hai Tianquan's abdomen. 10 million points of strength erupted, and the small world within his body began to crazily revolve. Puff, Hai Tianquan spat out a mouthful of blood. His body bent like a prawn, and then with a bang, his entire body exploded and turned into ashes. Dead, the last genius of the fair family had died in front of countless people, and he had died on the birthday of the patriarch. The crowd forgot how to breathe, as if they had seen the most terrifying existence. "Who are you? Why did you come to my fair family to distort right and wrong, and kill people as you wish?" Hai Tianquan's voice filled with killing intent resounded, shaking the entire square. That cloaked man was too overbearing. "Me distorting right and wrong? Were you distorting right and wrong?" 3 major powers joined hands to kill 3 people, and you actually spread the news that you killed more than 1,000 experts. What a thick face. Of course, you won't admit your hypocrisy, but with me here, it's enough to prove it. A cold voice drifted out from the cloaked man's mouth. He slowly extended his hand, and then gently took off his cloak. He was wearing a blue and white robe. It wasn't luxurious, but it was as pure as the clouds in the sky. A handsome face and a tyrannical sword appeared clearly in front of everyone's eyes, his long hair fluttered in the wind, free and unrestrained. His eyes were ice cold, and his arrogance reached the clouds. You are Lin Ling. Under countless shocked gazes, a frightened voice came out from Hai Tiansan's mouth. The crowd's expression became incomparably splendid. Lin Ling, a peak-level genius who had died 3 months ago, appeared in front of everyone's eyes again today. He hadn't died yet, and he had come for revenge. Many people's hearts were filled with a terrifying thought. You are Lin Ling. The people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family opened their eyes wide. Lin Ling hadn't died, which meant that the 2 ancient countries had died 3 months ago in vain. 3 months ago, the 3 major powers came together to kill me and Old Master Qin. Unfortunately, I haven't died yet, and I have returned today. Lin Ling's cold voice came out. Once again, it proved that Lin Ling hadn't died, and he had returned from hell to take revenge. The crowd also stared at the indifferent young man, and a thought appeared in their minds. Before, the 3 major powers had beautified themselves, and praised themselves, but after Lin Ling's appearance, everything had become extremely ironic. After all, Lin Ling was the person involved, how could his words have no weight? You killed Old Master Qin. Today, the envoys of the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family shall stay here forever, and the fighting evil faction shall be exterminated. Under the silent square, a cold and firm voice came out. The square was once again in an uproar. Lin Ling had returned to take revenge, and the first one to attack was the fighting evil faction, and it seemed like he wanted to exterminate them all. Extermination, rumble. At that moment, Lin Ling waved his left hand, and countless black shadows sprayed out like heavenly maidens scattering flowers. They landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Countless people stared at the coffins. They were all black coffins. A total of 375 people. The voice sounded like it came from the underworld. Some people carefully counted the number of coffins and discovered that there were 375 coffins. Lin Ling's revenge was crazy. He didn't leave a single one alive. He even left a coffin for everyone. The square was dead silent. At this moment, everyone was motionless. They could only stare at the numerous coffins and the young man in the middle of the coffins. He was holding a magnificent sword. His blue and white robe was fluttering in the wind. The young man was domineering. His killing intent was so strong that it made many people tremble in fear. It didn't seem like a human. It seemed like a sword that floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only Lin Ling knew why the sword wanted to kill. It wanted to kill Old Man Xiao. Do you know who you are facing today? The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire stared at the coffins around him. Blue veins were popping out on his forehead. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He actually prepared coffins for everyone. Messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire, you don't need to show off your status. I can promise you that I will let you die in the end. Lin Ling raised his sword, and his murderous aura was unabashedly released. Die in the end. The messenger of Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. He was trembling with anger. Lin Ling seemed to think that they were going to die in the end. You are very frivolous, but unfortunately, you are also very stupid. You are lucky to not die. You did not hide and cultivate bitterly. Instead, you can't hold back your desire for revenge. You came here to die. Lin Ling, Lin Ling, according to the rumors, you are brave and smart, but after seeing you today, it seems that you are not worthy of your reputation. Hai Jusher also looked at Lin Ling coldly, but he was not angry. Maybe in his opinion, Lin Ling was just digging his own grave. The crowd recovered from their shock and scanned the square. On the square, there were countless experts from the fighting evil faction, in addition to the 2 envoys from the ancient countries, but Lin Ling seemed to be alone. Sure enough, the Hai family's patriarch was right. Lin Ling was too reckless. Kill. Hai Jusher indifferently waved his hand, and all the experts of the Fair family rushed out in unison. Their imposing manner was magnificent as they pounced towards Lin Ling. In the square, Qi and ghosts covered the sky as if it had turned into the 9 Serenities hell. The terrifying power of the Spectre clan was unleashed. Although this reclusive clan kept a low profile, once they surfaced from the dark, their aura was incomparably terrifying. They're all Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Many people left the square quietly, afraid that they would be implicated. They looked at the young man in the square with anticipation. Lin Ling was as arrogant as the clouds. 3 months ago, he was hunted down, and 3 months later, he came back with revenge. However, the time was too short, and Lin Ling did not cultivate for a longer period of time. Wasn't it too reckless for him to wait until he was strong enough to take revenge? However, Lin Ling was the most dazzling monster in the 100 territories. He shouldn't be that stupid. Xiaoyan. Boom. At this moment, a low shout resounded in the square. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared. Its ferocious chi made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling actually controlled such a terrifying beast. Could it be his trump card? Xiaoyan, you're in charge of putting the corpses into the coffins. Boom. However, a tyrannical voice floated in the air again, making the crowd's face stiffen. The ferocious beast was not there to support the battle, but to put the corpses into the coffins. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to face the entire fighting evil faction alone? Arrogant, kill him. This time, Xianxia was also furious. Lin Ling was going too far. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and he slowly raised his sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's sword actually became very heavy. Moreover, the ground was shaking, as if it couldn't bear the power that erupted from Lin Ling's body. That kind of extreme power even made time stop at this moment. It was very strange. Lin Ling didn't explode with a powerful aura, but it seemed that his body alone was enough to make the ground shake. Chi. At this moment, Lin Ling's sword emitted a cold light. The sword was very cold. Many people felt that the coldness wasn't the coldness of ice, but the coldness of killing. Many people even saw that Lin Ling seemed to have disappeared, and only a sword was floating in the air. It was a sword of blood, as if it floated out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Sword of killing. Desolate killing. A low voice seemed to break the frozen time, and coldly floated out. A sword slash seemed to come from the void, bringing with it a billowing killing intent. It was so cold that people didn't dare to look at it directly. Not good, everyone be careful. Xianxia stared at Lin Ling and instantly shouted. However, it was too late. When the sword slashed past, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. The 200+ experts of the Hai family stopped in their tracks, and the time in the square seemed to have stopped again. Family head. One of them turned his head to look at Xianxia with difficulty, and his voice was filled with sorrow and regret. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the heads of the 200+ experts flew out, and blood spurted out from their necks. It was incomparably dazzling, and it was like a dazzling firework. This sword had killed all the enemies that came. How terrifying. The crowd trembled. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, and they knew that Lin Ling was a top genius. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were countless experts of the fighting evil faction who were higher than Lin Ling, but they couldn't block a single sword. What kind of sword was that? How could they know that that sword contained half a step away from 90% sword intent? It was a powerful sword that only appeared in the hands of top geniuses and ancient martial artists. No, this is fake. Xianxia stared at the scene in front of him, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Lin Ling's sword had killed a large number of peak Emperor Spirit Realm experts. Did this mean that other than the top geniuses of the Emperor Spirit Realm, no one could stop Lin Ling? Look at that giant ape. Someone pointed at the square after recovering from the shock. The giant ape was like a bull from hell, and it was coldly carrying the corpses into the coffins. It was terrifying. This man and beast had really returned from hell. Moreover, many people discovered that the Heavenly Dragon Empire's previous words were even more laughable. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had said that 3 months ago, the 3 major forces had dispatched experts to obliterate more than 1,000 warriors from Lin Ling's side. However, the current situation was that Lin Ling had single-handedly slaughtered all the Hai family's experts. One person was able to kill so many experts. What if Lin Ling's side had more than 1,000 warriors? There was no need to think too much about the result. The Heavenly Dragon Empire was really trying to beautify themselves for the sake of their own dignity. The grudge between me and the fighting evil faction came from the battle with the demon god Qiyan. It was a fair battle, I lost, I died, the demon god lost, the demon god died. However, the fighting evil faction didn't accept their loss, so they sent all their experts to kill me. Since you dare to kill me, then I dare to do the same. Lin Ling's eyes became colder as he walked forward step by step. The Hai family had suffered a great loss when they tried to kill Lin Ling last time. They no longer had any Saint Spirit Realm experts left. This time, Lin Ling had come for revenge and killed all the experts of the Hai family. The remaining people couldn't help but tremble as they looked at Lin Ling. Was the god of vengeance going to kill them all? Translator, Transin editor, Transnit's all your fault. How dare you? Hai Juesher angrily roared. He thought that Lin Ling was the lucky star of his fair family. Although he had caused many deaths in the fair family 3 months ago, he had at least obtained the recruitment of 2 ancient nations. He was even secretly grateful to Lin Ling for allowing their fighting evil lineage to obtain a great merit, but now, he realized that the fighting evil faction had offended the wrong person. Lin Ling was a demon, a nightmare. You don't dare? A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. He dared to come here, so how could he not dare? Taking a step forward, Lin Ling was like the shadow of the Grim Reaper, pouncing on the remaining fighting evil faction members. Swoosh, with another slash, another large number of people died. All of them were unwilling, and some even blamed the previous generation's leader and their bloodline ghost god for provoking such a terrifying existence. I'll kill you. Hai Juesher roared crazily, and his body exploded, turning into a huge ghost flame that pounced on Lin Ling. Bang! A powerful force slammed into Lin Ling's back, causing Lin Ling's body to sway slightly. But soon, he turned around and smiled. Sorry, you're the last one to die. It's fine. Hai Juesher's strength was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even though he wasn't a prodigy, his years of hard work had given him a solid foundation in his cultivation. Yet, Lin Ling didn't even try to block his full-powered attack. Instead, he took it head-on and remained completely unharmed. This fleshly body was simply too powerful. Swoosh, Lin Ling did not kill Hai Juesher. Instead, he took a step forward and appeared in front of the other members of the Hai family, causing them to tremble. Looking at this cold young man at such a close distance, they felt like they were looking at the king of hell. Swoosh, without saying anything, Lin Ling punched out, and 10 million points of strength exploded. With a bang, 5 people were swept away by the powerful force and turned into ashes. The innate body was so terrifying, one had to know that in the Water Moon Holy Land, Lin Ling was already unrivaled in the same realm with his innate body, not to mention that he had the king body and martial intent. No, this has nothing to do with us. We didn't want to kill you. The remaining fair family members knelt down and kowtowed out unceasingly. They were scared. The dignified fighting evil faction, a faction that caused people's expressions to change, was now afraid of a young man because the fighting evil faction was ferocious. But this young man was even more vicious. In the past, old Master Qin also had nothing to do with you, so why did you kill him? Lin Ling's cold voice made the kneeling people tremble. Yes, they wanted to kill Lin Ling, but Grandpa Qin protected Lin Ling, so the fighting evil faction killed Grandpa Qin as well. They wanted to force Lin Ling into a dead end, but Grandpa Qin had never offended the fighting evil faction. Since they could kill him, why couldn't Lin Ling? Those kneeling people could not answer. They could only look at Lin Ling in horror. Lin Ling also knew that they wouldn't be able to answer. In fact, he didn't even need an answer, because an eye for an eye was the answer. Whoosh, the sword was drawn, and those people were killed again. Blood flowed like a river. No, don't kill them. Hai Juesher chased from behind, but he could only see the bloodlines disappearing one after another. He was a dignified family leader, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as his family members were killed. The most painful thing for him was that Lin Ling didn't kill him. He was the last one to die. We didn't want to kill old Master Qin, we were just serving different masters. Lin Ling, spare our lives. The remaining members of the fighting evil faction were getting fewer and fewer. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. If you want to blame someone, blame your surname Hai. There was no other explanation for this. There was only one reason. They were from the fighting evil faction. Their surname was Hai. Whoosh, Lin Ling's sword of slaughter slashed out again. Hai was a nightmare. In the distance, many people's hearts trembled. Not long ago, the surname Hai was a proud surname. They flaunted their strength and dominated a region. If anyone didn't listen to them, they would send out their entire clan to kill them. In the 100 regions, they had seized the prestige of the ghost faction. But today, the surname Hai was a nightmare. This was the ghost faction meeting the death god. Plop, the last 3 people were also killed. The square was completely silent. Previously, it had been bustling with noise and excitement, but now, because there were so few people, it seemed incomparably desolate. The only thing moving in the square was the giant ape from hell, placing the corpses into the coffins. The coffins are filled with people from the fighting evil faction. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling had brought a large number of coffins to prepare for the Hai family. Today, he had fulfilled his promise. There are still 7 people left. A cold voice transmitted through the plaza. The remaining 7 people were all important figures. They were the family leader of the Hai family and the emissaries of various ancient countries. At this moment, they were all standing there in a daze. Before, when Lin Ling said he was going to exterminate the Hai family, they thought it was a joke, so they quietly waited for Lin Ling to be killed. Some of them even fantasized that if they killed Lin Ling, they would be able to exchange it for great merits in the ancient countries. However, in less than an hour, the Hai family was completely exterminated. Moreover, they had seen Lin Ling exterminate the Hai family. The remaining 7 people were all experts, but they were only at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, when Lin Ling transformed into the Death God, it seemed like ordinary peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm couldn't shake him at all. Only those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm or the Holy Spirit Realm could do anything to him. Am I the only one left from the fighting evil faction? Hai Juesher stared at the coffins around him in a daze. Before, you beautified yourselves and said I was an ugly devil. Isn't this the result you wanted? How can a devil leave you alive? Lin Ling indifferently looked at Hai Juesher. Hai Juesher's body trembled. Before, in order to convince the crowd, they had beautified themselves, but Lin Ling was said to be a devil who killed people like scything flax. Now, Lin Ling had shown them what a devil Grim Reaper was. Suddenly, Hai Juesher regretted. If you said Lin Ling was a devil, then he was a devil. You can accompany them in death. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Then, he walked towards Hai Juesher. He wanted to kill the last person of the fighting evil faction. Moreover, he didn't attack madly. Instead, he walked towards Hai Juesher and told him that he was coming to kill him. You will suffer retribution. Stop. Hai Juesher's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was looking down on him. You will never see it. Stop, said Lin Ling coldly. Flames surged from his left hand and the 10,000 small worlds in his body became active. They combined with the vermilion bird's flames and formed the Tai Unity Fist. Boom! Hai Juesher wanted to block the attack with all his might, but how could he block the attack when facing a genius who was at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm? He was killed with a single punch. Hai Juesher turned into ashes. Layers of black ashes floated in the air, making the crowd's heart beat violently. Then, a gigantic ape threw some of the ashes into the coffins. The fighting evil faction had been exterminated. It was like a dream. 3 months ago, the fighting evil faction had sent experts to kill Lin Ling. 3 months later, Lin Ling had returned from hell and started his revenge. The fighting evil faction had become the first to be buried with him. The fighting evil faction had provoked an existence that should not be provoked. Old Master Shao, rest in peace. Lin Ling, you've gone too far. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire said coldly. The remaining 6 looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wiped out Heavenly Dragon Empire's forces in front of them. This is looking down on them. What can you do to me? Lin Ling smiled indifferently. Went too far, they were mortal enemies, how could they go too far? Could it be that the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't go too far by killing him but he went too far by avenging them? So Lin Ling didn't bother to explain. Strength was everything in this world. Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything, so why would he bother to reason with them? It was better to say, what can you do to me? This was also telling the 2 ancient countries that if I want to kill you, you can't do anything about it. The Heavenly Dragon Empire will not let you off. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire gritted his teeth and said. Do you believe that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you? Lin Ling smiled, but his smile was very cold, like a devil's smile. The envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire trembled. Although he came from a noble ancient country, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. Although people had dignity, they were afraid of death. Lin Ling said that if you say one more word, I'll be the first to kill you, so he didn't dare to say anything. The crowd's eyes flickered. Lin Ling was really domineering today. He forced the envoy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire to not dare to say anything. You're afraid of me? You're all afraid of me. Lin Ling laughed again, causing the remaining 6 to grit their teeth as their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was humiliating them, which also meant that he was humiliating their ancient country. They were unwilling to accept this, but subconsciously, they didn't dare to say anything. Maybe they still had a trace of hope in their hearts, hoping that Lin Ling would give face to their ancient country and spare them. The silent time was undoubtedly torturous, especially when the Grim Reaper was watching. When you never knew when you would die, the torturous torment was even more painful. Plop. Finally, one person kneeled down and said, Lin Ling, I am not someone from the ancient kingdom. This time, I was ordered to come here to celebrate the birthday. Please spare my life. This person was a subordinate of a powerful force under the 5 great ancient nations of the upper 3 regions. He knelt down and begged for mercy. It's too late to beg for mercy now. I can only say that you're on the wrong side. However, a cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. The sword of slaughter swung out with incomparable firmness. Whoosh, a sword scar appeared on that person's neck. His eyes were wide open, and he couldn't understand why he had to die even though he wasn't from an ancient country. The pupils of the people in the distance congealed. Lin Ling's killing intent was very decisive and firm. Suddenly, they somewhat understood that Lin Ling's killing was not without principles. Although that person was not from the ancient kingdom, he walked together with the fighting evil lineage and belonged to the same faction. Therefore, he had to die. There were only 5 people left. At this moment, their hearts were trembling, and they even regretted coming here to celebrate the birthday. In the past, they were above tens of thousands of people and were respected by others. However, today, they were like ants in front of Lin Ling. Whether they lived or died, it was up to Lin Ling to decide. All of this was very ironic. At this moment, Lin Ling was not looking at the 5 people. Instead, he was looking at the sky. There, the faint figure of Old Man Xiao appeared, and seemed to be smiling at him. When he first appeared in the Qin clan, Old Man Xiao fully supported him. Old Man Xiao even said that Lin Ling was the same kind of person as himself. For Lin Ling, Old Man Xiao fully supported him. The mother-child worm that could lead to the Great Qin Empire was given to him by Old Man Xiao. It allowed him to return to the Cloud Domain and summon all the family heads of the Great Qin Empire. When the Holy Clan was destroyed, all the family heads left. However, Old Man Xiao was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so he went with Lin Ling. Old Man Xiao was a great benefactor to Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he died an unjust death. He did not die in a one-on-one battle, but was killed by a group of strong enemies. He even died not far from Lin Ling. At that moment, Lin Ling's heart was broken. The first senior who loved him in his life died just like that. Old Man Xiao, Lin Ling will definitely avenge you. The Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Duan family, one day, Lin Ling will step on the imperial soil and take back everything for you. Lin Ling said word by word, and the remaining 5 people trembled. A terrifying thought suddenly rose in their minds. Lin Ling killing the fighting evil sect was just the beginning. He wanted to kill the 2 ancient countries. Die. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. His sword came out, and heads fell. The remaining 5 people were killed in a single strike. Today, more than 300 people were sacrificed to Old Man Xiao. Bang bang bang, the remaining 5 corpses were placed in coffins. The entire square was empty, and it was like a dead matter. On the day of the birthday, they were all killed. In the distance, the crowd's face stiffened. They could not believe what they were seeing. Then, they saw the young man take out paper money, burn it with fire, and scatter it in the air. Maybe Lin Ling was not able to pay respects to Old Man Xiao's death, so he used more than 300 people to pay respects to him. Old Man Xiao, rest in peace. The figures of the man and the beast slowly disappeared from the Hai family, and the whole Hai Hun became silent. The fighting evil sect had disappeared from the world, and no one dared to touch the countless coffins in the Hai family. They could only stay there forever. Lin Ling had returned with vengeance and killed the entire fighting evil clan like a bolt of lightning. The news spread like a rolling snowball. It spread to the 2 ancient countries, to the 100 territories, and even to the rainforest sacred land. Some people believed this news, but some people were skeptical. They thought that it was just a pretense made by the Great Qin Empire for revenge. However, it was undeniable that one of the forces that killed Lin Ling 3 months ago had been destroyed. It was terrifying. It was like the god of death had come for revenge. Only the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family truly knew that Lin Ling was still alive, and he had come back for revenge. Especially Lord Long and Duan Zuanwang. Their anger was monstrous. 3 months ago, they had sent out all their powerhouses, but they had been completely annihilated. Even Duan Zuanwang had died, but Lin Ling had not died. This meant that their people had died in vain. And what was even more terrifying was that because of this, they had completely broken off relations with Lin Ling. Now, they would have to bear the wrath of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that was not even 20 years old. In fact, these 2 powerhouses should not have feared him. However, they had watched Lin Ling rise step by step. This youth's rise was terrifying, and he was not too far away from them. If this continued, their lives would be in danger. This made them regret their actions, and they were even more fearful. But there was no turning back. So, they wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. At this moment, the rainforest sacred land, 7 profound martial house. At the ancient gate, there were disciples coming in and out one after another. Lin Ling seems to be alive. I heard that he killed the fighting evil faction not long ago. This news has spread throughout the 100 territories, but I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then Lin Ling is the fastest growing monster in the 100 territories, but I think it's false. How could Lin Ling still be alive after being besieged by so many strong cultivators? Even if he's still alive, it's only been 3 months, and he's already killed his way back. That's too fast. I think so too. It's said that although the fighting evil faction's vitality has been greatly damaged, there are still many powerhouses. There's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator in charge, and Lin Ling is only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. That must be a rumor. Lin Ling's return shook the heavens and the earth. I have a relative in Sea Demon Town who saw it with his own eyes. At that time, Lin Ling was wearing a blue and white robe, and when his sword came out it cut off a person's head. He was indescribably confident and arrogant, and was the idol of all proud sons of heaven. Moreover, when Lin Ling came to the 7 profound martial house, when had he ever been a nobody? At the apprenticeship ceremony, he had slapped Master Su Fan, he had wandered through the Star Sea Pagoda, the Dragon Coiling Lake tournament, he had killed a law enforcement hall disciple, his name had shaken the entire exquisite valley, and in addition to the Sky Universe Palace, Lin Ling was simply the most dazzling proud son of heaven in the history of the 7 profound martial house. He had created countless miracles, and he had stirred the hearts of all. Therefore, this matter was not impossible. Obviously, this disciple was one of Lin Ling's admirers. As he spoke, his words flowed like a river, and his interest soared, and a powerful proud son of heaven always had admirers. Some of the geniuses that admired Lin Ling also chimed in. Frivolous, free and unrestrained, brave and resourceful, this is the mad god Lin Ling. Nonsense, if he meets a more powerful proud son of heaven, he will only be a stray dog. On the other side, those that were dissatisfied with Lin Ling disdained to retort. The topic of conversation at the 7 profound martial house's front gate seemed to revolve around Lin Ling. In the crowd, Long Xiaochen and the others were excited. Whether or not the rumors were true, their boss name had once again shaken the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling really didn't die? Ouyang Feiyang worriedly asked. Boss life is very tough, he definitely didn't die. Yes. Blue Maple firmly nodded. Although he wasn't sure, he still cheered himself on. However, it wasn't just them. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many people that were worried about whether or not Lin Ling was still alive. For instance, in the distant ancient Dao Martial Palace, as well as in the great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries, the 2 heavenly concubines and Yu Yu were constantly paying attention to any news about Lin Ling. at this moment, the earth began to shake, as if an ancient giant beast was coming from afar. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, countless disciples' eyes turned to look. In the distance, a 5-meter-tall giant ape was striding towards them like an ancient giant. It was like a demon king had descended. Everyone's heart trembled. What a terrifying demonic beast! However, when they looked over, their pupils constricted. They saw that on the shoulder of the terrifying monster king, there was a slender figure quietly standing there. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind, and his indifferent face held a smile as he proudly looked at the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling, return. It was very sensational. Once again, Lin Ling did not keep a low profile like he did in the past. Instead, he returned in a domineering and magnificent manner. Perhaps he also knew that his current forbearance was useless. He had too many enemies. Moreover, he had already reached the stage of immortality. Therefore, rather than forbearance, it was better to be arrogant. When he returned, he would do it openly, like a king returning. He also wanted to tell those who wanted him dead that he, Lin Ling, had returned. He also wanted to tell his friends that he, Lin Ling, had not died. It's Lin Ling. The crowd's pupils constricted. The mad god Lin Ling had returned, and he was as wild as ever. At the seven profound martial house's main gate, he had actually ridden a giant monster king and rebuked the wind and the clouds. This was the first person in the history of the seven profound martial house. Boss! Boss! Long Xiaochen and the others shouted out in surprise. The worry in their hearts had finally disappeared. Their boss was truly their sky, always supporting them. Moreover, during this time, there were people from the ancient Dao martial palace who came to ask about Lin Ling every day. This time, they could finally report back. What, Lin Ling hasn't died? Boss! Within the seven profound martial house, many people's pupils constricted. This time, they were finally able to determine that Lin Ling had not died. At the same time, in the rainforest Holy Land, many people also received the news that Lin Ling, who had once dominated the world, had returned. I knew that he wouldn't leave us behind. Yes. Within the ancient Dao martial palace, the heavenly concubine looked at the mother-child insect in her hands and finally smiled. Tears flowed from her beautiful eyes, causing the nearby senior apprentice sisters to be surprised. During this time, their junior apprentice sister had been cold and indifferent, as if she had something on her mind. They could even feel that their junior apprentice sister's heart was filled with sorrow, as if she had no attachment to the world. But now, their junior apprentice sister had smiled like a spring breeze. That smile seemed to add color to the entire world. The same thing was happening in the distant Great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Yu Yu looked at the mother-child insect, her heart leaping with joy. She couldn't help but dance like a peacock, causing many powerhouses to narrow their eyes. This proud daughter of heaven was in a very good mood today. Lin Ling had returned, and the response was tremendous. It was like a king had returned. At this time, at the seven profound martial house's main gate, countless people were looking at the giant monster beast. They quietly stepped aside, allowing the monster beast to walk up the steps and step by step towards the gate. They didn't know why they had to give way, but the name of the mad god Lin Ling was enough to intimidate them. As for those geniuses that admired Lin Ling, they were all excited as they looked at this youth. He was just as handsome as they remembered him to be. He was peerlessly frivolous, and his aura was soul-stirring. Stop. The seven profound martial house does not allow anyone to ride a monster beast. Immediately hand over the monster beast, otherwise you will be violating the rules of the seven profound martial house. At this moment, at the gate, 2 figures blocked the giant ape, their icy voices sounding out at the same time. The seven profound martial house has never had such a rule. And even if it did, is it your turn to care? From atop the giant ape, the icy voice sounded out, causing the several youths below to tremble. What a terrifying aura. However, as they watched Lin Ling swagger in, they felt very uncomfortable in their hearts. These people obviously had a grudge against Lin Ling. They had powerhouses supporting them, and they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. How could Lin Ling not know this? As for who it was, he was disinclined to guess. After all, within the seven profound martial house, he had offended many people. Although we are not disciples of the law enforcement hall, the seven profound martial house is the sacred temple of martial arts. How can we allow people to casually blaspheme the rules? We are here to uphold the rules. One of the youths sneered. Lin Ling was very proud. He had ridden the Monster King back, but he wanted to humiliate Lin Ling. He wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the Monster King, and then sneak back into the Seven Profound Martial House with his tail between his legs. Haha. Haha. On top of the giant beast, Lin Ling faintly smiled, but did not say anything. This made the several disciples think that Lin Ling was afraid of violating the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House. After all, no matter how crazy Lin Ling was, there were countless people in the Seven Profound Martial House who were stronger than him. As long as Lin Ling dared to violate the rules, Lin Ling would die just the same. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that although Lin Ling had the title of Mad God, he was brave and resourceful. What did he need to fear? Little Flame! Little Flame! Lin Ling coldly shouted. Little Flame's giant arm swatted out, and the several disciples who were blocking the way were ruthlessly swept away. They hit a distant rock and spat out blood. Their faces were pale, and they were incomparably disgraced. But the genius who had spoken was slapped to the ground by Little Flame's other arm. Stop me? A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Lin Ling was as crazy as ever, but this kind of craziness was very dazzling. A martial artist had to have this kind of drive. If anyone dared to violate their dignity, then they would use their strength to crush them. If they were as low-key as a dog, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Worthy of Lin Ling. The banner returns, how dare you? At this moment, an angry roar sounded out, and several figures appeared at the entrance with a large number of people. The one leading them was actually Elder Su Fan. You hit a puppy, and now the old dog is here? On Little Flame's shoulder, Lin Ling condescendingly looked down at Su Fan, his voice filled with disdain. Lin Ling, you just returned to the Seven Profound Martial House and you dare to casually humiliate others. Do you think the Seven Profound Martial House is your home? Elder Su Fan angrily shouted, coldly looking at Lin Ling. His heart was boiling with anger. Why hadn't Lin Ling died? Why couldn't this bastard die? Moreover, he could see that Lin Ling's strength had broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He hadn't died, but his strength had increased. To Elder Su Fan, this was worse than death. Little Flame! Lin Ling shouted angrily. Little Flame, who was under his feet, let out a low roar. His right hand slapped the young man under his claws, knocking him unconscious. Even the ground cracked. This slap had an incomparably terrifying strength. Most importantly, Elder Su Fan had already arrived and told Lin Ling to stop. However, not only did Lin Ling not stop, but he became even more aggressive. In front of everyone, he had slapped Elder Su Fan. You! Elder Su Fan's complexion instantly turned ugly. After returning, Lin Ling was even crazier than before. How could he know that after experiencing life and death, Lin Ling's temperament had been sublimated? He knew that forbearance was useless, and only frivolity could protect everything. Therefore, if the world said that Lin Ling was crazy, then Lin Ling would be crazy for them to see. This person is a Moon Guard disciple, and I am a proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven list. He ran out to reprimand me, and he doesn't know his own limits. Tell me, shouldn't he be punished? On Lin Ling's shoulder, Lin Ling looked down at Elder Su Fan. Elder Su Fan opened his mouth, but no words came out. The Seven Profound Martial House was the temple of martial arts. Although the competition was fierce, the status was strict and there were many rules. When a Moon Guard level disciple faced a proud son of heaven, they had to have a respectful attitude. But if they provoked a proud son of heaven, then they would be injured or even killed. No one could blame them for this. After all, a Moon Guard level disciple's status was not higher than a proud son of heaven. Not only that, but a Moon Guard level disciple's strength was much weaker, and he had overestimated himself by provoking a proud son of heaven. How could a proud son of heaven be casually humiliated? If he fought back, then the Seven Profound Martial House would judge him innocent. Get lost! Lin Ling shouted again, letting Little Flame take large strides forward. Outside the gate, Su Fan and his disciples had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had told them to scram. Damn it, however, other than Su Fan, all the other disciples made way for Lin Ling. It was extremely embarrassing and they did not dare to block Lin Ling's path. "Elder Su Fan, shame on you." As Lin Ling passed by Su Fan, a disdainful voice sounded out. Su Fan trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Ling had not violated any rules. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ling proudly entered the 7 profound martial house. "Boss." Long Xiaochen and the others hurriedly followed Lin Ling, their hearts filled with excitement. This was indeed their boss. His return had alarmed the 7 profound martial house and intimidated all the enemies. Lin Ling led Long Xiaochen and the others towards the mountain valley. Along the way, many people were in awe, and did not dare to block their path. At this moment, the mountain valley was surging with people. The people of the Fire Ancient clan were settling down here one after another. During this time, the news of Lin Ling's death had spread out, causing the people of the mountain valley to be somewhat forbearing. If they went out, they would be ridiculed and humiliated by others. But now that Lin Ling had returned, the people of the mountain valley had a banner. They no longer needed to look at others. "Grandfather." In the distance, Lin Ling saw Ancestor Extreme Flame. His heart was filled with excitement. Perhaps old man Zhao's death had caused him to cherish his family and friends even more. "Ling Er." Outside the mountain valley, Ancestor Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling with excitement. His old eyes were filled with tears. His little grandson really did not die. Within the Fire Ancient clan, many people of the Fire Legion were looking at Lin Ling with excitement. During this time, they had been received by the Great Qin Empire one by one. Only after arriving did they realize just how terrifying their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling was, and how many miracles he had created in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling, this youth who was not even 20 years old, was their banner, and also their pillar of support. "Everyone has come." Lin Ling had already jumped down from Little Flame's shoulder. As he saw all the familiar faces, his heart was filled with excitement. Everyone was here. Ancestor Extreme Flame, Qin Xiaolan, Tian Xiaoman, the Fire Ancient clan, and the Fire Legion. Elder Jian, Ouyang Feiyang, and even Elder Long Dan, Elder Hu Ding, and the others had also come. These people were all looking at Lin Ling with excitement, causing Lin Ling's heart to feel warm. When he had been wrapped up in murderous intent, he had almost turned into a mindless demon. At that time, it had been these people who had supported him. When he had been helpless under the oppression of powerful enemies, it had been these people who had supported him to become stronger. His heart of martial arts was to be free and unrestrained, to stand at the peak of the world. But if he could not even protect his loved ones, then how could he be free and unrestrained? Today, he had returned. He had to cherish everything, and he had to become even stronger, and today, although he still had not reached the level where he could laugh proudly at the 7 profound martial house, he was already able to awe all the heroes on the 7 profound heaven's chosen list. Everyone followed Lin Ling into the mountain valley. At this moment, the mountain valley was like a giant city. There were a massive number of mansions, and it was completely different from the previous desolate place. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was rich, and it was full of vitality. It was an excellent place to cultivate, but outsiders could not easily enter. They could only secretly envy. "Everyone is here. Where is my big brother?" "Big brother?" Lin Ling looked at each of his family and friends, and then said to Di Jichuan. Di Jichuan's face darkened. "Sure Tian, I'm fine. It's just that I can't walk out of my heart, and I don't have the face to see you." The Sword Elder sighed. It was obvious that they all knew about the second dream. It was just that the other party's status was too high, and they were both willing parties. Therefore, they were unable to find the other party to settle their accounts. After all, when it came to matters between lovers, it was true that both parties were willing parties. If you wanted to obtain the other party, then you had to pay a price. But after paying a price, if the other party betrayed you and abandoned you, then you could not blame the other party. This was because when it came to matters of the heart, outsiders could not intervene. Others would say that they did not like the other party, so they had to separate. Although they knew that the second dream came with ulterior motives, how could they blame others? They could only blame Sakura's greed for beauty, and that was why they had ended up like this. Lin Ling, perhaps you don't know, but the second dream is the martial house master's disciple. The Sword Elder said, and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He knew that the second dream's origin was not simple. When Sky Universe Palace was able to summon so many experts, he could see it. But he did not expect that the second dream was the Martial House Master's disciple. No wonder the second dream said to Lin Ling that when Lin Ling and Sakura decided to challenge the Martial House Master, they were already half a step into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. This also meant that everything was the Martial House Master's idea. Martial House Master. Lin Ling clenched his fists tightly. I failed too. Lin Ling, I know you want to take revenge, but we are no match for the Prefecture Master. Sword Elder sighed. If he could touch the other party, he would have taken his revenge long ago. Unfortunately, he couldn't. The second dream was backed by the Prefecture Master. The Prefecture Master even wanted them to challenge him openly. That way, the Prefecture Master would be able to kill them openly. Therefore, Sword Elder and the rest could only endure. The Prefecture Master? Lin Ling took a deep breath. He knew that Sword Elder and the rest were worried. He even knew that if he wanted to take revenge on the two ancient countries and challenge the Prefecture Master, he still had a long way to go. However, how could he let go of the second dream just like that? I'll go take a look at Big Brother. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and walked towards the depths of the mountain valley. In the depths of the mountain valley, the spiritual energy was dense. A slender figure leaned on the spiritual root and drank wine dispiritedly. When Lin Ling saw this, his body trembled. This person's clothes were dirty and he didn't care about his appearance. There were many wine bottles on the ground. This person's hair was white and he was completely different from the arrogant and domineering figure in his memory. This made Lin Ling's heart ache. His big brother used to be arrogant. However, today, he had become like this. Even his hair was white and he was dispirited. The second dream brought great harm to his big brother. That kind of harm wasn't physical but mental. After all, the second dream was his big brother's first love. First love was always beautiful and made people yearn for it. Unfortunately, most first love was like a dream and it was easily broken. After one was broken, the impact was undoubtedly huge. Moreover, the second dream wasn't a matter of liking or not. Most importantly, she had betrayed Sakura. From the beginning to the end, the second dream had played Sakura like an ant. To be betrayed by one's beloved, this kind of impact was even greater. Not to mention, this kind of thing happened to the arrogant Sakura. The second dream. Lin Ling clenched his fists. That sinister girl was so hateful. Defeating a person wasn't scary. The scariest thing was to make the other party lose their martial heart and become a real cripple. Sakura was his family, his brother. In the past, when he was weak, Sakura had always protected him. In the Sky Universe Palace, Sakura had even used his head as a stake to prove that he was Lin Ling. So, how could Lin Ling not feel heartache when he saw Sakura in such a state? If you had a brother in your life, you would have no more regrets in life. Lin Ling was the same. Big brother. A soft voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Sakura, who was far away, to tremble. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief as surprise flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lin Ling was still alive. He was excited, but he did not dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes. He felt guilty. After all, he wasn't a fool. In the past, Lin Ling had warned him many times to be careful of the second dream. However, he believed in the second dream. Lin Ling had given him a spirit artifact, the second dream. Now, how could he still have the face to see Lin Ling? Second brother. Sakura murmured. During this time, he didn't see anyone. This was because he always had a feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He also knew that the entire Seven Profound Martial House treated him as a joke. But when he saw Lin Ling, he was excited, he felt guilty, and he took it to heart. Sakura took a large step forward and arrived in front of Lin Ling. Then, he knelt down. Second brother, I was wrong. He cowed out heavily. Lin Ling gently sighed and helped Sakura up. Big brother, between brothers, there is no right or wrong. As long as you can wake up, nothing is more important than this. As long as a man has strength, why would he be afraid of not having a wife? The shame that the second dream gave you, don't you want to take revenge? Haha. Sakura helplessly smiled. Revenge, I want to. But that's easier said than done. I have already become a cripple, and my king body talent has been taken away by the second dream. How can I take revenge? He bitterly smiled, even more dispirited. Lin Ling shook his head. He wanted to say something, but Sakura walked away step by step until he reached the spiritual root. He picked up the jug of wine and drank. Second brother, big brother has wronged you. You should go. Your graciousness, big brother will repay it in his next life. What he lost wasn't his talent, what was crippled wasn't his cultivation, but his heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He walked towards Sakura step by step. With a wave of his right hand, the jug of wine in Sakura's hand shattered. Sakura looked at Lin Ling in confusion. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold. He slapped out and slapped Sakura's face. Sakura's eyes narrowed. His second brother slapped him and he was already a cripple. He couldn't resist. Could it be that his second brother was here to mock him and humiliate him? This slap is to wake you up. Failure isn't scary. What's scary is your fear of failure. You must know that on the path of martial arts, how can there be no failures? And because of a single failure, you gave up on yourself and gave up on your beliefs. Hence, this slap is to tell you that if you continue to be so dispirited, you and I are no longer brothers. Lin Ling spoke word by word. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. I know, failure isn't scary. However, the second dream has already become my heart demon. I want revenge, but what revenge should I use? Even if I still have talent, I'm still not her opponent. She is the disciple of the Manor Lord, an existence that can never be defeated. You can mock me all you want, but I only want to say that our opponent isn't an ordinary opponent. Sakura roared in anger. His emotions were incomparably agitated. The second dream had become a huge obstacle in his heart that he would never be able to overcome. It made him believe that the second dream would never be able to win. This woman's talent was terrifying, her shrewdness was deep, and she was the daughter of the Manor Lord. She suppressed him from all angles, giving him no chance to take revenge. Not only that, he also knew that if it was someone else, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. After all, the second dream was perfect. She was like a perfect girl bestowed by the heavens, hence, even if he wasn't crippled, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. And since he couldn't, Lin Ling couldn't as well. Excuses. Lin Ling walked away step by step. His voice was like thunder in the sky, causing Sakura's body to tremble. He looked at that slender back in shock. You failed, so you became dispirited, so you believed that your opponent would never be able to win. However, you are a coward. You only failed because of your talent. But do you know, I also failed before and almost died. I was entangled by killing intent, I was chased by experts from 2 ancient countries. I almost lost my consciousness, but I persevered because I knew that I couldn't lose. I had to defeat my opponent. I couldn't lose because I wanted to soar above this world. I wanted to protect the tranquility in my heart. After that, I rose up. I brought back endless glory. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking Sakura's heart. Yes, he failed. He only lost his talent, but he was still alive. The mountain valley was like the most stable home, giving him the greatest protection. As long as Lin Ling didn't fall, no one would dare to invade this place. It also gave him enough time to stand up again. However, what about Lin Ling? He struggled outside and failed. Who would protect him? Who would support him? Who would allow him to rise up from failure? No one. The perfect blessed daughter of heaven. At this moment, Sakura discovered that the little brother that he had always protected had also been protecting him. It was just that he didn't know it. Moreover, he discovered that his own failure and Lin Ling's failure were much more difficult. After all, that was a life or death crisis. However, Lin Ling had still stubbornly withstood it and continued to rise. The second dream is not the most terrifying. You say that she is perfect, that she is invulnerable, but I want to see just how fierce she is. Revenge, this is only the beginning. There has never been anyone that has been able to provoke me, Lin Ling, and then come out unscathed. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. When the second dream decided to attack me, she had already lost. The slender figure disappeared in front of him. That firm voice caused Sakra's body to tremble once more. His second brother was still boiling with fighting spirit, forever filled with confidence. A martial artist was free and unrestrained in the world. There was never an opponent that they could not defeat, only an opponent that they did not dare to face. The second dream once said that I have a better talent than second brother, but I am inferior to him. At this moment, I seem to know what that is. Sakra looked up at the sky. Dark clouds billowed, but through the layers of clouds, one could faintly see a faint blue sky. Was his second brother going to attack? Was he going to attack the 7 profound martial house's most talented, shrewd, and perfect daughter of heaven? Could his second brother win? At this moment, above the tallest ancient tree in the rainforest Holy Land, green leaves fluttered like the clouds in the sky. And above these green leaves, 2 figures quietly stood there, as if they were monarchs overlooking the endless rivers and mountains. One of them was already a monarch, but the other was a young girl that had just begun to reveal her talent. Master, Lin Ling has not died, he has returned. Yes. A soft voice floated out from the young girl's mouth, without joy or sorrow. Haha, he really is an unkillable cockroach. Dream, what do you think is so mysterious about this Lin Ling that he can't die so often? The man turned around and looked at the young girl. This man was the current 7 profound martial house master, Tian Lin. He had strength and status that surpassed everything. He was the king of the 5 great ancient countries. I don't know, there is something about him that I cannot see through. Dream. The young girl faintly said. At the same time, she tucked her hair behind her ear. Her every movement was devastatingly beautiful, as if she were a pure lotus flower. Disher Tian has already been crippled. Lin Ling luckily didn't die, but next, it should be Lin Ling's turn to attack. Meng, are you confident? The man spoke again. It's just a small matter. Lin dream. Lin. Of course. She had a terrifying talent. She was shrewd. In addition to her current status, Lin Ling was mysterious. But could he compare to her? Moreover, although Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest Holy Land, it was only a trivial matter to her. In the rainforest Holy Land, there were many hidden powerhouses. It was just that the average person did not know of them. Lin Ling did not have the qualifications to step into such a powerful domain, but she could. Good. Lin Ling, play with him until he dies. Tian Lin faintly said. From beginning to end, he was firm in his position. He believed that the Di bloodline was a terrifying existence. Lin Ling had obtained Di Wuji's inheritance, but he was just a lucky boy, nothing more. The most important thing right now is for you to become an elder. Skyforest spoke again, causing Second Dream's beautiful eyes to shine with light. The 7 profound martial house had a strict hierarchy. The martial house master was first, and then there was old Xian, apprentice, elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. She was a proud son of heaven, but she wanted to become an elder. The 2 words elder seemed simple, but the truth was that they held endless glory and glory. Although Elder Su Fan seemed helpless against Lin Ling, the truth was that Lin Ling had not violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, Elder Su Fan could easily move against Lin Ling. Moreover, a martial hall elder's status was comparable to a family head of the 5 great ancient countries. Placed outside, they were above tens of thousands of people. Most importantly, the second dream wanted to rise up and shake the rainforest Holy Land. Her first step was to become an elder, and then become a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll. Becoming an elder was her top priority, and also one of her life's plans. She could not afford to make a mistake. She had been preparing for this for several years. As for becoming a top proud son of heaven on the proud son of heaven roll, this could not be rushed. She had to experience the great tournament, so she had to slowly wait. Moreover, if she became an elder, she would be the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial hall elders. Her name would inevitably shake the Rainforest Holy Land. All martial artists want to become stronger and walk higher. Becoming an elder is the first step in my life. Master, I have prepared for so many years, I will definitely succeed. Master, the second dream's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a queen descending to the world, controlling the world. Master also believes that you will succeed. You will be the first proud son of heaven to become an elder of the younger generation in the 7 profound martial house. Master. Skylin praised. How could his disciple be a nameless nobody? Therefore, it was time for his disciple to shine. Becoming an elder was also the first step. 3 days from now, it will be your day of glory. The 7 profound martial house will hold an elder ceremony for you. Master, a short 3 days quietly passed. The second dream was to become a new elder of the 7 profound martial house. This news snowballed, causing a sensation in the 7 profound martial house. The second dream, a proud daughter of heaven, was also a mysterious young girl. Many people longed for her, but not many knew her true identity. But during this time, the second dream had rejected Sakura and announced her identity to the public. Everyone knew that the second dream was the daughter of the current martial house master, thus, even more people admired the second dream. This was a proud daughter of heaven who had been born with a golden spoon in her mouth. As for Sakura, everyone laughed at him. A toad wanting to eat swan meat, but now, the second dream was to become an elder. No one in the entire 7 profound martial house refused to accept this. They were all looking forward to this proud daughter of heaven creating the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house, endless glory. Early in the morning, in the ancient square of the 7 profound martial house, a large number of people had gathered. There were Star Guard level disciples, Moon Guard level disciples, elders, scholars, and even old Xian. Everyone was quietly waiting for this moment. The second dream is younger than us, but her strength is formidable. Now that she has become an elder, everyone is envious of her. Yes, she is worthy of being the proud daughter of heaven that we look up to. She is so beautiful. I think that she deserves to become an elder. To become an elder at such a young age, perhaps she will be the next martial house master. The crowd was talking. Some admired her, some envied her, but most of them were sincerely convinced. Besides those from the 7 profound martial house, there were also powerhouses from the other major martial arts halls that had arrived. All of them were shocked in their hearts. The martial house master's disciple was truly not an ordinary person. She's come out. Lin Ling had made his move. On the square, the first person to appear was a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe, and he looked cultured and elegant. As he stepped forward, an indescribable aura of a powerhouse filled the air. This middle-aged man seemed to represent the heavens. The aura that he gave off was not overbearing and dominating, but as mysterious as the heavens themselves. This person was the current martial house master, Tianlin. The eyes of the various martial arts hall powerhouses flashed, and they were secretly surprised. This mysterious powerhouse, Tianlin, his strength seemed to have risen again. He was one step closer to the peak of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. Then, everyone's eyes turned to look behind Tianlin. Following behind him was a beautiful young girl. She wore a long black dress, and her long hair was tied up. She wore black leather boots, and her delicate ears were adorned with a pair of moon pendants. Anyone who saw her would feel that she was extraordinary. Most importantly, this girl's eyes were deep and beautiful. As they looked into her eyes, the hearts of the youths couldn't help but skip a beat. They had a feeling of prostrating themselves before her. She is the second dream. She is as beautiful as a dream. This was the first time that the proud sons of heaven from the various martial arts halls had seen the second dream. Their hearts began to violently beat. Even if this young girl said something, they would still do it. Thank you all for coming today. As they arrived at the square, Martial House Master Tianlin's voice spread out. It was very soft, like a gentle wind blowing from the horizon, but everyone could hear it. From these words alone, one could see the Martial House Master's strength. Haha, this is just our luck. The various martial arts hall powerhouses laughed. Tianlin also smiled, giving off the aura of a Grand Master. Today's goal is simple. That is to have my disciple become an elder of the 7 profound martial house. He will also be the youngest elder in the history of the 7 profound martial house. Tianlin proudly said. The crowd was silent for a moment. Then, a burst of cheers sounded out. The second dream's talent was terrifying. This was a matter that everyone knew. In addition, his background was enormous. Who would oppose him? You deserve it. Many people nodded, especially some young geniuses. They even applauded, which made the second dream smile. Her beautiful face was calm, but she was excited. After all, she was about to achieve her first goal in life. She believed that this was only the beginning, and she would go even further in the future. This was the second dream. Life was not like that of an ordinary girl. She had her own goals, her own ambitions, and she was different from others. Of course, although I am the martial house master, I am not biased. The 7 profound martial house is a fair and just hall of martial arts. Becoming an elder is not up to me, but everyone else. At the very least, he wanted to let everyone know that he had allowed the second dream to become an elder not because he was his disciple. Everyone laughed. Although the second dream was able to become an elder mainly because the mansion master was her master, the truth was that the second dream's talent was also very terrifying. Most importantly, everyone was convinced that she could easily become an elder. In the vast square, all the powerhouses and geniuses responded with applause. No one objected. Since no one objects, then this martial house master will announce this to the world. Let the world celebrate. Mansion Master Skylin faintly smiled, a satisfied look on his face. His disciple's fame had shaken the rainforest holy land. As her master, he would have a bit more face. Announcing to the world, that will be sensational. Many people in the crowd excitedly said. This announcement was not made in the 100 territories, but in the rainforest holy land and the 100 territories. At that time, both fame and fortune would be reaped. The second dream's lips curved into a sweet smile. All martial artists wanted to stand out and be admired by tens of thousands of people. She was about to achieve this. At that time, there would be even more proud geniuses that would love her and kneel before her. She loved this feeling of being in control of everything. She was a dream, she was the night. She had to control everything. The 7 profound martial house is a sacred hall of martial arts. To rashly allow a slut to become an elder, this is too shameful for the 7 profound martial house. Senior Skylin, you are only the mansion master, but you did not create the 7 profound martial house. However, at this moment, an icy cold voice sounded out, causing the entire square to fall silent. Someone was objecting, the crowd was in an uproar. After all, this objection was an existence that would offend the mansion master. This was even more terrifying than offending the 5 great ancient countries or the major powers. Under countless gazes, a large number of people arrived at the square. There was Elder Jian, Elder Longdan, Elder Hu Ding, Elder Gu Sushue, and many others. They were mighty and majestic, their aura able to swallow mountains and rivers. The one leading them was actually a youth that was less than 20 years old. He wore a blue and white robe, and his face was indifferent. His lips curved up in a taunting smile. It was shocking. There were indeed people objecting, and it seemed that there was more than one person. Lin Ling. The second dream glared at the youth, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She hadn't thought that an ant like Lin Ling would come and interrupt her. This was the same as giving her a slap in the face in front of everyone. Was she a perfect daughter of heaven? Lin Ling didn't believe it. Lin Ling had nearly been killed by her in the past, and Sakura had been crippled. How could Lin Ling endure silently? Sakura had feared this perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling had not. He had said that his revenge had just begun. So today, he had made his move. Lin Ling. The entire square was in an uproar. The people of the 7 profound martial house were in an uproar, their eyes were fixed on the youth. This youth was so arrogant that his name of Mad God had once again shocked everyone. The most important thing was that Lin Ling had not come alone, but had brought a large number of people with him. Among them were many powerhouses, and many of them were the powerful Elder Xian. Lin Ling's rallying power was truly terrifying. The position of elder, is that something that a slut can do? The cold voice resounded in the square again, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Slut, they all knew who Lin Ling was scolding. He was definitely scolding the second dream. However, the second dream was the love of countless young men, and she was also the disciple of the palace lord. She was a perfect daughter of heaven, but Lin Ling dared to call her a slut in front of everyone. What a bold move, the square was silent. Everyone looked at the group of people striding over, but most of them were looking at the youth in the lead. This youth was so arrogant, he didn't even fear the palace lord, Tianlin. Di Wuji's successor? The palace lord's eyes flickered. He was also incomparably surprised. All along, he was only afraid of the Di family. However, the strongest genius of the Di family, Sakura, had been crippled, and the sword elder had to swallow his anger. He knew that the Di family was no longer a threat. When Lin Ling returned, the palace lord did not place him in his eyes. He thought that he was a dead man, but who knew that Lin Ling was more terrifying than anyone from the Di family. He was a banner that brought everyone to the square to slap the palace lord's face. Lin Ling, who do you think you are? Do you think that the position of elder is something that you can decide? At this moment, someone angrily shouted from the side. It was Elder Su Fan. That is not something that a dog like you can decide. The position of elder is something that everyone can decide. It is something that the seven profound martial house has the final say. I am only speaking on behalf of the seven profound martial house's unwilling people. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was not afraid of Elder Su Fan, and coldly shouted. These words caused Elder Su Fan's eyes to widen. Lin Ling had called him a dog in front of countless people, and even in front of the other martial arts halls. It's over. I'm begging for the last few days of monthly votes. I've worked very hard these days, everyone can see it. So, fight with me, students. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heartless, unrighteous, disloyal, unfilial. This kid is crazy. Today, all the big shots are gathered here, including the chief. Isn't he afraid of death? Damn, after the initial shock, many top geniuses' eyes flashed coldly. Mad God Lin Ling was a very domineering title, but to them, he was still just an ant. After all, Lin Ling was only ranked 200 on the genius list. There were more than 100 geniuses of the same age who were stronger than him. What right did he have to be arrogant? Moreover, he had insulted the second dream in front of so many people and called her a bitch. Lin Ling was courting death, of course, in such a big scene with so many experts gathered here, they naturally wouldn't teach Lin Ling a lesson. Because they knew that the chief wouldn't let Lin Ling have an easy time since Lin Ling was so arrogant. The others also had cold smiles on their faces. That young man had offended the palace lord's dignity in public. Therefore, they also wanted to see how the young man would deal with this. Did he think that it was possible for him to interrupt the second dream and become an elder? Countless people were looking at Lin Ling, and the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She was angry before, but she was a shrewd person after all, so she quickly calmed down and smiled gently. Is it because I rejected your brother that you are against me becoming an elder? It's just that matters of the heart can't be forced. You are here to help your brother vent his anger, so you are here to cause trouble. Isn't this too unsightly? So that's how it is. The second dream rejected Sakura, and Sakura is Lin Ling's elder brother. No wonder Lin Ling is here. Hee, the disgraceful Sakura, he is simply a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Lin Ling is about the same. The crowd started to discuss. Lin Ling was here to cause trouble, it was very ugly, but he was here to help his elder brother vent his anger. And based on this statement, he wanted to stop the second dream and become an elder. Mocking and disdainful voices sounded out, causing the sword elder and the others to frown. According to the legends, the second dream had the wisdom of the heavens, and was as shrewd as the sea. Today, they had seen it with their own eyes. Indeed, it was not a small matter. With just one sentence, everyone in the square sided with her, and Lin Ling became the one who was making trouble for no reason. After all, matters of the heart couldn't be forced. Because he was rejected, so he came here to cause trouble. How would others care about him? Even if he was a toad, the second dream, she was more like a pure and noble swan. You're here on behalf of the Di family, but aren't your actions a little too humiliating? In the high seats, the martial house master's expression was calm, but his voice was like a divine emperor from the highest heavens. Indeed, if Lin Ling had come here for Sakura, then not only would he not have succeeded, but he would have made a great mistake. After all, the conferment of an elder was a sacred event. Lin Ling had come here to cause trouble, and this was also a loss of face for the seven profound martial house. Therefore, if Lin Ling did not have a good explanation for this, then his crime would be punishable by death, Everyone's eyes looked at the slender figure in the blue and white robe. Many people were gloating over his misfortune. The second dream is really as intelligent as the rumors say. I just made a move, and you have already turned the tables on me. Admirable. At this moment, a light voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to twinkle. At such a critical moment, Lin Ling was still able to maintain his calm. This boy's mentality was indeed steady. I came here to help my big brother regain his dignity. Therefore, I oppose the second dream becoming an elder of the seven profound martial house. Lin Ling said again, and the crowd went into an uproar. Lin Ling really dared to say this. He had clearly come here for revenge. If he did, then he would lose face for the seven profound martial house, and his crime would be punishable by death. Even the sword elder's pupils constricted. He did not understand why Lin Ling would say this. This was the second dream's plan. The second dream's lips curved into a faint smile. Lin Ling was not as terrible as he had imagined. However, the elders of the seven profound martial house are highly respected and respected. They are teachers that are admired by tens of thousands of geniuses. If the second dream becomes an elder, then the seven profound martial house's elder position is too worthless. However, Lin Ling's words changed, and his cold voice sounded out again. Therefore, I came here with my own selfish motives, but I also came here to represent the voice of the masses. I know that there are many people present who support the second dream becoming an elder, but there are also a few who do not agree. The square was silent. Indeed, most people supported the second dream becoming an elder, but that did not mean that all of them did. It was just that the second dream's background was too great, so no one dared to speak. That's just your opinion. The second dream's slender eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Lin Ling was very calm, and admitted his own selfish motives. But he was also very cunning. With just a few words, he had caused those who had previously hesitated to hesitate, and now they were even more hesitant to support him. My own words? Lin Ling coldly shouted, and raised his hand. We oppose. Behind him, the sword elder and the others loudly shouted. Although their numbers could not compare to the martial house masters, their momentum was still magnificent, enough to intimidate the heavens. Becoming an elder of the seven profound martial house is no trifling matter. You must pass a martial, literary, and moral assessment. You must pass 12 Xian elders, 36 apprentices, and all the other elders must unanimously agree. But now, there are still voices of opposition, but you still want to confer the second dream the title of an elder. You are the one speaking. Lin Ling's cold voice once again sounded out from his mouth. His momentum was overwhelming, and the square was even more silent. The second dream's pupils shrank. Lin Ling was only an ordinary proud son of heaven, but he seemed to be very familiar with the rules of the seven profound martial house, and knew the conditions for conferring the title of elder. Moreover, Lin Ling's words were frank and heroic, filled with a strong sense of righteousness. First, he stated that he had come here with selfish motives, and then he spoke openly, making it so that no one could refute him. The martial house master was also silent. He had thought that Lin Ling had come out to cause trouble, and that it had been a moment of impulse. But now he discovered that this youth was incomparably intelligent. Then what do you want? The martial house master's low voice sounded out. He faintly stared at Lin Ling. This gaze was enough to make any powerhouse tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling was fearless. He took a step forward, and his icy voice sounded out, the position of an elder is sacred and dignified. The first rule of the seven profound martial house is that only those who are unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial can become an elder. Everyone's pupils shrank. This was indeed the rule of the seven profound martial house, and even the rule of the seven martial hall. Unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial, this was not only the requirement of the martial hall's elders, but also the requirement of becoming a disciple. Therefore, there were some vicious and murderous geniuses that the martial hall would not recruit. However, the second dream was a perfect proud daughter of heaven. How could she possibly be unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? As the crowd began to talk, the second dream's complexion changed. Lin Ling's words were too fierce. She had somewhat underestimated Lin Ling. How am I unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial? The second dream also took a step forward, and a powerful aura erupted from her. At this juncture, she could not weaken her aura, otherwise she would not have the face to be conferred the title of elder. In the lands of the 100 domains, there will be chaos everywhere. The strong will be revered, and the weak will be treated like ants. Have you ever thought about this? Lin Ling looked at the second dream, and his icy voice floated out. This is the truth of the world. How could I possibly change it? Therefore, I have never thought about it. The second dream lightly replied. A battle of words, good, then I'll ask again, how does Sakura treat you? Lin Ling asked again. The second dream's eyes flashed. She didn't understand why Lin Ling would ask such a question, but in front of so many people, she had no choice but to answer. Sakura treats me very well, this is a well-known fact. But how can feelings be forced? Good. Then I'll ask again, who founded the 7 profound martial house, and who are the disciples of the previous martial house masters? Lin Ling's face was calm as he asked again. Only his voice could be heard in the square. But his voice was vast and mighty, causing many people's hearts to tremble. This Lin Ling was very bold. Was he really questioning the second dream in front of the martial house master? The 7 profound martial house was founded by the 7 profound old man. His goal is to raise the proud sons of heaven. His disciples? The second dream frowned. She didn't pay much attention to the first-generation martial house master's disciples. She then spoke of the second-generation martial house master and the third-generation martial house master. Of course, the 7 profound martial house had a long history. There were over 500 generations of martial house masters, so she didn't remember them all. After all, this wasn't an important matter. Of course, this was enough to be proud of. Compared to others, she knew much more. Then you are now the perfect proud daughter of heaven. Your name has shaken the holy land of the rainforest. May I ask where your parents are, and where you come from? Lin Ling asked again. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Asking such irrelevant questions, do you think you can interrupt the second dream's appointment as elder? In the crowd, Su Fan couldn't help but shout out as he watched Lin Ling rise step by step, shocking the crowd. Shut up. However, as soon as his words fell, Lin Ling coldly looked at him. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing Su Fan to tremble. This was killing intent. Lin Ling actually had killing intent within his body. For a time, he was so intimidated by this killing intent that he couldn't speak. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, today, was lawless and fearless. It doesn't matter. Whatever he wants to know, I'll answer him one by one. I want to see what he has to say. The second dream knew that there were many important people present today. If she wanted to be conferred the title of elder, she had to convince everyone. Therefore, she did not mind. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear and said, I am nameless. Master saved me when I was young and named me the second dream. Master's kindness is as heavy as Mount Tai. A master for a day is a father for life. My father is Tian Lin. Her voice was full of pride, which made many people in the crowd nod their heads. She was loyal and righteous, as expected of the second dream. Many people were praising the second dream, but the second dream proudly puffed out its chest and faced them calmly. She didn't know why Lin Ling asked those questions, but Lin Ling's words made her beautify herself and made more people approve of her becoming an elder. However, around the square, just as the voices of discussion rose, Lin Ling's thunderous voice followed. How can someone who is heartless, unloyal, and unjust be an elder? His voice was like a bell, shocking the entire square into silence. Immediately, the 100 territories were in chaos. The strong were respected, and the weak were like ants. You said that this was the law of heaven and earth, but you didn't take it to heart. This is heartless, and human lives are like ants. A dignified elder is also a generation's teacher. How can you look down on human lives? Do you have any shame? I asked you how Disher Tian treated you, and you said that he was very good, but matters of the heart cannot be forced. However, Disher Tian gave up on himself and became decadent. As his former lover, you enjoyed the gazes of thousands. This is unrighteous. Although matters of the heart cannot be forced, there is still affection. You are so heartless, how can people accept you as an elder in the past? Lin Ling took a step forward and said two sentences in a row, shocking the crowd until their eyes trembled. Lin Ling, what a sharp tongue. You. The second dream's delicate body trembled. She realized that the questions Lin Ling asked her before were actually prepared. A heartless and unrighteous hat was placed on her head, making many people think that she was the second dream. She had a heart of snakes and scorpions, and her natural disposition was vicious. Lin Ling's mouth was so poisonous, the second dream's expression was cold. I am an ordinary disciple, how can I change the law of the world? Hence, what you said about me being heartless is not true. Disher Tian treated me very well, but I will remember it in my heart. However, there are many people who treat me well, and I can't pay attention to all of them. Hence, I am not unrighteous. The second dream's expression was cold. She realized that the battle between the two of them had already begun. It was different from the usual battle of strength. This time it was a battle of words, and she had no choice but to fight. If she admitted defeat, her reputation would be ruined, and she would even be cursed. Fine, you said that you are an ordinary disciple and cannot change the law of the world. But since you are an ordinary disciple, what qualifications do you have to be an elder? However, just as her words fell, Lin Ling coldly shouted once more, causing the second dream to grit her teeth. Lin Ling was very attentive, he had grasped her words to strike back at her. You said that there are many people who treat you well, and Disher Tian is only one of them, so it is impossible for you to pay attention to all of them. But let me ask you, where did that sword at your waist come from? Lin Ling shouted again, pointing at the sword at the second dream's willowy waist. That sword? Many people also looked at the sword at the second dream's waist, some of them puzzled. The second dream's complexion became even uglier. She was momentarily speechless. You have nothing to say to refute me. That sword is called the chaotic evil sword, and it is a spirit artifact. Disher Tian gave it to you as a token of his love. You said that Disher Tian treated you the same as everyone else, but did anyone else give you a spirit artifact? Your actions are unrighteous. Lin Ling coldly shouted. The word unrighteous reverberated through the square, echoing endlessly. It even spread to the entire seven profound martial house. Far off in the distance, Disher Tian stood in the valley of the mountains. As he listened to that mighty and righteous voice, his body trembled. His second brother had made a move. He had made a move against the proud daughter of heaven that he thought was perfect. Plop, he fell to his knees, he had given up on himself, but his second brother had gone to seek revenge. He had gone to retrieve the dignity that he had lost. His second brother was still fighting, moreover, his second brother's move had been like a thunderbolt. He had broken the undefeated legend in his heart, and had even challenged the perfect daughter of heaven in many people's hearts. At this moment, the square was deathly silent. Countless people looked at the sword at the second dream's willowy waist, their pupils constantly flashing. A spirit artifact was priceless. Disher Tian had actually given such a treasure to the second dream. However, the second dream had turned her back on him. This was truly a bit too much. It gave people the feeling that she was heartless and unrighteous. The proud daughter of heaven, the second dream, it seems that she is not as perfect as the legends say. Some people began to mutter to themselves. Then, their voices spread out like the wind. Many people's impressions of the second dream began to waver. The second dream stubbornly stood in place. Her long black dress fluttered in the wind. Her delicate body trembled with anger. The crowd was already questioning her, and all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Seize the radiance. Lin Ling followed up his victory with another shout. Perhaps you think that I am deliberately mystifying you, but listen well. The seven profound martial house's first-generation house master, Old Man Qishuan, is not a martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land. He came from a foreign land, and his martial arts were also brought from a foreign land. His name is Old Man Qishuan, and he has received 7 disciples. What? Didn't the 7 profound martial house's first-generation house master receive 6 disciples? The crowd began to talk, but soon an old man lightly said, there is also one that is not an official disciple of Old Man Qishuan, but a secret disciple. She is not in the rainforest Holy Land. This old man was not from the 7 profound martial house, but came from the heaven-bearing mansion. Because he was powerful, He was much older than most of the people present, and naturally knew some of the secrets hidden within. What surprised him was that not many people knew about this matter, but that arrogant young man knew about it. How could he know that 3 days ago, Lin Ling had learned that the second dream wanted to be conferred the title of elder? A massive plan had sprung up in his heart, and then he had used the eye of time to quietly observe the 7 profound martial house. In these 3 days, he had completely memorized everything about the 7 profound martial house. Therefore, in terms of familiarity with the 7 profound martial house, there were few people present that could compare to him. You are unfaithful, and you are inferior to me. Can you become an elder? Lin Ling took another step forward. He was getting closer and closer to the second dream. The crowd was breathing rapidly. Lin Ling was too fierce, he had actually suppressed the perfect proud daughter of heaven. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be more suitable than the second dream to be an elder. The second dream's glory had been split in half by Lin Ling. This was a great shame to the second dream. This boy is brave, and meticulous. He is free and easy, frivolous, what a good seedling. The ancient powerhouses of the major martial arts halls looked at Lin Ling with appreciation. Moreover, you are unfilial. Just as the second dream was rendered speechless, Lin Ling unleashed another barrage of attacks. You said that you are a nameless person, and your father is the current manor head. However, your mother, who gave birth to you, carried you for 10 months, and was connected by blood and flesh. Yet, you never thought of looking for them after you grew up, treating them as nothing. Yet, you took a strong person as your father, all for the sake of enjoying the feeling of being high above others. Tell me, where did your filial piety come from? I pity your parents. Perhaps they are still being bullied by others, but your daughter is enjoying all the glory and wealth. The second dream, do you know that blood is thicker than water? Lin Ling reprimanded loudly, causing the second dream's beautiful face to turn incomparably ashen. Before this, she had said that as a teacher for a day, as a father for all living things. Those heroic words had moved the hearts of the people in the square, but now, Lin Ling's words had made her an unfilial daughter. The second dream is a little ugly. Blood is thicker than water. How could she forget it so easily? She didn't even look for her parents. Many people looked at the second dream indifferently, especially some of the elders. Their eyes were filled with thick disdain. In an instant, the second dream in the square no longer seemed to be a perfect girl favored by the heavens. Instead, she was being condemned by everyone. The second dream's body trembled violently. Today was her day of glory, the first step of her life's goal. She was supposed to have completed it perfectly, but Lin Ling's appearance had stolen her light and made her into an incomparably ugly person. This was an unrighteous, unloyal, and unfilial person. Now, do you still have the right to be proud of being an elder? Lin Ling looked coldly at the second dream and said. He knew that the second dream must be incomparably angry at this moment, but he was very happy to see this scene. From the moment the second dream harmed his elder brother, from the moment she harmed him, Lin Ling, the second dream was already half a step into hell, consigned to eternal damnation. As for the mansion Lord Skylin, his eyes were ice cold. At this moment, he discovered that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than Sakura. At least, after Sakura was crippled, he no longer had the strength to fight back. However, Lin Ling wasn't. His battle intent was boiling, and the more he fought, the braver he became. Moreover, he had just escaped from a life-and-death crisis 3 months ago. 3 months later, he returned with revenge, and with a thunderous momentum, he made his disciple lose face today. Tianlin quietly looked at a middle-aged man in front of him. A formless voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to light up. He strode forward. He was Su Fan. Lin Ling, you said that the second dream isn't qualified. Then who do you think is more qualified than her? Don't tell me it's you? Su Fan shouted coldly. At this moment, the second dream had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point that she couldn't speak. Therefore, he had to step forward to salvage the lost pride. After all, the second dream losing face was equivalent to losing face for the prefecture lord. You old dog, you're speaking again. Lin Ling's gaze turned and landed coldly on Su Fan. Then, he smiled indifferently, I'm indeed more qualified than her. Boom, The square was in an uproar. Everyone thought that Lin Ling stood out to oppose the second dream because he wanted to disrupt the second dream's life goal. However, who knew that Lin Ling was even more arrogant than everyone thought? He was arrogant and thought that he was more qualified than the second dream to be an elder. Today's protagonist was the second dream. But not only had Lin Ling seized half of the glory, but he had also snatched away the stage of this proud daughter of heaven. Frivolous and arrogant, this is what a proud son of heaven should be. Like. All of the martial arts fanatics from the various major martial halls felt their hearts fiercely tremble. They did not indulge in beauty, they only yearned for a stronger powerhouse. But today, Lin Ling had left a deep shadow in their hearts. After all, he had seized the glory of being the disciple of the current 7 profound martial house master. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to do it. They wouldn't dare. As an elder, one must pass the civil, martial, and moral tests. Senior martial house master, may I ask if the second dream has undergone any tests? Lin Ling turned to look at the expressionless Skylin. Skylin's eyes flashed, and he lightly nodded, because everyone agreed there was no need to pass the civil, martial, or moral tests. As the martial house master, how can you so rashly decide on the elder position? Do you think that because you are the martial house master, you can control everything? The 7 profound martial house is a sacred martial hall. It is not a dynasty, it is not your world. Lin Ling icily shouted. This time, his sword was pointed at the martial house master. The hearts of the crowd fiercely trembled. Lin Ling was truly fearless. This time, he was reprimanding the martial house master. Just who did he think he was? He was only ranked 200 on the proud son of heaven list. This was simply a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Countless shocked eyes looked at Lin Ling. On the square, one man and one sword, his robes fluttering in the wind, it was as if he were the only person under the heavens, looking down at the vast sky with disdain. Mad God Lin Ling, today, he had once again caused a sensation in the rainforest Holy Land. Mad God Lin Ling, today, he had once again caused a sensation in the rainforest Holy Land. Skylin's complexion was as calm as before, as if he wasn't angry. But deep in his eyes, a billowing murderous intent was brewing. He wished he could kill this ant, but he didn't dare. He was the aloof and remote martial house master, and today, all the powerhouses of the rainforest Holy Land had gathered here. How could he disregard his reputation and attack Lin Ling? You say that you want to seize the elder position of the second dream? Very well, the 7 profound martial house is a sacred martial hall. Anyone has a chance. As long as you win the second dream, you can become an elder. Of course, if you lose, then that is because you have overestimated yourself. You must apologize with your death, and defend the sacred name of my 7 profound martial house. Skylin slowly said. He had given Lin Ling the opportunity, but he also wanted to take this opportunity to obliterate Lin Ling. If I win, then the second dream is deceiving everyone and deliberately mystifying themselves. Therefore, she must apologize with her death. However, after that threatening voice sounded out, Lin Ling's entire body exuded a tremendous aura. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his firm voice sounded out, this battle was not a battle of martial arts, but a battle of wits. He, Lin Ling, would fight. Heaven and Earth examination. Lin Ling accepted the challenge? The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's arrogance soared to the heavens. Not only did he want to steal the glory of the second dream, he even agreed to a battle of life and death with the second dream. This was like a dream. Lin Ling seemed to be unable to see through himself. Indeed, Lin Ling's mouth was powerful. His eloquence was like a lotus flower. His imposing manner dragged the second dream from the altar into the mortal realm. The second dream didn't seem as sacred and perfect as before. She was still a distance away from the position of an elder. However, it was undeniable that the second dream was still very close to the position of an elder. This was something that Lin Ling couldn't compare to. However, Lin Ling still wanted to fight. Could Lin Ling compare to the second dream? Could it be that Lin Ling was so arrogant that he thought he was the perfect heaven's chosen? Lin Ling. Lin Ling's relatives and friends were shocked. Some were worried about Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling had done very well today. At least in the hearts of the crowd, the second dream's reputation was stained. However, how could Lin Ling be a match for the second dream? Although this wasn't a battle of martial arts but a battle of wits, Lin Ling was still no match for the second dream. Are you sure? The palace lord looked at Lin Ling calmly. His soft voice floated out again. At the same time, the second dream was also looking at Lin Ling. She knew that Lin Ling had a mysterious aura about him, but she was the palace lord's disciple. She had grown up in the rainforest holy land, and was a darling of the heavens. Lin Ling couldn't compare with her. She didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. But with so many eyes focused on her, she still revealed a worried expression. Lin Ling, I know that you have a bad impression of me, but you really aren't my match. Why do you insist on a life or death battle with me for the sake of fighting spirit? As she spoke, she looked at the palace lord. Honorable master, withdraw the life or death battle. Lin Ling is a rare talent. If he dies here, it will be a loss for the seven profound martial house. Her words seemed as if she couldn't bear to see Lin Ling die, but the truth was that she was trying to beautify herself and erase the bad impression she had of him. In the square, many people's eyes flashed. Some of the youths actually sympathized with the second dream. This woman was truly a proud daughter of the heavens. Lin Ling had targeted her at every turn, but she still pleaded for mercy for him. What a kind heart. However, some of the older powerhouses and martial fanatics were indifferent. They knew that the second dream's plan was to retreat in order to advance. This was a very shrewd move. This was equal to goading Lin Ling into a corner. This woman was truly intelligent. She wanted to use this life or death battle to obliterate Lin Ling. Slut, you don't need to pretend to plead for mercy. You want to refuse, but I won't agree. However, before the palace lord could speak, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out, filled with a powerful self-confidence. The crowd was once again stirred. Lin Ling was unafraid of death. Did he really think that he would win? Fierce. Some of the powerful martial artists from the martial hall nodded in appreciation. This youth had the drive that a martial artist should have. He didn't attack, but when he did attack, it was like a thunderbolt. The seven profound martial house is the sacred martial hall of the rainforest holy land. It is not owned by one person. It represents the most powerful place in the 100 domains where talents are raised. Although today is a matter of the seven profound martial house, it is also related to the other martial halls. Therefore, for the next examination I will be the witnesses. At this moment, an old man from the Howling Sky Academy walked out. This person's status was obviously not low. I will also request the heavenly abode to be the witness. The Xian elders from the other martial halls also walked out, causing the palace lord to frown. Today was supposed to be a gathering of great figures, and there were many things that were out of his control. However, Lin Ling's appearance, his strength and decisiveness, seemed to have attracted the praise of many powerhouses. Thus, today's small matter of conferring the title of elder was gradually becoming more and more chaotic. Lin Ling, this ant, the palace lord coldly roared in his heart. He had never thought that Lin Ling would take advantage of this situation. Good, prepare for the civil, martial, and moral tests. Then, the palace lord shouted, causing the hearts of the crowd to surge. The civil, martial, and moral tests were held by the seven martial halls. It was a heaven and earth examination for conferring the title of elder and disciple. It was created by the holy land of the rainforest holy land, the Saint Palace. Of course, in the past, this was only a decoration. If one wanted to confer the title of elder, the truth was that it depended on the palace lord and the Xian elders. However, today was different. Because of Lin Ling's rebellious and unruly behavior, the palace lord was no longer in control of the situation. If he followed his own thoughts, he could still confer the title of elder to the second dream, but he would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, the palace lord regretted. Because of the conferment of the second dream, he had invited a large number of powerhouses to come. He wanted to cause a sensation in the rainforest holy land, but the result was that Lin Ling had borrowed this power. Lin Ling, what a treacherous junior. Of course, although he was furious, he was still very confident about the upcoming heaven and earth examination. The civil, martial, and moral tests test an elder's civil, martial, and moral virtues. If he is moral, he will be loved and respected by his disciples. If he is literate, he will know the heavens above and the earth below. Only then will he be able to nurture a genius. Otherwise, how can he not be a genius? Elder Dao from the law enforcement hall walked out and looked at the crowd expressionlessly. Many people nodded their heads. Elder Dao's character was upright and they believed that he was suitable to be the chief judge this time. The two disciples who were vying for the position of elder, prepared to touch the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. Elder Dao's cold voice sounded again. Then, a few Xian elders appeared and displayed their powerful strength. It was as if they were moving mountains and filling seas. They brought a stone tablet that was almost 20 meters tall over and smashed it on the ground with a loud boom. The Heaven and Earth Merits Board was made from a rare spiritual origin stone. Then, an ancient array was carved into the stone. As long as one's strength did not surpass the person who set up the array, it would be able to detect the good and evil of the person who entered the array, as well as his merits and demerits. Every martial hall had a Heaven and Earth Merits ranking. Normally, it was created by the first-generation Manor Master. It was to prevent people from becoming the martial hall's elder. After all, if a person who killed countless people became an elder, it would be a stain on the martial hall's reputation. It would be a nightmare. Rumble, the ancient stone tablet sat on the ground and intimidated the crowd. They didn't dare to look directly at the stone tablet, as if it was the punishment of heaven and earth. Especially those martial fanatics who killed people like they were cutting grass. Their martial hearts were shaken and they didn't dare to look directly at the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. This board is a test of morality. Many people started to discuss. With the Heaven and Earth Merits Board, they could see the merits and demerits of Lin Ling and the Second Dream. If he failed 2 out of the civil, martial, and moral tests, he wouldn't be qualified to be an elder anymore. Soon, countless eyes fell on Lin Ling and the Second Dream. They were looking forward to it. One was a perfect girl blessed by the heavens. Her talent, intelligence, and background were all perfect. She was like a favored child of heaven. On the other hand, the other was a nameless youth who even had the fierce reputation of mad god. Between the two of them, who had the higher morality, in fact, there was no need to guess. It was definitely the Second Dream who had the higher morality. After all, Lin Ling had the reputation of mad god. How good could his morality be? This meant that Lin Ling had lost the first round of the 3 heavens, earth, and moral tests, and if he lost the second round, with so many experts watching, Lin Ling would probably have to atone for his sins with his death. Sorry for the late update. It's the last day of 2015. Best wishes to everyone. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Heaven and Earth Test of Virtue. Actually, I won the Heaven and Earth Test of Virtue with an unfair advantage. Elder Dao, can this test of virtue be considered a draw? The Second Dream spoke softly. She seemed to want to give up on the first test. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then the young men who worshipped the Second Dream burst into cheers. The Second Dream was indeed worthy of being humiliated by Lin Ling, but she didn't care. Instead, she wanted to give up on the first test to increase Lin Ling's chances of winning. Her attitude was really praiseworthy. Even those who didn't think highly of the Second Dream were stunned. Could it be that they had misjudged the Second Dream? No, that's the rule. Elder Dao said expressionlessly. The Second Dream sighed softly, as if she felt that it was a pity that she couldn't help Lin Ling. The Second Dream was admired by even more people. Could it be that Lin Ling's words were just slander? In your dreams, *tch. You want to give up on the first test because you don't dare to let others know your virtue. How can an unfilial person like you have any virtue? At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. He looked at the Second Dream with an overbearing aura. Lin Ling knew that the Second Dream was putting on an act. Hypocrisy and treachery disgusted him, so he didn't bother to pretend to be polite. He directly called her a *tch. When the word *tch came out, the young men who worshipped the Second Dream gritted their teeth in anger. Lin Ling was so hateful. He had once again blasphemed their beloved daughter. No matter how shrewd the Second Dream was, she couldn't stand Lin Ling's repeated scoldings. This made her grit her teeth fiercely, but she revealed a lovely expression. Lin Ling, our misunderstanding is too deep. But you will understand me in the future. Bah. Her eyes were as deep as the night, and there was a hint of affection in them. It could make any young man fall in love with her. *tch, get lost. However, Lin Ling's heart was as hard as stone. He was not tempted at all. The second dream was silent. She was surprised by Lin Ling's determination. Then, she lifted her small feet and walked towards the heaven and earth merits list. She wanted to be the first one to take the test. Of course, when she passed by Lin Ling, her fake mask was finally torn off. Lin Ling, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect your revenge to be so terrifying. However, you still underestimated me. Today, I will kill you here. Then let's wait and see. Lin Ling was not surprised by the second dream's change in attitude. This woman was quite shrewd. Everything that she had shown before was just for show. Now, the second dream was whispering in a low voice. That was the real her. However, Lin Ling had to admit that the second dream was indeed very powerful. After all, his elder brother, Sakura, was already a top-notch genius. His rise was like thunder, and he shocked everyone. However, he was still defeated by the second dream. This explained everything. The second dream was not old and was about the same age as him. If she was given another year, it would not be difficult for her to stand at the top of the Heaven's Pride list. However, the second dream did not have a chance. The moment she arrogantly attacked him, she was destined to fall. Under countless gazes, second dream took light steps and appeared below the heaven and earth merits ranking. Her black robes fluttered in the wind and her slender waist gave people the feeling that she was a fairy under the night sky. She was filled with mystery. Second dream stretched out her small hand and gently touched the heaven and earth merits. Ranking, the heaven and earth merits list was divided into 6 colors. Black, gray, white, red, and the highest, purple. Black represented the devil. He killed people like flies, and had committed countless crimes in the past. Gray represented the dark and sinister nature. Although he did not commit countless crimes, he was not a good person and was not suitable to be an elder. White was an ordinary person, and had the qualifications to be an elder. Red was a good person. He had a kind heart, and was highly respected. As for purple, that was a sign of boundless merit. There were such people, but even in the 7 profound martial house, there were very few of them. The second dream is like a fairy that descended to the mortal world. She should be purple or red. Many youths that worshipped the second dream whispered. In their hearts, the second dream was still perfect. At this time, the second dream's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. This was the first time that she had seen the heaven and earth merits list, so she was a bit nervous. She didn't know what her final color would be, but she guessed that no matter what the result would be, it would be better than Lin Ling's. The heaven and earth merits list slightly swayed, and a faint gray light appeared. Not only that, but within this light, the second dream also appeared those that she had killed in the past. The heaven and earth merits list was extremely terrifying. It could unearth the secrets hidden in a person's heart. The second dream's complexion changed. With this unearthing, her image had been tarnished. One by one, people that had died at the hands of the second dream appeared. There were a total of 98 names, and this caused the heaven and earth merits list to turn gray. The crowd was in an uproar. They didn't think that a perfect daughter of heaven would kill people. What's so strange about this? In the world of martial arts, sometimes there will be some rascals that will provoke the second dream, and then they will be killed by the second dream. Who here hasn't taken a life before? Someone defended the second dream, causing the crowd to quietly accept this. But, they were even more in awe of the heaven and earth merits list. These secrets had been unearthed. After the gray light faded, the heaven and earth merits list quietly changed. The gray clouds dissipated, and a white light filled the air. White, the heaven and earth merits list had finally determined that the second dream was white. This meant that she was an ordinary person, and had not committed any great crimes. Even if she had killed someone, she had made up for it with her merits. Good, she is truly worthy of being a daughter of heaven. Although she has killed, she has helped even more. That's why she is white. In the world of martial arts, white is very rare. Cheers. The crowd cheered. Although the heaven and earth merits list had 5 colors, they believed that white was the rarest color. Moreover, if they were to touch it, most of them would be gray. The second dream, white merit. Yes. After a while, Elder Dao announced the results. The second dream had reached the qualifications to become an elder. The so-called helping others is actually to beautify oneself and make others think that one is a fairy who has descended to the mortal world. That's why she helped. Haha, white. How ironic. Yes. At this moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing the worshippers of the second dream to roar in anger. Lin Ling, how despicable. He is blaspheming their goddess again. However, some of the more knowledgeable martial artists' eyes flickered. Lin Ling's words were not without reason. The second dream might have saved many people, and she had helped many others. That was because she was a daughter of heaven, and she had no choice but to help others. However, her helping was not her nature. She just wanted more people to worship her. Lin Ling, mad god, you are just a demon. How dare you compare yourself to a fairy? Angry. At this moment, someone in the crowd angrily shouted. Many people's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's name had already shaken the entire Seven Profound Martial House. Many people knew that Lin Ling had exterminated the Battle Evil faction, annihilated the Saint race, and encircled the Great Prairie. A massive number of people had died under Lin Ling's hands. In addition to the murderous aura that Lin Ling emitted from time to time, everyone was sure that this boy was at least a grey rank. Shocking the entire audience. Let's watch a good show. Many people coldly sneered. Even Old Sword and the others frowned. They knew that Lin Ling's result would not be good. Lin Ling, it's your turn. The second dream looked at Lin Ling, her words filled with schadenfreude. At this moment, she was a pure and innocent fairy maiden, and Lin Ling was a demon with an extremely thick demonic nature. How could he compare to her? I don't need your nonsense. Lin Ling cried out coldly. He strode towards the heavenly merit ranking in a free and unrestrained manner, causing quite a number of people to nod their heads. Although this person possessed a demonic nature, he was magnanimous and untamed. Hence, he possessed a certain aura. This was especially the case for some young ladies. Their hearts began to pound as they looked at that arrogant back. Obviously, compared to the second dream, they admired Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can do it. It was unknown who shouted these words, but in the square, many young girls began to shout their support. This caused many young boys to feel jealous. Lin Ling was just a demon's son, and yet he dared to compare himself with a fairy maiden. That's right, this was a comparison between a demon's son and a fairy maiden. What a mysterious boulder. At this moment, below the massive heaven and earth merit list, Lin Ling was quietly standing. His handsome face revealed a trace of shock. This was a divine stone created by the first martial house master. Unless his strength surpassed that of the first martial house master, he would not be able to hide any secrets from him. This meant that he could not change the heaven and earth merit list. In this world, strength was revered. If today Lin Ling had the strength to dominate everything, then he would not have come to stop the second dream, but would have directly humiliated and obliterated them. Unfortunately, the current Lin Ling still lacked time. He had not grown to the point where he could dominate everything. Therefore, he could only follow the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House and give the second dream a painful blow, and take the first step towards revenge. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling slammed his palm on the heaven and earth merit list. He did not have much confidence in this merit test. After all, he knew how many people he had killed. Rumble, the heaven and earth merits board swayed slightly, and a grey light burst out instantly. Haha, grey, as expected of the devil's son. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune and were not surprised by this result. However, in the next moment, the grey light surged like waves and gradually changed color. The black light was like hell, and billowing killing intent filled the air. Black, it was the lowest level. This meant that Lin Ling had killed a lot of people, at least 100,000. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the slender figure under the huge stone tablet. Over there, a blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He was wild and untamed, rebuking the wind and rebuking the clouds. Although he was black in color, at this moment, he gave them the feeling that this youth was like a monarch descending upon the world, that the heavens belonged to him. Anyone who resisted, anyone who wanted to kill him, would be killed. Killing one is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, killing 100,000 people, the King of Kings. Although many people were rejoicing in his misfortune, they were even more afraid of Lin Ling. This lad was indeed the son of the devil god from the 9 Serenities hell, Lin Ling was also stunned at this moment. He did not expect his reputation to be so bad. It was actually a billowing black light. However, he smiled and did not care at all. He had killed many people, but he was magnanimous and knew why he killed. Black light, the first round, Lin Ling has lost. The corners of the mansion master's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. There were still 2 more heaven and earth tests. Lin Ling had no chance of winning. Elder Dao looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He did not expect this lad to be so decisive. He then nodded and was about to announce the results of the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. However, at this moment, the Heaven and Earth Merits Board swayed violently. The billowing light bloomed like a cloud. It was white like a cloud, quietly blowing away the black light. What? The crowd trembled violently. Under the light, they saw everything that Lin Ling did when he was young. When he was in the 100,000 mountains of the Guyan sect, there was once a martial artist who bullied the commoners. The youth wielded his sword and dressed in a long robe. He was like a clean white cloud in the sky. He repelled the tyrannical martial artist and helped the old woman and her grandson. This was a pure and innocent heart. Rumble, the Heaven and Earth Merits Board was dazzling again. The fiery red light bloomed and blew away the white light. Light of a good man. The crowd was in an uproar. They seemed to think that there was something wrong with the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. Otherwise, how could Lin Ling be called a good man with his infamy? Under countless eyes, the red light showed the battle of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom in the Sky Fragrance City. The youth wielded a large sword and led his flame legion to wipe out the enemy and save a large number of commoners in the Sky Fragrance City. This lad kills people like scything flax. I finally know why he killed. An old man muttered to himself as he looked deeply at the youth beneath the Heaven and Earth Merits Board. Why did he kill? It was because he killed to stop killing. He killed 1 person and carried an infamy, but he saved 10 people. This youth was willing to bear everything for others. This was even more admirable than the second dream, where he molded himself in order to help others. Is he still the demon son? Some people in the crowd doubtfully asked. The red light was still the demon's son, Rumble. However, this was not the end. On the Heaven and Earth Merits Board, a brilliant light flashed. A noble purple light erupted, shocking everyone. Impossible! Screams, horrified cries sounded out. Even the martial house master who had been sitting there indifferently stood up in shock. The 7 profound martial house did not have a purple light, but it was extremely rare. It would only appear on the bodies of some truly respected seniors. Even the martial house master himself might not have a purple light. However, a youth that was not even 20 years old had a purple light. How was this possible? Fake. This must be fake. The second dream's tender body shivered. She was a proud daughter of the heavens, a fairy maiden as pure as a lotus flower. But Lin Ling was the son of the demon god. His body was filled with a thick murderous aura, and the smell of blood permeated the air. So, how could Lin Ling be nobler than her? Compared to Lin Ling, she was nothing but a toad. The Heaven and Earth Merits Board has made a mistake. How could the mad god's merits outweigh his faults? Many people shook their heads, unable to believe the facts in front of them. However, at this time, in that noble purple light, an illusion finally appeared. The wind blew, blood flowed, and the battlefield burned like fire. Countless common people wept, sorrowfully looking at the world. There, the powerful saint race had arrived, wanting to erase everything. They were worried, they were afraid. Their parents, their children, every day felt like a year. However, one day, the king returned. At the border war of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he had single-handedly resisted the enemy. At the war of the saint race, he had single-handedly fought against countless heroes. 180,000 people had died in rivers of blood. This youth had shouldered the title of Death God, shocking the world. It was as if he had become the world's most ferocious killing demon. However, after this youth, 1,000,000 people had risen. These were all the people of the cloud domain. This youth had killed people in order to save people. He had killed 18 people, saving 1,000,000 people. His merits outweighed his faults. Purple light bloomed. In the end, a shocking scene appeared in the vast purple light. Farewell, our king. Farewell. Bang, the millions of people of the cloud domain shouted. In the skies, fireworks bloomed. Countless people fell to their knees, layer upon layer. Their momentum was magnificent, shocking the mountains and rivers. The common people of the cloud domain were sending off their legend. The name of virtue was well deserved. The heaven and earth test. The plaza was silent. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Ling's purple light anymore. No one had the right to mock Lin Ling for being the demon's son, and no one dared to look down on Lin Ling's murderous aura anymore. In fact, they did not even have the right to mock him. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They never thought that this young man with the title of Mad God would have such a kind side to him, a young man with a fierce tiger in his heart sniffing the roses. Lin Ling walked back step by step. The plaza was still silent. Only Ancestor Taiyan and the others behind Elder Jian were looking at Lin Ling excitedly with gratified smiles on their faces. Lin Ling was their flag, their sky. Sorry, the filthy demon's son, won the first round. Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He looked at the second dream indifferently, his clear eyes filled with disdain. At this moment, the second dream gritted her teeth. Previously, when she shone brightly, everyone thought that she was clean and pure. Even the stain from Lin Ling's mocking of her for being heartless, unloyal, and unfilial had disappeared. At that time, she was proud and thought that Lin Ling had smashed her own foot with a rock, but now, Lin Ling was nobler than her, more pure and innocent than her. She was like a toad, she was even more lowly than Lin Ling, blessed by the heavens? What a joke, the second dream could not say anything. Although the heaven and earth merit list did not mean that Lin Ling had won, Lin Ling had left a bigger stain on her reputation. If it were anyone else, it would not have mattered, but she was blessed by the heavens. She had her own pride and nobility. Therefore, this stain was worse than death. Lin Ling was so hateful. For this round, Lin Ling wins. Elder Dao looked deeply at Lin Ling. He knew that the strong had the ability to dominate everything. However, many of the strong did not care about the helplessness of the weak. They even thought that the weak should be bullied. A youth with a pure and innocent heart like Lin Ling was very rare, compared to those arrogant geniuses in the martial arts hall who only knew how to enjoy the feeling of being above others. Lin Ling was much better. Lin Ling became strong to protect more things. Next, the heaven and earth test of literature. Old Dao's words woke the crowd up from their shock. Everyone's gazes to Lin Ling and the second dream, but this time, they did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Moreover, the second dream was no longer a goddess in their hearts. Instead, Lin Lin was more like the son of the heavens. You pleaded for leniency on my behalf before, so I'll do the same this time. Let's give up on the test of literature. After all, if we really compete, you'll definitely lose. In the silent square, Lin Ling's arrogant voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd's pupils to dilate. Previously, the second dream had been very sarcastic. She had said that she would forfeit the test of virtue and that Lin Ling did not need to compete anymore because Lin Ling would definitely lose. However, the result was that the second dream had lost disgracefully. Now, she was so embarrassed that she could not say anything. However, just as the second round began, Lin Ling launched a powerful attack. He also looked down on the second dream. It was as if he was saying, "You will definitely lose the test of literature. Look at how useless you are, I will give you a chance. Both of us forfeit." Very arrogant, as usual. Lin Ling, you are so handsome. What kind of girl is she? Compared to Lin Ling, she is like a toad. In the crowd, the young girls looked at the young man with admiration. At this moment, the young man was emitting a dazzling light. The second dream, who was supposed to be a girl of the heavens, looked like an ordinary girl. You. Second dream clenched her silver teeth. Lin Ling's revenge was indeed crazy. He wasn't here to kill her, but to attack her from all sides. And this kind of attack was very frightening. It was very hateful. After all, killing a proud person wasn't difficult. However, defeating his pride was even more difficult. This revenge was even more frightening. The second dream was very proud, but Lin Ling was even prouder than she was. He had tyrannically defeated her in the second round. So you want to compete? In literature, that includes knowledge of martial arts, familiarity with the 7 profound martial house, astronomy, geography, alchemy, martial arts. You want to compete with me? You are not qualified. You. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his imposing aura filled with contempt for the second dream. You are not qualified, a soul-stirring voice floated out, causing many people's hearts to fiercely tremble. But they did not know why, but this time they believed in Lin Ling, especially the alchemists of Exquisite Valley. They still remembered the dazzling brilliance that Lin Ling had blossomed in Exquisite Valley. If the second dream dared to compete with him, she would be utterly defeated. The second dream hesitated. She felt that she had lost a great deal of face, but finally sighed and said, "Thank you. No need. No need. I am not giving you a chance, but I want you to lose with nothing." Sigh. Lin Ling gently smiled. His smile was filled with contempt and bloodthirst, causing the second dream to tremble. Lin Ling was humiliating her again. Good, prepare for the Martialist World Assessment. Martial House Master Skyland's icy voice sounded out. Today was his apprentice's dazzling moment, but Lin Ling's appearance had turned her into a laughingstock. The Martialist World Assessment is not a test of strength. After all, the title of Elder is given to strength, but the Elder will face a proud Son of Heaven. There will come a day when the strength of a proud Son of Heaven will surpass the Elder. Therefore, the Elder values potential, all-around potential. This Martialist World Assessment is divided into 2 categories. Second, Martial Arts Deduction. Third, Soul Power Assessment. Elder. Elder Dao's icy voice sounded out, making the crowd even more excited. Now that Lin Ling had shone brightly, he was no longer a weak existence. Would Lin Ling be able to win the last round? He will definitely lose. When Yuda's assessment is actually an Elder's assessment, while Martialist's assessment is considered a proud Son of Heaven. The second dream was ranked within the top 100 of the 7 profound proud Sons of Heaven. She was the youngest on the 7 profound proud Sons of Heaven. Lin Ling was only ranked 200. How could he compare? Elder. Tang Tianshu, the 18th prince, said coldly from afar. Lin Ling had risen step by step, getting closer and closer to him. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling lose in the Martialist World Assessment. He was very clear about the second dream's strength. If not for the fact that she was a woman, she would have been able to enter the 18 young masters. Lin Ling would lose everything. Lin Ling is only half a step into the prodigy Son of Heaven. He can't compare to the second dream. Yes. The previous areas were not considered the second dream's expertise, so it was not surprising that she lost. However, the second dream was the strongest in the Martialist World Assessment. Lin Ling relied on unorthodox methods to suppress the second dream, but he could not do so in this round. Lin Ling, do you know what the Martialist World Assessment is? The second dream asked softly under countless gazes. This time, she was not as pretentious as before. Perhaps she could not pretend even if she wanted to. She had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point that there were layers of stains on her record, therefore, this time, she took the initiative to be aggressive. I don't know. Lin Ling looked at the second dream calmly and said. As an elder, one must have a noble royal body. Otherwise, how can one convince the masses? One must have a strong martial arts deduction ability. Otherwise, how can an elder answer a question from a genius? Although not everyone has soul power, an elder must at least have some soul power to be able to sense the heavens and earth. The second dream said proudly. At this moment, she seemed to be proud of her area of expertise. Your pride, so what? However, Lin Ling's expression was as calm as ever. Haha, it seems that you really don't understand anything. The second dream faintly smiled, her beauty indescribable. Ever since Lin Ling had arrived, she had been suppressed by Lin Ling. But now, she could finally take back her pride. Perhaps she didn't realize it, but as a proud daughter of heaven, she feared Lin Ling more and more. A martial artist does not look at virtue or literature, but at martial strength. This is the way of the king. My king body is above a 7th grade talent. Although I am at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, even a peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud Son of Heaven is not my match. Therefore, in the Martial World Assessment, you have already lost. Without a powerful king body, you are nothing more than a flash in the pan. As for martial arts, I'm sorry, but under the guidance of the martial house master, I am proficient in all emperor-level martial arts. Proud, the second dream's proud voice floated out from her mouth, causing the crowd to go into an uproar. Although the second dream had lost a great deal of face, it was undeniable that in the field of martial arts, the second dream was still a proud daughter of heaven. No one could compare to her. She was also the most dazzling existence in the 7 profound martial house under the age of 20. Although my soul force is not strong, my 2 great domains are strong. This is enough for me to win. I forgot to tell you, I am a proud daughter of heaven that surpasses your big brother. Proud, the second dream spoke again, her black dress fluttering in the wind. Although she was not as perfect as before, the light of her pride was still as dazzling as ever. Sakra, the most terrifying proud son of heaven that rose this year. In one fell swoop, he rushed into the top 100 of the proud son of heaven list. He is the most dazzling existence of the D family bloodline. But the second dream has actually surpassed Sakra. Hee, it seems that the second dream is more low-key than I thought. Proud, the crowd began to talk. Sakra, his name had shaken the 7 profound martial house in the past. His fame was even greater than the second dream's. The second dream was a proud daughter of heaven, but in fact, many people thought that the second dream was weaker than Sakra. But now, everyone knew that the second dream was an existence that surpassed Sakra. A 7th grade or higher king physique was very scary. The king body of the 7th grade talent physique could laugh at the top of the heaven's chosen list from 200 to 100, and above the 7th grade talent physique. This meant that the second dream was to surpass the 7th grade talent physique. In addition, the second dream was the disciple of the mansion master. He could easily learn all kinds of ancient martial arts. Having a powerful master would save him a lot of trouble. Although Lin Ling was also famous in the 7 profound martial house, many people knew that Lin Ling was Sakra's younger brother. In the past, he had been shrouded in the light of Sakra. Lin Ling could not compare to Sakra. Second brother. In a faraway place, Indra's silhouette appeared under an ancient tree. He stared ahead as his heart trembled. His second brother was still fighting, but he had finally encountered the most terrifying domain of the second dream. In truth, he only knew how terrifying the second dream was after that. The funny thing was, he had always thought that he was stronger than the second dream, and Lin Ling's talent was also very terrifying. But as far as he knew, Lin Ling's talent was much weaker than Indra's. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was not the second dream's match. In fact, his guess was not wrong. However, that was before Lin Ling had left the 7 profound martial house. When Lin Ling returned, everything had changed. Indra simply did not know. You said so much because you want to prove your pride and restore the face you lost before? Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lin Ling's expression was as tranquil as ever. It's not to restore the face I lost before, but to let you know who you are. The second dream's jade-like hands brushed her hair behind her ears, her eyes filled with endless vigor. Good, I know who I am, and I also know that you are a proud daughter of heaven. Now let's begin. You were the first to come, so now it's my turn. Lin Ling nodded. He was not moved by the second dream's proud expression. Many people nodded. No matter what the final result was, Lin Ling's calm and unruffled aura was much better than many proud sons of heaven. The world of martial arts assessment is very serious. In this world, martial arts is the #1 priority. Lin Ling, enter the ancient martial practice array. Old Saber looked at Lin Ling and said, the ancient martial practice array is only used to test one's martial talent. It is controlled by 12 elders, and spirit crystals are the source of the array. They will be able to see if you have a king body talent. No matter how much you try to hide, you will not be able to avoid the array. After the king body talent test is over, the 12 elders will use martial arts to deduce the results. You must display the martial arts that appear, and pass the test will be an illusion attack. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The first martial house master, Qishuan Old Man, was truly fierce. He had actually created so many rare things that did not exist in the rainforest Holy Land. Of course, this was also normal. Qishuan Old Man was not originally a martial artist from the rainforest Holy Land. Good. Lin Ling stepped forwards. The 12 elders controlled the ancient array formation, and the array formation was made up of 12 banners that had been left behind by Qishuan Old Man. In fact, the 12 elders did not know how to use this array formation. They only used the banners to control the array formation. This ancient array formation is very complex and mysterious. Lin Ling faintly glanced at the silk banners and was shocked. He arrived at the center of the array in a moment. Silk banners were placed all around, forming an open space with a radius of 50 meters. In the open space, a large number of complex runic patterns appeared. What is the grade of Lin Ling's king body talent? It is said that it is a 5th grade fire attribute king body talent. His king body talent can be upgraded. It is a 6th grade one. The crowd began to discuss. Lin Ling was worthy of being called a dark horse. His king body talent was also very powerful. Unfortunately, his opponent was even more powerful than him. Chi. The array formation was activated, and a dazzling light floated out like fireflies. Many people could not take their eyes off it. Many of them had never seen an array formation before, so they were very curious. One of the elders controlling the array formation was Su Fan. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling with hatred, as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling with his eyes. However, he was relieved. Lin Ling was very scary, and his rise was very fast. However, he would not be able to pass the king body talent test. Xiao. At this moment, countless rays of light covered Lin Ling's entire body. At the same time, a terrifying flame erupted, shocking everyone in the square and causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were glued to the scene. On the square, the youth that was shrouded in countless rays of light had turned into a blazing flame. A natural suppressive power filled the air. How terrifying! Someone shouted out in horror. Then, above the ancient array formation, several large characters appeared. 8th grade talent king body. The crowd was shocked. Even the sword elder's pupils shrank. When did Lin Ling's king body talent become an 8th grade talent? As far as they knew, when Lin Ling left the 7 profound martial house, he was only a 6th grade talent. What, 8th grade? The second dream was still playing with her hair. However, after that massive aura erupted, her pupils shrank, as if she could not believe her own eyes. She was familiar with the Sakura, so she often heard everything about Lin Ling from him. But, Lin Ling did not have an 8th grade talent king body. Could it be that after Lin Ling left the 7 profound martial house, his king body talent had risen by 2 grades? The second dream could no longer remain calm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked at Lin Ling. If Lin Ling was so terrifying in martial arts, then this natural enemy of his was even more formidable than she had imagined. What was perfection? Lin Ling cannot be an 8th grade martial artist. No, he must be suppressed in the second assessment. Master Su Fan roared in his heart. He was one of the elders in charge of controlling the array formation, thus he could increase the difficulty of the array formation. Thus, he had a massive number of Emperor Step martial arts appear at the same time. Su Fan, this is not good. If there are too many martial arts, Lin Ling will be injured, or even die. An elder on the side noticed this and couldn't help but say. This is the martial house master's intention. Su Fan replied coldly. He couldn't watch Lin Ling rise to power. That elder remained silent. He was afraid of the chief of the prefecture. What is that? As the crowd looked at the array formation, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. From the array formation, a terrifying aura bloomed. All sorts of powerful Emperor Step martial arts appeared, pressing down on Lin Ling with an ancient aura. The ancient martial practice array had another use, and that was to teach martial arts. Its function was similar to the extreme martial sect's Dragon Drum Bamboo Grove. The array formation recorded the martial arts left behind by ancient martial artists. Only the top elites of the 7 profound martial house had the qualifications to study it. After all, the price to open an array formation was very high. Of course, with advantages came disadvantages. Martial arts did not mean that more was better, but that one had to be able to control them. If one was too greedy, then it would lead to cultivation deviation, and even their cultivation would be wasted. At this moment, Su Fan had sent a massive number of Emperor Step martial arts towards Lin Ling. But Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he resist? The crowd was shocked by the changes in the array formation, but they couldn't see what secrets it was hiding. Only Lin Ling knew that the array formation had changed. In his eyes, over 100 different Emperor Step martial arts had appeared at the same time. These martial arts formed an aura that billowed towards him, making it difficult for him to stand. If it weren't for his incomparably powerful mortal body, then this aura alone would have injured him. Su Fan. Lin Ling's eyes swept around the array formation, and soon fell on Su Fan. That old ghost wanted to harm him, and the array formation was only controlled by the elders. No one else could see the flaws in it. Lin Ling, die in the formation. After you die, we will tell others that you overestimated yourself and died while practicing martial arts. Lin Ling could faintly hear Su Fan's cold voice. In your dreams. Lin Ling let out a low shout. His enormous soul force enveloped all of the monarch-grade martial arts, and the eye of time appeared in his eyes, crazily revolving. Deduction, Lin Ling was madly deducing. At the same time, a series of memories emerged in Lin Ling's heart. They were the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. Those dusty memories were actually gradually unraveled after the appearance of the monarch stage martial arts. The heavens are helping me. Lin Ling was instantly excited. Deducing was even easier now. Starting from the first grade, Lin Ling absorbed the Emperor tier martial arts like a sponge, causing his entire body to emit a dazzling light. Pa pa pa. Within the formation, the monarch rank martial arts that appeared shattered like glass, and every time one shattered, it meant that Lin Ling had learned one. What? He actually doesn't know any of those monarch rank martial arts? The crowd was shocked, and even the second dream's beautiful eyes narrowed. She actually knew many of those monarch rank martial arts because her master was the mansion master, and he had already taught her. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of those monarch rank martial arts, and he was learning them on the spot. Pa pa. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling was able to deduce all of those monarch rank martial arts, and he even learned them. What a terrifying comprehension ability. The experts of the various martial arts halls sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen some geniuses with powerful comprehension ability who could memorize martial arts with a single glance, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Ling, who could comprehend martial arts at a crazy speed. After all, no matter how powerful one's comprehension ability was, they could only learn one martial art after looking at it. However, Lin Ling was able to learn 100 martial arts at the same time. What kind of monstrous genius was this? In fact, they didn't know that Lin Ling's comprehension ability was above average, but it couldn't be called a monstrous talent. His advantage was his soul force, and the reason that he could learn martial arts so quickly was because of the memories of Limitless Sword Saint. After all, Limitless Sword Saint had grown up in the 7 profound martial house. How could he not know the martial arts of his predecessors? Fierce, he's already a 3rd grade monarch rank martial art. The crowd stared at the youth in the middle of the formation and sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, the youth's long hair was fluttering in the wind, and his clothes were flapping in the wind. He was telling everyone just what a true genius was. He was also telling everyone that the second dream wasn't the only one that was strong in the field of martial arts. So what if he had the mansion master as his master? Impossible, how could this be? The second dream shook her head, her heart suffering another blow. Compared to Lin Ling, was she perfect? Within the array formation, Lin Ling's strength was crazily rising. Although his boundary hadn't changed, his martial arts experience was like rivers flowing into the sea. As for Su Fan, who was controlling the array formation, his forehead was dripping with a cold sweat. He had already maintained the array formation to its fastest speed, and over 100 monarch rank martial arts had appeared at the same time. However, Lin Ling was still safe and sound. Old dog Su, make the array formation revolve faster. I'm tired of waiting at such a slow speed. An icy cold voice sounded out from the array formation, causing blue veins to bulge on Su Fan's forehead. Lin Ling was very flamboyant. While he was learning monarch rank martial arts, he still had the time to curse him. 7th grade monarch rank. At this moment, the crowd was staring at Lin Ling. Suddenly, Mu Ran discovered that today's stage wasn't the second dream. The second dream was a supporting role, and Lin Ling was the main character. Complete comprehension. Finally, the entire audience fell silent. Only a powerhouse from Holding Heaven Mansion spoke out in fear. Monarch rank martial arts, complete comprehension. If such a genius were to reach the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he would be able to easily defeat those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Soul power, come on, old dog Su Fan, make the array revolve faster. Within the ancient array formation, Lin Ling looked down on the crowd as his domineering voice sounded out at the same time. Then, illusions appeared one after another. They were lifelike illusions of the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a person. If one's soul power and heart of martial arts were not firm enough, they would definitely fail. Moreover, these illusions came from the ancient array formation, so they were definitely more terrifying than ordinary illusions. However, since Lin Ling's soul power had always been one of his strongest techniques, this stage was easier for him than before. Good wine. Under countless fearful gazes, Lin Ling stood proudly and took out a jug of wine to drink boldly. Since Elder Su Fan wanted to harm him and embarrass him, he would teach him a lesson. Raise the sword, ride the horse, and wave the phantom rein. White bones fly like the mountain birds. Dust is like the tide, people are like the water, only a few people in the pugilistic world can return. Strong wine, heroic poetry, and an ancient array formation that could intimidate people. This boy is actually a proud son of heaven with a terrifying soul power. Many people of the 7 profound martial house knew that Lin Ling had soul power, but the powerhouses of the other martial palaces did not. At this moment, as they saw Lin Ling proudly face the ancient array formation and recite a soul-stirring poem, they couldn't help but be excited. If it weren't for Lin Ling being a proud son of heaven of the 7 profound martial house, they would have even wanted to recruit Lin Ling into their own martial palaces. What was perfection? This was it, of course, it wasn't just them who were moved. When the Extreme Unity Martial Sect's patriarch saw Lin Ling, he was also moved. Revolve the array formation, speed it up, let the giant illusions suppress him. Outside the array formation, Su Fan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. It wasn't easy for the elders to control the array formation, they had to exhaust all of their energy. At this moment, as he saw Lin Ling proudly smile at him, he became even more furious and crazily revolved the array formation. Killing Su Fan rumble. Inside the ancient martial arts training formation, the formation began to surge. Layers of illusion surged out, and within the formation, the young man's long robes fluttered. With strong liquor in his hand, he remained unfazed even if the sky collapsed. So cool. Some of the young girls in the crowd felt their hearts beat violently. Today's Lin Ling was truly intimidating. Puff, finally, the sound of blood spurting out came from the edge of the formation. Su Fan seemed to have been struck by divine lightning. His body flew backward and smashed onto the ground. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Forcefully operating the formation is beyond his control, and the formation's power is reflected back on him. This elder is so embarrassing. Looking at the heavily injured Su Fan, the expert from the martial arts palace seemed to have guessed something and snorted in disdain. They guessed that Su Fan had done something to make the array more difficult than usual. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the perfect prodigy in the array and overestimated himself. As a result, he had shot himself in the foot. Boom, the array formation was controlled by 12 people. After losing one person, the array formation exploded with a roar and smoke billowed. The array formation had lost its effect. In the billowing smoke, Lin Ling's slender figure walked out step by step. That handsome face that did not lose its indifference made the crowd speechless. Lin Ling had won once again in the martial arts heaven and earth examination. Moreover, he won beautifully. Lin Ling walked up to Su Fan step by step. Looking at the heavily injured Su Fan, he stepped on Su Fan's face. You want to harm me? It's time to settle the old scores between us. A cold murderous intent flashed in Lin Ling's eyes. The grudge between him and Su Fan had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Today, Lin Ling's goal was the second dream. However, Su Fan had once again come out to seek death. How could Lin Ling tolerate this? Puff, being stepped on by Lin Ling in the face, Su Fan felt deeply humiliated. He was a grand student, yet his face was stepped on by Lin Ling in front of so many people. Lin Ling really made him lose face. He wanted to resist, but unfortunately, he was heavily injured by the backlash from the array formation. There was no way he could resist at all. The feedback from the ancient array was naturally no small matter. Otherwise, the ancient array wouldn't need the 12 elders to control it. Any ordinary disciple would be able to control it. Lin Ling, don't go too far. Seeing Su Fan's face being stepped on, a disciple in the crowd angrily shouted. Su Fan was their former teacher. Lin Ling actually stepped on Su Fan's face, too arrogant. I'm going overboard? If it wasn't for my solid foundation, I would have been the one who was seriously injured in the array formation. Su Fan is an elder, but he abused his authority. Is he qualified to be an elder? A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the crowd to become even more silent. Lin Ling didn't seem to put anyone in his eyes today. How bold! A mere disciple dares to humiliate an elder. You have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Finally, an elder angrily shouted. Lin Ling was only a proud son of heaven at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he was too insolent. If Su Fan wasn't seriously injured, how could Lin Ling humiliate him? You shut up. However, that elder had just walked out when the elders from the various martial halls angrily shouted at him. That elder's pupils shrank. An elder Xian wanted him to shut up? The martial arts world examination is sacred and dignified. How can you abuse your authority? This is a disgrace to our 7 martial halls. For this crime alone, that elder must be punished. An elder Xian coldly said. No one in the crowd dared to speak. Today's events not only represented who could become an elder, but also represented the sacred dignity of the 7 martial halls. Therefore, wrong was wrong, and right was right. No one could blaspheme this, even Martial House Master Tian Lin was silent at this moment. If there weren't powerhouses from the various martial halls present, then he could easily stop this. But now he couldn't. Not only that, but if he forcefully stopped this, it would leave behind a bad reputation for him, therefore, he was silent. He could only watch as Lin Ling did whatever he wanted. If there was someone to blame, then blame Su Fan for underestimating Lin Ling. He hadn't seriously injured Lin Ling in the ancient array formation. Before, I was impulsive and sped up the array formation. I apologize to you, but you cannot touch me. You are a disciple, and I am an elder. If you touch me, then you will be violating the rules of the 7 profound martial house. At this time, Su Fan coldly said these words. The silence of those around him let him know that under these countless gazes, he had made a mistake. No one could help him, and he had been seriously injured. He could not resist Lin Ling, so he had to apologize. Impulsive? Lin Ling indifferently said. His right hand slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back. Su Fan's pupils shrank. Lin Ling wanted to kill him? Was he crazy? A disciple had killed an elder, and there were so many eyes watching. Did Lin Ling want to die? No, he didn't dare to kill him. He was just scaring him and making him lose even more face. You don't dare to kill me, because I am an elder. Su Fan said again, and the crowd's hearts trembled. Lin Ling was crazy. He dared to touch Su Fan in front of the martial house master? Did he think that the martial house master didn't exist? Therefore, they did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill him. For a time, the square was incomparably silent. All eyes were looking at that frivolous figure. Su Fan, you are very sad. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Lin Ling's pupils were full of murderous intent. The billowing murderous intent in his body quietly appeared on his sword. Su Fan's firm heart began to waver at this moment. Lin Ling's eyes were too firm. Did he really dare to kill him? There is no great enmity between us. It is only a small conflict. Su Fan anxiously said, moreover, in order to kill me, you have violated the rules of the 7 profound martial house. This is also disadvantageous to you. He was suddenly a little scared. He recalled that although Lin Ling was both intelligent and courageous, and was a rare genius youth, Lin Ling was sometimes very impulsive. As long as he decided on something, there was nothing that he did not dare to do. He dared to take responsibility for his actions, free and unrestrained. There is no great enmity between us? How many times have you harmed me? Have you forgotten? If I wasn't so lucky, I don't know how many times I would have died at your hands. Lin Ling's pupils were even colder. His voice was also low. In fact, you don't need to die so quickly. After all, it will take some time for me to reach your level. Unfortunately, you wanted to use the array formation to harm me, but instead you were injured by the array formation. This will only hasten your death. As for a disciple killing an elder, that violates the rules of the 7 profound martial house? Sorry, but I am now an elder. The cold voice floated out like the wind, causing Su Fan's pupils to constrict. He saw Lin Ling's eyes. They were incomparably terrifying and decisive. It was just like the heaven and earth merit list test, killing to stop killing. No, wait. Su Fan crazily roared. He wanted to struggle to his feet, but he was seriously injured. Instead, his injuries worsened, and all he saw in his life was a dazzling sword light, a sword with a monstrous murderous aura, a sword with a firm will to kill. Although it seemed to have strength at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, it did not exist at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, Xiao. As the sword passed, a bloody scar appeared. Lin Ling slowly withdrew his sword and stood up. Then, step by step, he walked towards the center of the square. On the ground, Su Fan pointed at Lin Ling, wanting to say something. But from his neck, blood sprayed out, although his cultivation was formidable, it had not reached the point where he could withstand a sword of murderous intent, much less at such a close distance. Su Fan could be considered the strongest martial artist that Lin Ling had killed. Of course, his opponent had not had the strength to fight back. He's dead. The crowd stared at Su Fan on the ground, not daring to believe their eyes. Even Martial House Master Skylin was the same. He had guessed that Lin Ling did not dare to kill him, and was only putting on an act. But who knew that Lin Ling would really kill him, killing him in front of all the powerhouses of the major martial arts halls? This was crazy. Becoming an elder, a Saint Spirit Realm existence, a powerhouse that many people had to look up to. Even a peak-proud son of heaven would not dare to underestimate such a powerhouse. However, he had died in front of them. All of this was just an illusion. Lin Ling had said he would kill. Taking advantage of Elder Su Fan's severe injuries, he had unhesitatingly slashed out with his sword. Even Elder Su Fan had not thought that he would die here. Even before he died, he recalled everything that had happened between him and Lin Ling. In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, he had been a dignified student. However, because he had underestimated a youth, he had suffered terrible consequences. He had been demoted from a student to an elder, and had even been humiliated by this youth several times. But when he had wanted to take revenge, it had been too late. This youth had grown too quickly. Today, in this place where everyone was watching, he would forever disappear from this world. If history could repeat itself, perhaps he would not have forced himself to stand up and humiliate Lin Ling for the sake of the Martial House Master. After all, the Martial House Master had not said a single word about his death. Elder Su Fan violated the rules, and this was the sacred and dignified heaven and earth trial. Therefore, today, Elder Lin Ling will clean up the 7 profound martial house and uphold the glory of the 7 profound martial house. In the silent square, Lin Ling's voice floated out, causing many people's faces to stiffen. Lin Ling seemed to think that he had already become an elder. If Lin Ling had become an elder, then he would have killed Elder Lin Ling. At most, he would have received a little punishment, but it would not be a crime punishable by death. After all, Lin Ling's words were very good. He had killed Elder Su Fan for the sake of the 7 profound martial house's reputation. But Elder Su Fan had used his power for personal gain, and in front of so many people, he had lost the face of the 7 profound martial house. This crime was punishable by death. Martial House Master Skylin looked deeply at Lin Ling. He suddenly felt that this youth was even more difficult to deal with than Di Wuji. His previous vision had been wrong. He should have let the second dream cripple Lin Ling first. At least the counterattack that Sakura had brought was not as terrible as Lin Ling's. Of course, Senior Martial House Master, you can say that I have not become an elder, but you can let your proud disciple, the second dream, try out the heaven and earth trial. Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked at the Martial House Lord. He knew that the Martial House Lord wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to do so. There were many witnesses today, including cultivators from the other 6 major martial arts halls. Therefore, unless the Martial House Lord didn't care about his reputation, he wouldn't dare to make a move. The second dream, you have one chance to kill me, and that is to surpass me. Lin Ling's aura was like a dragon, a tiger, a sword, and a spear. He looked at the second dream. He and the second dream were already mortal enemies. Even if he did not come here today, the second dream would find him sooner or later and kill him. That was why Lin Ling came here today for revenge. Since both of them wanted each other dead, there was no need to show mercy. Is it the second dream's turn? Countless people looked at the second dream. The second dream was also going to enter the ancient array and surpass Lin Ling in terms of results. Otherwise, she would become a laughingstock today. Ancient array of martial arts. At this moment, second dream was silent. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Before, she had been extremely arrogant and confident. She had thought that in the martial world trial, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to compare to her. She had thought that she was the darling of the heavens, the perfect daughter of the heavens. However, in reality, she had lost. In the martial arts world assessment, she thought that Lin Ling was a 6th grade martial artist. In the end, Lin Ling was an 8th grade martial artist. In the martial arts simulation, she thought that since Lin Ling did not have the martial house lord as his master, he would not have come into contact with high-level martial arts. However, Lin Ling had shocked everyone. His comprehension was terrifying. In the illusion assessment, Lin Ling had a huge amount of soul power, causing the array to reflect back and injuring Su Fan. Lin Ling was the perfect genius. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. She was confident that she would not be able to surpass Lin Ling if she went to the ancient array. You asked me before what the martial arts world assessment was. I didn't know about it at that time. However, you knew everything and were very proud. Now, show me your pride. Lin Ling's calm voice made the second dream tremble. Lin Ling was humiliating her. The second dream, you are a genius. You will never lose to Lin Ling. Go and defeat him. Some of the young people in the crowd could not help but cheer her up. It's useless. She can't compare to Lin Ling. Even if she won in the martial arts simulation, she is not a match for Lin Ling in terms of soul power. Therefore, although she is still dazzling, she will not be able to compare to Lin Ling's brilliance. Therefore, rather than losing face, it is better to just admit defeat. In the ancient Dao martial palace, a powerful old man said indifferently. The cheering youths quieted down. They couldn't believe the result in front of them. Their genius had lost? In terms of martial arts talent, the perfect genius couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Where did the word perfect come from? Where is your pride? In the square, only Lin Ling's cold voice could be heard. This time, Lin Ling's voice was louder. It was like thunder in a clear sky. He was going to give the second dream the heaviest blow. He was going to turn this arrogant swan into a toad. You. The second dream's face was cold. She was the main character today, but she had been reduced to a supporting role. It was like her marriage with Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had rejected her marriage in front of so many people. She couldn't refute because she wasn't good enough for Lin Ling. She couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Let me see your pride. Lin Ling stepped forwards, his aura soaring to the skies. The second dream quietly took a step back, unable to say anything. Today, she had been utterly defeated. Countless people watched this scene, their hearts beating with excitement. Today was Lin Ling's stage. He had reprimanded the second dream for being heartless, disloyal, and unfilial. Step by step, he had suppressed the second dream, causing the second dream to fall from her pedestal. At the same time, martial house master Skylin had also been incomparably disgraced. His proud disciple had been suppressed to the point that she couldn't say anything. The 7 profound martial house is so sacred and strict. Did they allow a waste to become an elder? Haha, how ironic. Senior martial house master said that everyone agreed that the second dream should be conferred the title of elder, and that the second dream would be the youngest elder in the history of the Rainforest Holy Land. But now, why is she so silent? Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he looked at the martial house master. The martial house master was a great enemy that he had to trample under his feet. This was the conviction of Di Wuji. Therefore, as long as he had the chance, he would not give the other party any face. You've won. From today onwards, you will be the new generation elder of the 7 profound martial house. Tomorrow, I will announce this to the world. The martial housemaster looked deeply at Lin Ling, and finally said in a low voice. He had no choice but to acknowledge Lin Ling's position as elder. But all of this was like a dream to him. Not long ago, Lin Ling had won first place in the Dragon Lake competition. He had wanted to make Lin Ling a thorn in the side of all the proud sons of heaven, so he had made an exception and allowed Lin Ling to enter the proud son of heaven role. In his mind, the weak Lin Ling at that time would have had to withstand the anger of countless proud sons of heaven, and finally die at the hands of these proud sons of heaven. However, Lin Ling had surpassed his imagination. Not only had he not perished, but he had risen on the proud son of heaven role, and now he had become an elder. This speed of growth was too fast, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. Lin Ling has become an elder? The crowd was also stunned. When Lin Ling had stepped into the square, they had never thought that Lin Ling would become an elder. It had to be said that today's results had exceeded their expectations. Returning the sword, today's matter ends here. The martial housemaster stood up and coldly flicked his sleeves as he left. Anyone could see that he was suppressing a tremendous amount of anger. Martial housemaster, didn't you say that if Lin Ling lost, he would apologize with his life? And if the second dream lost, she would also do the same. But now that Lin Ling has won, he will only become an elder, and the second dream will be safe and sound. The sword elder's eyes narrowed. The martial housemaster had gone back on his words and ignored his previous promise. How treacherous. The 7 profound martial house is the sacred hall of martial arts. The position of elder is of utmost importance. Before, the martial housemaster seemed to have casually conferred the title of elder to the second dream, deceiving everyone. Now that the second dream does not have the qualifications to become an elder, the martial housemaster should do something about this selfishness. The sword elder coldly shouted as he stepped forward. What else do you want? Martial housemaster Skylin stopped, and a powerful aura erupted from him. It was like the wrath of the heavens, causing the entire square to violently shake. Today, his patience had been exhausted, so he did not have the calm momentum that he had at the beginning. Second Mang has disgraced the dignity of the 7 profound martial house. He must atone for his crimes with his death, and prove that the 7 profound martial house is just. The sword elder took another step forward. Behind him, a large number of people also echoed. In this world, there was no such thing as a cheap deal. If Lin Ling lost, he would die. If the second dream lost, she would not die. How could this be fair? What if I don't want to? Martial housemaster Skylin's eyes were icy cold. He swept his eyes over those who spoke, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. What a terrifying look. They didn't dare to oppose. If they said another word, they would die. The sword elder frowned. The martial housemaster was using his formidable strength to intimidate everyone. The second dream has committed a crime, so the law enforcement hall will punish them. But Lin Ling killed elder Lin Ling, so it will be difficult for him to escape punishment. Although Lin Ling is also an elder killing another elder is a violation of the rules of the 7 profound martial house. Therefore, this matter will also be brought to the law enforcement hall. It was at this time that a harsh voice sounded. It was Elder Sun who had been silent all this time. She wanted to grab hold of Lin Ling's weakness and give him a heavy blow. She also wanted to help the second dream get away with it. Lin Ling killed Elder Su Fan because Elder Su Fan violated the rules, so he deserved to die. Sword Elder shouted in a low voice. Even if they deserve to die, it is not Lin Ling's turn to kill them. The 7 profound martial house does not have this rule. An elder can kill another elder at will. Great Sun Child coldly shouted. There is indeed no such rule, but the 7 profound martial house has another rule. If an elder wants to harm another elder, then the victim can kill the elder. Before, Su Fan wanted to kill Lin Ling, so Lin Ling killed Su Fan. What crime is there in that? The sword elder coldly smiled. The crowd was in an uproar. According to this, Lin Ling killing Elder Su Fan was not a crime at all. After all, Elder Su Fan had violated the rules first, and his crime was already punishable by death. Although the law enforcement hall should punish him, Elder Su Fan had harmed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was the person involved. Naturally, he had the right to retaliate. After all, you are an elder, and I am also an elder. If you want to kill me, Do you think I will just stand there and let you kill me? Naturally, I will retaliate. You. Great Sunchild was speechless. Lin Ling is not guilty, but the second dream has violated the rules and deceived everyone. Does she really think she can leave like this? Seeing Great Sunchild remain silent, the Sword Elder's aura became even greater, and he shouted out again. Today, Lin Ling had risen with the status of a disciple, and had made them proud and elated. Therefore, as a senior of the D bloodline, how could he lose Lin Ling's face? How could he allow Lin Ling to fight alone? Therefore, he would also fight side by side with Lin Ling. Shut up. Rumble rumble rumble, Martial House Master Skylin burst out with a cold shout. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and an incomparably terrifying aura billowed out, shocking everyone present into silence. Such a fierce aura, his strength was unfathomable. Moreover, it seemed that even if he was wrong today, he would not hand over his disciple. If everyone refused, then he would use his formidable strength to intimidate them. After all, he had already lost a great deal of face today. How could he endure the anger in his heart any longer? The crowd was silent. Even the Sword Elder's face was ice cold. He knew that even if Martial House Master Skylin did not care about face, he would still protect the second dream. If no one opposes, then today's matter ends here. Martial House Master Skylin calmly swept his gaze across the crowd, and said majestically. After that, he took the second dream and wanted to leave. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. His expression was calm, knowing that the second dream would not die today. However, he did not know why, but he did not feel any disappointment. Instead, he had a sense of anticipation, as if he wanted to take revenge on the second dream on a bigger stage. The second dream had harmed his elder brother, and caused the death of old man Xiao. How could he let her die so easily? That would be letting her off too easily. Therefore, Lin Ling had always had an idea in his heart. He wanted to give the second dream more than one blow. He wanted the second dream, this venomous woman, to be consigned to eternal damnation. Elder Lin Ling, what else do you want to do? Martial House Master Skylin coldly looked at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. Take back my sword. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He calmly replied, gesturing for Martial House Master Skylin to look at the second dream. The second dream frowned. She knew that Lin Ling wanted to take back his spiritual weapon, the chaotic evil sword. Without hesitation, she turned around and walked towards Lin Ling. After a moment, she unsheathed the scabbard at her waist and handed it over. Lin Ling stood proudly and did not accept it. I gave this sword to my elder brother, and now he is giving it to you. Today, you have lost. You have accepted your loss wholeheartedly, but you have left your life behind. I don't mind that. However, when you return the sword, shouldn't you hand it over with both hands? Or do you think that a blessed daughter of heaven like you can only accept defeat because you have lost many times in your life? The second dream's delicate body trembled. She knew what Lin Ling meant. She had lost, so she had to admit defeat grandly, and not muddle through. Otherwise, she would not be a perfect blessed daughter of heaven. After all, if she didn't care about losing once, then that meant that she didn't care about winning or losing in her heart. She could lose many times, and if so, would she still have the status of a blessed daughter of heaven? A person who lost again and again was a mediocre person. A true blessed daughter of heaven could lose once in her life, but she absolutely could not lose a second time. I understand. The second dream handed over the chaotic evil sword with both hands. She faintly looked at Lin Ling and said, Today, I have lost. The crowd was stirred. The second dream, shocked, the blessed daughter of heaven, had finally admitted defeat today. If they weren't standing in the square today and seeing it with their own eyes, they would never have believed what they were seeing. This also meant that within the 7 profound martial houses, blessed daughter of heaven, the one with the greatest potential under 20 years of age was not the second dream, but Lin Ling. Lin Ling might not be able to compare with the second dream's current strength, but in terms of potential, he far surpassed the second dream. Do you know why I was silent before, and why I didn't want you to die? Lin Ling still didn't take the sword. Instead, he lightly said. Why? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 3 slaps, because the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking is about to begin. I want to challenge you on a bigger stage. Lin Ling's firm voice made the second dream's pupils dilate. Lin Ling wanted to challenge her, the crowd was shocked. It was undeniable that Lin Ling's potential was greater than the second dream's. However, the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking were about to begin. Even if Lin Ling could fly, he was not a match for the second dream. After all, the second dream was a top genius at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm while Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Sure, let's start our second battle there. The second dream suddenly laughed. She was looking forward to it. She wanted to kill Lin Ling on a bigger stage. She had lost today, but she was going to take it back tenfold in the future. In the past, you approached my brother with evil intentions, you made him lust after your beauty, then you crippled his cultivation. Then, in the Rain-Sea grassland, you made the 3 great forces come to kill me, you made old man Shao die unjustly, so how could I let you die so easily? Now, I'm taking back my sword, you, get the hell out of here, you bitch. Piss off. Lin Ling put away the mixed evil sword with his right hand and struck out with his left hand. Slap. Slap, slap. 3 crisp slaps resounded in the square, causing everyone's pupils to dilate. The beautiful girl was once again called a bitch by Lin Ling and slapped 3 times by Lin Ling. Lin Ling was not greedy for her beauty. He hit her when he wanted to. How decisive. You. Piss off. The crisp slaps could not hurt the second dream, but they hurt her deeply. She bit her lips and stared coldly at Lin Ling. She did not expect Lin Ling to hit her. Ever since she was young, Lin Ling was the first one to hit her. Everyone else admired her, loved her, and treated her like a fairy on the altar. Even her every move was considered the most beautiful by others. However, today, 3 slaps had sent her down from the clouds into the mud. It was also telling her that she was actually just a self-righteous and vicious woman. She was a fairy? She was a snake. Piss off, bitch. You disgusted me. Piss off. Lin Ling shouted coldly again. Indeed, in his eyes, Second Dream was not a devastatingly beautiful girl. Instead, she was an extremely ambitious woman with a venomous heart. Therefore, he felt disgusted when he saw her. These 3 slaps, I will return them to you. Piss off. The Second Dream Prodigy ranking prodigy. The crowd was silent. Today's fairies had lost all face. Then, everyone looked at Lin Ling, their hearts extremely complex. At this moment, the youth in the square was clearly more dazzling than the second dream, more glorious. Today, Mad God Lin Ling's name had once again shaken the 7 Profound Martial House, and even the Rainforest Holy Land. Go. Lin Ling looked at the departing figure of the second dream. With a wave of his hand, he led the Sword Elder and the others away. Today, the first step of his revenge was a success. The second dream had lost half of her pride. To the second dream, this was worse than death. Even the powerful prefecture lord was humiliated. This was the reason why Lin Ling had come here. As for Lin Ling, he had completely raised the flag of the 7 Profound Martial House, and was one step closer to the faith that Senior Limitless had left him. Haha, Lin Ling, you vented your anger today. Look at that beast Tian Lin, his face is so dark today. As the crowd returned to the mountain valley, the Sword Elder couldn't help but laugh. In the 7 Profound Martial House, he had seen his blood enemy strut around, and had swallowed his anger. But today, Lin Ling had raised the prestige of their D family bloodline. Good for you, you even dared to fight the second dream, I admire you. Lin Ling, I find that I can't see through you anymore. Last time, you were a 6th grade talent with a keen body. Who would have thought that after you went out, you would rise to an 8th grade talent? Also, I have a feeling that this is not all of your cards. Now, you have become the most dazzling existence in the 7 Profound Martial House under the age of 20. Long Xiaochen, Ouyang Feiyang, and the others also excitedly shouted. They had watched Lin Ling rise step by step, and the speed of his growth was simply too amazing. I was just lucky. Lin Ling gently smiled. Others thought that it was easy for him to increase his strength, but no one knew that he had experienced many life or death crises. Lingers' weight in their hearts is too great. As old ancestor Extreme Flame and the others saw that Lin Ling was the center of attention, their hearts were incomparably proud. Their fire ancient clan was weak, but in the mountain valley, no one dared to disrespect them. All of this was because of Lin Ling. Before, Sakura was our banner, shielding us from the wind and rain. But now, it is you, Lin Ling. As everyone was overjoyed, Long Xiaochen blurted out, causing everyone to fall silent. But Long Xiaochen was secretly annoyed. It seemed that he had said the wrong thing. Sakura had become a cripple, but Lin Ling had risen like a dragon. Although they were brothers, Sakura had always been proud. How could he feel good in his heart? Not to mention, today Lin Ling had taken back his dignity. This made him even more ashamed to see others. On the road of martial arts, there has never been a smooth journey. This is the greatest hurdle in Big Brother's life. I believe that he will cross it. Lin Ling softly said, alleviating the complex thoughts in everyone's hearts. Then, Lin Ling looked at the Fire Ancient Clan and Flame Legion. Grandfather, and everyone else, your strength is still very weak, so I will help you increase your strength. He took out the half-spirit artifact that he had obtained in the ancient tomb, the Great Flame Bell. This half-spirit artifact had twice the effect of half the effort on a fire attribute martial artist's cultivation. It was very suitable for the Fire Ancient Clan to use. This fellow, you really have a lot of treasures. After Lin Ling took out the Great Flame Bell, Elder Jian couldn't help but stare. As for Ancestor Taiyan and the others, they were slightly excited. After arriving at the rainforest's sacred land, they realized that they were as weak as ants. They were extremely unwilling, but now, they had a chance to become stronger. Especially the members of the Flame Legion, they were even more excited. They had never imagined that by following their leader, they would be able to come to the legendary sacred land and even have a chance to rise. They couldn't help but recall the promise that Lin Ling had made to them in Cloud Sea City. If they followed their leader, they would definitely become famous throughout the world. And now, their leader had done it. At present, they were still very weak, but it wouldn't be long before they would be able to shake the rainforest's sacred land with the name of the Flame Legion. The mountains and valleys are rich in spirit energy and are suitable for cultivation. Coupled with my worldly fortune pills, everyone's talent can be improved. Yes. Lin Ling spoke once more, causing Long Xiaochen and the others to feel envious. Their leader was truly amazing. When he rose up, his friends and family would become stronger as well. It seemed like following Lin Ling was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Lin Ling constantly took out treasures to improve everyone's strength. After a long time, Lin Ling walked towards the depths of the mountains and valleys. He wanted to see Sakura. Small World Fusion second brother, Big Brother thanks you. Today, Big Brother will leave, but in the future, Big Brother will fight side by side with you. Big Brother will cross this hurdle. You once said to Big Brother that you will never admit defeat. Big Brother will always remember this, wait for me to return. The note was written in blood, it was left behind by Sakura. Lin Ling froze in place, and then smiled. Big Brother felt that he did not have the face to see everyone, so he went out to adventure. Whether he became a snake or a dragon, it all depended on this adventure. But Lin Ling believed that his big brother would rise. Adventure, there was a thick life and death crisis, but there were also great opportunities. This all depended on one's own good fortune. However, Lin Ling was not worried about Sakura. This was because he knew that this was his big brother's road of martial arts, and no one else could interfere with him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged under the massive spirit root. At present, he had already established a firm foothold in the 7 profound martial house, and his reputation had risen. However, the enemies he faced were even more formidable. These were the top geniuses of the 7 profound heavens chosen list. These geniuses were older than him, and their talent was no weaker than his. Their strength was incomparably fierce, therefore, Lin Ling had to continue fighting. He had to become stronger. I haven't broken through for too long. If I want to break through again, it will be very difficult. The only way is to make my foundation more solid. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was incomparably familiar with his own strength. In fact, Lin Ling's foundation was already the most solid in the 7 profound martial house. His talent was a strong king body, his martial arts foundation was strong, His mortal body was strong, and his soul force was strong. All of his domains were at the perfect level. The only difference was his cultivation, however, there was still room for improvement. The Talent King body was Lin Ling's current limit. Unless he reached the late Emperor Spirit Realm, it would not be suitable for him to increase his rank, but his mortal body could be improved. He had a Xiantian body. If he cultivated the Xiantian Qi art, he could make the small world within his body rise again and increase his strength. This was the cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. In addition, fire was Lin Ling's foundation. He had an 8th grade Talent King body, and had 80% true meaning of fire. But he could comprehend 90% true meaning of fire. After all, in the Water Moon Holy Land and the martial practice array, he had comprehended many things. Also, the tyrannical song sword could be upgraded. The tyrannical song sword wasn't even a spirit artifact, so it affected Lin Ling's strength. If it could become a spirit artifact, then Lin Ling's fighting strength would increase by 30%. Having a good weapon in hand was every martial artist's dream, and Lin Ling was no exception. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling first tried to comprehend the fiery flames. He thought of the Tai martial school's sect master, Xuani Jinren. His martial uncle had once used a punch that combined his physical body with his king physique. That punch was also the combination of the small world in his body and his innate king physique. It was the combination of strength and the true meaning of martial arts. It's a bit like the combination of the fist of the war god and the innate imperial body that I cultivated in the past. Lin Ling muttered to himself as memories surfaced in his mind. Flame extermination, breaking the city with a single punch, burning the earth with flames. The difference was that this martial art was the fusion of the concept of fire and the concept of war, while this martial art was the fusion of the small world hidden in his body and the true intent of fire. Obviously, the latter was much more difficult and powerful. Fusing the small world with the flames in my body? My Xiantian energy art is a fire attribute physical body cultivation method. In order to fuse them together, I need a bridge to communicate with them. Lin Ling stood up and closed his eyes. At this moment, he could sense the 10,000 small worlds within his body. These were cells that contained immense strength, cells that had been tempered by the Tai True Fire. They were also the source of Lin Ling's physical strength. Fire! Lin Ling gave a low shout. From the vermilion bird Dao platform within his body, a steady stream of flame surged towards these small worlds. If one had to make an example, Lin Ling's body was the void and these small worlds were planets. At this moment, Lin Ling was using his fire to turn these planets into planets of fire. Of course, this process was extremely difficult. It required a bridge to communicate with them. If the fire couldn't enter the small worlds, then the small worlds wouldn't be able to fuse with the true intent of fire. It's so difficult. It's a test of my patience. Lin Ling frowned. But what he didn't lack the most was patience. This feeling was like searching for a needle in the boundless sea. Moreover, there was a thread that slowly pulled on that needle. Time quietly passed. Many people passed by. Seeing Lin Ling standing there motionless, they didn't disturb him. As for Long Xiaochen and the others, they felt an urge to immediately cultivate. Lin Ling's strength was already very strong, but after returning to the valley, he still didn't waste any time cultivating. Lin Ling's strength was in fact obtained through blood and sweat. Lin Ling had the diligence that a martial artist should have. At this moment, in the valley, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. Gradually, the first small world was successfully connected. The true intent of fire entered, causing the small world to turn a fiery red. The cells not only contained powerful spiritual qi, but also the power of fire. So difficult. Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had used up an entire day to fuse the first small world. It really was difficult. Soon after, he continued to guide the fire, causing the flames to wrap around each small world. Time passed unknowingly, and 3 days quietly passed. A powerful aura erupted in the valley. It was a very mysterious aura. It seemed like an explosion of power, but also like an explosion of flames. In the valley, many people rushed over. The power from before was too terrifying, causing them to think that some ancient demonic beast had arrived in the valley. However, when they arrived, they found that the ground was covered in sweat. Lin Ling was standing there quietly, and the ground was deeply sunken. It was at least 5 meters deep. Lin Ling seemed to have become incomparably heavy. Lin Ling, what happened to you? The sword elder worriedly shouted. He was Elder Xian and had seen many things, but he had never seen this kind of cultivation method. I'm fine. Lin Ling smiled and jumped out of the deep hole. When he landed on the ground, a loud rumble sounded. Everyone was so shocked that they sat down on the ground. Their faces were filled with fear. Lin Ling didn't seem to be huge, but he gave people the feeling that a demonic beast had crashed down. The sword elder's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's physical strength seemed to be very solid. He was a martial artist from the Rainforest Holy Land. Although he knew that the Water Moon Holy Land cultivated the physical body, he obviously didn't expect that Lin Ling had already obtained the essence of the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts. Hee, I just casually cultivated for a while. Seeing a large number of people appear, Lin Ling was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that the reaction would be so big. He waved his hand and quickly left. His whole body was covered in sweat, and he needed to wash it off. Casually cultivated for a while? Long Xiaochen looked at the huge deep hole, and his mouth couldn't close. Casually cultivating could create a deep hole in the ground, then what would happen if he seriously cultivated? The others also opened their mouths, but suddenly, they couldn't say anything. This little guy is hiding a secret that we don't know. Dragon Pavilion in a mountain valley, in a small stream, Lin Ling's entire body was immersed in the water. It was indescribably refreshing, and the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile. 10,000 small worlds had successfully fused with the true meaning of fire. Originally, his innate body was of the fire attribute, but now it had become the exclusive fire attribute innate body of the vermilion bird's flames. This was equal to opening a door. In the future, when his small worlds awakened, they could also become small worlds of fire. With the true meaning of fire and the small worlds fused together, the advantages were naturally great. Lin Ling's true meaning of fire had reached 90%. Before, he had also experimented with a wisp of the true meaning of fire in his fist. He had been able to leave a fist mark on the ancient spirit root. This was very terrifying. The ancient spirit root was the root of the ancient tree in the Rainforest Holy Land. It was as hard as iron, mysterious and vast. There weren't many people in the Seven Profound Martial House that could leave behind a fist mark, but just a casual punch had the extreme power of heaven and earth fire. If the true meaning of fire was used at full strength, Lin Ling guessed that it should have reached a half-step 100% true meaning of fire. What kind of concept was this? This meant that Lin Ling's true meaning of fire was about to reach the peak. The peak of martial arts. There was no need to doubt its power, but the true meaning of sword was a half-step 90%. It was weaker than the true meaning of fire. If the true meaning of sword and true meaning of fire were fused together, just what kind of strength would that be? Lin Ling didn't dare to imagine. I've successfully cultivated the true meaning of fire. Next is to upgrade the Tyrant Song sword. The Rainforest Holy Land is vast and boundless. I can go to the main city to take a look. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After washing up, he slowly left the mountain valley. Currently, the semi-finals of the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list were getting closer and closer. He had to quickly increase his strength. Just as he left the mountain valley, a figure appeared in front of him. She wore a long blue dress, a beaded crown on her head, and green deerskin boots on her feet. She gave off a lovely and charming feeling. Lin Ling's eyes followed her slender and tight legs, and he suddenly saw a familiar face, Tang Yu, the little princess of the great Tang Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Tang Yu, how come you're here? Lin Ling was a bit surprised. Tang Yu was a proud son of heaven, and had come to the Seven Profound Martial House with him. I wasn't at the Seven Profound Martial House for a while. I just came back yesterday, and then I heard about your magnificent feat. Lin Ling, you're really fierce. I entered the Seven Profound Martial House with you, and now you've surpassed me by so much. Tang Yu charmingly laughed. Lin Ling smiled and said, I was just lucky. You're so modest in front of your friends, but in front of your enemies, you're so domineering. I really wonder if you're the same person. Tang Yu was obviously very familiar with Lin Ling's temperament and couldn't help but chuckle. She was really surprised by Lin Ling's brilliance. She was the little princess of the great Tang Empire. She had outstanding talent and an illustrious family background. Logically speaking, her strength should have far surpassed Lin Ling's. However, Lin Ling had nothing and only relied on himself. Yet, he still towered over her like a legend, and even surpassed her even further. This was unbelievable. Oh right, you should be very familiar with the main city, right? Lin Ling suddenly thought of something. Do you know where I can forge a weapon? Yes. He wasn't familiar with the main city, so he wanted to ask Tang Yue. I know. You want to enhance the power of your tyrannical song sword. I just happen to know a senior with superb skills who can enhance a martial artist's weapon. Of course, the reward is also higher. Tang Yue said. Lin Ling helplessly nodded. Not long ago, he had a lot of spirit crystals, but they were all swallowed up by the ancient flame devil's soul. He had a lot of treasures and pills on him, but he was lacking in spirit crystals. Of course, although he didn't have enough spirit crystals, he could still go take a look and find a way to get enough. Then, he told Tang Yue his idea, and Tang Yue nodded in agreement. Of course, Lin Ling had Tang Yue go with him. In fact, he had another thought. Tang Yue was the little princess of the Great Tang Empire, one of the 5 great ancient countries. She should know about Yuyu. The two of them chatted as they walked. That Yuyu who awakened the terrifying king body? Yes. After hearing Lin Ling's question, Tang Yue gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Tang Yue knew Yuyu? Although she also has the bloodline of the Great Tang Empire, she is also a member of the Desolate race. Tang Yue said helplessly. Then, seeing Lin Ling's confusion, she couldn't help but explain, the 4 great Desolate races are the ancient races that are above the 7 great martial arts halls. They are like hidden clans in the rainforest sacred land. Not many people know about them. Yes. And the head of the 5 great ancient countries, the Great Tang Empire, is backed by one of the 4 great Desolate races, the Sparrow race. Although this ancient race has the same bloodline as the Great Tang Empire, only those with the orthodox bloodline are qualified to enter the Desolate race. Anyway, I have never had the chance to meet them since I was young. Yes. Tang Yue's face was filled with helplessness, but more of it was reverence for the 4 great Desolate races. Lin Ling gasped, even you don't have a chance? Nope. Tang Yue had the status of a little princess, yet she didn't have a chance. This meant that the Desolate race was very noble and very large. And the current Lin Ling was someone that even the 5 great ancient countries had to look up to, not to mention the 4 ancient Desolate races. It seemed that the road he had to walk was very long. He wondered where his mother was in the rainforest sacred land. The two of them talked as they walked. Soon, they left the 7 profound martial house and arrived at the main city of the rainforest sacred land. The main city was also called the Holy City. It was vast and boundless. In the past, when Lin Ling had helped the Great Qin Empire, he had only occupied a corner of it. But the one who controlled this place was the legendary number 1 person in the rainforest sacred land, the Holy King. Lin Ling had only been to the main city once, and this time he was going to the core area. This caused Lin Ling's pupils to dilate. In the streets and alleys, there were even more powerhouses. He could see peak Emperor Spirit Realm existences everywhere, and even Saint Spirit Realm existences. The main city is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Besides the martial artists of the 5 great ancient countries, there are also the geniuses of the 7 great martial halls, as well as the hidden Desolate race people. There are many powerhouses here. Tang Yue explained as she walked. Lin Ling also saw that there were many youths on the streets. The weakest of them was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. They should be the geniuses of the other martial halls. Nodding, Lin Ling didn't say anything and followed Tang Yue. The goal of this trip was the Dragon Pavilion. This pavilion had an illustrious reputation in the main city because the owner was a mysterious person who had the skill to forge weapons. It had to be known that there were many alchemists in the rainforest sacred land, but there were very few powerhouses that could upgrade weapons. I'm not too sure about the origin of that senior from the Dragon Pavilion. My family told me not to underestimate him, but as far as I know, that person seems to be from one of the 4 great Desolate races. Tang Yue said to Lin Ling. The two of them walked down the street and soon arrived in front of a magnificent building. This building soared into the clouds, and a massive dragon was carved around the building. It was majestic and mighty, and after one glance at it, they didn't dare to look at it again. Its aura was terrifying. Amazing, that dragon carved an ancient array. Rules, by the way, the origin of the Dragon Tower is mysterious and there are many cultivators who come here every day, so the tower master has a strange habit of only accepting one order at a time. Tang Yu said again, causing Lin Ling to shrug helplessly. It was good to have a strong skill. If he wanted to forge for others, he could forge for others. If he was not in the mood, he could wait until the next day. Looking at the entrance of the Dragon Tower, there were still people coming in one after another. There were many visitors, however, only accepting one order was a bit too competitive. After all cultivators wanted to have a powerful weapon in their hands, so they would not let go of such an opportunity. The weakest cultivator who can enter here is at least at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This is an unwritten rule. Most people who are not strong enough are not allowed to enter. Tang Yu said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Although he was not at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, Tang Yu's strength seemed to be lower than his. Tang Yu laughed and blinked. Of course, this is excluding those with status. Therefore, the cultivators who enter the Dragon Tower are either rich or noble. If they are not the top geniuses of their families, then they are the top geniuses of the martial arts hall. They all have a great background. Of course, many of them are unworthy of their reputation. Like me, I entered because of my family's status. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder Tang Yu's strength did not meet the requirements, but she could enter. Shameless boasting. This is a sacred place. Those who enter are all geniuses. How can it be like you said, relying on your family's status? Someone on the side coldly shouted. This person was about 20 years old. He was wearing a golden brocade robe and had his hands behind his back. He seemed to be very uncomfortable with Tang Yu's words. Because Tang Yu said that most of the people who entered here relied on their family's status. Not all of them were strong. This made him feel like he was being humiliated. A woman who can't see herself clearly dares to be so arrogant. You even brought a weakling at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm here. Do you think you can enter this tower? The man shouted again. It's none of your business. Tang Yu's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, she shouted coldly, causing that person's expression to change. This woman actually dared to reprimand him. Lin Ling helplessly smiled. Tang Yue was the little princess of the great Tang Empire. Sure enough, she had the willfulness and unruliness of a princess. Of course, this was much better than many noble ladies. At least, Tang Yue would not casually provoke others. It was just that if others provoked her, she would not show mercy. You're very bold. Don't think that you can show off just because you have a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm guard with you. Have you forgotten where you are? The young man shouted again, thinking that Lin Ling was Tang Yue's guard. Of course, in his eyes, this guard was too weak. Lin Ling shook his head even more. He had become a guard, but he shrugged and didn't intend to say anything. Anyway, this was caused by Tang Yu herself, she could solve it herself. You're only at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Do you think you're a top genius just because you're wearing the robes of the Heaven-bearing province? According to my guess, you're just a piece of trash ranked 200 on the prodigy list. Tang Yu's mouth was also incomparably sharp. You can die now. These words seemed to have hit the young man's sore spot. His cultivation level was high, but he didn't seem to be a powerful genius. You dare to be a member of the great Tang Empire. However, just as he took a step forward, a cold voice rang out behind him, causing the young man to frown. He turned around and stared at the person who had come. The person who had come had long hair tied behind his head. He was handsome and elegant, and had the temperament of an alchemist. However, his face was somewhat cold, causing the young man's heart to tremble. He recognized this person. It was Tang Tianshu, one of the 18 princes. Although young Master Tang was also at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, there was no doubt about his strength. Sorry, I said the wrong thing before. I apologize. The young man immediately bowed to Tang Yue. He couldn't afford to offend young Master Tang. Moreover, he knew that the girl in front of him was actually from the great Tang Empire. What surprised him was that the dignified little princess of the great Tang Empire would bring such a weak guard with her. Get lost! Tang Yue shouted, causing the young man to lose face and enter the dragon pavilion. However, he didn't go far. He was still looking at Tang Yue when his eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. He found that Lin Ling was smiling, and his smile was cold and indifferent, as if he was laughing at his ignorance. He couldn't afford to offend the people of the great Tang Empire, but he couldn't afford to offend this guard. He actually dared to laugh at him. This was too bold. In fact, Lin Ling's lips were slightly curved up, but he wasn't looking at the young man, but rather at the 18th prince, young Master Tang. Tang Yue, who allowed you to be with such a lowly commoner? You've lost the face of the great Tang Empire. Young Master Tang slowly walked over, coldly looking at Lin Ling, and then reprimanded Tang Yue. Behind him were the top geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House, Golden Rock Z, and the other youths. Each one of them was a powerhouse ranked around 100 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. Tang Tianshu, who I'm with is none of your business. Although Tang Yue and Tang Tianshu came from the same ancient country, they weren't very familiar with each other. Who you're with is none of my business, but it affects the pride of the noble great Tang Empire. You're a princess, yet you're with a lowly commoner. If this were to spread out, my face would be lost. Tang Tianshu shouted again, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't care at all. 18th Prince Tang Tianshu, before Lin Ling went to the cloud domain, this was a proud son of heaven that he had to look up to. But now that he had reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, his strength was even more formidable, and he no longer placed Tang Tianshu in his eyes. You've gone too far. Tang Yue didn't know about the grievances between Lin Ling and Tang Tianshu. She thought that Tang Tianshu was deliberately making things difficult for her, so she couldn't help but coldly shout. Tang Yue, let's go. If a dog bites you, you can't bite the dog back, so let them bark here. Lin Ling advised. Tang Yue was stunned for a moment, then she burst into laughter. In fact, she didn't like Tang Tianshu, because the latter often lectured her as an elder, so when she heard Lin Ling's words, the gloominess in her heart was relieved. Dog? Tang Tianshu's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was scolding his noble bloodline in front of so many people. Junior brother Tang, there's no need to be angry with a lowly commoner. He just became an elder by luck, and he thinks that his strength is enough to make him look down on everyone. But in reality, he's still a weakling in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Moreover, the second dream has already said that Lin Ling will be left to her, so let's not do anything. Jin Pingzi said from the side. Lin Ling was dazzling, and his name was famous in the rainforest sacred ground. His status was above his own, but his strength was only so. In the world of martial arts, without strength, everything was useless. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before Lin Ling was beaten back to his original state. Moreover, according to the rules of the Dragon Tower, one must be at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm to enter. If he doesn't meet the requirements, he can't enter. World of the Seven Great Martial Hall Geniuses, these people are too much. Tang Yue unwillingly shouted. She felt injustice for Lin Ling. Because these people had cultivated for a longer time and were at the top of the Proud Son of Heaven list, they looked down on Lin Ling. But if Lin Ling had cultivated for the same amount of time, would they have the qualifications to be proud in front of Lin Ling? Why bother? Lin Ling didn't care. He waved his hand and led Tang Yue into the Dragon Pavilion. To him, his current ranking on the Proud Son of Heaven list wasn't high. But in a few days, the semifinals would begin, and he would rush into the Proud Son of Heaven list. At that time, these people who were gloating over his misfortune wouldn't be able to open their mouths. Moreover, the second dream was very confident in themselves. They didn't want anyone to touch him. They wanted to kill him in the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list and regain their lost pride. Unfortunately, the second dream would be disappointed. Wait, your strength has not reached the requirements. You are not allowed to enter the Dragon Pavilion. The two had just stepped into the Dragon Pavilion when a servant blocked their way. This person's strength was actually at the Saint Spirit Realm, a Saint Spirit Realm servant. The master behind the scenes of the Dragon Pavilion really had an extraordinary background. I am the princess of the great Tang Empire. Tang Yue took out her identity jade card. The servant glanced at it and then nodded. In fact, the rules of the Dragon Pavilion were not arbitrarily set. If one was too weak, then the requirements for a weapon would not be high. The master of the Dragon Pavilion disdained to forge one, and if one's background was too small, then they would not be able to afford the reward. The Dragon Pavilion would not welcome them. After all, the Dragon Pavilion was not a market where anyone could come in and join in the fun. What about you? The servant was expressionless as he looked at Lin Ling. At the same time, behind the Dragon Pavilion's gate, Tang Tianshu and the others looked over. They were looking forward to seeing the ugly scene of Lin Ling being denied entry. Even the proud son of heaven from the Holding Heaven house that had been reprimanded by Lin Ling was the same. Your status as an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House is not enough. Jin Pingzi teased. He was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so he could enter easily. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was a lowly commoner and a piece of trash. He would be blocked at the entrance. And their stay naturally attracted more people's attention. Many people smiled and were not surprised by this result. Perhaps everything was as Tang Yu had said. The people who came here were a little hypocritical and liked to use their powerful family background to make others feel inferior. Mine. At that moment, Lin Ling didn't know what everyone was thinking. He slowly took out his identity jade tablet, which made Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils dilate. Lin Ling had an identity jade tablet? Who was he? It had to be known that the status of an elder of the Seven Profound Martial House had no effect here. You may enter. That person glanced at Lin Ling's identity jade tablet, then stared deeply at Lin Ling. There was a trace of horror in the depths of his eyes as he stepped aside. Thank you. Lin Ling nodded lightly and strode in with Tang Yu. How is this possible? Tang Tianshu and the others' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner, not as noble as they were, but how could he enter? One of them slowly stepped forward and respectfully asked, Senior, that person's strength did not meet the requirements, and his status was not high either. He should not be able to enter. The servant looked at Tang Tianshu and the others. He knew that these were the top geniuses of the martial hall, so he was not cold. He slowly said, This child is one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin dynasty. He is also a newly risen family head. He is the youngest family head I have seen so far. What? Family head? Jin Pingzi and the others' pupils constricted. The family head of one of the 5 great ancient countries was a position of virtue and prestige. He could summon the powerhouses of most of the ancient countries. This was not a small status. Lin Ling was a lowly commoner, compared to Lin Ling. Besides Tang Tianshu, they were all lowly commoners. When did Lin Ling become the family head of the Great Qin dynasty? Tang Tianshu's face turned green. He knew what the family head represented. In fact, in terms of status, Lin Ling was higher than him. The word lowly commoner seemed to be reserved for him. As for the Tuatian house genius who was watching the show, his heart trembled violently. He thought that Lin Ling was a bodyguard, but who knew that he was the family head? No wonder the youth ignored him from the start. It was a form of disdain. Lin Ling, how can you enter here? At this moment, in the long and luxurious corridor, Tang Yu looked at Lin Ling in shock. Previously, she wanted to use her status to let Lin Ling in. Family head identity jade token. Lin Ling said as he waved the jade token in his hand. This was the identity that the Great Qin Empire changed for him after he returned to the Rainforest Holy Land, allowing him to replace Old Master Qin. However, Lin Ling did not care much about this, so he did not take it to heart. Family head? Then your status is not lower than mine. Tang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. She also knew that the family head status was noble. At least in her knowledge, she had never seen such a young family head. The Great Tang Empire did not have one. Even in the 5 great ancient countries, Lin Ling was the first family head to be less than 20 years old, patriarch of the Great Qin dynasty, elder of the 7 Profound Martial House. Lin Ling had created many miracles. Lin Ling smiled. He still did not care much about the family head status. After the two passed through the luxurious corridor, an even more luxurious hall appeared in front of them. At this moment, there were many people sitting in the hall. Each of them had a powerful aura, and were either rich or noble. Although there were many people in the hall, it was incomparably quiet. Everyone was quietly waiting for the arrival of the house head. There are so many heaven's prides from the martial arts halls, and even some Saint Spirit realm existences. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. There were so many powerhouses here. They were all top heaven's prides from the other martial arts halls' heaven's pride rankings, ranked around 100. This could be called the world of geniuses, for top 100 heaven's prides to appear in the same hall at the same time was indeed a rare sight. Some of them had incomparably terrifying king bodies, some of them had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, and some of them had powerful cultivation realms, and some of them had mysterious weapons in their hands. Each of them had a powerful domain, and it was a riot of colors. Lin Ling looked around in shock, and then the corners of his mouth curled up. He had stepped into the circle of top heaven's prides from the 7 martial arts halls, and also the circle of powerhouses from the rainforest's holy land. Who is this person? He is at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. He is the weakest existence in the Dragon Tower today. His face is unfamiliar, but looking at his age, he should be a heaven's pride from the 7 martial arts halls. There are so many heaven's prides, does he have the qualifications to enter? The hall seemed to be quiet, but whispers could be heard. Many people here knew each other, and they were all wary of each other. However, when a new face appeared, they would naturally reject him. After all, if one more person appeared, there would be fewer chances to compete for the position of the house head. Moreover, those who appeared here were either rich or noble, and all had illustrious reputations. If that young man appeared without any background, it would be equivalent to humiliating them, tainting their noble status. Young man, how about a toast? Just as Lin Ling and Tang Yu found a table to sit down, a calm voice sounded from the 2nd floor. Then, without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, a glass of wine shot down with an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like a toast, but in reality, it was also a test and a lesson. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His opponent's attack was too fast, and he didn't even have time to see his face. Although the cup of wine seemed light, it seemed to contain martial intent. This place was indeed filled with geniuses. Just a simple attack was already so powerful, he believed that none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses would be able to withstand this cup of wine. After all the geniuses present were at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Naturally, their attacks wouldn't be weak. Moreover, they were all top-tier geniuses. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't one of them. Lin Ling was the perfect mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and caught the cup of wine. The moment his palm touched the cup, an indescribable force exploded. It was as if 2 powerful punches had collided in midair, causing the void to shatter. And within Lin Ling's body, the 10,000 small worlds were crazily erupting, forming a strength of 10 million that was transmitted to Lin Ling's palms. He didn't even use the true meaning of martial arts, he used just the strength of his mortal body to block that cup of wine. What a terrifying force. Good wine. Lin Ling's proud voice echoed in the hall. Under countless gazes, the youth took the cup and gently placed it in his mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. The person who had been tested and taught a lesson was a prodigy from the Central Martial Hall. He was at the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and ranked 150th on the prodigy ranking. Although he wasn't a peak late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy, he was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. As for Lin Ling, he was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and had no reputation at all. I wonder which of the 7 martial halls this person is from. In terms of strength, he should be ranked around 160th on the prodigy ranking. That was just a test, and he didn't use his full strength. But at least, that means that the youth isn't weak. The vast hall was silent as everyone discussed in low voices. They were all top prodigies from the 7 martial halls. When Lin Ling first arrived, they were disdainful and even xenophobic. But now, they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. At least, they were certain that Lin Ling wasn't weak. Was it just that he didn't dare to underestimate them? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Lin Ling's calm voice came from the 1st floor. Under countless gazes, a cup of wine shot up to the 2nd floor. You dare attack me? On the 2nd floor, the Heaven's Chosen's eyes narrowed. He had wanted to humiliate Lin Ling before, but the result had surprised him. But now, not only did Lin Ling not feel lucky, he even attacked. "You're courting death." Did Lin Ling think that he was a pushover? He stretched out his right hand, and an azure water ball appeared. It surged and formed a vortex, wanting to catch the wine cup that was shot over. This was the true intent of water, and its power wasn't weak. Bang! However, when the wine cup collided with the water ball, it was as if a mountain had collided with it. It contained a force of 10 million jin, causing the water ball to instantly shatter. That genius's eyes narrowed. What a powerful force. Then, he stretched out his hands and formed two large water balls, one black and one white. They spun continuously in an attempt to suppress the power of the wine cup. Chi, the Heaven's Chosen sat on a chair. The powerful force of the wine cup pushed him backwards, leaving a deep mark on the ground. It wasn't until he was pushed 5 meters away that the terrifying force disappeared, and the wine cup was caught by him. This move was shocking. "Brother, it's just a cup of wine. There's no need to be so polite." On the first floor, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. "You." On the second floor, the Heaven's Chosen's face was extremely ugly. Although he had caught the wine cup, everyone could see that he had used all his strength to do so. Even so, he was pushed 5 meters away. It was extremely embarrassing. It was obvious that Lin Ling was humiliating him. Especially when he said those words so casually, it made him even angrier. This mysterious young man is quite powerful. He casually attacked before, but I couldn't sense any spiritual energy or martial intent. However, the power of the wine cup was so strong that Tai Yuan almost couldn't handle it. The most terrifying thing is that the mysterious young man is only at the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. Could this person be a rising junior? Everyone in the hall stopped drinking. This time, they looked at Lin Ling with even more seriousness. Lin Ling was even more mysterious than they had imagined. After the previous exchange, they had tacitly agreed that Lin Ling was qualified. No one dared to provoke him. Although this didn't mean that Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, it meant that they didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. This Lin Ling's strength is even stronger than before. As for the 18th young lord, Tang Tianshu, and the rest, their faces were solemn. From this exchange, they could see that Lin Ling's strength had increased by another level. He was getting closer and closer to them. No worries. The semifinals of the Heaven's Chosen rankings are about to begin. When the time comes, even if the second dream doesn't make a move, I will cripple him. Golden Rock coldly said as he stroked the golden feathered rock on his shoulder. In the past, Lin Ling had not given him any face, and had arrogantly entered the Sky Universe Palace. This had caused his dignity to be deeply shamed, so he absolutely had to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's growth was fast, he was still not his match. He is Lin Ling? Yes. In addition to them, there were many other top elites of the 7 profound martial house in the hall. At this moment, they all recognized Lin Ling. The second dream said that she would leave Lin Ling to her. Otherwise today I would like to see just how strong this Lin Ling is. A top elite said as he fiddled with a wine glass. Everyone's eyes widened. This person was the 70th ranked elite on the Heaven's Chosen rankings, Long Xiang. He was fiercer than Golden Rock and the others, and also someone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. His strength was even stronger than Young Master Soaring Dragon of the 18 Young Masters. The difference between the two was that Young Master Soaring Dragon, who had died at Lin Ling's hands, was not even 20 years old. But this person was 23 years old, and his strength was at the peak of the Royal Spirit Realm. A peak Royal Spirit Realm elite was very terrifying. They could even fight a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse. Lin Ling, you're so fierce. You've made them not dare to underestimate you. On the first floor, Tang Yue was surprised. She realized that everyone was looking at Lin Ling with a variety of complex expressions. To be able to make the top elites of the 7 martial hall fear him, this was undoubtedly a glorious honor. At least in this year's batch of geniuses, only Lin Ling could do this. He was not even 20 years old, but he had stepped into the circle of top elites. This was very rare. They only put me in their hearts for the first time. But there are still many powerful elites in the hall. Lin Ling didn't show any arrogance as he said faintly. He saw many top elites of the Royal Spirit Realm. They should be the top 100 elites of the Heaven's Chosen rankings. Even with his soul force, he could feel that they were unfathomably deep. It seemed that the 7 martial halls were truly filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Lin Ling was only a little famous in the 7 profound martial house. He couldn't compare with these famous elites of the 7 martial halls. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall. Another figure walked in. This person wore a long blue robe and held a jug of wine in his hand. His long hair cascaded down his back, giving him an indescribably handsome appearance. As the crowd saw this youth, their hearts trembled. Yonggan. He was a top prodigy of the ancient Dao martial palace and was at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. It was said that he had cultivated his true intent of martial arts to the peak. Moreover, this person was hiding a powerful spirit artifact. In the past, when the top prodigies of the 7 major sects were sparring, he had once battled the top prodigies of the various sects and made a name for himself. Most importantly, this person had risen up in an instant and was very mysterious. It made people wonder if he was a martial artist from the rainforest's holy land and had come from somewhere else. Yonggan. After that person stepped in, many top geniuses shouted in a low voice. Among them, Long Yaoxiang stood up, smiled, and threw the wine cup in his right hand. A golden dragon appeared and coiled around the wine cup as it shot towards Yangqian. This dragon charged forward bravely as though it was the king of dragons. Dragon soars. Inside the hall, Yonggan smiled faintly. His body exuded the terrifying aura of the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. He waved his right hand lightly and a cauldron appeared behind him. It was the cauldron of the 9 prefectures. The moment the cauldron appeared, it was as if it had taken root in the earth and was incomparably stable. Yonggan easily received the wine cup. The cauldron is Yonggan's king physique? What level is that? It's a king physique that can grow, and it's a rare king physique of weapons. Many people were solemn. As expected of a top genius from the ancient Dao martial palace. Based on his strength, it was more than enough for him to be ranked in the top 20 on the genius list. What kind of existence were 20 of them? Among the countless geniuses, no more than 100 of them could suppress Yonggan. This was a proud achievement. One had to know that there were countless geniuses in the 100 territories. To be able to rank so high in strength, that was an existence as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. At this moment, Long Yaoxiang's face was incomparably ugly. Could it be that the other party's strength was truly unfathomable? He snorted coldly and finally sat down. Amazing. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He could also see that his opponent's king body was special. It was actually a cauldron, which was extremely rare. Moreover, his martial intent seemed to have reached the peak stage. Lin Ling evaluated in his heart. If he used his full strength, he might be able to fight the other party, and at most it would be a draw. Of course, this did not include whether the other party was hiding his strength or not. Good wine. Yonggan drank the wine in his hand and didn't mind Long Yaoxiang's attack. He scanned the hall and found that there were no empty seats. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Ling's table and he strode over. Can I sit here? Yonggan smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He did not have the arrogance of a genius. As you wish. Lin Ling faintly smiled, and Yonggan also sat down with a smile. Yonggan looked at Lin Ling with some surprise, as if he knew the other's identity. After his eyes swept around, they fell on Lin Ling and said, I know you. You are Lin Ling, one of the most dazzling proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house. Huh? Lin Ling was a little surprised that the other party actually knew him. Just who was this person? Hee, I got to know you by luck. I have a junior sister who often talks about you in front of me. Yonggan picked up the wine cup on the table and filled it to the brim. Heavenly concubine. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. The heavenly concubine was also a disciple of the ancient Dao martial palace. It should be her. Your reaction is quick, indeed. Yonggan smiled and nodded. He took a sip of wine and said, Your talent is not any worse than my junior sister's. Moreover, there is a familiar feeling about you. You seem to have cultivated your true martial intent to the peak. Lin Ling was startled. This person was truly worthy of being called a top proud son of heaven. He could see through his secret just by looking at his aura. However, you are still lacking a little bit. The peak of true intent is profound. When you touch upon the profound, you will be able to bring your true martial intent to the peak. Yangon casually said. Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Profound? He suddenly had a trace of understanding in his heart. He looked at Yangon with gratitude. Yangon seemed to be reminding him of something. He cupped his hands across his chest and said, "Thank you." Haha, there is no need to thank me. With your talent, it won't be long before you touch upon that domain. I am only letting you understand it in advance. Yangon waved his hand and then looked around the hall. With your strength, 60% of the people here are not your match. As for the remaining peak Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, you can defeat 30%. After that, it will be difficult for you to win. That's right. Lin Ling nodded humbly, but he also looked at the hall. Only 60%, Yangon's guess was correct. He had indeed comprehended the true meaning of martial to the peak, but Yangon didn't know one thing. Lin Ling didn't know the true meaning of martial, and he didn't know the strength of his body either. Therefore, Lin Ling estimated that he didn't fear anyone at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm at all. This had been proven when he killed the Fighting Evil faction, so he could defeat at least 80% of the people here. The leader has arrived. At this moment, a loud voice rang out, shocking the entire hall. Everyone stopped drinking and chatting and looked at the third floor. The leader had arrived. If they could obtain today's orders, then they would have a chance to increase the power of their weapons. Their strength would increase greatly, and they would surpass the geniuses above them. The crowd was filled with anticipation and excitement. Today, according to the rules, we will only accept one order. You all can report your rewards. Calm. A calm voice floated out from the second floor. What surprised Lin Ling was that it was a woman's voice. Could it be that the leader was a woman? Brother Lin, is this your first time here? Yes. At the side, Yangon looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Yes, it's my first time here, so I'm a bit surprised by the leader's identity. Lin Ling shrugged. Haha, everyone who comes to the Dragon Tower for the first time will be surprised. However, there are very few people who can actually see the leader. However, you should speak softly. If the servants of the Dragon Tower hear you, then the consequences are not a joke. Once, someone from the Lion Orchid country of the 5 great ancient countries dared to flirt here, but he was killed on the spot. That person was the top genius of the Sky-bearing prefecture who was ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking at that time. Yangon said solemnly. A genius ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Pride ranking, his strength and background must be incomparably terrifying. However, he was still killed. What kind of background did this leader have? I only know that her surname is Mo. Yes. Yangon reminded again, and Lin Ling nodded. At this moment, a calm voice rang out in the hall. 30 million middle spirit crystals. Yes. A young man holding a golden fan and wearing a purple robe stood up indifferently. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at the entire hall. This person is at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He is ranked 50th on the Sun Moon Sect Pride ranking, Xianxia. His family is backed by the Justice Duan family of the 5 great ancient countries. Yangon looked at that person and made Lin Ling nod. He knew that the latter was introducing these top geniuses. Lin Ling was also a bit interested in this. After all, he didn't know much about the top geniuses of the various martial arts halls. This person's king body is of the 9th grade, the Sun Moon body. It is said that the king body is born when the sun and moon shine together. It is extremely mysterious. Yangon added. It is indeed powerful. Competition 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. The youth in the purple cloud robe had just sat down when another youth stood up in the distance. This was a top Heaven's Pride of Howling Sky Academy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. From Yangon's introduction, he knew that the latter's talent was incomparably terrifying. Not only that, but he also had soul force. He was also a perfect Heaven's Pride. These introductions allowed Lin Ling to know that the opponents he would face all had formidable capital. However, Lin Ling also discovered that in order to obtain the House Master's forging opportunity, the 7 major martial arts halls would take turns to have their own Heaven's Pride of Heaven step forward to bid. It was extremely orderly, and there was no competition at all, after Howling Sky Academy, it was the ancient Dao Martial Palace's turn. This time, Yonggan drank a mouthful of wine and then stood up. One high-grade spirit crystal. Chi, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. In order to forge a weapon, this Yonggan seemed to have paid a great price. After all, many people had never seen a high-grade spirit crystal before. Even Lin Ling looked at Yonggan with surprise. It seemed that in order to obtain the forging opportunity, all the heavens pride of heaven were going all out. 1 10,000-year-old root ginseng, 3 9-flowered red fruits, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. However, just as Yonggan sat down, the heavens pride of Towering Sky Mansion opened his mouth again. In terms of price, he had suppressed Yonggan. Although Yonggan's high-grade spirit crystals were rare, the former spirit grasses were also extremely rare. In addition to the spirit crystals, the price had suppressed Yonggan's. It looks like I failed. Yonggan helplessly shook his head. He wanted Lin Ling to understand that the price he had quoted was not as good as the others. If he couldn't take out a higher value treasure, then that was the same as losing the forging opportunity. High-grade weapon Sky Rain Hammer, Purple Gold Gourd, Tower Opening Axe, 3 Dragon River Chariots, 1 10,000-year underground fire, and 50 million medium-grade spirit crystals. Someone shouted out a price. Countless eyes looked over and saw that it was the 7 profound martial house's Long Aoshang. This person was indeed worthy of being a genius of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, one of the 5 great ancient nations. For example, the Tyrant Song sword that Lin Ling was currently using was a high-grade weapon. However, the Dragon River Chariot that the Dragon River Chariot was talking about was said to be a high-grade weapon. It was said that the Dragon River Chariot was the placenta of a dragon fetus. It was said to be the placenta of a dragon fetus, just like the placenta of a human's birth. However, it was more noble and was a rare material for alchemy. As for the 10,000-year underground fire, it was said that the fire burned for 10,000 years without being extinguished. It was also a rare treasure. Therefore, the crowd fell silent. No one could compete for this price. The top geniuses of the various martial arts palaces all had ugly expressions on their faces. However, very quickly, another genius stood up, as if he was determined to obtain this opportunity. Then, he shouted out a frightening price. However, there were not many treasures, only one. Half-spirit artifact, spirit gathering praying mat. The crowd was in an uproar. A half-spirit artifact had also been taken out. This fellow was too domineering. Moreover, a spiritual gathering praying mat was said to be able to gather a massive amount of spiritual energy. If one cultivated under the praying mat, their cultivation speed would be 10 times faster than outside. Then, many people looked at this person and discovered that he was the great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven. No wonder he was like this. It had to be known that a half-spirit artifact was extremely rare. For instance, if the geniuses present had a half-spirit artifact in their hands, they might not have come to compete for this opportunity. After all, the purpose of forging a weapon was to have it reach the qualifications of a half-spirit artifact, but this great Tang Empire's proud son of heaven had taken out a half-spirit artifact. Did he want his weapon to become a spirit artifact? Tang Fei. Long Aoshang coldly glared at the opposing party's proud son of heaven, his eyes burning with anger. At present, he was the one who had shouted out the highest price in today's competition. However, the other party had interfered, causing his plan to fail. However, in order to obtain the househead's forging opportunity, he would not give up. His eye swept through the entire hall. Currently, it was not the 7 profound martial houses' turn to bid, so he temporarily endured. But after round, none of the other martial hall's proud sons of heaven had come out to bid. This caused him to coldly smile. It was the 7 profound martial house's turn. I'll go. However, just as he stood up, a calm voice sounded out from the first floor, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. It was the mysterious youth from before. Lin Ling. Long Aoshang frowned. He was just about to stand up, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would beat him to it? This ant was really courting death. Get lost. Long Aoshang coldly shouted. To him, Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant. If it weren't for the second dream wanting to kill Lin Ling, he would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson. After all, Lin Ling was an enemy of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was just that he had always thought that Lin Ling was nothing more than an ant, so he disdained to do anything to him. After all, this sort of small ant would naturally be cleaned up by someone in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But who would have thought that before he could even make a move, Lin Ling had already snatched away his qualifications? You're talking to me? On the first floor, Lin Ling calmly looked at Long Xiang. Beside him, Yang Gan was also surprised. He didn't think that Lin Ling would stand up to bid. It had to be known that if one stood up to bid, then the price had to be higher than the previous person, otherwise they would offend the house head. So while he was surprised, he also introduced Long Xiang to Lin Ling, surnamed Long. Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold. He had never had a good impression of anyone from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I told you to fuck off, did you not hear me? Long Xiang once again shouted with dignity. Who do you think you are? Do you think I'll fuck off just because you told me to? Then I'll tell you to fuck off too. Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. Long Xiang's eyes widened. This Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor spirit realm, but he was far too arrogant. Don't you know the rules? The 7 martial halls take turns to shout out the price. When did an ant like you come out and embarrass yourself? Someone reprimanded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a newcomer. Although everyone recognized his qualifications, Lin Ling didn't understand the rules. He had violated the agreement that all the top proud sons of heaven had already reached. Are you blind? Now it's the 7 profound martial house's turn, and I'm from the 7 profound martial house. Why can't I bid? Lin Ling coldly looked at the person who spoke. The person was stunned, unable to say anything. Indeed, the rules here were that the 7 martial halls took turns to shout out the price. But Lin Ling wasn't from the circle of top proud sons of heaven, so everyone ignored him. But Long Xiang was, so everyone recognized his qualifications. Now that Lin Ling had stood up to bid, the crowd naturally thought that Lin Ling had broken the rules. But the truth was that Lin Ling hadn't broken the rules. He was just not like the other proud sons of heaven who feared these top proud sons of heaven. Although you have the qualifications to shout out the price, there are so many people in the 7 profound martial house. Since when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Long Xiang glared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had challenged his dignity, and now he was even more arrogant. His anger was not light. Yes, there are so many people in the 7 profound martial house. If you can shout out the price, why can't I? Since you say that I can't, then when did it become your turn to shout out the price? Lin Ling glanced at Long Xiang, disdainfully replying. Who is this boy? He's so arrogant, he actually dares to provoke the peak emperor spirit realm. Long Xiang. Rich and overbearing. Perhaps Lin Ling also valued this forging opportunity, but since Long Xiang had stood up to speak, then according to common sense, Lin Ling should have given this opportunity to Long Xiang instead of stubbornly resisting. After all, Long Xiang's strength was incomparably terrifying, and his background was also enormous. If Lin Ling wanted to snatch this opportunity, he would also provoke a great enemy. This boy is Lin Ling. However, in the silence, a calm voice sounded out, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. In the rainforest Holy Land, every once in a while a dark horse would rise up, their name shaking the entire Holy Land. And this time, Lin Ling was in the limelight. He had besieged the Rainsea Prairie, annihilated the Battle Evil faction, declared war on 2 ancient countries, taken revenge for the second dream at the 7 profound martial house, and even became the youngest elder of the Rainforest Holy Land. All of these deeds were shocking and awe-inspiring. It was hard not to know of him, even some peak elites of heaven knew of Lin Ling's name. It's actually him. No wonder he's so arrogant. The crowd thought to themselves. They finally understood why Lin Ling had stood up to bid. Moreover, they had heard that this boy had a grudge with the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so he wouldn't give Long Xiang any face. Even so, many people still thought that Lin Ling couldn't see through them. You too, have you finally decided who it is? As Lin Ling and Long Xiang were arguing, an old man's voice sounded out from the 3rd floor. It seemed that he was dissatisfied because the two were evenly matched. Lin Ling, you're very good. I hope you can be arrogant to the end, you ant. Long Xiang's voice was incomparably gloomy, his killing intent monstrous. If this wasn't Dragon Pavilion, he would have already obliterated this ant. He would have even ignored the second dream's warning. Unfortunately, this was Dragon Pavilion, not an existence that he could provoke. Be a good boy and sit down, you waste of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Lin Ling coldly said. Although he didn't have any grudges with Long Yaoxiang, the Heavenly Dragon Empire was his enemy, so he didn't give them any face. If he conceded to Long Yaoxiang today, that would be a humiliation to Old Master Qin. Trash. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, echoing endlessly in the hall. Many peak elites of heaven narrowed their eyes, surprised at Lin Ling's arrogance. Lin Ling was only at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and yet he dared to provoke Long Yaoxiang. Yaoxiang. Interesting. Even Long Yaoxiang has been humiliated by you. But the rest is up to you and me. But can you offer a higher price than me? If you can't, you're in for a good show. Only the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire was left competing with Lin Ling. On the other hand, the top prodigy from the Great Tang Empire had called out a price of a semi-spiritual weapon. If Lin Ling wanted to suppress the other party in terms of price, then the treasure must be priceless. Everyone looked at Lin Ling and gloated. How could Lin Ling be wealthier than the Tang Empire? I'm sorry, you don't have to worry about my looks. My price is a spiritual weapon, mixed evil. Sword. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling glanced at the supreme talent of the Great Tang Empire and said softly. Silence. The entire hall was silent. The Tang Empire's peak elite called out a price of a spiritual weapon, shocking the entire hall and leaving countless other elites with no choice. However, Lin Ling took out a spiritual weapon. That was a spiritual weapon, an existence that surpassed a spiritual weapon. This was also the reason why all the elites came to the Dragon Tower today. They wanted to forge a spiritual weapon, but Lin Ling already had one, yet he used it to exchange for a chance to forge one. What was the meaning of being rich and overbearing? Everyone had personally experienced it. The two-word spiritual weapon made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The Tang Empire's elite's eyes were wide open, and there was only one word in his heart, pervert. This wasn't strange. After all, Lin Ling already had a spiritual weapon, yet he still wanted to compete for a chance to forge one. The result of the forging would at most give Lin Ling a new spiritual weapon. If this wasn't perverted, then what was? This was simply superfluous. It even gave people the feeling that Lin Ling was here to play with everyone. It was as if he was saying that he was rich, so he liked to play like this. Lin Ling. Long Yaoxiang held a wine cup in his hand. He wanted to drink and wait for Lin Ling to make a fool of himself. However, when the word spiritual weapon came out, he couldn't drink anymore. With a loud bang, the wine cup in his hand shattered, and the veins on his palm popped out. He couldn't fight back against Lin Ling's bid. It was too great. Are you really an ordinary prodigy? I really suspect that you're a peak elite. Beside Lin Ling, Yang Gan was also shocked. Only a peak elite would be so domineering as to take out a spiritual weapon to compete. Lin Ling was indeed not an ordinary elite. Alright, I've called out the price. All of you geniuses from the 6 martial arts halls can compete. Ignoring the silent hall, Lin Ling looked around and sat down. After drinking a cup of wine, he suddenly looked at Long Yaoxiang and said, Brother Long, you have a chance now. A chance? The crowd's hearts trembled violently. Was there a chance? There was no chance at all. Even if it was Long Yaoxiang's turn, he couldn't take out a price that exceeded Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was obviously humiliating Long Yaoxiang. Long Yaoxiang clenched his fists tightly, trembling in anger. In the end, he didn't say a word. Lin Ling smiled and continued drinking. He also knew that it was a bit of a loss to take out a spiritual weapon in exchange for a chance to forge. However, the tyrannical Song sword was left behind by Senior Wu Ji, and he was already used to it. Therefore, he didn't plan to change his weapon. Instead, he just wanted to upgrade his weapon. He felt that it was worth it to use the mixed evil sword in exchange for a chance to forge. Is there no one else bidding? In the hall, the old man's voice sounded, causing the crowd to fall silent. Then, the chance to forge this time belongs to that young friend. The old man looked deeply at Lin Ling with surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he also felt that Lin Ling was rich and overbearing. He wondered which family he came from. Young hero, please follow me, the old man said again. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. After informing Yang Gan and Tang Yu, he followed the old man upstairs. In the hall, countless eyes were looking at the slender figure with a hint of coldness in their eyes. Lin Ling, this rising dark horse, was indeed arrogant. He had just risen and he already didn't put these old men in his eyes. If there was a chance, they would definitely suppress or even kill him. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what the crowd was thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to face the top geniuses sooner or later. Therefore, instead of keeping a low profile, he might as well face it head-on. He followed the old man all the way and soon arrived at the third floor. He lifted the curtain and saw a woman in a green dress sitting there quietly. She was painting at the moment. It was hard to tell her age. She looked to be in her 30s and was filled with the charm of a woman. Every movement of hers was filled with an air of nobility. There was even a hint of calmness that came from a superior person. The mysterious woman senior. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. He'd only taken a glance at her appearance, but her strength shocked him. It was unfathomable. Just call me Aunt Mo. The woman was still painting. She seemed to like painting, and she spoke as she painted. Lin Ling nodded and stood at the side to wait. He had a request, so it was better to follow the rules. After a long time, the woman finally raised her head. Her eyes were like stars that seemed to be able to see through everything about Lin Ling, and it caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. However, the woman quickly smiled and said, "Can you take a look at this painting for me?" Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that the woman would ask him to take a look at the painting. He immediately took a few steps forward and looked at it carefully. During this process, he smelled a faint fragrance, and it seemed to be the fragrance of peonies. This painting is not bad. It's spirited and charming. However, the peonies in the painting lack the aura of a king. After all, the king of peonies is the king of kings, and it's gorgeous and colorful. However, the painting lacks that sense of magnificence. Lin Ling spoke calmly, and it caused the woman's eyes to be filled with surprise. She hadn't expected that Lin Ling would have such an understanding of painting. After all, in this world, martial arts was number 1, and literature was number 2. There were even fewer people who liked painting. However, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old was able to speak clearly and logically. How could she not be surprised? How could she have known that Lin Ling had once made a name for himself in Ocean of Cloud City? Then what about now? The woman waved her hand lightly, and colors appeared on the ink painting. It was colorful and colorful. Lin Ling was shocked. What formidable strength! Using spirit energy to color. This is the perfection of one's control of spirit energy. However, Lin Ling still shook his head. A painting is something in a painting. If one uses formidable strength to add color, even though it's beautiful, it lacks spirit energy. Then I'll do as you say. The woman was surprised once more. This little fellow didn't flatter her like the others in the past. Instead, he ceaselessly gave his own opinions. Very interesting. His character is really like his father. Wait for me. Lin Ling grinned as he withdrew a huge amount of spirit herbs from the green ring, and then he ceaselessly mixed them into various colors. He'd tested this method in Ocean of Cloud City all those years ago. After all, even though the paintings of the heavens and the earth here were beautiful, the colors were barely satisfactory. So, he was just using the method he'd used in the past. After that, Lin Ling painted all kinds of colors on the flowers. Although the painting didn't reach the level of perfection, it was better than before. It's not the power of spiritual energy, but it's able to add color to the painting. The Peony King, the King of Flowers, is amazing. I'm impressed. The woman's eyes lit up as if she had seen the most miraculous thing in her life. She had never thought that the spiritual herbs she usually used for cultivation would have such a use. Thanks for the compliment. Lin Ling chuckled and wiped his forehead with his hand. It seemed like a normal action before, but he knew that it was to please the woman. Fortunately, his work was satisfactory to the woman. Wait. The woman glanced at Lin Ling, then she took a step forward and stretched her hand towards Lin Ling's forehead. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, but he still didn't do anything. Your hand is stained with the color from before. When you wiped your sweat, it left on your head, so I'm wiping it for you. The woman chuckled. Her hand was very soft, and when it touched Lin Ling's forehead, it made Lin Ling feel a strange feeling. It was very comfortable, but it didn't seem to be the kind of feeling between a man and a woman. It was like the care of an elder. Alright, you look like a child when you're clean. After a while, the woman smiled. Lin Ling was startled. She seemed to treat him like a child. Then he heard the woman ask, "What do you want to forge?" Lin Ling quickly took out the tyrannical song sword and put it on the table. He went straight to the point and said, "I want to upgrade the level of this sword." The woman glanced at the tyrannical song sword and nodded slightly. "This sword is not bad. It has drunk a lot of blood. Do you want to upgrade it to a low-level, mid-level, or high-level spiritual weapon? I can tell you that with your mixed evil sword, I can upgrade your sword to a low-level spiritual weapon. But if you want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon, the price you offered is not enough." Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Spiritual weapons actually had grades. The mixed evil sword is a low-level spiritual weapon. The woman said again. The mixed evil sword's defense was extremely strong. In the past, it could even block Lin Ling's soul power. This precious spiritual weapon was only a low-level spiritual weapon. If the tyrannical song sword was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon, how powerful would it be? Thinking of this, Lin Ling's heart was excited and he was looking forward to it. I can tell you that the top geniuses of the 7 martial arts halls all have spiritual weapons in their hands. So if you want to go further, your sword must be upgraded. The woman was not surprised by Lin Ling's excitement. After all, young people wanted to become stronger and sharper their swords. This was undoubtedly more exciting than anything else. I want to upgrade it to a mid-level spiritual weapon. Senior, please tell me your conditions. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the woman with incomparably clear eyes. His eyes stunned the woman for a moment. Her heart trembled violently. Your eyes are not like your father's. They are like your mother's. She muttered to herself, which made Lin Ling startled. He asked, My eyes? Nothing. The woman quickly smiled and waved her hand. If you want to upgrade your sword, you have to pay 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals. This is the lowest price. I will give you 3 days. 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He was poor now. However, in order to improve his strength, he nodded solemnly and said, Okay, I will be back in 3 days. He did not know how powerful the tyrannical song sword would be after it was upgraded to a mid-level spiritual weapon. However, he was sure that the tyrannical song sword would be enough for him to use for a long time. Therefore, he had to get 80 million mid-level spiritual crystals within 3 days even if he had to go bankrupt. Moreover, he knew that this was the cheapest price. If it was someone else, it might not be the same price. Aunt Mo, I will take my leave first. Lin Ling wanted to leave. The woman smiled and nodded. She took out a cup of tea and said, Have some tea before you leave. Her concern stunned Lin Ling again. However, he drank the tea without any hesitation. After all, if this woman wanted to harm him, she did not need to use any tricks. She could just kill him with her strength. Go, come back quickly. The woman said gently. Lin Ling nodded and strode away. Not long after Lin Ling left, the woman's face became cold. Protect him. If anyone dares to come close to him and has killing intent, kill them without mercy. Yes. A few powerful voices came from the room. Then, the coldness on the woman's face disappeared. She slowly walked to the painting and smiled. Sister, this is the first time I have seen this kid. Hee, what an interesting kid. Trading at a stall. In fact, she didn't know that Lin Ling would come today. She only knew that her sister's son was called Lin Ling. Then, she paid attention to the rainforest sacred land. At that time, Lin Ling's fame had risen, so she started to pay attention to Lin Ling. When she met Lin Ling, she felt a familiar feeling through Lin Ling's eyes. It was the smell of blood thicker than water. She finally confirmed everything. When Lin Ling came down from the dragon tower, everyone had already left. Only Yang Gan and Tang Yu were still waiting for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling walked down the stairs, they both looked at him. It was as if they were asking something. Lin Ling smiled and didn't hide anything. He told them about what had happened. The Tower Master forged a middle-grade spiritual weapon for you. Lin Ling, your luck is too good. Yang Gan's handsome face couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. From what he knew, apart from the top geniuses of the 5 ancient countries, most people who received the Tower Master's forging opportunity would only forge ordinary spiritual weapons. There were even some who would only forge high-grade weapons. However, Lin Ling's weapon was actually a middle-grade spiritual weapon. This meant that the Tower Master seemed to think highly of Lin Ling. Of course, there are conditions. You must take out 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals wasn't a small amount. Although it wasn't expensive compared to a middle-grade spiritual weapon, it was difficult to gather it in 3 days. How about I give you this high-grade spiritual crystal first? Yang Gan pondered for a moment and took out the high-grade spiritual crystal from his rune bag. Lin Ling was stunned. Yang Gan had only met him once, but he was so generous. This made him feel grateful. However, he shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I just want to ask, where can I trade and set up a stall in the main city?" High-grade spiritual crystals were priceless. Lin Ling didn't want to owe Yang Gan a favor. Although it seemed difficult to find 80 million middle-grade spiritual crystals in 3 days, it wasn't impossible as long as he found a place to trade. The Saint Market. Tang Yu immediately said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to light up. Then, he found out from Tang Yu that the Saint Market was the biggest trading place in the main city. Everything was available there. As long as you had a rare treasure, there was no need to fear that no one would buy it. Lin Ling's plan was to use his elixirs to exchange for spiritual crystals. Currently, he didn't have a single spiritual crystal, but he had a lot of spiritual herbs. It was enough to make a large number of elixirs, especially the yang spiritual fruit. He still had a lot of it. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. Yang Gan looked. Yang Gan deeply looked. Yang Gan. Yang. 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 In another year. Maybe Lin Ling's name would be among the top geniuses of the 7 great martial arts halls. The Saint Market wasn't far from the Dragon Tower. It was a place where all kinds of rare items from the 100 territories gathered. When Lin Ling arrived, he was immediately attracted by the prosperity of the Saint Market. There were many rare items that made his heart beat faster. Unfortunately, he was poor and could only look at them. The Saint Market was also divided into several large areas. Some areas required a powerful identity to enter, while the areas for ordinary martial artists were not so complicated. They could set up stalls and trade as they wished. Of course, those areas were even more chaotic. Lin Ling walked forward, and when he arrived at a stall, his eyes narrowed. Dark sea soul grass. His gaze fell on a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was cold. He laid out many spirit herbs and demonic beast bones. Among them, there was a black spirit herb that attracted Lin Ling's attention. This grass was very strange. When it was placed on the ground, it looked like a yin snake. It did not have a flower bud, and its leaves had 3 eyes. The 3 leaves had a total of 9 eyes, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. It was said that this was an evil grass that was born in an ocean with extremely dense energy. The grass had a soul. I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Ling was moved. When he was in the Tai martial sect, his martial uncle Xuani spiritual master had told him that the Yin Sea soul grass was one of the spiritual herbs that could restore soul force. If it was combined with the yang grass, it would be able to restore the soul of the ancient flame devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have any spirit crystals to buy it. Lin Ling noted down the stall. He would come back when he had enough spirit crystals. Right now, selling pills was more important. The Heaven's Pride ranking semi-finals were about to begin. In this short period of time, the only thing Lin Ling could improve was the hegemon sword singing. And in the Heaven's Pride ranking semi-finals, Lin Ling had missed the preliminaries. He would not miss the semi-finals. Not long after, in a corner of the Saint Market, Lin Ling set up his stall. He put up all kinds of rare pills. When the surrounding cultivators passed by, their eyes narrowed and they stopped in their tracks. 7th grade Clear Heart Pill, 8th grade Bright River Sky Pill. These pills are sold in the Great Qin Empire's pill shops, but there are limited quantities. Here, there are even more. That is the Heaven and Earth Fortune Pill. It requires a rare Heaven and Earth Fortune fruit to refine. If I can obtain it, even the less talented juniors in my family can be reborn. I'll buy it. What kind of pill is this? One pill costs 1 million spirit crystals, and a bottle costs 10 million spirit crystals? Many cultivators began to discuss. Lin Ling's stall sold pills that were rare and high grade. And one of them cost 10 million per bottle, shocking everyone. Of course, the price was too high. So before they knew what kind of pill it was, the crowd didn't buy it. Instead, they bought the cheaper pills. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in front of his stall, casually collecting spirit crystals. He was overjoyed. If things continued like this, it wouldn't be difficult to gather 80 million spirit crystals in 3 days. After all, he still had a large amount of spirit grasses and pills in his azure ring. As for the most expensive pill, it was the 100-flower yang pill. It could allow a cultivator to quickly recover their spirit energy and had the effect of cleansing the marrow. It was priceless. If it weren't for the fact that he urgently needed money, Lin Ling wouldn't have taken it out to sell. In addition, the ancient demon welcoming pill was also incomparably precious. It could increase the power of a fire-type cultivator's flames. A bottle was sold for 5 million spirit crystals. On Lin Ling's side, business was getting better and better. In the distance, some cultivators looked coldly at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a young man, and a stranger at that, but the value of the treasures he took out was not low. This caused greed to rise in their hearts, and they also saw that Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. With such a weak strength, he dared to sell pills with such fanfare? He was simply here to give away money. Can you see where he came from? Someone asked in a low voice. Another person shook his head. From the looks of it, he seems to be alone. If he's alone, then there's no need to be afraid. I thought he would have the support of a cultivator at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. The person from before laughed coldly. Translator, Transin editor, Transin if you want to buy it, then buy it. If you don't, then get lost. Have you paid the deposit for your stall? A cold voice rang out, causing the cultivators in front of Lin Ling's stall to look away. They seemed to know the middle-aged man, and those who were about to make a move sighed inwardly. They were too slow, letting Earth Snake make the first move. Earth Snake had quite a reputation in this trading area. He often robbed the weak, and every time, he would find a convincing excuse. Over time, he became the overlord of this trading area. Moreover, Earth Snake was very strong. He was half a step into the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so no one dared to provoke him. The Saint Market is divided into 3 areas. The first and second areas are more noble, so you need to pay a deposit. But this area doesn't seem to need one. Lin Ling frowned. This person had chased away many of his customers as soon as he arrived, which made him a little angry. If I say I want it, then I want it. The middle-aged man was tall and sturdy. He looked down at Lin Ling, then stared at the pills in the stall. If you can't pay the deposit, then it's fine. I'll take 3 pills and leave. You can continue to set up your stall. His gaze fell on the highest-priced pill, the 100-flower sun pill, and then he smiled happily. This pill was so expensive, so it must be worth a lot. 10 million spirit crystals. Today's harvest was good. His hand was about to grab the pills in the stall, but at this time, a cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. What if I don't pay? The crowd was stunned. There was an unwritten rule for setting up a stall here. A deposit had to be paid, and if you refused, then you could bear the consequences unless you were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. It wasn't that there hadn't been people who resisted before, but as long as they weren't at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, they were all taught a lesson. All the items in the stall were confiscated, and the robbers said that they were breaking the rules, so they were cleaning up the stall for the Saint Market. Right now, this young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he dared to resist. Interesting. More people in the distance sneered. They were also stall owners, and some were jealous of Lin Ling's business. Did I hear that right? You dare not pay? The middle-aged man stared blankly for a moment, then he laughed out loud. A little guy who was still wet behind the ears actually dared to violate the rules. Sorry, I have to give it to you even if you don't want to. A dignified voice drifted out. The middle-aged man's hand was like a tiger's claw as he grabbed the pills in the stall. However, just as his hand was about to touch the pill, another hand strangely appeared and grabbed his arm, causing the middle-aged man's mouth to curve into a cold smile. You're courting death. A massive amount of spiritual energy surged within his body, attempting to break apart that arm. However, how could he know that this arm contained a strength of 10 million? How could an ordinary martial artist like him possibly block it? Crack, the sound of bones breaking rang out, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Their gazes were fixed on the scene, and their pupils constricted. The young man who had set up the stall grabbed the middle-aged man's palm with his left hand. The middle-aged man's entire arm seemed to have gone limp, as if there were no bones in it. His face was incomparably pale and covered in bean-sized sweat droplets. The middle-aged man's arm seemed to have been broken. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. That young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm, but he actually crippled the middle-aged man who was about to step into the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm in one move. How was this possible? My pills are sold fairly. If you want to buy them, then buy them. If you don't, then scram. If something like this happens again, then it won't just be an arm being crippled. Scram. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that there would be people who were jealous, so he made an example of this. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the middle-aged man's arm with his left hand and threw him into the sky. Whoosh! The middle-aged man's body was tall and sturdy like a bear, but he was thrown hundreds of meters away like a sandbag. When he landed on the ground, the crowd's faces stiffened. This young man's strength was terrifying. For a moment, the hearts of those who harbored ill intentions trembled. They no longer dared to underestimate Lin Ling. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged again, quietly waiting for others to come and trade with him. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then came one after another to buy pills. They didn't dare to neglect Lin Ling, handing over the spirit crystals and taking the pills themselves. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. There were all sorts of people here, and it was obvious that most of them weren't good people. So, he directly placed a price in front of each pill and waited for them to pay. After all, sometimes, if you talked too much and had a good attitude, others would think that you were easy to bully. Then, they would think of ways to make trouble for you and take advantage of you. Rather than that, it was better to treat them coldly. If they wanted to buy, then buy. If they didn't, then scram. As time passed, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to 80 million spirit crystals. Junior sister, this area is filled with low-level cultivators. What good treasures can there be? The next day, a few young men and women in bright clothes came to this area. The crowd's eyes flickered, and they didn't dare to be negligent. After all, this was the sacred land of the rainforest, where all the major forces gathered. Apart from that, there were also local cultivators. They were all existences that couldn't be trifled with. And these people were so young, rich, and arrogant. It was likely that they were from the 7 major martial arts halls. Master said that my martial arts foundation has already reached the standard, but my body's foundation is still too weak. So, I'm only a step away from breaking through to the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. So far, I've used all kinds of pills and spirit herbs to temper my body, but the effect is still a bit off. Sigh. Among the group of men and women, a delicate woman said with some regret. A cultivator's breakthrough depended on a spurt of energy. If they missed the opportunity, it would be difficult to break through again. This woman had obviously failed once before. Now, if she wanted to break through a second time, the difficulty would be higher. Not only did her martial arts foundation have to reach the standard, she also had to reach the standard of her body's strength. But her body's foundation was still a bit weak. As for natural treasures, it wasn't that she hadn't used them before, but because she was born with a slow cultivation speed, many natural treasures didn't have much effect on her. Most of them were wasted, so she came here to try her luck and see if she could find a more suitable natural treasure. Eh? This pill actually costs 10 million spirit crystals a bottle? How expensive. And it's sold in 3 bottles, not 1. How ridiculous. Suddenly, the young girl's gaze fell on Lin Ling's stall. She stared at the young spirit 100 flowers pill Dao and was a little surprised. 10 million spirit crystals was not something an ordinary cultivator could take out. And unless this young man who set up the stall was stupid, he shouldn't have marked the price of the pill so high. Is there a mistake? Hey, how much is this pill of yours? Next to the young girl, a young man in green brocade clothes said indifferently. He seemed to want to win the young girl's favor, so he also took out a rune bag and prepared to pay the spirit crystals. It's written there. Can't you see it? Lin Ling raised his eyes, glanced at him indifferently, and then replied. Translator, Transin editor, Transin sale, what if I force you to tell me? The young man's voice turned cold as he released his chi. An ancient purple snake appeared behind him. It was the king body of snakes, and its level was not low. What a terrifying genius. The crowd was shocked. They could roughly guess the young man's ranking on the Heaven's Chosen list. He must be close to the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Get lost. However, when the young man displayed his terrifying arrogance, Lin Ling did not even look at him. His cold voice rang out at the same time. As far as he was concerned, this young man was sick. All the medicinal pills had their prices clearly stated, but in order to prove his existence, this young man insisted on asking all sorts of questions. If he did not answer, then he displayed his strength. If this was not sick, what was? You're telling me to get lost? The young man's eyes narrowed. The young man was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he had never seen him before. He thought that the young man was a nobody, but he was arrogant enough to tell him to get lost. Don't you understand human language? I'll say it again. Get lost, get lost. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he said, get lost. Get lost, get lost. The trading area was filled with Lin Ling's voice, causing many people's faces to stiffen. That mysterious youth was so arrogant. You're courting death. Murderous intent appeared on the young man's face as he took a step forward. However, at that moment, the girl next to him stopped him. At the same time, she looked at Lin Ling and said, I understand what this pill is. It costs 10 million spirit crystals per bottle, and you want to buy 3 bottles at a time. But can you tell me what kind of pill it is? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze. The young man next to her clenched his teeth, but he didn't dare to do anything because he was afraid of the young woman's identity. Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the young man. The young man was very polite, so he had to give him some face. There are 100 pills in each bottle, and each one costs 1 million spirit crystals. So, each bottle is 10 million spirit crystals. The pill is called the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, and it uses the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. It can quickly restore spiritual chi, and it's effective for both the Emperor Spirit Realm and the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, it can open the human body's limits, cleanse the marrow, and absorb the Yang Spirit chi. As for why I'm selling all 3 bottles at once, it's because it has the best effect. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling closed his eyes again. When it came to business, both parties were willing. If one wanted to buy, then buy. If one didn't want to buy, then leave. Thus, he didn't say anything else. What? The Yang Spirit fruit pill? The crowd was shocked. They didn't know what kind of pill it was, but now they knew. It could be said that the spirit Yang Spirit fruit was a rare spirit chi. But before his eyes, the young man was actually using it to concoct a powerful medicinal pill. Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, I think I've heard of it before. The young woman's eyes lit up, and Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. There weren't many people who knew about the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill, and the young woman's background seemed to be extraordinary. Okay, I'll buy it. I wonder if it's cheaper to sell all 3 bottles at once. The young lady looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and stuck out her tongue. It was obvious that she was reluctant to take out 30 million middle spiritual crystals at once. Brother, just make it cheaper. Lin Ling looked at the young woman in surprise, then nodded helplessly. Okay, 25 million spirit crystals, this is the cheapest. After all, the medicinal ingredients are also expensive. Thank you, brother. The young woman immediately smiled, looking extremely cute. Lin Ling was stunned. Looking at the young woman, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he was sure that he had never seen her in his life. Junior sister Mo, I think this person has a sharp tongue. He must be a swindler. Moreover, the young spirit fruit is so rare. How can an ant like him have it? The young man on the side frowned and said, staring at Lin Ling Hui Yuan, I'm buying it with my own money. What does it have to do with you? The young woman said with some dissatisfaction. The young man seemed to be afraid of the young woman's identity and didn't dare to get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. You're young and don't understand the dangers of the world. Some people like to fish for fame. Not only do they cheat people of their money, they also use poisonous pills to harm people. The young woman was stunned. She hadn't thought of this, but her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was also looking at her. His eyes were clean and clear. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she believed that the young man with the clean eyes wouldn't harm her. She didn't understand what kind of feeling it was, but she trusted the young man very much. Moreover, she didn't have high expectations. Even if the pill was ineffective, it was fine as long as it wasn't poisonous. Brother, I'll buy it. The young woman smiled and handed over the spirit crystals without hesitation. Lin Ling nodded and handed over 3 bottles of Yang Spirit 100 flower pills. The young man called Hui Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. He was ignored, and he couldn't help but say, Junior sister Mo, be careful. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's icy cold voice was transmitted over, causing Hui Yuan to tightly grit his teeth. This ant was telling him to scram. If not for Hu Xiaoyan beside him, he would have killed this ant. This ant had caused him to lose all face in front of Hu Xiaoyan today. Hui Yuan, you're annoying. You should leave first. However, just as the anger in Hui Yuan's heart rose, the young woman's cold voice sounded, causing Hui Yuan's heart to tremble violently. In the end, when he saw the young woman's determined gaze, he slowly left. Go ask around and find out what the Great Serpent Mansion is. As Hui Yuan left, he coldly said this to Lin Ling. The faces of many people in the crowd stiffened. The Great Serpent Mansion. So he's from the Great Serpent Mansion. Get lost. Lin Ling only had one sentence. Since the other party was being unreasonable, he didn't want to waste time talking nonsense. The young woman didn't pay any attention to Hui Yuan. She picked up the pill and sniffed it. A fragrance wafted over, causing her to smile slightly. This pill shouldn't be poisonous, right? She hoped that it would help her break through to the next realm. After that, she didn't say much and left with a happy heart. Lin Ling smiled, checked the spirit crystals he had, and finally packed up his stall and left. He had 80 million spirit crystals, and he even had an extra 20 million spirit crystals, and the 20 million spirit crystals could be used to buy the Dark Sea Soul Grass. Not long after Lin Ling packed up his stall, the young woman came back. She had forgotten to ask Lin Ling for the contact information of the mother-child bug. Now that she had returned, she found that Lin Ling had disappeared. She couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. She continued walking, and after a long time, she returned to her family. Her family was very mysterious. They were hidden in the depths of the rainforest's sacred land. It was under a huge spiritual root, and it rained all year round as if it would never stop. Xiaoyan, what are you holding? A mysterious pill. Father, these are pills I bought at the Saint Market. The girl seemed to revere the middle-aged man as she said with her head lowered. Nonsense. The desolate race has countless treasures, yet you bought some trash pills. You are really disappointing. I wanted you to focus on your martial arts and I thought you would easily break through to the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But when the sinner returned, your martial heart was unstable. Because of that sinner, you failed to break through. Now, you still do not know your mistake. The middle-aged man reprimanded coldly. It made the girl lower her head. Her eyes were moist as tears welled up in her eyes. Aunt Nianchen is not a sinner. You still dare to talk back? The middle-aged man roared once again. All right, Xiaoyan has just returned and you are already reprimanding her. How is she to cultivate? At this moment, a beautiful woman walked out and grumbled at the middle-aged man. It made him frown, but he did not say anything. A loving mother leads to a wastrel. Following that, he strode away. When he passed by the girl, he saw the pills in her hand and could not help but wave his hand gently. Pa, those pills fell to the ground. You bought some random pills to consume. Be careful not to ruin your life. The middle-aged man's voice was deep like thunder before he finally left. As for the girl, her eyes were filled with tears, but she did not dare to say a word. At this moment, she only had one bottle of pills in her hand. As for the other two bottles, they had been knocked to the ground due to her father's disdain. Xiaoyan, can the pills outside compare to our desolate races? You are still too naive. Don't consume this bottle of pills recklessly. The beautiful woman said with a doting look on her face. The girl nodded and did not say another word. She lowered her head and left. Returning to her room, the girl looked at the pills in her hand. She could not help but tear up. The desolate race's honor? Because I embarrassed myself, I called Auntie Xianxia a sinner. The desolate race is too unreasonable. Also, my martial path was chosen by me. Why do I need you to decide for me? If you say that the pills in my hands are trash, then I'm going to swallow it. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. Everyone envied her status, but no one knew the difficulties of being born into a family clan with 10,000 years of heritage. Here, she did not have any freedom. Everything was for the sake of the desolate race's honor. She could not lose any face. Auntie Xianxia had embarrassed the desolate race, so she became a sinner. However, Auntie Xianxia only wanted to be with the person she liked. Was that wrong? However, the origin of these pills is also unknown. I wonder if there will be any side effects. Just as she was about to swallow the pill, the young girl hesitated. However, when she thought of the young man's clear eyes, she chose to believe him in the end. That pair of eyes was very beautiful, like the stars in the sky, deep and clear, and very familiar. They seemed to be very similar to Aunt Xianxia's eyes, so from the moment she came into contact with the young man, she couldn't help but call him Big Brother, and she couldn't help but believe in that mysterious Big Brother. After a few pills entered her body, a warm Yang Yuan spirit qi began to circulate within her body, causing the young girl's body to tremble. These pills were very powerful. With this thought in mind, she hurriedly swallowed a few more pills. At the same time, she constantly sensed the changes in her body. She realized that her meridians had become tougher. With the Yang spirit entering her body, it cleansed her marrow, and she was reborn. Her realm, which had been stable all this while, was now quietly moving towards the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. At this moment, in the garden, the middle-aged man was looking at the beautiful woman with his brows slightly knitted. Xiaoyan has the bloodline of the desolate race, so she can't lose face. She's already 16 years old, and yet she hasn't reached the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. At this family clan summit, I don't even have the face to meet the old man. You really spoil her too much. The middle-aged man grumbled. Desolate race, it's always the desolate race. Have you ever thought of Xiaoyan? The beautiful woman immediately reprimanded him. In the desolate race, the first thing you do is to think of the desolate race. You can't lose face for the ancient race that has been around for 10,000 years. If you cause Xiaoyan to be even more anxious about breaking through, then what's the point of practicing martial arts? Also, Xiaoyan is also working hard. Didn't she go to the sacred market to buy some pills so that she could break through earlier? But you ended up knocking over Xiaoyan's pills. You've gone too far. The middle-aged man's face revealed a look of guilt. I was also a little anxious. However, Xiaoyan randomly bought some trash pills. It's fine if they don't work, but what I'm most afraid of is that they will affect her martial arts foundation. Furthermore, with her stubborn personality, she won't reject us on the surface, but she will definitely swallow those pills in order to work hard. That's right, I forgot about that. Xiaoyan still has a bottle in her hands. Quick, stop her. The beautiful woman seemed to have thought of something as she could not help but shout out in worry. Following that, the duo's expressions changed. Pills were essential for warriors, but some trash pills or pills that were harmful were not only useless for a warrior's cultivation, they could even cripple a warrior's life. And in front of them, their daughter appeared gentle on the surface, but she was stubborn and rebellious. The more you told her not to do something, the more she would do it. Boom. However, just as the duo moved, a massive aura burst out from the manor, peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. The duo stopped in their tracks as they stared in shock at the scene in front of them. Their eyes were wide open. Their daughter had broken through. What pills are those? Go, clean them up and take a look. The middle-aged man finally said with a serious tone. After all, the desolate race had plenty of treasures. Their daughter naturally did not lack such treasures, but she had yet to break through. And today, after buying some mysterious pills, she had instantly broken through. That medicinal pill was probably out of the ordinary. The two looked at each other and then bitterly smiled. They had underestimated the alchemist, especially the middle-aged man. He helplessly shook his head. Before, he had knocked those miraculous pills to the ground, but now he was incomparably grateful to those pills. All of this was very ironic, and at this moment in the room, the young girl's face was filled with excitement. All this time, her parents had been pressuring her to break through as quickly as possible, but she had always failed. She did not expect that after buying the mysterious brother's pills, she would be able to smoothly break through. Her body's foundation had become incomparably solid. This was a pleasant surprise for her. She had never even thought that the mysterious brother's pills would have such an effect. Big brother, thank you. The young girl smiled with joy. She took out the mother and child insect, and then bitterly smiled. She had forgotten to leave behind the mysterious brother's mother and child insect. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know what had happened to the young girl. He was walking towards the second district of the Holy Market, sighing in his heart. The Rainforest Holy Land was really big, and there were many hidden powerhouses. Even the Seven Profound Martial House was not the largest faction in the Rainforest Holy Land. However, he had enough spirit crystals to fight the second dream in the Proud Son of Heaven semifinals. Lin Ling was even more confident. Sir, how much is this 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast skin? Translator, Transan editor, Transan expert obliterated 5 million spiritual crystals. This is the skin of a demonic beast comparable to a holy spirit realm demonic beast, so it can't be cheap. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling frowned as if he was reluctant to buy it. The middle-aged man's eyes flickered. He hadn't sold a single treasure today. If this continued, the deposit he paid would be in vain. After all, this was the second trading area and one needed to pay a deposit to set up a stall. 4,800,000 spirit crystals at most. I can't go any lower. The middle-aged man said softly. How about this, I'll buy it for 4,500,000 spiritual crystals. Lin Ling squatted down in front of the stall with a decisive look on his face. The middle-aged man laughed in his heart. The skin of the 1,000-bone sea-tooth beast was worth around 3 million spiritual crystals, so he could still make a profit. Deal. The middle-aged man nodded. I still think it's a loss. Give me all the spiritual herbs that you don't have. Lin Ling didn't want to lose out and took some of the spiritual herbs from the stall. The middle-aged man was obviously a shrewd man. At the same time, he took the more expensive spiritual herbs and let Lin Ling take some of the cheaper treasures. Alas, I didn't make any profit from this transaction. The middle-aged man said with a sigh. Lin Ling smiled and packed everything up. He paid the spiritual crystals and left with a smile on his face. The dark sea soul grass was also taken away by him. The middle-aged man was still gloating, thinking that Lin Ling had suffered a great loss. He had made a total of 1,500,000 spiritual crystals from this transaction. However, at this time an old man appeared in front of the stall. He stared at the middle-aged man and said, 10 million spiritual crystals, give me the dark sea soul grass. 10 million spiritual crystals? The middle-aged man's heart beat violently. This was a large sum of money. But what was the dark sea soul grass? Did he have it here? You sold the dark sea soul grass? Alas, I'm late. However, the old man looked at the stall and shook his head helplessly. He took the spiritual crystals and strode away. The dark sea soul grass was sold? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed and he suddenly remembered the treasures the young man had taken before he left. There must be dark sea soul grass among them. This meant that he had lost 10 million spirit crystals from the deal with the young man. That really is a little fox. The middle-aged man roared furiously. Earlier, he thought that he'd made a huge profit, but in the end, he suffered a huge loss. The most ironic thing was that he'd mocked the young man for being stupid, but now, he couldn't laugh anymore. At this moment, Lin Ling was happily leaving the Saint Market. After 3 days of trading, he had a great harvest. Not only did he manage to gather 10 million spirit crystals, but he also found the Xianxia soul grass. As long as he could find the Xianxia soul grass, he would be able to awaken the soul of the ancient flame devil. Then, he would have another life-saving trump card. He walked all the way to the Dragon Tower. However, at this moment, Lin Ling realized that the vast streets seemed to have quietened down. Although there were people in the restaurants and markets, they were all silent and looked at him from time to time. He could even faintly hear people whispering. What a sad genius. I don't know which martial arts hall he's from. He actually offended the Great Serpent Mansion. The Great Serpent Mansion is an ancient clan with an inheritance of the Rainforest Holy Land. They are local martial artists. How dare an outsider provoke them? That young man seems to have no background. He's going to suffer. The voices came from the restaurant. Although they were hidden, Lin Ling's soul power was so strong that he could hear them clearly. The Great Serpent Mansion? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He instantly remembered the young man called Hui Yuan. It's him. I don't care which martial arts hall you're from. I don't care who you are. You must die here today. Finally, a billowing killing intent filled the air. Several martial artists in green robes quietly appeared. They stood there in the shape of the Big Dipper. Each one of them was incomparably strong. They looked at Lin Ling with arrogance, as if they were looking at a dead man. This is the Rainforest Holy Land. I'm also a disciple of the martial arts hall. Aren't you afraid of provoking someone by being so arrogant? The other party had arrogantly arrived and wanted to kill him. Lin Ling's voice turned incomparably cold. Sorry, but if the Great Serpent Mansion wants to kill someone, no matter where they come from, we will kill them. The leader said in a low voice. His face was indifferent, as if he didn't care to speak too much. All you need to know is that you've offended the young master of the Great Serpent Mansion. As expected. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Sure enough, it was that young man named Hui Yuan from before. That person should also be a heaven's pride of the martial arts hall. However, he didn't follow his wishes and actually sent people to kill Lin Ling. He then looked at the other party. There were 7 of them, and all of them looked calm and indifferent. It was as if they were already determined to kill him. Moreover, 6 of the 7 were at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and the leader was at the Holy Spirit Realm, the Holy Spirit Realm. Lin Ling had yet to challenge an expert at the Holy Spirit Realm. To be able to summon a Holy Spirit Realm expert to kill him, the Great Serpent Mansion was indeed not to be underestimated. Perhaps they weren't as strong as the 5 great ancient nations, but they weren't too weak either. Apart from that, their king physique is also very strange. It seems to be a snake. Lin Ling said in his heart. He was in a bit of trouble now. However, since the other party had already surrounded him, he would just have to fight. After all, even if he begged for mercy, the other party wouldn't let him go. Whoosh, tyrannical Song unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the 7 people. Lin Ling's voice was as deep as the abyss, and thick killing intent leaked out. Among the 7 of you, 6 of you will die. Killing intent seeped out of Lin Ling's eyes, causing the entire street to become inexplicably cold. The eyes of those who were watching the show narrowed. What a terrifying killing intent. They thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but they didn't expect his aura to be so terrifying. You're no ordinary genius. The leader's eyes narrowed. Even though he was at the Holy Spirit Realm, he could still sense the thick killing intent coming from the other party. It was likely that he had killed hundreds of thousands of people in the past. Geniuses who were decisive in their killing intent were the most difficult to deal with. Even if they died, they would drag a few people down with them. For some reason, he didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm, while he was at the Holy Spirit Realm. Holy Spirit Realm cultivators didn't dare to underestimate an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. To him, this was like a fantasy. Don't hold back. Surround and kill him with all your might. Don't think about bullying him with numbers. Just complete the young master's mission. The leader of the Holy Spirit Realm cultivators said in a deep voice. His expression was incomparably serious. The 6 people behind him felt their hearts tremble. Their leader had a very high opinion of this young man. He wanted them to use all their strength and even bully him without caring about numbers. Come, let's fight. Lin Ling's expression didn't change. If there was a change, it would be his thick killing intent. Moreover, the killing intent and battle intent in his body had begun to boil. Let's fight, a terrifying aura erupted from Lin Ling's body, causing the entire street to tremble. The eyes of those in the distant restaurants narrowed, and they widened, afraid that they would miss something. Great snake demon divine weapon billowing infernal chi filled the streets, causing the sky to darken. The 7 figures shook and their clothes turned to dust, revealing their tall and sturdy upper bodies. Mysterious runes appeared on the surface of their bodies. They looked like snakes, but also like ancient characters. In the distant crowd, some strong martial artists frowned. Those were great serpent demon divine weapons. It was said that the great snake demon divine weapons had a very strange bloodline. It could allow ordinary martial artists to possess a powerful snake king body. From then on, they would support the great snake demon divine weapon. And those martial artists that obtained the great snake demon divine weapon's favor were called great snake demon divine weapons. Each one of them was an existence that could fight against 10,000. Kill. A giant snake with 7 heads appeared from within the surging murderous aura. It was purple in color and looked ancient and brutal. It seemed to be a demonic creature that had been sealed underground. Snake. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. These 7 people seemed to be at the peak of the royal spirit realm, but their king bodies weren't weak. They were at least at the 7th grade, and the one leading them had an 8th grade king body. Lin Ling had fought an ordinary peak royal spirit realm martial artist before, but Lin Ling had never fought one with such a powerful talent. This was truly worthy of being called the Holy Land of the Rainforest. The martial artists here were fierce. Great wisdom Confucian snake. In front of him, a shout filled with killing intent sounded out. The 7-headed monster beast rushed towards him. This attack method, this aura, it was similar to the martial artists of the Snake Swamp country. Shua, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with an unprecedented firmness. He could not avoid this battle. He raised his sword. 10 million points of strength gathered together, and the true meaning of the sword and killing intent gushed out. You're courting death. However, at this moment, a hoarse voice sounded out. Rain began to fall from the sky. It was like the clouds and rain of Mount Wu, hazy and hazy. Amidst the endless rain, a single drop of rain shot towards one of the 7 people. Pung, that person's king body was also incomparably terrifying. It was the original form of a snake. However, the giant snake head suddenly trembled and then exploded. Blood and water rained down. He's dead? The remaining 6 people's pupils constricted as they stopped in their tracks. The people in the restaurants on both sides of the street sucked in a breath of cold air. What a terrifying strength. 10,000 raindrops were used to kill the enemy. Could it be them? However, they were all hidden ancient clans and rarely appeared in front of the public. Why would they make a move today for that young man? Who are you? Why did you kill us? The martial artists of the Great Serpent Mansion looked at the skies with solemn expressions. They could feel a sort of innate suppression, as if they were facing a rain from the heavens. Swish. Swish, the rain was still falling, and there was a beauty in the haze, making people immersed in it. Bang, another expert from the Great Serpent Manor had died. His body was pierced through by the rainwater, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. His strength was terrifying. He had easily killed a peak Emperor Spirit Realm expert. Sir, we are from Great Serpent Palace, be careful not to get yourself into trouble. The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator's heart trembled. And he had no choice but to bring out his backer. Great Serpent Palace is an ancient clan that has been passed down for 1,000 years in the Rainforest Holy Land. They were not native to the Rainforest Holy Land in the beginning. They migrated here 1,000 years ago. You don't have the Great Serpent bloodline. You are merely Great Serpent Demon Divine soldiers. So, what's wrong with killing you? The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The rain continued to fall, and another Great Serpent Palace cultivator died. Who are you? The leading Great Serpent Palace cultivator was even more frightened. The other party knew their origins, but he still dared to kill them. Who exactly was he? Are you planning to offend Great Serpent Palace for an ant? The cultivator roared again. He could not understand. After all, there were countless geniuses in the 7 major martial arts palaces. They had casually killed a genius, but in exchange, they were killed by a powerful expert. It was hard for them to accept this. You are strong, so you came to kill others. Since I am strong, I will naturally kill you. The majestic voice rang out in the sky again. This time, the rain poured down, and all the remaining Great Serpent Palace cultivators died, leaving only the Holy Spirit Realm cultivator alive. The cultivator's body trembled, and his heart was filled with regret. He was a rare Holy Spirit Realm cultivator, and he was above everyone in the rainforest's holy land. However, he seemed to have run into trouble today, and he might even die here. It was all like a dream. Moreover, he sensed that the people around him had disappeared, and only the rain covered him. It was an extremely strange sight, and it also meant that the other party was much stronger than him. Is this all you want to say before you die? The ancient voice rang out again, and it echoed endlessly. I won't kill you anymore. The Holy Spirit Realm cultivator said in fear. He was scared, and he knelt down with a thud. He no longer had the domineering aura that he had at the beginning. Instead, he begged for mercy. Senior, please tell me where you came from, so that I can report back to Great Serpent Palace. He was not a genius, so he did not have the martial heart of a genius who fought bravely. When he saw a cultivator stronger than him, he naturally knelt down and begged for mercy. Saving his life was more important. The man from Great Serpent Palace knelt down. On both sides of the street, the crowd was shocked. The man from Great Serpent Palace was domineering, but he was also afraid of death. The crowd's eyes fell on Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling was surrounded by powerful cultivators, but he was fearless and fought resolutely. However, the man from Great Serpent Palace did not dare to fight again, and instead, he begged for mercy. It was a huge contrast. Don't kill me anymore? In the distance, Lin Ling sneered. Just because the other party was stronger than him, he wanted to shirk all responsibility by saying that he would not kill him anymore? Unless the mysterious cultivator was a fool, he would not care about what Lin Ling said. Don't kill me anymore? As expected, a disdainful voice came from the sky. Do you still want to report back to Great Serpent Palace? It's a pity that you won't have the chance to go back. However, since you asked about my background, I can tell you. It's just one word, rain. If you understand it, then you understand it. If you don't, then you don't. Rumble, heavy rain poured down from the sky like the Milky Way, rolling towards the last man from Great Serpent Palace. The Saint Spirit Realm cultivator's eyes narrowed. Was he going to die? Was the Great Serpent Palace's cultivators going to be wiped out just to kill a weak ant? Who was the other party? They knew that he was from Great Serpent Palace, but they still dared to provoke him. Rain, could it be that place? The cultivator's heart suddenly trembled. He understood that it was a place that was even more ancient than Great Serpent Palace. Rumble, the rain seemed weak, but when it fell, it carried an incomparably terrifying power. It caused the cultivator's body to explode, and the 7-headed giant serpent turned into ashes. All 7 of them were wiped out. The street was silent, and only the sound of raindrops hitting the ground could be heard. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. How powerful. The rain seemed to be a martial intent, but it also seemed to be a powerful king physique. It also seemed to be a profound meaning. That kind of martial art domain was too powerful, and it was beyond Lin Ling's knowledge. Little friend, the house master has been waiting for a long time. In the hazy rain, an old man holding an umbrella slowly walked towards Lin Ling. There was a smile on his face, and Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was the servant from Dragon House. That meant that Aunt Mo had asked someone to help him. What was Aunt Mo's background? Just a random cultivator was so powerful. Thank you, Senior. Spirit weapon tyrannical singing sword. Haha, there's no need to be so courteous. Master said that as long as a Holy Spirit Realm cultivator appears, I'll make a move. If it's a peak Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, you'll be able to deal with it yourself unless you're a peak level genius. Thank you. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said politely. Lin Ling smiled but didn't say anything. Aunt Mo seemed to know his own strength very well. She knew that although he was at the mid-emperor spirit realm, he didn't need to fear an ordinary peak emperor spirit realm cultivator. So, if the 7 people from before were to fight to the death, Lin Ling could kill them all if he used his full strength and trump cards. The 2 of them walked along the street towards the Dragon Tower. The streets quickly became lively again, as if this wasn't a rare occurrence in the holy land of the rainforest. Lin Ling followed the old man to the Dragon Tower. Lin Ling walked up to the 3rd floor alone. The curtains were still hanging there and a unique feminine fragrance filled the room. But when Aunt Mo saw Lin Ling, her cold face immediately revealed a happy smile, making Lin Ling feel a little awkward. He didn't have much contact with Aunt Mo, but she treated him very well. This kind of kindness wasn't romantic, it was more like a senior spoiling a junior. Why are you in a daze? Aunt Mo laughed softly. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. Sometimes, he didn't know what to say in front of such a beautiful woman. So, he could only take out 80 million spirit crystals. Not bad. You managed to gather this much in just 3 days. Looks like Aunt Mo has underestimated you. You're hiding some secrets that Aunt Mo doesn't know about. Aunt Mo looked at Lin Ling with admiration. From what she knew, Lin Ling didn't have a strong background. He didn't have a strong family background. At most, he was one of the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire. But Lin Ling's surname wasn't Qin, so he definitely wouldn't ask for spirit crystals from the Great Qin Empire. This meant that Lin Ling had used 3 days to gather these spirit crystals. To be able to rely on himself for 3 days, this was not something that any genius could do. Then, after Lin Ling removed the tyrannical song sword, she checked it with a serious expression. Come and find me at this time tomorrow. Light appeared on her hand, and her jade-like little finger waved continuously, drawing out one ancient rune after another. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. That was an ancient formation. According to legend, if one wanted to increase a weapon's might, they had to rely on materials and ancient formations. No wonder blacksmiths were rarer than alchemists. Not wanting to disturb Aunt Mo, Lin Ling quietly left. Outside, there was an old man waiting for him. He brought Lin Ling to stay in the Dragon Pavilion. That night, Lin Ling sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing. After leaving the 7 profound martial house and arriving at the main city, Lin Ling saw many more powerhouses and proud sons of heaven. He could be considered to be standing in the circle of the top powerhouses of the Holy Land in the rain, but his background was still a bit weak. The semi-finals of the proud son of heaven list. Then, Lin Ling's lips curled up in a smile. He wanted to win this tournament. He wanted to fight the second dream in the final battle and defeat the martial house master's disciple. The second dream had a keen body talent that was not inferior to his own. Not only that, but his cultivation was also higher than his own. In addition, the martial house master was his master, so the martial arts he studied were definitely extraordinary. On the surface, Lin Ling didn't have any hope of defeating the second dream. After all, the second dream was not only invincible in the late Emperor Spirit Realm, but could also easily defeat a martial artist at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. But that was only on the surface. At present, Lin Ling's keen body talent was not weak, and his physical strength was also formidable. In addition to his 2 true meanings of martial arts, he was confident that he could fight any chosen of heaven. In addition, the tyrannical song sword was also very exciting, a medium-grade spirit artifact. Just what kind of power would it bring? Time quietly passed. Early in the morning of the next day, Auntie Mo pushed open the door and entered. She smiled as she looked at Lin Ling. In her soft, jade-like hands, a new tyrannical song sword appeared. This sword had already turned blood red, and there were mysterious runes engraved on its surface that Lin Ling could not understand. Moreover, it was larger than before, almost as tall as Lin Ling. It was filled with a domineering and magnificent aura. It made one feel that with this sword in hand, the world was theirs. Lin Ling's heart violently beat. He wanted to take the tyrannical song sword, but as his hand touched it, he immediately felt that the sword was very heavy. He couldn't lift it. Auntie Mo, this sword? Lin Ling looked at Aunt Mo in surprise, but Aunt Mo just smiled, shrugged her shoulders and said, long swords are sharp and can kill without blood. Heavy swords have no sharp edges and can't be used for craftsmanship. I can see that your body is very strong, so your fighting style should be swift and fierce, unstoppable. For this sword, I have forged a heavy stone into the mountains for you, so it can reach a weight of 10 million jin. In fact, it can be increased even more, but you can't control it at the moment. 10 million jin? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His physical strength was only 10 million jin, and this sword was 10 million jin. This was very frightening. If he could control this sword, it would be equivalent to 20 million jin of strength. However, he couldn't lift it right now. Drip some blood in and try. Auntie Mo pouted at the tyrannical song sword. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and he quickly dripped some blood into the sword. At the same time, a feeling of resonance was transmitted to his heart. It was as if he was the sword and the sword was him, and the sword was not as heavy as before. Spiritual weapons have spirits, and only the master can control them. Therefore, after you control this sword, the sword will be much lighter. Auntie Mo smiled. Lin Ling was overjoyed. When he lifted the sword again, the sword was not as heavy as before, but in fact, it still had a weight of 10 million jin. When he waved the sword, astral winds whistled, as if the whole room was stirred up by him. Mid-grade spiritual weapons are not as simple as they look. There are some secrets within, and you will have to explore them yourself. Remember, swords have spirits. Auntie Mo's eyes were filled with pride. This sword was forged by her, and she had put in a lot of effort, so she was very proud. Lin Ling nodded heavily, and he was looking forward to it even more. Besides the weight, what other secrets did the tyrannical song sword have? He wanted to ask, but when he saw Auntie Mo's haggard face, he couldn't bear to ask any more. He guessed that Auntie Mo had put in a lot of effort to forge the tyrannical song sword. That level of concentration had already exceeded 80 million mid-grade spirit crystals. Thank you, Auntie Mo. Lin Ling received the sword and bowed to Auntie Mo. Haha, it's good that you like this sword. I heard that you will be participating in the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list. Let this sword become famous. Although the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list is not the final competition, it will still attract the attention of all the major influences of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, can you break into the top 100 and become a top Proud Son of Heaven? Auntie Mo helped Lin Ling up, and then looked at Lin Ling. I can. Lin Ling nodded. This was the semi-finals, and most of the Proud Sons of Heaven that he would face would be at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Although he was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, he still had the confidence to fight. If he could break into the top 100, then he would be stepping into the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven. This was also the circle of top Proud Sons of Heaven like Long Aoxiang and Yonggan. The semi-finals were about to begin. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He took out the tyrannical song sword and began to search for the secrets of the tyrannical song sword. A spirit artifact shouldn't be as simple as its sharpness and weight. Perhaps it had other hidden characteristics. For instance, the chaotic evil sword had a formidable defensive power. Speed, the speed of a sword can be used on a martial artist. After searching for a moment, Lin Ling found the first sword's secret. It was speed. It was actually using the true meaning of the sword to increase one's movement speed. The stronger the true meaning of the sword, the faster one's movement speed would be. It would allow the sword wielder to have the speed of a thunderbolt. This was also sword steps. On the road of martial arts, there were clear boundaries. The true meaning of the sword was the true meaning of the sword. It was related to the sword's speed, power, and true meaning. There were very few people who had the true meaning of the sword, but they could use it to increase one's movement speed. After all, the two were different domains, but the tyrannical song sword could fuse together and connect the two. Of course, this speed was not as flexible as a dragon, but rather the speed of a straight line. It was as straight as a sword. The straight line speed was very fast, like a sword breaking through the void. This was why it was also called sword steps. A spirit artifact has its own characteristics. Mine is a medium-grade spirit artifact, so there should be more than one. Lin Ling was incomparably expectant. His strength had once again risen. His Middle Emperor Spirit Realm was even more solid. Then, he continued to study. 3 days quietly passed. Tomorrow was the 7 Profound Martial House's Proud Son of Heaven list semi-finals. This semi-finals could be considered a sensational event in the Rainforest Holy Land. Although the Rainforest Holy Land was filled with powerhouses and influences, no one dared to underestimate the 7 major martial arts halls. After all, these proud sons of heaven represented the future of the Rainforest Holy Land. Therefore, every time a martial arts hall held a Proud Son of Heaven list grand tournament, the crowds would come to watch. Many people wanted to see just how strong the 7 profound martial house's Proud Sons of Heaven were. After the dark horse had risen in the preliminaries, would another dark horse rise in the semifinals? Moreover, if they were dazzling stars in the semifinals, then these Proud Sons of Heaven would have to face off against the Proud Sons of Heaven of the major martial arts halls. Therefore, these peak Proud Sons of Heaven also wanted to know who their next opponent would be. The semifinals had not yet begun, but the 7 profound martial house was already bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of powerful martial artists had arrived in advance, as if this was a grand event in the Rainforest Holy Land. The semifinals aren't a competition between the top geniuses, but there are still powerful geniuses. For example, the 18th prince, young Master Tang, has a powerful background. He's at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and his talent is number 1. He's already close to the top 100 of the genius rankings. That's the previous ranking. There will be a new ranking in the semifinals. Although young Master Tang is powerful, he's not the most dazzling one. Yu Yuashan is also very powerful. He's at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but it's said that he's killed many cultivators at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. In my opinion, the second dream is still the disciple of the Prefecture Lord. In fact, a lot of people have come to watch her in today's semifinals. It's said that the 7 profound martial house's mad god Lin Ling wants to fight the second dream. There were more people than usual at the 7 profound martial house's main gate. The Proud Sons of Heaven from all the major martial arts halls had arrived, constantly chatting with each other. Lin Ling is only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He can't compare to the second dream. Before, he had humiliated the second dream. In this battle, the second dream will not let him go. Lin Ling, you're courting death. Many people disdainfully said. Although the second dream had been disgraced before, and no longer had the divinity of a proud daughter of heaven, it was undeniable that she was still very strong. Pung pung pung. At the same time, outside the gate, the Proud Sons of Heaven had already begun their great battle. The Proud Sons of Heaven from the 7 profound martial house and Bright Sun Temple were comparing notes. Zhong Taizhan, late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, ranked 122 in the 7 profound martial house. His opponent is Bright Sun Temple Su Yifan, ranked 110. The two of them had formed a grudge during their adventure. Now that they've met, they really don't want to accept each other. As the crowd looked at the 2 youths standing outside the gate, they began to whisper amongst themselves. These 2 were Proud Sons of Heaven from the Rainforest Holy Land that could not be underestimated. Their strength was incomparably formidable. Of course, on the surface, the Bright Sun Temple's Proud Son of Heaven was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Su Yifan, you're nothing but trash. I've already surpassed you. A proud voice floated out from the mouth of one of the youths. This was the 7 profound martial house's Zhong Lingshan. The crowd's eyes flashed. Zhong Lingshan had surpassed Su Yifan? It had to be known that according to the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, Su Yifan was ranked higher, and he was also stronger. Although they didn't come from the same martial hall, the Proud Son of Heaven rankings of the 7 martial halls were more or less the same. Of course, there was another possibility, and that was that Zhong Lingshan had already surpassed Su Yifan. It was just that he hadn't rushed into the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, so everyone thought that he was still ranked 122. This meant that Zhong Lingshan was planning to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat in the semi-finals. Speak. Who doesn't know? Battle is everything. On the other side, Su Yifan was tall and slender. His face was handsome, but his head was bald. He was like an arhat that had descended into the world. This was the style of the Bright Sun Temple. Although he was bald, he was wise and heroic, and incomparably handsome. Many of the young girls present were moved by his appearance. Su Yifan was handsome, but Zhong Lingshan's appearance was ordinary. From the surface, he couldn't compare to Su Yifan. As you wish. Su Yifan. Zhong Lingshan faintly smiled. He stepped forwards, and a massive late Emperor Spirit Realm aura bloomed. His right hand grasped at the void, and a halberd appeared, shrouded in a purple light. Take my spear. If you don't lose, then I will not forfeit tomorrow's Proud Son of Heaven ranking semi-finals. Suifan. The proud voice floated out from Zhong Lingshan's mouth, causing the crowd's eyes to widen. How heroic. Then you forfeit yourself. Suifan. Suifan disdainfully smiled. His body shook, and an ancient Buddha appeared behind him. His innate king body was incomparably mysterious, as if it were indestructible. Xiao. Two figures approached from afar and collided in mid-air, causing the blood of countless people to boil. This was a clash of geniuses, a battle of arrogance. Some of the young boys' and girls' eyes flickered. When would they be able to be so dazzling? Boom, in mid-air, a deafening sound rang out. Then, a golden figure flew out and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The crowd's pupils constricted, and when they looked over, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Suifan had lost. He couldn't even block a single move from Zhong Lingshan. How was this possible? You've cultivated your martial intent to 80%. On the ground, Suifan stared at the proud figure in midair and couldn't help but roar. Suifan, you're just trash. Trash. In midair, Zhong Lingshan smiled proudly, enjoying the countless shocked gazes. At this moment, he felt that he had amazed everyone with a single feat, and his name had shaken the 7 major martial arts halls. Moreover, this was only the beginning. In the next semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, he would let everyone know that his martial intent wasn't 80%, but half a step to 90%. Half a step to 90% martial intent was very dazzling. After all, it came from a 20-year-old youth, and not some ancient expert. This child's talent is very powerful. Yes. Easily crushed the next time you see me, take a detour. Now, get lost. Scram. Zhong Lingshan slowly floated down. He looked at the empty space on the ground with arrogance and said indifferently. You. Scram. Sui Kong's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he was so proud that he attracted countless gazes, but now, he was like a stray dog. He had to take a detour when he saw Zhong Lingshan, so he suddenly gritted his teeth, stood up, and turned to leave. He had no face to stay here. Scram. Scram. Along the way, the people who were still in shock were all forced to make way for him when he shouted angrily. His powerful aura erupted. Although he was not Zhong Lingshan's opponent, he was still a genius ranked in the top 100 on the prodigy roll. There were still many people weaker than him, which made many people unhappy. However, considering the other party's strength, they all made way. After all, it was better not to provoke Sui Kong now. Scram. Scram. Sui Kong strode away, but a slender figure appeared in front of him. This person was not old, not even 20 years old. He was dressed in a blue and white robe and carried a huge sword on his back. He walked forward while drinking, as if he did not notice the bustling scene around him. The strangest thing was that the young man had a monkey sleeping on his shoulder, as if it was a toy. A big sword, a little monkey, a blue and white robe, and a wine jug. It was a very different outfit, even a little unique. I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? Scram. Sui Kong glanced at the young man and did not take him seriously at all. The young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. There were many people at this level in the 7 major martial arts halls. However, the young man continued to walk forward as if he did not hear him. Who is this person? Is he crazy? Sui Kong had just lost, and it was time for him to lose face. He blocked the way, and he was charging into Sui Kong's anger. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, thinking that the young man was stupid. Looks like I lost a match, and everyone thinks I'm a pushover. Scram. Veins appeared on Sui Kong's handsome face. He took a big step forward, and a golden fist surged out. The wind and clouds rolled, and strong winds blew in all directions. This fist was his king body's fist, and it was also a fist with martial intent. It had reached 70% completion. So domineering. The eyes of the crowd flashed. Sui Kong didn't seem to be holding back at all. He was already using his strongest attack. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of killing that young man? Moreover, that young man was too strange. Even though he knew that the attack was empty, he didn't dodge or retreat. Instead, he continued to drink, under countless gazes. The young man's left hand continued to drink from the wine jug, while his right hand stretched out and easily blocked Sui Kong's punch. Rumble, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from the two palms. The power even caused the air to burn. It was incomparably dazzling. What? The crowd's pupils constricted. Even though Sui Kong had been defeated, there was no need to doubt his strength, and it shouldn't be difficult for him to be ranked at the 120th position on the genius rankings. However, the mysterious young man had easily blocked his attack, and the most terrifying part was that the young man was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How is this possible? Sui Kong's eyes were also wide open. He had lost once before, and now it seemed that he had lost again. Are you looking for people to behave atrociously because you lost? The young man's calm voice sounded out. He slowly drank a mouthful of wine, and then his right hand exerted a little force. Suddenly, Sui Kong cried out in pain. His arm seemed to be grabbed by a monster beast, as if it were about to break. The young man shook his head. He lifted his right hand and swung Sui Kong like a sandbag, and then smashed him into the ground. With a bang, the earth split open, and the cracks continued to spread. Sui Kong spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. This was incomparably shameful. The young man didn't even glance at Sui Kong. He stepped over Sui Kong's body and continued to drink as he walked, causing the crowd to fall silent. What a terrifying strength! The young man didn't care about the gazes of those around him. He wore a blue and white robe, and calmly walked towards the 7 profound martial house's entrance. It's him. Zhong Lingshan's face was dignified as he looked at the young man. He quietly stood in place, not saying a word. Others might not know who this young man was, but he did. This young man was the mad god Lin Ling. Was that your full strength? As the young man passed by Zhong Lingshan indifferently asked. After all, Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. He didn't know if Lin Ling had used his full strength to defeat Sui Kong, or if it was just a small test, so he asked. When you see an elder of the 7 profound martial house, shouldn't you respectfully address him, and not rudely ask such questions? Lin Ling said without looking at Zhong Lingshan. Because Zhong Lingshan was surprised, he seemed to have forgotten the taboo between martial artists. That was to not casually ask others about their cultivation methods or martial arts. But Zhong Lingshan had asked. This was very rude. Zhong Lingshan's body trembled, and he looked at Lin Ling. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, Disciple Zhong Lingshan greets Elder Lin. Lin Ling nodded, and without another word, disappeared from the entrance. Zhong Lingshan looked at that slender back, his eyebrows tightly wrinkled. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, he didn't know why, but after looking at Lin Ling, he felt a sense of fear and trepidation, as if he were facing a top genius of the proud son of heaven. Was this an illusion? Zhong Lingshan shook his head. It must have been an illusion. It should have been Lin Ling's status as an elder that intimidated him. As a late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, how could he fear Lin Ling? Elder Lin, he is Lin Ling? The crowd was stunned for a moment, and then began to talk. They had finally seen the most famous mad god of the 7 profound martial house, Lin Ling. In the semi-finals of the Proud Son of Heaven list, all the Proud Sons of Heaven have returned. Some have come back from adventuring, and some have come out from closed-door seclusion. The Proud Son of Heaven list has begun to reshuffle. I wonder how far this Lin Ling will be able to go. Those older powerhouses muttered to themselves. From what they could see, Zhong Lingshan and Lin Ling were both geniuses that surpassed everyone's imaginations. They would absolutely cause the Proud Son of Heaven list to be reshuffled. Lin Ling has returned. In the rainforest's holy land, atop a giant ancient tree, a young girl in a long black dress stood there. Her eyes were as dark as the night as she looked into the distance. She quietly stood there, but it was as if she had disappeared from this world. Meng, Lin Ling is a very cunning person. He is an ant, and you are a proud daughter of heaven. But when he was conferring the title of elder, he actually dragged you down from the altar. That was a very beautiful move. Even I have to admit that Lin Ling is truly fierce. However, the humiliation that he has given you, in your second battle, you must return it 10 times over. From the side, a cold voice floated out from Martial House Master Qianling's mouth. The young girl nodded, and deep in her eyes, an incomparably thick killing intent flashed. She stroked her delicate cheeks. Lin Ling had once slapped her 3 times. He is still at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm. He is not worth mentioning. The young girl coldly said. This boy is brave and resourceful. Although his talent is fierce, he still cannot compare to you. Before he grows, we must thoroughly erase him. The semi-finals began. Lin Ling, you still haven't made a breakthrough in your cultivation? When Lin Ling returned to the mountain valley, everyone gathered around him. Elder Sword checked Lin Ling's cultivation and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Lin Ling still hadn't made a breakthrough. Currently, there were more than 150 geniuses participating in the semi-finals of the Prodigy ranking. Among them, there were mid-stage and late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses. Lin Ling's cultivation level was the lowest, so many people didn't have high hopes for him. Long Xiaochen and the others helplessly smiled. They wanted to comfort him, but they didn't know what to say. Of course, although Lin Ling's strength wasn't enough to challenge the proud Son of Heaven list, it was enough to be proud of. After all, Lin Ling was a genius of the same generation as them, and they didn't even have the qualifications to enter the proud Son of Heaven list. My cultivation hasn't increased, but my strength has. Lin Ling looked at everyone and smiled. He knew that everyone was worried, but he couldn't explain it. Only the semi-finals could prove everything. Tomorrow is the semi-finals. Rest well today. Elder Sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. At the same time, he cheered for Lin Ling Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others also did the same. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He strode into the depths of the mountain valley and sat down cross-legged. Then, he looked up at the pitch-black sky and said, "The second dream, the second battle of revenge. Begin." Then, Lin Ling untied the tyrannical song sword and gently held it in his hand. At this time, the sword was covered with ripples. The 10 million weight was not hidden at all. Layers upon layers of pressure pressed down on Lin Ling's body, causing Lin Ling's body to sink. Ever since he had dripped his blood on the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling had been able to freely control the weight of the tyrannical song sword. Naturally, he could also make the 10 million weight appear. Carrying the 10 million weight was also a kind of cultivation. It allowed Lin Ling's inner world to constantly awaken. To assist in cultivation, this was the second secret of the tyrannical song sword. The second day quietly arrived. The 7 profound martial houses proud Son of Heaven list semi-finals had finally begun. Early in the morning, the 7 profound martial house was incomparably lively. All of the major forces had gathered, and even the martial house masters of the 7 major martial halls had arrived. Although the semi-finals were not as sensational as the finals, it also meant that in the semi-finals, there would be many proud sons of heaven that would step into the finals. Furthermore, that Dark Horse Prodigy might even appear in the 100 Regions Prodigy competition that was held once every 5 years. Even the Palace Master is here, and so are the experts from the 5 great ancient kingdoms. There weren't so many experts in the previous semi-finals of the ancient Dao Martial Arts Palace. They're all here to see the second dream. It's said that many people are curious about the second dream's imperial body. The crowd was incomparably expectant. In their eyes, a massive martial stage floated in the 7 profound martial house. This martial stage was very large, just like an island. The rumbling sound was deafening. The martial dais appeared. Many people looked up at the martial stage, especially the ordinary proud sons of heaven. They were looking forward to the day when they would also have the opportunity to step onto such a martial stage. The 7 profound martial house semi-finals have begun. The participants are the proud sons of heaven that are ranked below 100 on the 7 profound martial houses proud son of heaven list. The minimum strength requirement is the middle royal spirit realm, and you are qualified to step onto the 10,000-foot platform. An ancient voice sounded out, shaking the hearts of everyone. The semi-finals were also a great competition to determine the ranking of the proud son of heaven list. Here, one could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, break into the top 100, and step into the circle of top proud sons of heaven. Or, one could be surpassed by others, and lose their pride and dignity, In the seven profound martial house, countless proud sons of heaven's eyes narrowed, their fighting spirit boiling. As for the proud sons of heaven that were watching, their hearts surged. Once upon a time, they had also had such a martial stage. Once upon a time, they had also strived for such a martial stage. The second dream has come out, how beautiful. At this moment, the first figure flew towards the martial stage in the sky. Her long black dress was like a peony flower in broad daylight, filled with a sacred and inviolable flavor, causing a massive number of youths to look up at her. Although the second dream had been slapped 3 times by Lin Ling, and was no longer as sacred and noble as before, it was undeniable that she had the martial house master backing her. She was still the most dazzling existence in the semi-finals. Bang! As the second dream neared the martial stage, endless flames spewed out from beneath the martial stage. There was also a massive amount of thunder and lightning. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it were tempering the martial stage. The first test has appeared. The crowd's pupils shrank. The semifinals were not as simple as a single arena tournament. At the beginning, there was also a test. After all, this was a great competition that was highly anticipated. If some weak people were allowed to go on stage, that would be a disgrace. Thus, the first test was to determine the qualifications of the proud sons of heaven. The flames were the 7 profound flames, and the thunder was the 9 earth's heavenly thunder. They would be able to eliminate the weak from the martial stage. The second dream gently extended her hand. Endless black light bloomed and enveloped her entire body. It was as if she had disappeared into the night sky. Then, she stepped onto the martial stage. The first proud son of heaven had appeared on the lofty platform. It was the second dream. She had obtained the qualifications. Amazing. She has obtained the qualifications so smoothly. The crowd was full of praises. It's my turn. The second figure appeared. It was young Master Tang of the 18 Princes. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light. He stepped on the imperial elixir fire and shot towards the lofty platform. The flames and thunder could not even get close to him. The second proud son of heaven to obtain the qualifications had appeared. Both of them had illustrious reputations. They deserved to be recognized. I'm the third. At the same time, the other proud sons of heaven flew up one after another. Now that it was their turn to shine, they naturally did not want to be outdone. However, while some succeeded in ascending the lofty platform, some failed. They were burned to death by the 7 profound flames, and some were blasted to smithereens by the 9 earth's heavenly thunder. To ascend the stage, one needed to have a certain level of strength. If one did not know his own strength, he could not blame anyone if he died. How terrifying. It seems like it's not easy to become a dazzling proud son of heaven. Some of the weaker proud sons of heaven trembled with fear and gave up on ascending the lofty platform. There are about 150 participating geniuses this year. However, more than 30 have been eliminated from the lofty platform. In the distance, the chief of the sky-bearing house smiled faintly. Ascending the lofty platform was the focus of everyone's attention. However, it was also half a step into the land of death. Without courage, one would not dare to ascend the lofty platform. Courage was also one of the essential qualities of a proud son of heaven. Whoosh, 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 colorful and dazzling, the remaining proud sons of heaven continued to ascend the lofty platform one after another. They did not lack courage. Lin Ling, time is almost up. Go. At a corner of the vast lofty platform, Elder Jian and the others looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was about to ascend the lofty platform. They did not think that the lofty platform would be able to stop Lin Ling. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head. With a move of his feet, he shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. All right. Looking at the martial platform in the sky, Lin Ling nodded his head and shot towards the sky. Compared to the dazzling movement techniques of the others, Lin Ling's movement technique was somewhat ordinary. It was just an ordinary leap in the sky. Lin Ling was also the last to ascend the lofty platform. For a moment, he attracted a lot of attention. Some people laughed at him, but those who knew Lin Ling had a serious expression on their faces. 120 proud children of heaven. Regarding Lin Ling's name, there was no one in the rainforest Holy Land that didn't know of him. It was said that this boy was extremely arrogant. He had even dared to destroy the second dream, and had even challenged the second dream in the semi-finals. But now, did he have the corresponding strength to be arrogant? That is Lin Ling. Not bad, he is neither arrogant nor humble. He is also a good seedling. But looking at his movement and aura, there doesn't seem to be anything special about him. The martial house master of Howling Sky Academy said as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's aura seemed very ordinary. Indeed, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't have anything dazzling about him. The only thing that left a deep impression on others was that he was calm and steady. But his speed wasn't fast and his aura wasn't strong. This made some people doubt his strength. No way, when the ninth earthly heavenly thunder blasted towards Lin Ling, he actually almost couldn't avoid it. Someone suddenly cried out in alarm. In their eyes, Lin Ling flew towards the 100,000-foot stage, but facing the test of the 7 profound flame and 9th earthly heavenly thunder, he almost couldn't avoid it. His strength was weaker than they had imagined. Eh? The proud children of heaven that had ascended the martial stage also narrowed their eyes. In the past, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound martial house. They thought that he would have some strength, but now he seemed very ordinary. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling was at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, and now he was at the Late Emperor Spirit Realm. His strength really wasn't enough. Pung, finally, under everyone's eyes, Lin Ling smoothly ascended the 100,000-foot stage. As he stepped onto the martial stage, he faintly smiled and ignored the disdainful gazes around him. Instead, he walked into the crowd of proud children of heaven. Mad God Lin Ling? He really can only be arrogant in front of weak children of heaven. Some of the proud children of heaven secretly thought. However, the crowd didn't notice that Lin Ling's footsteps left faint footprints on the solid platform. This meant that when Lin Ling was flying in the air, he was carrying 10 million pounds of weight. If it was anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to do this. The 10 million weight came from the Tyrant Song sword, and it had to fly into the sky. Along the way, it had to avoid the 7 profound flames and the 9 Earth's heavenly lightning. Being able to reach the martial platform was already terrifying enough. Unfortunately, no one saw this point. Everyone thought that it was very difficult for Lin Ling to reach the martial platform and that his strength was undeserved. Only the second dream frowned. Based on her understanding of Lin Ling should not be this weak. However, she could not tell what Lin Ling was hiding. Perhaps she was overthinking things. Dong, an ancient bell rang, signaling the end of time. A total of 120 Skyprides are participating. An ancient voice sounded. The ancient voice sounded out. Originally, the 7 profound martial house had 150 proud sons of heaven participating. But in the first round of assessment, more than 30 had been eliminated, and 10 had died. Of course, no one cared about the dead proud sons of heaven. After all, whether or not they wanted to participate was their own freedom. So if they had overestimated their strength and entered the competition and died, then they couldn't blame anyone. 120 figures quietly stood on the 100,000-foot stage. Like the name of the martial platform, they bloomed with a dazzling light, making countless people look up at them. The second dream, young Master Tang. The crowd's eyes fell on the most dazzling existences of the 120. It wouldn't be difficult for those two to break into the circle of top proud children of heaven. The circle of top proud children of heaven was the circle of those at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm. To be able to enter that circle was glory and pride. They also had the qualifications to compete with the other top proud children of heaven. Besides the second dream and young Master Tang, everyone else's chances aren't small. Many people's eyes swept around and saw Lin Ling, but they automatically ignored him. Not long ago, when Lin Ling had scraped the second dream, he had been incomparably domineering and had displayed a formidable talent. Unfortunately, talent was talent, strength was strength. The current Lin Ling was indeed a bit weak. So naturally, the crowd chose to ignore Lin Ling, and on the 100,000-foot stage, the 120 Skyprides were also looking at each other. After all, they were all rivals, competing for a place on the proud son of heaven list. You're too weak. I advise you to leave on your own, lest you bring shame to yourself. Beside Lin Ling, one of the skyprides lightly said as he looked at Lin Ling. He was ranked 150 on the proud son of heaven list, and he had heard of Lin Ling's achievements. In the past, Lin Ling had defeated the strongest Middle Emperor Spirit Realm genius and was ranked 200. Afterwards, he had scraped the second dream. But at that time, what he had displayed was talent, so it wasn't considered strength. So when facing Lin Ling, he had the right to be proud. It's none of your business. Lin Ling looked at the skyprides indifferently and said coldly. The skypride's eyes narrowed and a wave of anger surged in his heart. Lin Ling couldn't see through himself. In the upcoming competition, I hope you don't meet me. The skyprides coldly said. You're crazy. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. He didn't even look at the skyprides. His gaze landed on the second dream, who was not far away, and the smile on his face deepened. It was a cold smile. The second battle of revenge was finally about to begin. The second dream also looked at Lin Ling, her eyes flashing with a cold light. She was incomparably looking forward to the next battle. She wanted to return the humiliation she had suffered in the past 10 times over. Of course, it was hard to say whether or not Lin Ling would be able to stand in front of her. Young Master Tang also glanced at Lin Ling. Before, in the Dragon Pavilion, Lin Ling had displayed a strength that was not weak. But now, it seemed that Lin Ling was only SOSO. He had used all of his strength to climb up the 100,000-foot platform, so his strength shouldn't be too great. 120 skyprides have obtained the qualifications. But according to the rules, all skyprides below the top 100 have the opportunity to challenge them and seize their qualifications. At this moment, the ancient voice once again sounded out in the sky, causing Lin Ling's pupils to narrow. Others could seize their qualifications, but the others were accustomed to this. Only they knew that this was indeed the rule of the semi-finals of the proud son of heaven list. After all, climbing up the 100,000-foot platform did not mean everything. Some skyprides' movement techniques were weak, and it was not impossible for them to fail on the 100,000-foot platform. Therefore, the 7 profound martial house would give them a chance to challenge the skyprides on the platform and seize their qualifications. Of course, the 7 profound martial house was also very fair. If a challenger wanted to seize their qualifications, they would first have to withstand 3 moves from their opponent. After all, their opponent had ascended the 100,000-foot platform, so they naturally had priority. Otherwise, if they did not ascend the 100,000-foot platform and challenged the skyprides below, wouldn't that be very advantageous? Of the 120 skyprides on the platform, others can challenge them twice. Moreover, the challenger cannot blame others for their deaths. The ancient voice sounded out again. If a challenger overestimated their strength and was obliterated, then they could not blame others. But those who accepted the challenge did not need to. If they admitted defeat, then they did not need to die. This was also one of the advantages of ascending the 100,000-foot platform. The crowd began to talk. Those skyprides that had failed stared at the 120 skyprides. They still had a chance, so they would not miss it. Among those 120 skyprides, there were definitely some who were weak. For instance, a Middle Emperor Spirit Realm skypride. Lin Ling is one of them. Lai Qing is also one, and there is also Yi Tianping. These Middle Emperor Spirit Realm skyprides should be the weakest. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin A Soft Persimmon? I'll go first. I challenge Lai Qing. On the ground, a figure rose from the ground and shot up into the sky. The flames and lightning around the 100,000-foot stage also disappeared, allowing him to easily land on the martial stage. This person was obviously not proficient in movement techniques, so he had been waiting below the martial stage, waiting to take advantage of the geniuses on the martial stage. Challenging me? To make an example out of you, I'll definitely kill you. The genius named Lai Qing said coldly. His heart was burning with anger. The fact that his opponent had challenged him in front of so many people meant that he was the weakest, and it had humiliated him. You're only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're not qualified. The challenger was not afraid at all, and a powerful aura erupted from his body. the 10,000 zhang platform was very large. The others came to the edge of the martial platform and watched quietly. Lin Ling glanced over and was not very interested. Both sides were too weak and did not enter his eyes. Moreover, he could see that Lai Qing was about to lose. Rumble. Sure enough, Lai Qing was defeated by the challenger. The challenger's movement techniques were weak, but his attacks were powerful. 60% true intent of martial arts. Amazing. The crowd was shocked. The first challenger had succeeded. My turn. Then, the second challenger stepped onto the stage. His gaze swept across the 120 geniuses, and the crowd was filled with anticipation. Who would he challenge? Currently, Lin Ling is the weakest, but Lin Ling is also the most mysterious. For safety's sake, I'll challenge an opponent I'm familiar with. Who you, accept my challenge. The challenger finally chose his opponent. His opponent was a relatively low-profile genius. After hearing the challenge, he slowly stepped forward and said, "You're going to die." Then, a powerful aura erupted. The genius was actually at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. He had been hiding his strength. Oh no. The challenger was shocked. He wanted to give up, but it was too late. He was killed by the genius. Those who dared to challenge others had to be prepared to die. After all, the geniuses who had stepped onto the stage had also gone through the trials of the 7 mystical flames and lightning. Sometimes, the world was fair. The first challenger has died. Many people were secretly shocked, but they did not think much of it. Instead, they were looking forward to the next challenger. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, 2 figures leaped from the ground and turned into streaks of light, appearing on the stage. These 2 geniuses seemed to be in a hurry, and were trying to seize the opportunity to fight. That was why they appeared on the stage. They knew that many geniuses among the 120 geniuses were the strongest, and there were only a few weak geniuses. If they missed the opportunity, they would benefit from the others. However, these 2 geniuses, who were they going on the stage? Many people became curious. The 2 people turned their gazes, and without any hesitation, they said at the same time, Lin Ling. No way, they're all challenging Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished, and all kinds of voices rose and fell. The 2 of them did not seem to want to miss out on the weakest opponent, so they chose Lin Ling as soon as they stepped onto the stage. Of course, on the surface, Lin Ling was indeed the weakest. Me? Lin Ling was stunned. He did not expect himself to be so popular. 2 people wanted to challenge him at the same time. Did he really look like a pushover? You 2 seem to be in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Don't you know that I'm invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm after defeating the top 200 geniuses? Lin Ling asked doubtfully. Haha, are you trying to scare us? The 2 of them exchanged a glance before bursting into laughter at the same time. I know that you've defeated the dark horse of the prodigy ranking, Lightning Lord Ing, and that you're invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, that was a few months ago. For a prodigy, a few months is more than enough time for them to grow stronger. Lin Ling shook his head. Was he trying to scare them? He said coldly, "You might die if you challenge me. Why would you be afraid of death if you dare to come up here? Besides, you don't have the strength. You'll be humiliated by me." Haha, mad god Lin Ling. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. It'll be satisfying to humiliate you. One of them said disdainfully. I'm a supporter of the second dream. You blasphemed her. So, even if you didn't come up here today, I would still teach you a lesson. The other person said coldly. He looked at the second dream as if he wanted to get her attention. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. If they wanted to die, so be it. Only one of you can go up. If Lin Ling wins, the second person can continue to challenge. Who will go first? The ancient voice sounded again. It was Elder Dao's voice. He was the host of the semifinals. The 2 of them looked at each other and did not know what to say. After all, they came together. There was no way to tell who would go first. No need to split. Both of you can go together. All right. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The two of them narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling seemed to want to fight both of them at the same time. How arrogant! Although Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, that was in the preliminary round, not now. I can't see myself clearly. Host Elder, if the two of us can't control our strength and kill Lin Ling, will we be disqualified? One of them said coldly. He wanted to show off in front of the second dream, but Lin Ling looked down on him. We won't be disqualified. All right. Before Elder Dao could say anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. All right, Lin Ling, don't blame us. All right. The second dream. He slapped you 3 times. I'll slap him 10 times for you. Yes. The two of them spoke, making the crowd look forward to the battle. The two of them were in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and were quite strong. They were confident that Lin Ling would be able to fight both of them. Would it be an exciting battle? All right. If you can defeat Lin Ling, I promise to watch the sunset with you. Yes. At the same time, the second dream's calm voice sounded from the battle stage. Her face was expressionless. She also wanted to see Lin Ling's strength through this battle. Thank you. Yes. The chosen who was secretly in love with second dream couldn't help but be delighted. His fighting spirit soared as he stepped forward. According to the rules, the challenger has to face 3 attacks from you. Hurry up and use those 3 attacks. When it's over, I'm going to humiliate you. Yes. The other person sneered and stepped forward, standing proudly in front of Lin Ling. Bang, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He stepped forward and threw out a punch. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy or martial intent. Those who saw Lin Ling fight for the first time shook their heads. Lin Ling didn't live up to his reputation. Too weak. Before the punch even reached one of them, that person shook his head in disdain. Lin Ling was weaker than he thought. He had dozens of ways to dodge the punch and hundreds of ways to block it. If the challenger didn't have to give him 3 moves, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. The second round bang, under countless gazes, Lin Ling's fist easily landed on the man's stomach. Time seemed to have stopped. Many people were unable to take their eyes off the scene, not knowing what had happened. However, in the next moment, with a boom, the man's body exploded and turned into dust. It was as if he had been hit by a battering ram. What? The crowd's eyes widened. What a terrifying fist! The other challenger's pupils shrank. The previous challenger's strength was similar to his, but he hadn't been able to block a single punch. If he had been the one to block it, the result would have been the same. Lin Ling was too mysterious. He seemed to be at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm, but he seemed to have a strength that he couldn't understand. Retreat! He roared in his heart. He no longer had the will to fight, however, it was too late to retreat now. Lin Ling took a step forward, leaving a footprint on the ground of the martial arts platform. Then, he swung his palm out like a shadow, paw, as if he had been blown away by a strong wind. The challenger flew backwards and crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This was a terrifying slap, full of strength. In order to obtain the attention of the second dream, you want to slap me 3 times? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. He stepped forwards and appeared on top of the man. He grabbed him and slapped him again. Paw, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. A massive amount of teeth and blood flew out from his nose, causing the hearts of those below to fiercely tremble. Especially the disciples of the 7 profound martial house. It was as if they had seen the return of the mad god Lin Ling. It had to be known that after Lin Ling had stepped onto the martial stage, because he had been too low-key, they had all thought that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end. But now, that frivolous figure had appeared in their hearts once again. If they wanted to humiliate that figure, they would have to pay the price. You said that I was trying to intimidate you. My strength was very strong several months ago, but now I am no longer your match. Then let me ask you, where did your teeth and blood come from? Paw, with another slap, the challenger was rendered speechless and unable to resist. Slap me 3 times? I'll slap you 10 times. Paw paw paw, the crisp sound of a slap rang out on the stage, causing the 120 geniuses on the stage to furrow their brows. This Lin Ling was stronger than they'd expected. It was likely that there would be few who could match him in the mid-stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. You want to humiliate me so that you can watch the sunset as promised by the second dream? Pa, with the final slap, the challenger seemed to have been struck by a terrifying gust of wind. His entire body exploded, turning into dust. One had to know that this was Lin Ling's 10 million points of strength eruption. It was comparable to the damage brought about by martial intent. How could those two people block it? At this point, the two geniuses who challenged Lin Ling were dead. Moreover, the two of them were challenging him together. The crowd was silent. This result was beyond their expectations. After all, if Lin Ling won with all his strength, they would not be surprised. However, Lin Ling seemed to have relied on some strange power to defeat his opponent. This was something that no one could have imagined. Moreover, all of this was very ironic. Those two thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and the easiest to bully, but in the end, they were the ones who died. Physical strength. It seems to be the martial arts of the Watermoon Holy Land. The Rainforest Holy Land has geniuses who cultivate the physical body. This is really rare. In the distance, the various martial arts palaces' palace masters were indifferently commenting. With their experience, they could naturally see that Lin Ling was able to win because of his physical strength. Of course, they were not able to clearly see the extent of his physical strength. After all, the distance was too far, and Lin Ling did not erupt with his full strength. Although they were somewhat surprised, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, this was the Rainforest Holy Land. They had always disdained the cultivation methods of the Watermoon Holy Land. Moreover, they guessed that Lin Ling might have luckily obtained an incomplete cultivation method and cultivated his physical body, temporarily increasing his strength. Unfortunately, to cultivate the physical body, one must first have a strong physical foundation, such as a Xianxia body. Secondly, one must have a powerful cultivation method. To cultivate the physical body halfway, this kind of martial arts path would not go far. It was a pity that they did not know that Lin Ling already had a strong physical foundation. Moreover, he had the powerful physical body cultivation method of the Tai martial sect, the Xianxia technique. In fact, in the Rainforest Holy Land, there are also people who cultivate the physical body. However, because there is no follow-up cultivation method, it is strenuous and unrewarding. In the end, they chose to give up. Lin Ling is so silly to waste time cultivating the physical body. He doesn't even know that it is superfluous. The second dream looked at Lin Ling indifferently, then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lin Ling did not care about what the crowd was thinking and walked back slowly. Now that Lin Ling had challenged two challengers at the same time, no one could challenge him anymore. His qualifications had been confirmed. After that, the geniuses continued to step onto the stage and challenge their opponents. After a full 2 hours, the challenges finally ended. The first round of assessment has ended. The number of participants remains the same. Next up is the second round of assessment. The ancient voice sounded again. The 120 participating geniuses had to go through assessment and elimination. The winners would move forward, while the losers would be ranked according to their ranking. The second round of assessment is a test of attack, defense, and movement. The ancient voice sounded out again. Attack, defense, and movement were the necessary advantages of a chosen genius. Although they did not represent the complete strength of a chosen genius, they were still able to objectively determine whether or not a chosen genius had the qualifications to enter the proud Son of Heaven role. The 7 Profound Martial House was a martial arts palace. They focused on cultivating chosen geniuses, and naturally valued the advantages of a chosen genius. In fact, the other martial arts palaces were also like this. The Proud Son of Heaven role preliminaries and semifinals all had such assessments. A chosen genius, no matter how high their cultivation is, if their attack is weak, their defense is weak, and their movement is slow, then they are not qualified to be a chosen genius. In the past, in the semifinals of our Howling Sky Academy's Proud Son of Heaven role, there was once a chosen genius who scored full marks in all 3 assessments. In the 7 Profound Martial House, besides the second dream, I fear that no one else will be able to achieve full marks. The crowd was filled with anticipation. The semifinals were becoming more and more exciting. In the 7 martial arts palaces, the chosen geniuses were cheering again and again, cheering for the chosen geniuses that they favored. Of course, most of them supported the second dream. After all, a beautiful young girl was attractive, and with her formidable strength, she was even more attractive. Besides the second dream, young Master Tang also had many supporters. Most of them were young girls. These two people were the most qualified to obtain full marks in all three assessments. Lin Ling, you can do it. Lin Ling naturally had his own supporters. Besides the Fire Ancient Clan and Old Sword, there were many people from the ancient Dao Martial Palace who supported him. The most outstanding of them all was the Heavenly Concubine. The Heavenly Concubine naturally would not make a mistake in the semi-finals of the 7 Profound Martial House. Junior apprentice sister, that Lin Ling of yours will not lose in the second round. He will at least make it to the third round. On the side, Yonggan smiled as he looked ahead. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was lower than his, Lin Ling always gave him a mysterious feeling. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength might be below young Master Tang's, but it wouldn't be by much. He definitely won't lose. The Heavenly Concubine had a deep confidence in Lin Ling. Besides the ancient Dao Martial Palace, there were also many young girls from the other martial arts palaces that supported Lin Ling. In the past, Lin Ling had taken the second dream from them, and that frivolous shadow had been left in their hearts. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio True Intent Puppet. The second dream, I will surpass you. Tang Tianshu stood amongst the 120 skyprides. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the second dream. His eyes were filled with boundless battle intent and pride. Among all the skyprides, his only opponent was the second dream. The rest were all ants and mediocre. The crowd's hearts trembled when they heard those words. As expected of the 18th prince, Tang Tianshu. He was so arrogant that it seemed like he wanted to surpass the second dream. If he could surpass the second dream, perhaps young Master Tang would be able to attract the attention of the second dream. However, while many people were looking at the second dream looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, don't lose in the second round. What? Many people were shocked. The second dream seemed to value Lin Ling a lot. However, this was normal. Lin Ling had destroyed the second dream in the past, causing the second dream to lose face. Today, the second dream naturally wanted to avenge itself. However, could Lin Ling reach the level of the second dream? Although Lin Ling had easily defeated 2 skyprides, those 2 were only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm skyprides. Now, Lin Ling was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm skypride. I will not lose here. I will still give you 3 slaps. Lin Ling said softly in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling seemed to think that he would be facing the second dream in the end. Moreover, he was going to destroy the second dream again. If that was the case, the second dream would lose face. Arrogant as always. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. The 120 skyprides had ugly expressions on their faces. Lin Ling had stolen their limelight and turned them into supporting characters. Among them, young Master Tang was the angriest. He proudly told the second dream that he would surpass the second dream. However, the second dream ignored him and spoke to Lin Ling instead. This was a great humiliation. Lin Ling, you are just a piece of trash. Arrogant without strength. Be careful not to humiliate yourself. Tang Tianshu said coldly to Lin Ling, you better not meet me, or you will die. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Today, he had come for the second dream. However, Tang Tianshu had overestimated himself and taught him a lesson. In addition to the grudge between him and Tang Tianshu, there was no need for him to show any mercy. As long as he saw him, he would kill. You! Tang Tianshu angrily roared. Lin Ling's words were light and carefree, as if he could kill him as easily as killing a dog. This sort of contempt made him feel even more uncomfortable. What qualifications did a trash at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm have to say such words? The Purgatory channel has opened. All participants, enter. Remember, the test will be life-threatening. If you do not dare, you may forfeit now. At this moment, Elder Dao's cold and emotionless voice sounded out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the same time, above the 100,000-foot high stage, a pitch-black channel appeared. It seemed to lead to the depths of hell, incomparably mysterious. All participating Skype rides, step into the Purgatory Channel. The vast voice was like a bell announcing the start of the battle. It rang out once more. The 120 Skype rides proudly looked at the pitch-black channel and proudly strode in. Many of them would be eliminated, and some would rise, but they had confidence in themselves. The Purgatory Channel, the back garden of the 7 profound Martial House's first-generation Martial House Master. There are many mysterious and strange things inside. Outside the stage, the eyes of the experts from various factions shimmered. Furthermore, more and more people were arriving. Even the 4 desolate races had people secretly arriving. No one even knew that in the turning dark clouds in the sky, there was a mysterious eye watching. The powerhouses were all looking forward to seeing how many geniuses would rise, and how their names would shake the rainforest holy land in the future. There was an ancient saying that one should not bully a poor youth. Although these Skype rides had not yet reached their heights, no one could guarantee that they would not surpass them in the future. Not only that, but those peak Emperor Spirit Realm Skype rides also had dignified expressions. Each new generation would surpass the previous. Of the 120 Skype rides, many of them would step into their circle. The test, begin. A voice sounded out in the sky. The clouds billowed, and the scene of the Purgatory Channel appeared. There were 120 Skype rides standing there, and in front of them was a channel that was like a void, full of mysteries. All participating Skype rides must reach the end within an incense stick of time. The rules appeared at the same time. Of course, everyone knew that this was not as simple as it seemed. The true meaning puppet is about to appear? Someone said with a dignified expression. The true meaning puppet was said to be a mystical object that the 7 profound Martial House's first-generation Martial House Master had brought back from the outside. It was a kind of wooden puppet that was as hard as iron. What was most shocking was that these wooden puppets possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. I'll go first. Under countless eyes, the second dream's proud voice sounded out. She knew that today, all the Martial House Masters of the major martial arts halls had come to see her. Therefore, she naturally had to seize the glory of being first. After that, she stepped into the spatial passageway, ka. At the same time, there was a sound that made one's heart tremble with fear. Tall, ancient wooden puppets appeared. They were purple in color and emitted a sharp light. They seemed to have a spirit of their own as they threw themselves at the second dream. A true meaning puppet's strength is at the late Emperor Spirit Realm, and it also possesses the true meaning of a martial artist. I fear that even an ordinary late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist would not be a match for it. Some powerful martial artists muttered to themselves, their complexions dignified. A true meaning puppet wasn't terrifying, but there was more than one in this examination. This meant that the second dream would have to face a massive number of late Emperor Spirit Realm masters, and also masters that possessed the true meaning of a martial artist. What is the second dream doing? Someone asked as they looked at the void channel in the sky. They saw the second dream quietly standing there, motionless like a goddess from the highest heavens. If she doesn't hurry through the channel, then more and more true meaning puppets will appear. The top proud sons of heaven of the 7 profound martial house all had dignified expressions. They didn't understand what the second dream was doing. In the past, when they had gone through the examination, most of them had quickly passed through the channel, not like the second dream. Night. At this moment, a billowing pitch-black color filled the air, as if night had fallen. This deep black was even thicker than the void, and all light was sucked in. The second dream's talent king body. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They had finally seen the second dream's talent king body. It was night, it was truly mysterious, chi. After all the true meaning puppets touched the dark night, they began to corrode. The second dream was like a goddess descending from the heavens. Her long black dress fluttered in the air, sacred and dignified, pure and noble. The second dream has passed. In an incense stick of time, she has cut down 3,999 true meaning puppets. At this moment, Old Saber's dignified voice sounded out. The crowd fell into a deathly silence. 3,999. This meant that Second Dream had annihilated over 3,000 experts at the advanced stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm with a single attack. That was an extremely terrifying strength. Tianlin, this is the first record of the 7 profound martial house. Terrifying results, hee, forget it. Tianlin said proudly as he sipped his tea. Today was his disciple's stage. Not only was his disciple going to break the record, he was going to make a name for himself in the rainforest sacred land. The second person, Tong Qianjun. Elder Dao's voice rang out again. The second genius stepped out. Although the test was done one by one, each test only took an incense stick's worth of time. Thus, the entire process wasn't that long. True meaning of 100 years. The genius wasn't weak. He stepped out and released his true meaning of martial. It was a 50% true meaning of martial. He wasn't as carefree as the second dream, waiting for the true meaning puppets to arrive. Instead, he stepped into the void tunnel and sprinted madly, trying to reach the end as soon as possible. However, more and more true meaning puppets appeared in the void tunnel, causing him to run out of spiritual qi. In the end, he was defeated and ran in the opposite direction. After all, if he didn't run, he would be surrounded and killed by the true meaning puppets. Although the true meaning puppets' true meaning of martial wasn't as strong as his, there were too many of them. His true meaning of martial couldn't hold on. This person failed. Many people shook their heads. This was the reason for his unstable foundation. If that person's foundation was stable, how could he run out of spiritual qi? After that, one after another, the geniuses stepped onto the stage. Some of them failed, and some of them even died in the spatial passageway. However, many of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses managed to pass. They looked at the geniuses who had failed with disdainful smiles on their faces. Whether one was a dragon or a snake, the test would determine everything. 3,999? I'll surpass her. Not long after, it was Tang Tianshu's turn. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his handsome face was filled with arrogance. The appearance of the Emperor Elixir Fire made him look like the Fire Emperor. This made many people look forward to him. After all, he was the strongest genius below the second dream. Until the end of time. Boom! Terrifying flames bloomed, filling the entire tunnel with golden flames. Many strong cultivators narrowed their eyes. What a powerful true meaning of fire. This kid was indeed worthy of the title of 18 young masters. Whoosh, soon, the incense stick's time was up. Tang Tianshu rushed to the end. 3,124 true meaning puppets. Not long after, Elder Dao announced the results, which made many people gasp. Although it was not as dazzling as the results of the second dream, it was still enough to crush all the geniuses. On the other side, the people from the great Tang Empire also laughed proudly. These were the heavenly geniuses of their ancient country. Is that all? Tang Tianshu shook his head in dissatisfaction. He was still one step away from the miracle of the second dream, but then he smiled again. At least for now, he was ranked second. His gaze passed through the void passageway and looked at the remaining prodigies. The corners of his mouth curled up involuntarily. Lin Ling, don't die under the true intent puppet. Now that he had obtained the results he was proud of, he wanted to see what qualifications Lin Ling had to be proud of in front of him. The remaining geniuses went through the test one after another. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn. The spectators were in an uproar. So far, none of the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses had passed. All of them had failed. Would Lin Ling be the first? He's at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. He can fight against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator, but if he's fighting against thousands of true intent puppets at the same time, he'll definitely lose. Some people were not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. On the other hand, those who supported Lin Ling were incomparably nervous. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression was calm as he stepped into the void passageway. At the same time, Elder Dao's voice sounded, Lin Ling, if you can't win, quickly leave the void passageway. Although Elder Dao gave off a cold and emotionless feeling, he still reminded Lin Ling, which made Lin Ling have a good impression of him. He immediately nodded and said, Thank you, Elder Dao. With that, he stepped into the void passageway. A large number of true meaning puppets appeared, densely packed and intimidating. The crowd looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see what capabilities Lin Ling had to face the true meaning puppets. However, in the void passageway, Lin Ling still stood there quietly. He did not prepare any powerful martial arts. Instead, he took out the large sword on his back. This kid is crazy. Is he trying to learn the second dream? Many people were shocked. The second dream had been like this before, waiting for the arrival of the true meaning puppets. Lin Ling was the same. However, was Lin Ling qualified to compete with the second dream? He's moving. At this moment, someone exclaimed. In the void passageway, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He did not run, nor did he use any martial arts. He simply held his large sword and walked forward proudly. That figure in blue and white robes had an aura that could shake mountains and rivers. Countless people held their breaths. Lin Ling was so arrogant. Was he courting death? Ka ka ka, but soon, a large number of true meaning puppets drowned Lin Ling. There were too many of them, densely packed, like a sea of puppets. He's dead. He's surrounded in the middle and has no strength to fight back. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Lin Ling was drowned by the true meaning puppets. No matter how strong he was, he would die. After all, the second dream did not dare to be drowned by the true meaning puppets. Instead, it used its strongest trump card before the true meaning puppets arrived. That's all you've got? Tang Tianshu sneered with disdain, his heart filled with gratitude. Shua, right at this moment, there was a sudden change in the group of true intent puppets. A sword with a domineering and majestic aura slashed out horizontally. Wherever it passed, wood splinters flew everywhere. Those true intent puppets were all slashed apart. It felt as though the true intent puppets weren't humans but demonic beasts. What? The crowd went silent. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Xiao, within the void passageway, the greatsword was so majestic that none of the true meaning puppets could block it. Within the endless sea of puppets, a man and a sword quietly appeared. Just like that, he gripped the sword and walked towards the end step by step. He still did not run wildly, nor did he use any movement techniques. He just walked forward proudly. When the true meaning puppets arrived, they were all killed with a single sword. He didn't use his king physique or true meaning martial intent. He relied on that sword. That sword is a little strange. The eyes of the experts from the various halls widened. Lin Ling could be considered the most relaxed person in the true meaning puppets assessment. That calmness was enough to give all the geniuses a slap in the face. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. Lin Ling, pass. Killed 3127 true meaning puppets. At this moment, an ancient voice rang out in the sky. Lin Ling had become the first Emperor Spirit Realm genius to pass the assessment, and 3 more than Tang Tianshu. He was currently in second place. The experts outside still felt that this was a dream. After all, Lin Ling had passed too easily. Impossible. Tang Tianshu roared with unwillingness. Previously, he was arrogant and complacent, thinking that he was the #1 genius below the second dream. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would emerge as a dark horse and surpass him? This was like a resounding slap to his face. Moreover, anyone could see that Lin Ling could have killed even more true meaning puppets because Lin Ling had reached the end before an incense stick's time was up. If he waited longer like the second dream, he might even surpass the second dream. Lin Ling's result was terrifying. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Misty Ripple Mountain test. Did his strength come from that sword? It must be a spiritual weapon. The second dream was also shocked, but she stared at the sword in Lin Ling's hand. She guessed that Lin Ling had passed so calmly because of that sword. However, her guess was right. Lin Ling had not used his full strength before. He had relied on his physical strength of 10 million and the tyrannical song sword's strength of 10 million to pass easily. Wait, host, this is not fair. We think that Lin Ling should be disqualified. After all, he passed with his sword. Yes. Many of the eliminated geniuses said unwillingly. Lin Ling had passed with his sword. How could they be willing to accept that? Evaluating the strength of geniuses, they have king physique, martial arts foundation, soul power, and weapons. Therefore, Lin Ling has passed. He deserves it. Elder Dao's expressionless voice sounded. It was ridiculous. These geniuses had used their weapons to face the true meaning puppet, but they did not say that they were not qualified. But Lin Ling had used his weapon to face the true meaning puppet, and because he had passed, they said that Lin Ling was not qualified. How ironic. But our weapons are not as powerful as his. Yes. There were still some geniuses who were unwilling to accept this. Get lost. Yes. Elder Dao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. Many people outside also laughed. These geniuses who didn't pass were indeed very embarrassed. Was it because their weapons weren't as powerful as Lin Ling's, so they couldn't accept it? They could only blame themselves for not obtaining a powerful weapon. They could not blame anyone else. This time, 98 people have passed. Prepare for the test. Yes. Elder Dao's voice sounded, causing many to sigh. The second test was indeed difficult. More than 30 geniuses had been eliminated. Lin Ling, you have an unfair advantage. If not for that sword, you would not have been able to surpass me. Yes. Among the geniuses who had passed, Tang Tianshu and the others looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. That's right, Lin Ling. If you have the ability, don't use your sword. The other geniuses were naturally dissatisfied. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling slowly put the tyrant song on his back. He didn't even look at the other geniuses. His indifferent attitude caused the other geniuses to grit their teeth. Lin Ling was so hateful. He was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but he had shone so brightly just now, humiliating them. Now, he even dared to mock them as trash. Next, there will be movement techniques and defense. I hope you won't lose. The late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the semi-finals, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He didn't care at all. His goal this time was the second dream, so he didn't have the time to care about other people. However, if these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigies pushed him too far, he wasn't afraid to fight them. Those who pass the test will pass through the Purgatory Passage and head to the Misty Wave Mountain. The ancient voice rang out in the sky. The 98 geniuses walked through the Purgatory Passage. The spectators' eyes flickered. The 98 geniuses had already been determined. They wondered how many of them would fail the speed test. Among them, the second dream was still above everyone's heads. Ironically, the second place was Lin Ling, the only mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. That kid's sword was very mysterious, and his physical strength was also very strong. They wondered if he could pass the speed test. On an ancient mountain peak, 98 geniuses stood quietly. At this moment, they were standing at the peak of the clouds. White clouds drifted in the distance, creating a majestic scene. Look, there's light over there. Suddenly, someone pointed at the horizon. There was a large patch of clouds emitting a golden light. It was extremely extraordinary. Those who reach the Misty Wave Mountain pass. The ancient voice rang out. This was the speed test. Those who successfully reached the Misty Wave Mountain pass. It's simple. One of the geniuses was full of confidence. He stepped into the void and shot towards the Misty Wave Mountain. That's Zhang Ning. He has the Light King physique. He specializes in speed. The crowd cheered again and again. In their eyes, Zhang Ning's speed was as fast as light. It was obvious that he had cultivated the true intent of martial to the point of perfection. Just from this speed alone, they could see that Zhang Ning's strength was extraordinary, and judging by his speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to reach the Misty Wave Mountain. Maybe he would get first place. Roar! Roar, roar! At this moment, demonic chi rolled out from the Misty Wave Mountain. A huge patch of white clouds rushed towards that genius. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a white cloud, but a large number of white beetles. The beetles' wings were white and their bodies were bright. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed. Moreover, those beetles were very fast. They wrapped around that genius and swallowed him whole in the blink of an eye. Misty Wave bloodthirsty beetles. I forgot that the Misty Wave Mountain is where the Misty Wave bloodthirsty beetles reside. Some of the spectators' pupils shrank, as if they had thought of something. As for the others, their hearts fiercely trembled. What a terrifying monster insect. It was said that the Purgatory Channel and Misty Wave Mountain were brought back by the 7 profound martial house's first martial house master. If he could bring back such a mysterious and terrifying place, then his strength must have reached the heavens. There are so many of those insects. I fear that even a Saint Spirit powerhouse wouldn't dare to face them. The faces of the geniuses on the mountain peak changed. One of them said with a dignified expression. Everyone glanced at him. This person was Xianxia. He was ranked below young Master Tang, and many people even thought that he was slightly stronger than young Master Tang. It was just that this person was relatively low-key, so not many people knew of him. If it weren't for the fact that he had defeated a peak Emperor Spirit-ranked genius 2 months ago, no one would have known of him. Then how do we pass? Another genius asked from the side. This person was Zhong Lingshan, and his strength was incomparably formidable. He was an existence that none of the other geniuses dared to underestimate. Misty Wave Bloodthirsty Insect. It is a bloodthirsty insect, and it can change shape. It can drill into a person's body and swallow them. But it has a special characteristic, and that is that it relies on sensing spiritual energy to capture its prey. At this moment, a clear voice sounded out. It was the second dream. Many geniuses' eyes flashed. The second dream was truly worthy of being called the second dream. She seemed to know many things. The second dream, what do you mean? One of the geniuses looked at the second dream and respectfully asked. The second dream's black hair fluttered in the wind, and she wore a black cloak behind her. She looked like a woman, but she had a valiant aura. Without speaking, she took a step forward and shot forward. She's crazy. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Before, everyone had seen that rashly appearing in the sky would cause one to be swallowed up by the misty wave bloodthirsty insects. But now, the second dream was actually going to die, rumble rumble rumble. Indeed, when those white clouds shrouded over, the misty wave bloodthirsty insects sensed the spiritual energy and came rolling over. At the same time, the second dream stopped in her tracks. Her delicate body sank, and she appeared on a mountain peak in front of her. Those misty wave bloodthirsty insects circled in the sky, but they gradually dispersed as if they didn't notice the second dream. I understand now. As long as we are not in the clouds, the misty wave bloodthirsty insects won't be able to detect us when we step on the ground. One of the geniuses' eyes flashed. The journey from here to the misty wave cloud was long, but there were many towering mountain peaks along the way. Then, they could use the mountain peaks as a foothold. Transcendence whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. 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 Lin Ling, your sword is very powerful, but your movement techniques aren't. I look forward to seeing you die to the smoke bloodthirsty bugs. Tang Tianshu glanced at Lin Ling, then turned into a golden flame and shot forward as well. The other geniuses also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but his results were better than theirs. This made them jealous, but they could definitely stop Lin Ling here. After all, they had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to specialize in movement techniques. The semifinals are for those at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. You're too weak. Just admit defeat. With that, the Sky Prides all shot forward. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He ignored them for the time being, but his eyes were still fixed on the front. Lin Ling, the smoke bloodthirsty bugs are hard to guard against. If you think you can't reach the finish line, just give up. You can participate in the semifinals next time. After everyone left, a red-robed girl looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize that there was someone he knew in the semifinals, Hong Er. She was the disciple of Elder Long Dan, the alchemist of Linglong Valley. Senior Sister Hong Er, thank you. Lin Ling said with a smile. His heart felt warm. Because of the second dream, the others were hostile towards him. He was also very happy to see a friend. Then I'll go first. Go. Hong Er patted Lin Ling's shoulder and said valiantly. Then, she floated past and appeared on a mountain peak in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and didn't move forward. Instead, he used the Eye of Time. From here to the finish line, speed was the key. However, no matter how fast one was, they couldn't avoid encountering the smoke-wave bloodthirsty insects. Therefore, the real key was those mountain peaks. Only by knowing where the mountain peaks were located could one reach the finish line faster. Wait, those mountains can move. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. In the vast sea of clouds, the towering mountain peaks were moving. Some of the geniuses who had reached the front were unable to move forward because of the movement of the mountain peaks, causing them to lose their footing. Of course, there were also people who risked their lives and flew a long distance from the mountain peak they were on to the next mountain peak. And this depended on the sharpness of the movement technique and luck. If one's movement technique was sharp, they could safely reach the next mountain peak before the smoke-wave bloodthirsty insects arrived. If one's luck was too bad, the smoke-wave bloodthirsty insects would linger nearby. No matter how strong one's movement technique was, they would still fall. Another prodigy has fallen. The crowd looked at the scene on Misty Wave Mountain and sighed. Indeed, it was not easy to rise up in the vast rainforest Holy Land. As for the geniuses who had not fallen, they were trapped in the same place, quietly waiting for the moving mountain peaks to arrive. Among them, Hunger was the same as was Tang Tianshu and the rest. As for the second dream, she was still at the front, radiating a dazzling light. Obviously, her movement technique was not weak. In addition, there was another prodigy who was following closely behind. That person's movement technique was extremely powerful. That person's movement technique seemed to be able to cross the void. One moment one saw a shadow, the next moment, it disappeared. It was very strange. Moreover, that prodigy was a female. Although her appearance was not comparable to the second dream, she was still the center of attention. Her name was Xianxia. Indeed, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the semifinals. All the prodigies have gone out, but Lin Ling doesn't seem to dare to move. Indeed, he has reached his limit. The crowd looked around and found that Lin Ling was still standing in the same place. They could not help but shake their heads and laugh. Lin Ling. As for the Sword Elder and the rest, they were frowning. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling did not seem to be good at movement techniques. His strong point was his attack power. Trash. Tang Tianshu had already reached the first half. He turned around and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. He could not help but smile proudly. In the previous attack assessment, Lin Ling was above him, which made him very unhappy. Now, he could finally hold his head high. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was still motionless. He quietly looked at the mountain peak in front of him. The eye of time suddenly allowed him to understand the trajectory of the mountain peak. He even saw how the prodigies in the past reached the end. Trash, like you should stop before you go too far. After a long time, a calm voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling seemed to be going out to battle. Moreover, he seemed to be saying that the prodigies in front of him were trash. Lin Ling, what arrogance! The crowd's faces stiffened. As for the prodigies in front of Lin Ling, their eyes narrowed. Lin Ling called them trash. Swoosh, Lin Ling took a step forward. What was surprising was that his speed was not fast at all. You dare to be arrogant with such speed? One of the prodigies couldn't help but coldly shout. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling rushed forward again, reaching the third mountain peak. Wait a minute, something is wrong. Many people looked at Lin Ling's figure, and their complexions suddenly became dignified. Lin Ling's speed was not fast, but the route he took was different. There were many mountain peaks and many footholds. Even if his speed was not fast, Lin Ling could still catch up with others. After all, although others were fast, they still needed to wait for the mountain peak to move in front of them. This would take time. Fierce, this boy's insight is incomparably terrifying. The martial house masters of the 7 martial halls praised. Lin Ling did not display any sharp movement martial arts, but he was able to see through the mysteries of heaven and see through the moving mountain peaks. This sort of alternative method of passing the assessment was enough to create the first miracle of the 7 profound martial house. Moreover, this also made many people wonder. Did the speed assessment have to be fast? Did one have to reach the late Emperor Spirit Realm? Bastard! The prodigies all roared. It was very ironic. They had sharp movement martial arts, but Lin Ling did not. yet, he was above their heads. This slap was still very loud, they couldn't help but think of Lin Ling's words. You trash should stop before you go too far. Trash, looking at them now, they really were trash. This Lin Ling. Tang Tianchu's complexion was also incomparably ugly. He was one of the 18 young masters, but Lin Ling had repeatedly stolen his limelight, causing him to seethe with anger. Lin Ling has already rushed to the front. He's getting closer and closer to second place Shimin Xianxia. The crowd stared at that frivolous figure, their hearts filled with excitement. Would Lin Ling become the first prodigy to pass the speed assessment at the Middle Emperor Spirit Realm? And if he keeps up his speed, it's not impossible for him to catch up to the second dream. Many people looked at the scene at Misty Wave Mountain, and then gasped in shock. The light that Lin Ling bloomed was too terrifying. No one could see through him. With me here, do you really think you can surpass me? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded not too far away from Lin Ling. It was Zhong Lingshan. This person was currently ranked third, but Lin Ling was about to surpass him, but Lin Ling was someone he had met not too long ago. He had easily defeated Sui Kong, and had even used his status as an elder to force him to lower his noble head. But after thinking about it, he was furious. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash that used his status as an elder to show off. If they really fought, he could easily obliterate Lin Ling. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio sees the number 1 inch get the hell down here. Zhong Lingshan's right hand stretched out in the air and suddenly grabbed a spear. He looked at the mountain peak where Lin Ling was and threw it, rumble. The purpose of the long spear was very sinister. It wasn't aimed at Lin Ling, but at the mountain where Lin Ling was standing. This way, Lin Ling would stop in his tracks. Good. Many skyprides couldn't help but laugh when they saw the scene. Zhong Lingshan also laughed arrogantly. Lin Ling's arrogant steps had been stopped by him. Haha, you dare to be arrogant in front of us? The other skyprides laughed and attacked from afar. Even if they couldn't kill Lin Ling, they could still cause trouble for Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only a mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm skypride. What right did he have to be arrogant in front of them? Moreover, Lin Ling didn't rely on his strength to suppress them, but on unorthodox methods. Therefore, they were even more dissatisfied. Boom, the mountain beneath Lin Ling's feet exploded, causing his eyes to turn cold. A trace of killing intent finally appeared. Today, his only goal was the second dream. He couldn't be bothered with the others. However, for the first time, a thick killing intent rose in his heart. Because he had kept a low profile, his opponents had gone too far. Because he had kept a low profile, the others thought that Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm and wasn't strong at all. Therefore, they could bully him whenever they wanted. Most importantly, he had no enmity with these skyprides. Lin Ling. At this moment, a red figure flew over from afar. It was senior sister Hunger. In order to help Lin Ling, she had risked her life to fly over from the smoke-waved bloodthirsty insects. Then, she wrapped around Lin Ling and flew towards another mountain. The two of them finally landed safely on the mountain. What a lucky junior! Many geniuses coldly remarked. Although they had vented their anger earlier, they were still unhappy. Lin Ling was too lucky. If it wasn't for that red-robed girl, Lin Ling might have died to the smoke-waved bloodthirsty bugs. On the peak of the mountain, Lin Ling's handsome face was ice-cold. Sweeping his gaze across the geniuses on the various peaks, he nodded his head slightly. He would remember this grudge. Lin Ling, are you all right? From the side, Hong Er's voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to withdraw the killing intent in his heart. He smiled and nodded. In truth, even without senior apprentice sister Hong Er's help, he could have landed on another mountain peak before the misty-waved bloodthirsty insects arrived. However, what he was grateful for was that senior apprentice sister Hong Er had risked her life to help him. Previously, he had been lucky. The route that senior apprentice sister Hong Er took didn't have any smoke-wave bloodthirsty insects, but that didn't mean that he would be lucky every time. Thank you. Lin Ling said gratefully. However, Hong Er smiled and said, Master said to help you as much as possible in the semifinals. In addition, you are from Nimble Valley, so I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. Lin Ling nodded his head gratefully again. Nimble Valley was like this. They were very protective of their own people. As long as it was an alchemist from Nimble Valley, the two Xian elders would do their best to protect them. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. What should we do now? Hong Er looked at Lin Ling and asked. However, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were no more peaks in front of the mountain peak he was on. There was no path to go. Then, Lin Ling's eyes quietly changed. The eye of time appeared once again, and a smile appeared on his face. Although this mountain peak seemed isolated, there was actually a shortcut that led to the end. That shortcut required one to grasp the best timing. After all, those moving peaks would only move once. If one missed it, they would have to wait for several hours. Wait. Lin Ling said lightly. Hong Er's eyes flickered, but she still believed in Lin Ling. Time passed quietly. The second dream was still the closest to the smoke wave cloud. The others were also running with all their might. According to what they knew, the speed test had a time limit. The second dream is getting closer and closer. Many people stared at the goddess-like figure of the second dream and said, "Hey, Lin Ling is also moving, but he's gone crazy. There's no mountain peak in front of him, but he's actually rushing forward." At the same time, someone looked at Lin Ling and Hong Er and said, then gasped. There were no peaks in front of Lin Ling. If he rushed forward recklessly, it would be easy for him to be surrounded by the smoke wave bloodthirsty bugs and die. Haha, the time is getting closer and closer. So Lin Ling is fighting with his life on the line. Some people laughed with schadenfreude. However, at this moment, one of the peaks moved strangely, as if it was summoned by Lin Ling. It mysteriously appeared in front of Lin Ling and allowed Lin Ling to step on it. What? Everyone outside stood up. This was too strange. Were those peaks summoned by Lin Ling? It is not a summon, but Lin Ling seems to know that there will be peaks moving from that place. The martial arts palace master said with a serious expression. This Lin Ling was so mysterious, he stepped on that peak, but more and more peaks appeared in front of him. Blood. The crowd's blood boiled. Lin Ling did not fail. With his tenacious character, he rose again. Moreover, there were many peaks in front of Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to easily rush toward the smoke wave cloud with the woman in red. Lin Ling. Yes. The second dream was the closest to the smoke wave cloud at this moment. When she looked back, her eyes were filled with anger. Lin Ling had caught up, the other geniuses also had ugly expressions. They had framed Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated. However, who knew that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass them again? His martial arts heart was incomparably tenacious. Finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling stepped onto the golden smoke wave cloud with Hong Er. The second dream followed closely after him. However, her face was green and red. She had lost. In the speed test, she had lost to Lin Ling. In the attack test, Lin Ling was second. In the speed test, Lin Ling was first. What a result to be proud of. The crowd outside discussed animatedly. Some of the young girls were even moved. They looked at the young man on the golden clouds and a thought appeared in their minds. The king had returned, powerful prodigies could be worshipped and admired, but prodigies who stood up from where they had fallen were the most admirable. Lin Ling had been framed and lost in the misty wave mountain. Everyone thought that he had lost his qualifications and had lost his will to fight. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would rise again and surpass the second dream in one fell swoop? Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Many people began to cheer. No matter what, Lin Ling was the most mysterious dark horse in the semifinals today. After a long time, the geniuses arrived at the smoke wave cloud one by one. Their faces were cold and filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had embarrassed them again. Lin Ling, congratulations on being first. Being first in the speed test will help you a lot in the next round. Yu Fanzi looked at Lin Ling and said. His clear eyes stunned Lin Ling for a moment. Then, he smiled and nodded. Although many geniuses were unhappy with him, not everyone was like that. At least, Yu Fanzi was not. Congratulations. Purgatory. Of course, this was normal. Xianxia was originally a prodigy ranked below the second dream, so she was the center of attention. However, after Lin Ling's rise, her limelight faded away. Most importantly, Xianxia accepted her loss to the second dream, but she couldn't accept losing to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling did not take the other party's disdain to heart. After all, the test had only just begun. The real main battle was still at the back. "You trash, you're finally here? You're so slow." Retracting his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at the other skyprides. His gaze landed on Zhong Lingshan. This person had harmed him before. He must be killed. Trash. The Heaven's favorites' bodies began to shake in anger. However, there was nothing they could say. All they could do was swallow their anger. "Lin Ling, this is only a speed test. You've won and placed me in second place. Not bad, you didn't disappoint me." Second Dream stood amongst the crowd of chosen like a crane in a flock of chickens. Her black cloak fluttered in the wind as she spoke in a calm voice. She didn't seem to be angered by her loss to Lin Ling. Many people secretly admired him for his open-mindedness. After all, the glory of the speed test should have belonged to the Second Dream. "I'm sorry, but you're third. Senior Sister Hunger is second." However, just as the Second Dream's voice fell, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also drifted out, causing the Second Dream's beautiful eyes to widen. That's right, she wasn't second, but third. The second person was Senior Sister Hunger, who was walking together with Lin Lingyu. The Second Dream was stunned for a moment, and her pretty face became extremely awkward. She no longer had the generous demeanor she had before, and it was clear that she was a little angry from embarrassment. Haha. Looking at the Heaven's favorite, Lin Ling laughed out loud. His voice shook the clouds, making all the Heaven's favorites seethe with anger. However, there was nothing they could do. On the other hand, the hearts of the spectators surged. Lin Ling, this eccentric, was as crazy as ever. Time passed quietly, and the speed test ended. Only 70 or so people had passed. Next was the defense test. The defense test was much simpler. After all, the following geniuses were all extremely powerful existences. Therefore, only 3 people were eliminated in the defense test. One of the geniuses with a tall and sturdy physique who looked like a Vitra descended from the heavens took first place. His name was Song Yang, and his king physique was a bell. He was extremely mysterious and rarely had any opponents in the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Next up was the third test, Purgatory Battlefield. Countless people were looking forward to it. The previous assessment had been a basic assessment. There hadn't been any battles that relied on strength. But, the following Purgatory Battlefield would be a battlefield of blood and slaughter. Geniuses were not flowers in a greenhouse. They had to experience life and death battles. Only geniuses who could experience life and death battles could become dragons among men and be reborn. In the Purgatory Battlefield, the top 20 prodigies will enter the final round. The losers will be eliminated. An ancient voice rang out, causing the 70-plus geniuses to narrow their eyes in anticipation. There are countless demonic beasts in the Purgatory Battlefield. Your test will be to see who can kill the most demonic beasts. Go in. After the final announcement, a huge black hole appeared in front of the misty cloud. An ancient bloody aura filled the air. It was violent, crazy, and terrifying. Host, I forfeit. 3 geniuses hesitated for a long time before finally giving up. Although this battle was very important and concerned their future martial path, their lives were also very important. Alright, the 3 of you are ranked below the 70+. Old Dao's voice rang out. Disdainful voices rang out from the spectators. Geniuses became stronger the more they fought. How could they give up just because of some small setbacks? Those people didn't have the qualifications to become geniuses. Trash. The remaining skyprides snarled coldly and then strode into the black hole. Lin Ling and Hong Er also stepped into the black hole. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the other side of the void, dark clouds billowed in the sky. The earth was blood red, as if one had come to a burning hell. A bloody infernal energy filled the air, giving off an extremely oppressive feeling. Lin Ling's body soon appeared. His feet touched the ground, his eyes faintly looking in front of him. There was no one around. It seemed that after entering the void channel, everyone had been randomly separated. In front of him, the infernal energy was extremely rich, and there were even occasional roars of demonic beasts that soared into the sky. The 7 Profound Martial House's first-generation martial housemaster is truly fierce. He actually hid such a secret land, and even raised demonic beasts in this secret land. Lin Ling secretly admired. He took out the tyrannical song sword and slowly walked forwards. Above his head, a multicolored jade card appeared. It recorded the demonic beasts that Lin Ling had killed. The purgatory battlefield was to see who had killed the most demonic beasts, and on that multicolored jade card, there were over 15,000 demonic beasts recorded. This meant that Lin Ling's score was currently the highest. Sure enough, in the attack test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 5,000 demonic beasts. But in the speed test, I was first, so I was rewarded with 10,000. Lin Ling thought for a moment and had a guess in his heart. This was the advantage of having the best score in the previous tests. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just as he walked forwards, the mountain in front of him began to move. An ancient toad the size of a mountain appeared, its cold eyes staring at Lin Ling. It was obvious that after so many years, this was the first time that a human had entered the purgatory battlefield. This caused it to be restless. Looking at its aura, it's at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. Lin Ling's expression was calm. He stepped forwards, shooting towards the ancient toad. He raised the tyrannical song sword in his hand and slashed down, 10 million genes of physical strength and 10 million genes of tyrannical song sword strength. An ordinary late Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist simply wouldn't be able to block this. Gotcha, the sword fell, and the huge ancient toad was split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was as if a small mountain had crashed down. Lin Ling stood there calmly. His tyrant song sword emitted a blood-red light, and it actually absorbed the blood and flesh, turning into endless light that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was the third hidden secret of the tyrannical song sword. The first was a cultivation support tool that could weigh 10 million genes at any time. The second was to allow the sword intent to appear on one's movement speed. Sword steps. The third was to absorb the enemy's spiritual energy and life essence. Of the 10,000 small worlds in my body, another 3 have awakened. Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He was grateful to Aunt Mo. The tyrannical song sword was practically tailor-made for Lin Ling. After that, Lin Ling continued forward, constantly killing demonic beasts. At the same time, in the purgatory battlefield, everyone was doing their best to kill demonic beasts. After all, this wasn't the previous test where passing was enough. They had to rush into the top 20. Therefore, in order to obtain demonic beasts faster, many geniuses attacked each other. This was because killing each other would also give them demonic beasts. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio, is that all you can be proud of? Hua Yutong has fallen. Poor thing. In the outer world, countless people were looking up at the sky. The entire sky was showing everything that was happening in the purgatory battlefield. The 70-plus sky prides could see everything clearly. Of course, most of their attention was on the second dream. The second dream looked like a girl, but her speed in killing demons was terrifying. Young Master Tang is not weak either. All the sky prides who encounter him will die. There's also Zhong Lingshan. He's vicious and merciless. The crowd sighed inwardly, but they didn't think much of it. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If you were weaker than others, you should just give up. If you dared to compete and fight, you couldn't blame others if you were killed. As time passed, more and more geniuses died. The crowd suddenly realized that this was actually a battlefield of slaughter. It wasn't about who killed the demonic beasts and made it into the top 20. Instead, it was about who survived until the end and became the 20th person. The Skyprides in the purgatory battlefield also realized this and began to give up on killing demons. Instead, they chose to hide and wait for time to pass or assassinate others. These Skyprides were very smart. Hey, Lin Ling. Many people's eyes suddenly fell on Lin Ling. They saw that Lin Ling didn't hide like the other Skyprides and waste time. Instead, he continued to move forward with his sword in hand, killing demons everywhere. Lin Ling is dead for sure. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was very mysterious, and no one could see through him. Therefore, some people guessed that Lin Ling should be invincible in the mid-stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, he was facing a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm Skype ride. If he continued to move forward so arrogantly, he would sooner or later meet his end. However, Lin Ling didn't know any of this at all. He continued to move forward slowly. The spectators saw that not far from Lin Ling was Xianxia. "Lin Ling, be careful." Those who knew Lin Ling shouted. Unfortunately, how could their voices reach the purgatory battlefield? They could only hope that Xianxia was a girl and would let Lin Ling go. As for Lin Ling's strength, even the Sword Elder and the others weren't too sure. They guessed that he was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and that was it. "Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be alive." At this moment, Lin Ling was still advancing forward. However, at this moment, on top of a blood-red hill, a beautiful figure appeared, calmly looking at Lin Ling. "It's you." Lin Ling's eyes flickered, then he nodded and continued forward. "You don't seem to know that the purgatory battlefield has changed." Xianxia played with the strands of hair by her ear and muttered to herself. Lin Ling paused and frowned. "How did it change?" "It has become a battlefield of slaughter. The last 20 people will pass." Xianxia was still talking to herself. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He really didn't know about this. He then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for the reminder." "No need." Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes and suddenly smiled. "Do you think I'm pretty?" "Compared to the second dream, who is prettier?" "Am I the prettiest girl you've ever seen?" Her gentle smile and gentle voice made it seem like she was talking to a lover. Many people outside were stunned, but those who knew Xianxia had cold eyes. Xianxia was going to kill Lin Ling. "I'm sorry. To be honest, you're pretty, but you're not the prettiest girl I've ever seen." Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't understand why she would ask such a question. "Hee, then I'm sorry too. You must die." Xianxia's eyes finally met Lin Ling's. She didn't hide her murderous intent at all. It was hard to imagine that a girl in her early 20s could have such a strong murderous intent. However, only those who knew Xianxia knew that Xianxia wasn't a weak girl since she was ranked at the top of the prodigy list. In fact, Lin Ling didn't have to die. He only had to say that Xianxia was the prettiest. However, Lin Ling spoke his mind. He was courting death. Why? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any feud with Xianxia, but she wanted to kill him. There's no reason. If there's a reason, it's because the retard must die. The strong will walk to a higher stage. You don't have to beg for mercy. It's useless. Xianxia's voice grew colder and colder. Her small feet stepped on the red ground as she walked down step by step. "I know that your physical strength is strong, but your speed is your weakness. I have 100 ways to kill you. You can't escape from me." Speed. That's right. In the previous speed assessment, Xianxia ranked behind the second dream. Lin Ling's speed wasn't fast at all. He won by relying on his insight into the mysteries of heaven. Many people nodded in realization. Lin Ling didn't have the power to fight back. Lin Ling was pitiful. He had 2 chances to live. First, he could hide. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked around the purgatory battlefield arrogantly. Second, he could flatter Xianxia. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too sincere and told the truth. "Why are you so sure that you can kill me?" Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. She wanted to kill him, so he wouldn't have any pity for her. "I've already said it before." Xianxia shook her head. She took a step forward and her body turned into an afterimage. The entire ground was filled with her shadow. It was impossible to tell the real one from the fake. "My imperial physique is a shadow. Coupled with my martial intent, you won't be able to fight back." Xianxia's arrogant voice floated out. The eyes of the spectators narrowed. Xianxia was indeed powerful. If she made it to the next round of the competition, she would shine brightly. Swoosh. However, at this moment, a sword shadow shot out. It was extremely fast, like a swordsman drawing his sword. Legend had it that swordsmen didn't draw their swords. However, the moment they drew their swords, it was like a thunderbolt that could decapitate a person. However, what was terrifying was that it wasn't a sword that drew the sword, but a person. A slender figure appeared in front of Xianxia. A blood-red giant sword hung in front of Xianxia's neck. Sword steps. After the person appeared in front of Xianxia, the cold voice was heard. It was faster than the sound waves. Is that something to be proud of? The calm voice entered Xianxia's ears. Her delicate body trembled. She hadn't noticed Lin Ling's quick steps earlier. The only thing she could sense was that Lin Ling seemed to have applied his martial intent to his speed. Her martial intent was only at 70%. However, Lin Ling had surpassed her. He must have reached 80 or even 90%, it was terrifying. You said before that only my physical body is strong. My speed is my weakness. Do you still think so now? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he spoke softly again. Xianxia opened her mouth, but no words came out. Lin Ling didn't seem to have any weaknesses. Killing her, who was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, was as easy as pie. Wait, I was wrong. Xianxia said anxiously. The sword was already hanging around her neck. The cold gleam of the blade made her unable to resist. You said before that there's no need to beg for mercy. The weak must die, and the strong must move on. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Natural Selection. Xianxia stared at the slender figure. She had thought that Lin Ling was the weakest and that eliminating him would allow her to advance to the next round. However, she seemed to have chosen the wrong opponent. Lin Ling had defeated her in her strongest field, speed. Plop, Xianxia fell to the ground, becoming the next person to be eliminated from the massacre battlefield. In the outside world, everyone was silent. The shocking scene in the Purgatory battlefield was that Lin Ling had easily killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm prodigy. One had to know that those were not ordinary prodigies. To be able to appear in the Purgatory battlefield, which one of them was not strong enough, however, they were still dead. Lin Ling doesn't seem to be as weak as we thought. Many people looked at the figure in blue and white robes, their hearts surging. They seemed to have seen the mad god Lin Ling rise in the Purgatory battlefield. Many people thought that Lin Ling's speed was slow. However, they did not know that the reason why Lin Ling was slow in the beginning was because the tyrannical Song Sword's 10 million power was suppressing him. However, after removing the 10 million power, Lin Ling's speed was not slow at all. Especially when he used the sword step, the speed of his sword had reached 90% of the sword will. The only flaw of the sword step was that its speed was linear. It was not as complicated and varied as a movement technique. It was as straight as a sword and slashed in a straight line. Lin Ling was able to defeat Xianxia. He hid his strength very well. The semifinals are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if he will be able to become one of the last 20. Many people were looking forward to it. Lin Ling's cultivation was the weakest, but he had two trump cards. First, his strong physical body. Second, the speed of his sword. The battlefield has reached a climax. The weaker prodigies are hiding, while the stronger ones are still killing the monsters. If this continues, the top 20 will be revealed soon. Many people then looked at the battlefield again. There was already smoke everywhere. Heroes were fighting for supremacy, other than Second Dream, who was still killing demonic beasts. 18th Prince Tang Tianshu was already challenging Xianxia, a prodigy of the older generation. The battle between the two was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Young Master Tang was the youngest heavens chosen under the Second Dream. Xianxia was slightly older, so you were no match for young Master Tang in terms of talent. However, Xianxia was like a reclusive scholar. You seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs, but when you made a move, you were incomparably powerful. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Other than the two of them, Zhong Lingshan and Song Yang were also fighting. These geniuses seemed to be warming up, causing the blood of countless people to boil. They even imagined that they were the main characters of the battlefield, receiving the attention of everyone. Eh? Another genius has risen. This person's king physique is very strange. He can actually transform into a demon. I think he's from a 1,000-year-old ancient clan in the rainforest's holy land, the Great Serpent Mansion. His opponent is a genius from the Justice Duan family, the Frost Qilin. The crowd stared fixedly at one of the battlefields, their faces incomparably solemn. Even some of the top geniuses were frowning. Although they were all at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm, these late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses were much stronger than them. This meant that other than the top geniuses on the Martial Arts Hall's genius ranking, no one in the Emperor Spirit Realm could stop them. What a terrifying strength. When geniuses faced off against geniuses, there was no strongest, only stronger. Rumble. In the Purgatory battlefield, a giant purple snake was fighting against a Qilin that was emitting a blue icy mist. The two king physiques were displayed, causing a large number of monsters around them to die. As for the weaker geniuses, they were all hiding. They had no right to be arrogant. They're all at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, but there's still a difference in strength. I'd better not provoke the top geniuses for now. Let's go find the weaker ones. In the ancient mountain range, the weaker geniuses were scattered. When they met geniuses who were stronger than them, they would immediately turn tail and run. When they met geniuses who were on the same level as them, but they weren't sure if they could win, they would all be wary of each other. They were very smart, they knew to save their strength for the last round of the competition. Of course, there were also arrogant and overbearing geniuses who moved forward without any fear. This person was Tsang Wuxue. Among the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm geniuses, he was known for his viciousness and ruthlessness. Senior Sister Hong, I trust you've been well since we last met. As soon as he crossed a mountain range, the tall Tsang Wuxue saw a beautiful figure quietly walking past him. He smiled faintly. Hong, she was an alchemist from the Linglong Valley. In the past, he had gone to the Linglong Valley to get some pills, but because his attitude was too arrogant, Hong had chased him out of the Linglong Valley. He had always been brooding over this matter, but he couldn't afford to provoke an alchemist from the Linglong Valley, so he had always held it in. But now, he didn't have to hold it in anymore. This was the Purgatory battlefield. Those who dared to step in here had no one to blame for their deaths. Tsang Wuxue. Tsang Wuxue. Honger's beautiful eyes also looked towards the top of the mountain range. There was a youth standing there playing with his right hand, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. This youth had a scar on his face, and his eyes were small. As he smiled, he licked his lips. Honger naturally knew this person. He was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 Profound Martial House. A disciple of the South Central Tyrant. He had also received guidance from the Great Sun Elder once or twice. Basically, every proud son of heaven that could appear in the Purgatory battlefield had their own background. If they didn't have the backing of the 5 great ancient countries, then they weren't the most favored disciples of the apprentice masters. Let's go. Go. Without another word, Honger took a step forwards and ran towards the distance. With her understanding of Tsang Wuxue, this person was arrogant and overbearing, arrogant and unruly. Now that she saw him today, she knew that he wouldn't let her off easily. As Honger moved, Tsang Wuxue sneered and slowly chased after her. Senior apprentice Sister Honger, why are you running so fast? He didn't chase after her, but slowly followed. Perhaps what he enjoyed was the refreshing feeling of dominating the lives of others. The more anxious others were to escape, the more he wouldn't kill them. Step by step, he would chase them until their hearts finally collapsed. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed many large mountains. But there were many proud sons of heaven hidden in these mountains. As they looked over, they sneered. The alchemist from Exquisite Valley was very unlucky. He had actually run into Tsang Wuxue. In the Purgatory battlefield, meeting the second dream or young Master Tang was good, but they absolutely could not meet Tsang Wuxue. This didn't mean that Tsang Wuxue was stronger, but that the proud daughters of the second dream would care about their reputation, thus they wouldn't easily attack. But Tsang Wuxue was different. This person's nature was cruel and brutal, and he didn't care about status or reputation. Bastard, Nan Tianba, this disciple of yours has gone too far. In the outside world, Elder Long Dan couldn't help but angrily shout as he saw the scene in the sky. Honger is Elder Long Dan's disciple, and now she's being chased down. No wonder Elder Long Dan is angry. Many people's eyes flashed. Now that Elder Xian was angry, what would happen to Nan Tianba as an apprentice master? Your skill is inferior, so you can't blame others. In the distance, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man was sitting down. This person was one of the 36 apprentices of the 7 Profound Martial House, Nan Tianba. His temperament was also wild and unruly, he simply didn't fear Elder Xian. Half-spiritual weapon, sure, but you have to kill me first, said Nan Tianba expressionlessly. He wasn't afraid at all. The semi-final is a battle between young geniuses. You can't blame anyone for that. If you want to kill me because of that, I can only say that you, Elder Xian, are overbearing. I'm overbearing. Long Dan Lao was furious. Nan Tianba was really overbearing. He was accusing him of being overbearing. The semi-final of the young geniuses list isn't a game. You have to go through blood and death. Long Dan Lao, I know that you love your disciples, but don't embarrass yourself. At this moment, Palace Master Tianlin's voice rang out, causing Long Danlong to grit his teeth. In the end, he fell silent. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, but the majority of them supported the palace lord. After all, the battlefield was so cruel. Just because he was Elder Long Dan's disciple, others would not dare to make a move. However, some people with powerful identities knew that Palace Lord Tianlin had long disliked Elder Long Dan, so how could he help Elder Long Dan? Then, the crowd looked at the purgatory battlefield again. At this moment, the two figures had already crossed more than half of the battlefield. Honger's face was getting paler and paler. It was as if the Grim Reaper was constantly following behind her. This was giving her a lot of pressure. She was slightly weaker than Song Wuxue. She had tried to fight back when she was running away, but most of her attacks had been blocked by Song Wuxue. Honger also saw that Song Wuxue's king body wasn't very strong. His true meaning of cultivation was similar to hers. What was terrifying was his shield, the piercing bone shield. She didn't know what kind of beast that shield was made of, but its defense was terrifying. I wanted to save my trump card for the final competition, but I couldn't help but use it when I see Hong-er. With the piercing bone shield, you will never be able to hurt me. After all, it's a half-spiritual weapon, said Song Wuxue proudly. Hong-er was surprised. She gnashed her teeth and asked, "What do you want?" She also stopped. It seemed like she couldn't escape. "Run." "Why don't you run?" said Song Wuxue mockingly. He was playing with the white bone shield in his hand. The way of the 9 words mystical fire. Hong-er's beautiful face turned dignified. She didn't believe that she couldn't break through that shield. Her hands moved rapidly as multicolored flames floated around her like stars. She was an alchemist, but she was also a fire attribute martial artist. The firefly-like flames gradually condensed into words. Lin, Bing, Do, and Zhou are all in front. The burning and mysterious characters were like characters from the heavens descending from the heavens. Layer upon layer, they rushed towards Song Wuxue. Each character was bigger than the previous one, and they carried a sacred and majestic aura. It's the 9 words profound flame. Is Senior Sister Hong-er planning to use that ultimate technique? Good luck. In the outside world, the martial artists of Nimble Valley began to cheer. It was obvious that they all recognized this powerful flame martial art. It was said that Ruby had already cultivated to the 7th character, reaching 70% of the true meaning of fire. Is it useful? On the other side, Nan Tianba sneered with incomparable confidence. Rumble, after the giant flaming characters collided with the shield, a massive inferno erupted, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Honger's strength wasn't weak either. It seemed that those who could reach the semifinals weren't weaklings. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted, and the colorful flames were all shaken away. Under countless gazes, a young man in white armor appeared. This person's armor had a large number of bone spikes, and there were fangs on his shoulders, knees, and fists. He was like a skeleton warrior, and the flames could not harm him at all. It was Song Wuxue. What a terrifying spiritual weapon. The crowd's pupils constricted. A half-spiritual weapon was really extraordinary. Nan Tianba, you really dote on Song Wuxue. You even gave him the piercing bone shield. It seems like in the semi-finals, even if Song Wuxue can't compete with the second dream, his ranking won't be too low, said a student next to Nan Tianba. Nan Tianba smiled proudly. He really doted on Song Wuxue. He even treated Song Wuxue as his own son. Song Wuxue's temperament and appearance were very similar to his son who had died in the past. The bone-piercing shield is indeed powerful. With this shield in hand, I dare to challenge the second dream. Other than the second dream, all of you are trash. On the battlefield, Song Wuxue looked extremely aggressive and heroic. On the other hand, Hong Er looked gloomy. He was too strong. Song Wuxue was probably one of the top 10 geniuses of the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Tell me, how do you want to die? Song Wuxue took a step forward, looking at Hong Er mockingly. Actually, there isn't much enmity between the two of us. It's just that I rejected your request for a medicinal pill in the past. Because of this, you want to kill me? Hong Er said with a frown. Indeed. Song Wuxue nodded expressionlessly and said, since I was a child, nobody has dared to go against my will. Nobody has dared to do that in the past, in the present and in the future, so you will regret it. How domineering. His voice transmitted outwards. The hearts of many outside trembled. Because they didn't follow his wishes, he found an opportunity to kill them? I can see that you're regretting it, and I've enjoyed your regretful attitude before your death. Now, you can die. Song Wuxue shook his head and took another step forwards. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He had made Hong Er regret, so he didn't intend to keep her alive. Because someone dared to go against your will, you hold a grudge and kill them for fun? At that moment, a voice suddenly spread in the air. Song Wuxue's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked towards the source of the voice. In the middle of an ancient mountain range, a slender silhouette was holding a sword. He was walking towards them step by step. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it gave people a mysterious feeling. In the outside world, many people were also looking at the person who had suddenly arrived. It was a young man. He had a sharp face and a sharp chi. However, his blue and white robe gave people an incomparably clean feeling. He had a gigantic blood-red sword in his hand. It was dazzling, but at the same time, it gave people a domineering feeling. Sharp chi, clean chi, domineering chi, three strange chi combined in one person. It seemed like there was a conflict, but at the same time, there was an incomparable harmony. It's Lin Ling. The crowd finally reacted. Lin Ling! Shouted Hong Er softly. Her heart was filled with calmness. However, Song Wuxue's eyes were twinkling. When Lin Ling had arrived, he had thought that it was some powerful genius. However, when he got closer, he realized that it was Lin Ling, who was at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. Even though Lin Ling didn't have any enmity with him, he had surpassed everyone else. That made many geniuses unhappy with Lin Ling. Song Wuxue was one of them. You have a problem with that? Asked Song Wuxue indifferently. Your shield seems very powerful. Try my sword, said Lin Ling coldly. He looked at Song Wuxue. Before, he had killed many beasts and awakened 3 small worlds in his body. After that, he had seen what was happening. After all, Song Wuxue had chased Hong Er across half of the battlefield. How could Lin Ling not see that? Xianxia. Daring to attack. Boom boom boom. At that moment, the ground started to shake. It was terrifying, however, the spectators couldn't sense it. They only saw that Lin Ling was about to attack Song Wuxue, but was Lin Ling a match for Song Wuxue? Only Song Wuxue could sense that Lin Ling's sword was very strange. He didn't dare to fight against it. But how was that possible? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Royal Spirit Realm. Not only was he at the late stage of the Royal Spirit Realm, he also had a semi-spiritual weapon. How could Lin Ling be a match for him? He must be overthinking things. Boom boom boom. The sword seemed to have come from the horizon, from the depths of hell. A silhouette crossed the sky and slashed towards Song Wuxue. Insignificant skill, shouted Song Wuxue coldly. The bone-piercing shield on his body started to change. Ka-ka-ka sounds were heard as a bone-piercing shield appeared in front of him. That was the strongest form of the bone-piercing shield. It was said that it could block 90% of the true meaning of martial arts. Clang clang, the sword and the shield collided, and a deafening sound filled the air. Under countless gazes, the two figures collided in midair. However, a moment later, Kacha, the mountain behind Song Wuxue, was cut in half. 3 mountains had been cut in half, one sword had cut off 3 mountains. What? The spectators stood up. Lin Ling's sword was so sharp, Song Wushua's pupils constricted. He didn't turn around, but he could feel that the 3 mountains behind him had been cut in half. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lin Ling was more terrifying than he had imagined. If he didn't have a semi-spiritual weapon, Lin Ling would have been able to fight someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him. Ka-cha. At that moment, a clear sound was heard. It sounded like bones were being broken. Song Wushua's pupils constricted. He saw that the bone-piercing shield that had blocked Lin Ling's sword had cracked and many bones were broken. Impossible! Shouted Song Wushue furiously. His shield could block 90% of Lin Ling's true energy. How could Lin Ling's sword break through his shield? In reality, how could he know that Lin Ling's sword had already reached 90% martial true intent? In addition to 10 million points of physical strength and sword power, how could that be an ordinary sword true intent? You asked me if I had an opinion before? Calmly holding the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling raised his eyes and calmly looked at Song Wushue in front of him. At the same time, his indifferent voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with mercilessness and murderous intent. Song Wushue's heart was pounding. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Besides, Lin Ling's sword could break his shield. Retreat! Song Wushue did not dare to say anything. He took a step forward and started running away. Song Wushue ran away. When the crowd saw that, they felt like they were dreaming. A moment ago, Song Wushue had killed people for fun, but now he was running away like a stray dog. How ironic. Do you think you can run away? Lin Ling indifferently said as he watched Song Wushue flee. He waved at Hong Er and slowly chased after Song Wushue with her. Besides, Lin Ling wasn't running fast. It seemed like he wasn't in a hurry to kill Song Wushue. They had never seen such a scene before. Before, Song Wushue had chased Hong Er like that. Now, Lin Ling was giving him an eye for an eye. Lin Ling, don't go too far! Shouted Song Wushue furiously when he sensed Lin Ling's intention. He was extremely aggrieved, as if he had been humiliated. Before, he had wanted to play with Hong Er until she collapsed. Now, Lin Ling wanted to play with him until he collapsed. I'm going too far, so what? I'm going to make you regret it. However, Lin Ling's cold voice came from behind. Song Wushue gnashed his teeth. Song Wushue and Song Wushue were running at full speed. Nan Tianba was staring at them. His eyes were filled with murderous intentions. Lin Ling was surprisingly playing with his disciple. Serves him right. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Long Dan's mocking voice came out at the same time, which made Nan Tianba even angrier. Lin Ling is insane. He's chasing after Song Wushue. Besides, it seems like his semi-spiritual weapon can't block Lin Ling's sword. How strong is Lin Ling's sword? Thought the crowd. Lin Ling was a young man. He had kept a low profile when he hadn't risen up. However, when he had risen up, he had attracted the attention of millions of people. Kill him. I will reward whoever kills him for me. Even though I, Song Wushue, have a violent temperament, I am a man of my word. Shouted Song Wushue while running away. He knew that many young geniuses were watching him. Therefore, he wanted all the young geniuses to kill Lin Ling. Even though Lin Ling was extremely strong, could he resist all the young geniuses? Even though Song Wushue is abnormal, he is a man of his word. We can help him. Lin Ling has already offended us. Let's kill him to appease our anger. Said the young geniuses who were hiding in the mountain ranges. Killing Lin Ling would satisfy the other young geniuses. Besides, they would get Song Wushue's promise. How could they miss such a good opportunity? Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. In a mountain range, a figure soared into the sky and pounced towards Lin Ling, causing the geniuses in the distance to frown. That was Lian Feng, who was also very famous on the genius roll. Most importantly, he was very lucky and was the closest to Lin Ling, so he managed to snatch a great merit. You are just a young man at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Layer. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if old Xian is your backer, I will teach you a lesson on his behalf. Shouted the young man coldly. He stepped into the sky, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Lin Ling and Hong Er stopped moving. Lin Ling looked at the young man coldly and shook his head. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. To him, this young man was a fool. Song Wushue didn't dare to face him. That was why he had sent people to kill him. This young man didn't understand his intentions and had overestimated himself. Boom boom boom, the sword was like lightning, and it killed decisively. The young man wanted to say something arrogant, but a sword scar appeared on his head, causing his eyes to narrow. He wasn't even as strong as Song Wushue. How could he be arrogant in front of Lin Ling? Bang, in the end, he didn't say anything. His body fell from the sky. The young geniuses in the distance were stunned. Lian Feng was smart. Since the beginning of the battle, he had been hiding in the dark. He had managed to survive until now. It was rare for him to be in the limelight, but now it was time for him to die. Lin Ling can fight above his cultivation level. After that, many young geniuses realized something terrifying. Their eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, Lin Ling walked forward with Hong Er. Along the way, he saw the young geniuses standing on top of the hill, looking at him with fear. Those eyes were filled with mockery. When Lin Ling had arrived, they had all thought that he was a pushover. That was why they had looked at Lin Ling with greed and killing intent. But now, they were filled with fear and seriousness. Die. Without saying anything, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air. The 10 million strength made the sword move extremely fast. You're crazy. The young geniuses roared. They hadn't killed Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seemed to have attacked them. You're courting death. One of the young geniuses' face was cold. He was filled with killing intent. He took a step forward and used a powerful martial art. Shua. Kill everyone who tries to stop another prodigy has died? Many people felt as if they were dreaming when they saw this scene. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was the one being slaughtered on the battlefield. However, no one knew that Lin Ling was the hunter. Ignoring the shocked geniuses on the hill, Lin Ling continued forward with Hong Er. He had two goals for participating in the semifinals. First, to take revenge on the second dream. Secondly, he also wanted to see the power of powerful geniuses. After all, Lin Ling was also an ancient martial art practitioner. His heart of martial arts was above the clouds. He also had his own goals. He also wanted to fight with geniuses of the same generation and see their dazzling brilliance. Like all ancient martial art practitioners, he wanted to prove himself on the huge stage. However, these geniuses were not as strong as him, but they were jealous of his results and wanted to harm him. How could Lin Ling be merciful? Perhaps it was because he had been too merciful and kept a low profile that these geniuses thought that he was weak and bullied him. The best way to change all of this was to kill them. You killed them. Lin Ling, you have offended many people. Just as Lin Ling was about to continue forward, a genius on the mountain peak mumbled to himself. It seemed that he was still in a daze. Pa, in the sky, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at that genius. His cold gaze caused the genius's pupils to dilate. He seemed to have said something wrong. Lin Ling, I am the disciple of the Zhuoshao Earth Master. That genius frowned and said. So what? Lin Ling replied coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out gently. The sword slash was a combination of killing intent and sword intent, sweeping everything in its path. You dare to kill me? The genius's eyes widened. He had only said one sentence, but Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, the sword slash would not stop because of his words. The sword had always been merciless. Whoosh, another prodigy who had died under Lin Ling's sword. Another one. In the outer world, the hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was so cold. Those who wanted to kill him were all killed by him. There were only 3 people left on the hill. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling had killed a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator with such ease. His strength was probably in the top 10 of the late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. With that thought in mind, the 3 Skyprides immediately fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Lin Ling, spare my life. On the battlefield of slaughter, strength was everything. If they had the strength, the one who would be killed today would be Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, so how could they not beg for mercy? You attacked me during the speed test, expecting me to die under the smoke-wave bloodthirsty bugs. Now you're begging for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly, whoosh, wherever the sword passed, the heads of the 3 people kneeling on the ground flew off. All the skyprides who had come to kill Lin Ling were dead. Lin Ling waved his sword and led Hunger forward again. The purgatory battlefield was a battlefield of slaughter. At first, Lin Ling didn't know the rules. However, after Xianxia appeared, she told Lin Ling the rules. The weak would be eliminated, and the strong would advance. Since that was the rule, then Lin Ling just had to follow it. Lin Ling, you're actually so strong. Hunger followed Lin Ling forward, her heart in shock. She had always thought that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were high, but she never imagined that his martial skills would be so strong as well. She even thought of taking care of Lin Ling after entering the semifinals. Hee, I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He was confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have participated in the semifinals. However, the further you go in the purgatory battlefield, the more intense the competition will be. Hunger said worriedly. The remaining skyprides didn't have any scruples in order to win. At that time, it would be either you live or I die. The remaining ones would be the most talented skyprides. This was a competition that was similar to raising poisonous insects. Survival of the fittest, and the weak would be eliminated. The martial arts palaces also chose to accept this. After all, the semifinals weren't forced by others, but by one's own choice. Since one had chosen, then one had to be mentally prepared. Don't worry. If others don't kill me, then I won't care. But if they do, then I won't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling said coldly. If they wanted to eliminate him, Lin Ling, then they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. Then, the 2 of them sped up and chased after Zhang Wuxue. At that moment, Zhang Wuxue was anxious, worried, and even angry. He was being chased by Lin Ling, step by step. To him, this was a great humiliation. Previously, he had sent people to kill Lin Ling, but the result was that all of them had been wiped out. Lin Ling's strength was more terrifying than he had imagined, 1 sword and he could laugh at the world. If this continues, I will definitely die. I have to go to the top skypride's battleground. Only there can I live. Zhang Wushua's eyes flashed coldly. He knew that Lin Ling had conflicts with the second dream and young Master Tang. If he lured Lin Ling to the second dream's side, then maybe the second dream would kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, he flew towards the top skyprides. Currently, most of the skyprides were hiding in the mountains. Only the top skyprides would appear in front of the crowd and kill demonic beasts openly. They were powerful and didn't fear others. They even said to the skyprides, if you want to die, come and try to kill me. Zhang Wuxue, what's making you so anxious? After stepping into the area, a soft voice rang out. It was Ouyang Zhen, who was ranked 12th among the remaining geniuses. His strength was also extremely formidable. Moreover, that was his previous ranking. Perhaps his current ranking was even higher. Brother Ouyang, please help me. Lin Ling wants to kill me? Zhang Wuxue didn't care about his face and said anxiously. This area was full of top skyprides, including Yu Fan, Tang Tianshu, and other strong cultivators. When they heard Zhang Wushue's words, their eyes narrowed. Zhang Wuxue wasn't as strong as them, but he wasn't weak. It was said that he had a half-spiritual weapon and was favored by the southern sky tyrant. But now, he was being chased by Lin Ling. Was this a joke? Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Emperor's spirit realm. How could he chase after Zhang Wuxue? Zhang Wuxue wasn't weak even when facing a top skypride. Lin Ling can kill you? Ouyang Zhen frowned, still in disbelief. Why not? If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you too. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a frivolous voice came from afar. Then, 2 figures stepped on rainbows and slowly walked over. Lin Ling was here, looking at the godlike figure. Zhang Wushue's body trembled. He was completely terrified, and his mind was about to collapse. Being chased by Lin Ling made him collapse. The surrounding skyprides were shocked. Lin Ling was so arrogant, saying that if Ouyangzhen dared to stop him, he would kill him. What did he think skyprides were? Trash? Lin Ling, you'd better look at yourself, said a skypride coldly from afar. He was from the Great Serpent Palace. Say one more word and I'll kill you too. However, Lin Ling's voice was even colder. Since he had decided to kill, he wouldn't hesitate. Whoever dared to come out, he would kill. You. Translator, Transin editor, Transin kill you until you submit. Lin Ling, you're so arrogant. In the outer world, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Lin Ling had come out of the water and arrived at the battlefield of the top geniuses. He had said that no one could save Song Wuxue. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. I don't know what kind of grudge you have against Song Wuxue, but today, I will protect him. As long as I'm here, you won't be able to kill him. So, don't cross my bottom line. The moment I draw my blade, you will regret coming here. Of course, you're not my target right now, so I don't want to waste too much time and energy on an ant. Get out of my sight. Ouyangzhen looked at Lin Ling coldly. He thought it was ridiculous. Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant in front of him? If he didn't want to waste too much energy, he would have killed Lin Ling already. The reason why he didn't kill him was because he didn't want to waste time and energy. His target was young Master Tang, Yu Fanzi, and the other top geniuses. Is that so? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The sword in his hand slashed out mercilessly and decisively. How dare you? The moment Ouyangzhen raised his sword, Nan Tianba stood up and shouted furiously. Lin Ling dared to kill his proud disciple. Unfortunately, his voice couldn't be heard in the purgatory battlefield. Since it could be heard, how could Lin Ling not dare to kill him? Swoosh, Ouyangzhen's pupils constricted. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would really dare to attack him. As for Song Wuxue, his mouth was wide open. He raised his bone shield in an attempt to block the sword. However, his bone shield had already been broken. How could it block the sword? Swoosh, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He, Song Wuxue, was originally supposed to be the most dazzling star in the semi-finals. With the addition of his half-spirit artifact, he was confident that there would be few opponents that could match him. However, he had encountered a freak like Lin Ling. His sword had broken through his spirit artifact, causing him to perish on the purgatory battlefield. Even in death, he didn't understand how Lin Ling's sword had broken through his shield. How could he know that not only was Lin Ling's sword intent formidable, but the sword in his hand was also a mid-grade spirit artifact? Compared to Lin Ling's Tyrant Song sword, his half-spirit artifact was simply a joke. Dead. The crowd looked at Song Wuxue, who was slowly closing his eyes. The crowd remained silent. Only Nan Tianba's eyes were red as he stared fixedly at the sky. How dare you kill him? Ouyangzhen's voice was hoarse. He had just told Lin Ling to scram. With him, Ouyangzhen, nobody would be able to kill Song Wuxue. However, in the next instant, Song Wuxue had died in front of him. Lin Ling didn't give Ouyangzhen any face. Blood-drinking saber, I'll blood-drinking saber, I wanted to let you shine in the last round, but now it seems like you're going to use your saber. Ouyangzhen helplessly shook his head. He slowly untied the black cloth wrapped around his saber. There was a look on his face as if he was looking at his lover. It was as if that wasn't a saber, but his partner, his lover. Of course, this was normal. Swordsman and swordsman were the same. Once they got used to using a weapon, the weapon would accompany them for life. They didn't need a partner, family, or friends, they only needed a saber, blood-drinking saber. Many proud sons of heaven's eyes twinkled. Last month, Ouyangzhen had snatched the Pavilion Master's order from the Dragon Pavilion. Perhaps he had upgraded his blood-drinking saber. This might be Ouyangzhen's greatest trump card in the semi-finals. If Lin Ling hadn't been so arrogant, Ouyangzhen wouldn't have used his saber. No wonder Ouyangzhen had told Lin Ling to scram. Many people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had been able to kill Song Wuxue, which meant that his strength was beyond their imagination. It meant that he could kill geniuses at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane, but Ouyangzhen was even stronger. He ranked very high among all the cultivators at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Plane. Could Lin Ling block Ouyangzhen's blade? Being able to die under the blood-drinking saber is a reward for you. Ouyang said indifferently. You talk too much nonsense. However, Lin Ling's face was still cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the tyrannical song sword with both hands and slashed at Ouyang. Lin Ling made his move. He wanted to see how powerful that saber was. You're courting death. Ouyang shook his head. His blood-drinking saber was now a spirit artifact. It could drink blood and become stronger. Moreover, it had suppressed a weight of 5 million. Amongst the 7 profound martial houses' proud sons of heaven, who could have a weapon heavier than his? Lin Ling, you're overestimating yourself. Clang, saber and sword collided in midair. There was no true meaning attack, only a pure collision of weapons. Countless eyes locked onto Lin Ling, waiting to see him cut in half. Rumble, rumble, rumble. However, in the next moment, a terrifying event occurred. Lin Ling's sword seemed to contain the power of the heavens. It ruthlessly cut down, cutting Ouyang into the ground. The earth split open, and dust spread out, overwhelming. This was truly overwhelming. A 5 million pound saber dared to compare with Lin Ling's sword? How could this be? The crowd was silent. What kind of sword did Lin Ling use? Was it also a spirit artifact? Your saber is only SOSO. Lin Ling floated in the air, proudly looking down. At the same time, a figure shot out like a cannonball, also floating in the air. But his eyes were wide open, staring at the sword in Lin Ling's hand with disbelief. In the previous collision, Ouyang realized that Lin Ling's sword was even more mysterious. Its strength surpassed his saber. It was like a dragon or an axe, mighty and domineering. Such a useless saber, and you dare say you'll leave it for the final round? Lin Ling taunted again, causing Ouyang's complexion to become extremely ugly. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, his saber was indeed useless. What kind of sword is that? Ouyang clenched his teeth and said. To die under the tyrannical song sword is a kind of reward for you. Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't answer Ouyang's question. He took a large step forward, and the tyrannical song sword in his hand cut towards Ouyang. 10 million pounds of physical strength in addition to the 10 million pound weight of the tyrannical song sword. It was invincible. Clang, Ouyang raised his saber to block, releasing a terrifying aura. However, after the sword passed, his saber shattered, and his arm broke. With a spiritual weapon in hand, he could indeed kill any late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but the prerequisite was that his opponent's spiritual weapon was weaker than his. Ah! Ouyang cried out in pain as his saber broke and his arm broke. He retreated continuously in the air, his heart shaking like thunder. Lin Ling defeated him in 2 moves. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Yu Fan and the other top geniuses. Wait, I won't pursue the matter from before. Ouyang shouted as he retreated. He had already lost the will to fight. Although he didn't know where Lin Ling's strength came from, he couldn't deny that Lin Ling made him afraid. Ironically, he wanted to stop Lin Ling from killing Tsang Wuxue. He didn't expect that he himself wouldn't be a match for Lin Ling. A dead man doesn't care too much. Lin Ling's eyes were cold, and his killing intent enveloped the tyrannical song sword. He slashed out like a rainbow, and the sword seemed to split heaven and earth. Heaven was above the sword, hell was below, and the human world was in the middle. Whoosh, the sword passed, and Ouyang was split in 2. Blood spurted out, and a large amount of blood-red light was absorbed by the tyrannical song sword. Then, it disappeared into Lin Ling's body. This was even more ironic. The blood-imbibing saber killed people and drank their blood. It was the same for the tyrannical song sword. However, the result was that the blood-imbibing saber's owner was killed. Another top heaven's pride has fallen. Translator, Transin editor, Transin Bodhi Sacred Palace. The top geniuses frowned. They had wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but now they were hesitating. It wasn't because they couldn't win, but because Lin Ling was too strong. Even if they could kill him, it would take a lot of effort, which would be disadvantageous to them in the last round. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, they chose to acknowledge Lin Ling's position. Who's still not satisfied? While the top geniuses were deep in thought, Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out, causing their pupils to constrict. Lin Ling had defeated Ouyang, but he didn't seem to be satisfied and continued to provoke them. Although it was hard to swallow, for the sake of the upcoming competition, they had to endure the humiliation. See you in the next round. Some of the top geniuses said coldly, but Lin Ling's lips curved into a disdainful smile. Since he had stayed in the last round, he would wait for them to come. It's still that sword. Looks like without the sword, Lin Ling is just SOSO. Sigh. Far away, Tang Tianshu and the other geniuses mumbled to themselves. They were not too worried. Perhaps it was best to leave everything for the next round of the competition. After all, they had attacked Lin Ling. Who knew who would attack them in the next moment? Kill. Kill. All the geniuses started to kill the demonic beasts, quietly waiting for the time to pass. Looking carefully, there were exactly 20 geniuses who dared to kill the demonic beasts in broad daylight. Obviously, these geniuses would most likely advance to the next round. Of course, it wasn't that the others didn't have a chance. Unfortunately, if they wanted to rise, they would have to challenge these 20 people. However, they didn't have enough confidence. Many of these 20 prodigies were veteran powerhouses, and their strength was ridiculously strong. Only Lin Ling was a rising dark horse, but his strength was also incomparably powerful. Previously, he had killed everyone who came to challenge him. He had completely stabilized his position, and he had killed so many that no one dared to challenge him. Lin Ling, the mad god, had made a name for himself today. Time passed quietly, and the purgatory battlefield finally ended. As expected, the top 20 geniuses had passed. Among these 20 geniuses, many were famous people, such as the Second Dream and Tang Tianshu. There were also new dark horses, such as the 2 geniuses from the Great Serpent Mansion and the Justice Duan family. Of course, the biggest dark horse was Lin Ling, who was famous for his killing. He had made it to the finals. Of course. Lin Ling editor, Dark God Fall. Those who didn't like Lin Ling was Lin Ling rumble. In the outer world, the sky rumbled like thunder. Under the clear blue sky, an ancient aura spread out, as if an ancient bronze door had opened. Then, a black hole leading to a mysterious foreign land appeared, and 20 figures walked out from the black hole. These 20 were the top 20 geniuses who made it to Limu's Transin. They're coming out. Many people looked at the 20 people that proudly walked out, their complexions incomparably dignified. Before, the Martial House Master had said that in this year's semi-finals of the 7 major martial halls, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list was the strongest. This meant that of these 20 people, several of them were the strongest of the 7 major martial halls' proud sons of heaven. What a terrifying result! The 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven list semi-finals was equal to the strongest semi-finals. Of course, the reason for this was the Second Dream. Then, their eyes fell on Tang Tianshu, and they were also surprised by his formidable strength. Of course, they also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest dark horse. Although his strength couldn't compare to the Second Dream, it had to be known that Lin Ling was only at the middle royal spirit realm. With this strength, he had stepped into the circle of 20 people. This explained everything. Lin Ling's talent was truly fierce. Lin Ling. Several disciples of the 7 profound martial house coldly glared at Lin Ling. Among them, Nan Tianba was the leader. Lin Ling had killed his disciple. Unfortunately, there were countless powerhouses here. Even if their hearts burned with anger, there was nothing they could do. But as if he was aware of Nan Tianba and the others' angry gazes, Lin Ling faintly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. It was as if he were saying, "Sorry, I killed your disciple, there's nothing I can do about it." As a result, Nan Tianba and the others were even more furious. This boy was young, but he was abominable. Yes, no wonder the 7 profound martial house semi-finals are the strongest of the 7 martial halls. 3 proud sons of heaven under 20 years old have stepped into the final round. This is a rare sight. The era of geniuses has begun, and because of you, it will be glorious and dazzling. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded out from the sky, causing everyone's hearts to surge. As they looked up, they saw 3 figures slowly walking down from the sky. 2 of them were young girls, and they were leading a deer that was covered in white fur. This deer was like a divine deer, and it looked at all living beings with a kind and peaceful gaze. Behind the deer was a very ordinary-looking carriage. Sitting in the carriage was an old woman, wearing a white fur robe. She looked at all living beings, and her eyes seemed to be able to see through the myriad facets of life. This dear old mother. The 7 martial arts hall masters' expressions changed. They stood up and bowed slightly. There was no lack of top experts present, from the 5 great ancient countries and the great serpent residents. However, many of their eyes were flickering, as though they were extremely unfamiliar with the old woman. Only the people from the 4 desolate races had a slight change in expression. They stood up and bowed slightly. This was because only the top powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the great tree of the rainforest's holy land, Bodhi Saint Palace. Bodhi Saint Palace was the most powerful influence in the rainforest's holy land. It was as mysterious as smoke, and no one could see through it. But it was able to see through the entire rainforest's holy land, and the master of the Bodhi Saint Palace was the #1 powerhouse of the rainforest's holy land, the Holy King. This dear old mother was one of the Holy King's subordinates. She didn't think that such an ancient powerhouse would come today because of the Martial Hall semi-finals. It seemed that the strength that these proud sons of heaven had displayed had moved her. "I'm so envious," the other Martial Hall's proud sons of heaven secretly thought. After all, the Martial Hall semi-finals had been held before, but they had never allowed anyone from the Bodhi Saint Palace to appear. But today, someone from the Bodhi Saint Palace had come. This meant that they favored the 7 profound martial houses' proud sons of heaven. In fact, they didn't know that in the past, the Bodhi Saint Palace would also pay attention to the Martial Hall semi-finals. But what they paid more attention to were the proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old. And today, the 7 profound martial house had 3 proud sons of heaven that were less than 20 years old that had reached the final round. So it was impossible for them not to be moved. The second dream. Not bad. The white deer in the sky floated on the ground. This dear old mother patted her clothes. It was extremely strange that there was snow falling down. But only the powerhouses knew that this dear old mother came from the ancient tree. The ancient tree seemed to lead directly to the divine palace in the sky. The weather there was constantly changing, so it wasn't strange for there to be snow. As for what this dear old mother had said, the second dream? She really did come for the second dream. The crowd's thoughts were even more complex. Although many proud sons of heaven were jealous, they also felt that the second dream was well-deserved. The second dream greets Senior. The evaluation was even higher. Another compliment made countless geniuses even more jealous. Forget about the second dream. She was a girl favored by the heavens, so it was not strange for her to be praised by the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, Tang Tianshu was also qualified. Although his talent was not bad, his strength was not at the top. After all, there were some top geniuses at the peak of the Emperor Spirit Realm present who were stronger than Tang Tianshu. Of course, even though they were jealous, they could not deny that Tang Tianshu had the right to be arrogant among the heaven's favorites below the age of 20. Or else he wouldn't have the right to be called the 18th young master. Tang Tianshu greets old Mother Lu. Tang Tianshu was excited and quickly bowed. What kind of glory was this? To have the Bodhi Sacred Palace come for him, this was the first time this had happened since the semi-finals of the Prodigy rankings. Lin Ling. After that, Mother Earth Deer looked at the third ranker who wasn't even 20 years old but had entered the last round. She smiled, which made second dream frown. Tang Tianshu was also unhappy, thinking that Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. You're younger than them, but you're more mysterious. Even I can't see through you. Old Mother Benla said in praise. The crowd fell silent. An expert from Bodhi Saint Palace could not see through Lin Ling? How was this possible? The second dream was strong, and Tang Tianshu was strong. This was not strange, but Lin Ling was only stronger than the average late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. What right did he have to be arrogant? What? The second dream and Tang Tianshu felt a chill run down their spines. On the surface, the Sacred Palace seemed to have a higher opinion of Lin Ling than the two of them. Junior greets Senior. Lin Ling also bowed and saluted. He was shocked. Someone from the Sacred Palace, the owner of the ancient tree, was sitting on this piece of land under their feet? Your royal body isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to Tang Tianshu. Your martial arts foundation isn't the strongest, it can't even compare to the second dream. None of your domains are the strongest, but all of them are perfect. Even though you haven't reached the peak, you're close to it. Most importantly, all of your domains are the same. Old Mother Earth Deer smiled at Lin Ling. In fact, she liked Lin Ling more than the second dream and Tang Tianshu. This was because only a powerhouse at her boundary knew just how difficult it was for a martial artist to cultivate all their domains to a perfect boundary, and how solid their foundation was. If such a proud son of heaven were to grow up, he would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Perhaps he might even reach the heights of a saint's son. Lin Ling is perfect in all fields? Why do I feel like he only won because of that sword? That's right, Lin Ling must have used some method to deceive the people of the Saint Palace. What a lucky kid. Many people were jealous and unwilling, especially the proud sons of heaven. The second dream and Tang Tianshu's expressions were incomparably ugly. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling had taken advantage of their glory, but who knew that Old Mother Earth Deer's evaluation of Lin Ling was higher than theirs. They were the ones who took advantage of Lin Ling's glory. Old Mother Earth Deer naturally heard these words, but she didn't care at all. These proud sons of heaven were currently stronger than Lin Ling, but that was just a flash in the pan. Lin Ling would surpass them sooner or later and stand at the top of the 7 martial arts halls. These proud sons of heaven were mediocre, they didn't know what it meant to be a genius. Tonight, at the Bodhi Ancient Tree, I will hold a banquet to congratulate the 20 of you for entering the final round. Old Mother Earth Deer said again, causing more people to be envious. This was a banquet for the Bodhi Sacred Palace to recruit these rising sons of heaven. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. In the past, the Saint Palace had taken the initiative to recruit geniuses and focus on training them. However, this sort of thing was very rare. Only the true geniuses would be recruited. Lin Ling, the second dream, and Tang Tianshu were clearly the main characters of this banquet. Senior Mother Earth Deer, since it's so difficult for you to come, how about our 7 martial arts halls also allow some proud sons of heaven to enter? Heaven-bearing Palace's martial house master smiled. Old Mother Earth Deer frowned, but finally nodded. Many peak proud sons of heaven faintly smiled. It seemed that they also had a chance to go. They didn't know if they would encounter some lucky chance that would increase their strength. After all, this was a chance to climb the Bodhi Ancient Tree. This was a chance that all of them yearned for in their dreams. Today, Senior Mother Earth Deer has arrived. Your presence brings light to the 7 profound martial house. The semi-finals will be held in 3 days. 20 proud sons of heaven will compete for the championship. Martial House Master Skylin also stood up and smiled at the crowd. The meaning of today's semi-finals had also changed. It was no longer an ordinary semi-finals of the proud son of heaven ranking. It had become much more formidable, and many peak Emperor Spirit Realm proud sons of heaven felt a great pressure. Junior Apprentice Sister Heavenly Concubine, this friend of yours is really fierce. He is getting closer and closer to our circle. If he can win in the final competition, then he will step into our top circle. Yonggan deeply looked at Lin Ling, and then turned to Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling's origin wasn't simple, so he believed in Old Mother Earth Deer's words. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven that excelled in all aspects. No wonder he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He always felt that Lin Ling was very strong in this aspect, but it didn't seem to be the limit. He was originally very fierce. Heavenly Concubine smiled, her heart incomparably happy. Lin Ling's friends and family were also the same. Of course, some were happy, and some were jealous. For instance, Great Sun Old Man, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Justice Duan family, and other powerful influences. They were all extremely dissatisfied. Lin Ling had gradually become an existence that even an ancient country had to pay attention to. If he could obtain the attention of the Saint Palace, then if his performance was good, he might be able to enter the Saint Palace. At that time, would they dare to move against Lin Ling? Afterwards, everyone dispersed, but they didn't leave. They stayed at the 7 Profound Martial House. The 7 Profound Martial House was also unprecedentedly lively. Mountain River Valley was also bustling with noise. Not only were there people from the Fire Ancient clan, but even people from the Great Qin Empire had arrived. Many family heads were congratulating Lin Ling, causing Old Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others to be incomparably nervous. Heavenly Concubine also arrived. After seeing old ancestor Extreme Flame, she happily shouted out, "Grandfather! Grandfather!" Old ancestor Extreme Flame was naturally overjoyed. He teased, "Granddaughter-in-law, when will you move to live in Mountain River Valley?" These words caused Heavenly Concubine's face to blush red like an apple. Lin Ling, congratulations on entering the final round. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land, your name has already spread throughout the land. Yonggan followed Heavenly Concubine. He looked at Lin Ling and faintly smiled. "Haha, Brother Yang, you flatter me." Lin Ling smiled back. Everyone sat down in Mountain River Valley and chatted with each other. Lin Ling chatted for a moment and then went to cultivate. After all, the final round of the tournament was still waiting for him. Once again arriving at the spirit root, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At this moment, the spiritual energy in his body was rich and full of vitality. This was the life energy he had obtained from killing monster beasts. It had to be known that these monster beasts were brought back by the first martial house master from a foreign land. They were priceless, and their body parts could be exchanged for a massive number of spirit crystals. Lin Ling knew that the other proud sons of heaven had also obtained these benefits. End of chapter 860. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.